Oh God, why must I suddenly traverse into the Marvel Universe? As an ordinary person, my fate here would be dire. The system has been activated upon detecting that the host has expressed 3 exclamations in a single sentence. Is it true that traversers enjoy system benefits? Wait, is there something amiss with this activation condition? You have successfully bound the death-seeking system. Please endeavor to seek your demise in order to acquire utterly useless abilities. 1. I have never encountered such a foolish system. In the early hours of the morning, within a seemingly ordinary apartment, a young man, with the lifeless gaze of a fish, lazily returned to his bed after taking a bite of a hamburger he randomly picked up from the table, half-heartedly watching the program on the television screen. I have assimilated most of this Boda's former memories, and now I can communicate without issues. His name is Joss, a rather peculiar name, yet far superior to that of his previous acquaintance, Mario. Initially, Joss had never scored above 30 in English, but now he could effortlessly comprehend American television programs without subtitles. This transformation is undoubtedly attributed to the memories of the original owner of this body, who coincidentally shared the same name, Joss. After nodding in satisfaction, Joss changed the channel to one featuring metal music and reclined back on his bed. It has been over a week since his arrival in this new world, and Joss has adapted to his life here remarkably well, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Given his frail constitution, suffering from congenital heart disease since childhood, one could never tell what might go awry, leading to an untimely demise. To strengthen his body, Joss has exerted considerable effort, engaging in regular exercise and learning various martial arts. The results were evidently significant, as he had ultimately trained himself to his limits. Having been aware of his precarious health since childhood, Joss felt little shock at the prospect of passing away on his 18th birthday. Moreover, now that he has successfully traversed and has a second chance at life, the relentless pain in his heart has dissipated, which ought to be a cause for celebration. However, Joss found little joy in his circumstances, instead living each day with a heavy heart. The reason for his anxiety is that he now resides in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yes, the very realm where 3 or 4 superheroes and supervillains wreak havoc daily, often leading to crises that threaten entire buildings or even the world itself. Let alone that world-ending snap by the purple villain for an ordinary person like Joss. Encountering such events invariably results in widespread calamity that in the brief span of days since Joss arrived here, he has already witnessed 3 grave incidents in the news. Although these events were ultimately resolved by superheroes, the casualties among ordinary people were nonetheless dire. Despite the fact that these occurrences transpired far from Joss's immediate vicinity and did not disrupt his life, they instilled within him a profound sense of impending danger. Undoubtedly, relying on the fickle nature of fortune is utterly unwise in a world teeming with monsters and where the strong are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, peril would still await him. Thus, if one wishes to live a stable life, the most prudent course of action is to cultivate one's strength. Compared to other pursuits, Joss possesses a singularly clear objective, and he is resolutely committed to this endeavor. Ordinary individuals might harbor uncertainties about how to grow stronger, particularly those devoid of superpowers, who remain clueless about how to confront beings that resemble deities or demons. However, as a transmigrator, one is typically afforded certain advantages, is it not? Yet, the mere thought of the golden finger he carries with him fills Joss with an overwhelming sense of despair regarding this world. It is widely acknowledged that transmigrators are generally bestowed with a golden finger, closely related to their final actions prior to their journey. For instance, those engrossed in anime may acquire abilities such as ninjutsu or devil fruit powers, while gamers may receive skills akin to those of Sword Sane or access to card drawing systems. Whether it be magic cultivation or even high-tech mechs, such powers serve as formidable assets for transmigrators. But what was Joss engaged in before his transmigration? He was immersed in chat groups, exchanging foolish memes with equally foolish netizens. Thus, he received the rather straightforwardly named death-seeking system. Indeed, a system whose name is as blunt as it is absurd. Its effects are equally fitting, embodying both the ludicrous and the perilous. For instance, Joss's first task required him to perform a small swan dance on a bustling street during rush hour and culminate with a spacewalk. After an entire day of internal conflict, Joss finally resolved to complete the task. Though he nearly fell prey to a throng of irate drivers intent on delivering him a sound beating, Joss managed to escape and was rewarded with his first ability, Master of Time. The specific effect of this ability allows Joss to know the precise time, down to the second, in every time zone across the globe, that a cause for celebration. Indeed, at least he would no longer need to purchase a watch. As for the second task, Joss was tasked with locating a tremendously robust and towering bearded black man, whose arms alone were thicker than Joss's thighs, and inquiring if he would be interested in spending a pleasant evening together. Initially, Joss presumed the worst that might happen would be an enraged response, after which he could simply flee. Moreover, Joss confidently observed the nearby police patrol routes. Should the pursuers prove relentless, he would lead them in that direction, subsequently allowing the officers to teach the miscreant a lesson. To his astonishment, the individual actually acquiesced. He actually agreed. In that moment, Joss realized that his running speed had surpassed that of the previous day, when he had narrowly escaped a throng of furious drivers. After all, if he were to be captured, considering the height disparity, he feared that he might be dispatched in one swift motion. If he did not accelerate, the stakes were far greater than merely losing a daisy. Ultimately, Joss was exceedingly fortunate to escape once more, yet the agonizing, tearing pain in his leg muscles continued to plague him to this day, which explained his current languid repose on the bed. As for the reward? Oh, this time the reward appeared rather formidable. According to the ability's description, it was akin to the powers of Mystique from the Marvel Universe. Name: Power the Fly. Rarity: in effect. Upon uttering a specific phrase, it can incite a 300 increase in the target's anger level. Joss lamented that he had nothing further to say, as he had become utterly despondent regarding his dismal system. The tasks were not overly difficult, yet from another perspective, they were indeed quite daunting. However, compared to these perilous missions, the true dilemma lay in the nature of the reward. So what on earth is the practical use of these abilities? Regrettably, no one could elucidate Joss's quandary. In frustration, he picked up a hamburger and took a bite, then redirected his attention to the system panel. There, one final ability lay quietly awaiting him. Name: Last Stand. Rarity: R. Effect: as the phrase suggests, you may make a last stand. And that was all just those few words. Having been in this world for nearly 2 weeks, he had completed 3 tasks and acquired 3 abilities. Among them, surprisingly, the most effective power turned out to be that of the Master of Time. At this moment, Joss's heart, which was nearly twisted by the torment of the system, could be set aside, for he faced a more pressing dilemma. The individual he had traversed into was no ordinary person. He was a rookie in training at S.H.I.E.L.D. Today, he was required to participate in a so-called quarterly assessment, where successful candidates would officially join S.H.I.E.L.D., while failures would be relegated to the military, becoming mere soldiers. This was precisely why Joss had devoted the previous 2 weeks to diligently completing system tasks. Though the abilities bestowed upon him by the system proved to be rather ineffectual, plunging him into despair. Despite his current predicament, Joss had little inclination to remain within S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, according to the narrative, Hydra agents infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. In numbers akin to moles within the Men in Black organization. One could easily strike 2 Hydra agents with a single thrown brick in a crowded place. In such circumstances, regardless of Nick Fury's relentless efforts to manage the organization, the internal destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed inevitable. However, Joss found himself with scant options in this matter. It was almost laughably characteristic of this system to issue such a task. Joss sighed and once again turned his gaze to the system panel. S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the brink of collapse. Nick Fury and his sister-in-law have fled. Therefore, it is imperative to become a proud member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Task: successfully pass the quarterly assessment and become a formal member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Success reward: acquire a random ability or item of at least a certain level. Failure penalty: you can guess. Side task: showcase your prowess during S.H.I.E.L.D.'s quarterly assessment. The higher your self-sabotage value, the richer your rewards will be. Current self-sabotage level: 0, while other systems strive to assist their masters in growth. Why did it feel as though my system was solely intent on leading me to destruction? Joss was concerned about this task, not out of any lingering hope for the lackluster system, but rather out of sheer curiosity regarding the absurdity of the failure penalty. Given the ridiculousness of the rewards, who could assure him that the penalties would not be even more ludicrous? One could easily imagine dire consequences, such as permanent separation from the system. If that were to occur, Joss would undoubtedly find himself unable to sleep from sheer delight. However, given the system's track record, it was far more plausible that the penalty would resemble becoming a magical girl who would invariably encounter tentacled monsters, an oddly appealing notion, albeit one devoid of any place to lament. Although he felt utterly unmotivated, It seemed he had no choice but to exert himself. Under the duress of the system, Joss uttered a declaration that lacked any grandiosity. The quarterly assessment was scheduled to commence promptly at 10 in the morning, and since being late would result in immediate disqualification, most individuals arrived more than half an hour in advance. However, thanks to the formidable abilities of the Master of Time, Joss arrived at the testing ground precisely with 1 minute to spare. The title of Master of Time is indeed well-deserved. The testing ground was situated within a structure reminiscent of a sports arena, lacking the grand and mysterious aura typically associated with the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Yet, Joss felt no surprise. After all, they were not yet official members of S.H.I.E.L.D., clearly having no access to the true location of the organization. To his astonishment, there were quite a number of people present, since Joss had meticulously timed his arrival. By the moment he entered the testing ground, nearly everyone was already assembled. At first glance, over 95% appeared to be ordinary individuals. Contrary to Joss's expectations of a chaotic scene, most of the recruits were merely mundane folk. However, this was merely superficial observation. Joss recalled that among his cohort, there were at least a dozen individuals possessing unique attributes. These distinctions were not necessarily extraordinary powers, but included individuals with exceptional skills like Hawkeye or those who had developed unique technology akin to Iron Man naturally. There were also a few possessing extraordinary capabilities, such as mutants and those with superhuman abilities. Joss, you actually dared to show up? I thought you had run away due to your constant failures. A voice laden with mockery rang out beside him as he stood in line. Turning his head, he saw a tall Caucasian youth, with a handsome visage complemented by a neat, short haircut, exuding the aura of a high school football team captain. Joss rifled through his memories and recognized this individual as Jason, a fellow recruit in the same training batch for S.H.I.E.L.D. In stark contrast to Joss, who lingered at the bottom, Jason shone brightly among the recruits. He ranked among the top 10, a mutant endowed with enhanced physical abilities, making him an exceptional candidate for direct combat missions. Aside from his somewhat arrogant demeanor, he appeared virtually flawless and was one of the few among the recruits with the potential to become a superhero. What's the matter? Have you been so frightened that you can't even speak? Noticing Joss's lack of reaction, Jason continued his taunts. I've always said you useless folks should just leave the training squad early rather than be an eyesore here. Typically, Joss would have ignored such provocations to prevent escalating conflicts. However, after a moment of contemplation, he craned his neck towards Jason and flashed a grin, adopting a rather audacious expression. Shove it. Regardless of the inevitable provocation, one must admit that confronting someone directly is far more exhilarating than resorting to veiled insults. Though the language spoken was entirely incomprehensible to Jason, an inexplicable sense of derision emanated from Joss's countenance and those curt words. In an instant, Jason, already known for his fiery temperament, erupted with rage, eager to engage in a physical confrontation with Joss. However, given that they were in a testing arena, the examiner, while dismissing their verbal sparring, could not permit an all-out brawl. A mere cough served as a reminder, and Jason, despite his fury, dared not act out further. Yet, the visible veins on his forehead and arms indicated that his anger was at its peak, culminating in an unrestrained growl. You little brat. I swear I will make you pay once we leave this place. Congratulations, host, on successfully courting disaster. Your disaster level has increased by 2 points, current disaster level, 2. This prompted a contemplative Jason to question the system's expectations. Had he truly provoked a top 10 contender merely to earn a paltry 2 points? What did the system desire of him? To publicly assault a female agent? The most challenging assessment lay ahead. Naturally, Joss paid no heed to Jason's threats. Instead, he re-examined the numerical data displayed on his system panel and then turned his attention to the examination hall. The hall was divided into several zones, each corresponding to different testing tasks. Yet these zones were not activated simultaneously. They proceeded sequentially from left to right. This implied that failing any single test would disqualify a participant from continuing. While such an approach seemed inefficient at first glance, Joss discerned the underlying significance. How intriguing. This meant the examination had already commenced, requiring careful management of one's endurance. Contemplating this, Joss felt a sense of clarity. At 10 o'clock, anyone who had yet to arrive would be deemed unqualified. He intended to see them dismissed before nightfall. Precisely at 10, though it had already ticked past 3 seconds, a chilling voice resonated throughout the examination hall, plunging the atmosphere into utter silence. Joss turned to behold a bald, one-eyed middle-aged man standing at the examiner's podium, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite his fundamentally benevolent nature, Fury's ruthless and unscrupulous demeanor cast an ominous shadow over his presence. rendering the assembled crowd too intimidated to breathe audibly. After surveying the room, Fury nodded in satisfaction. After all, he was addressing a mere assembly of S.H.I.E.L.D. recruits, not a cadre of seasoned superheroes, so there was no need for a congenial facade. Clearing his throat, he began to announce the details of today's assessments. The examination would unfold in 3 phases: agent capability evaluation, combat proficiency assessment, and special abilities examination. With Nick Fury's commentary, Joss and his companions gained a preliminary understanding of today's examination items. As a reserve force of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the assessment of agent capabilities was naturally of paramount importance. Thus, this examination was scheduled as the first batch and would likely eliminate the most candidates. However, contrary to Joss's expectations, the examination did not consist of fixed questions, but was determined by random selection. According to Nick Fury, agents would encounter unpredictable situations in their missions. And in those scenarios, luck and adaptability were as crucial as skill. This summarizes the situation regarding the assessment of agent capabilities. As for the subsequent 2 examinations, we shall discuss them once you have passed, for I have little patience for those deemed unworthy. After listening to Nick Fury's words, Joss nodded and murmured to himself, "Interesting. Is the random questioning designed to closely mimic such circumstances? Yet, doesn't this create a sense of predetermined fate?" Before he could finish, Nick Fury's piercing gaze was already fixed upon Joss, that almost tangible stare tightening Joss's heart. Surely not. Did I just mutter something so softly that it could be overheard? The next moment, a flicker of impatience flashed in Nick Fury's eyes as he bellowed at Joss. "Why do you keep shaking your head?" "Reporting, sir. Your speech was so compelling that I couldn't help but nod along," Joss replied candidly. "What can I say? The innate talent of my race compels such gestures." Upon hearing Joss's earnest response, Nick Fury paused for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. "I see. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Nick Fury turned to the official selecting the examination questions and pointed at Joss. "Assign him the most difficult examination. The host's recklessness level has increased by 4 points, now totaling 6 points. Staring in bewilderment at the notification on the system panel, Joss felt utterly innocent. He had merely spoken the truth. Wait. Is this personal vendetta?" Joss quickly protested. However, Nick Fury shrugged and replied, "How could that be? It's precisely because I hold you in high regard that I am assigning you the highest level of examination. After all candidates deemed to have potential will be evaluated at the utmost difficulty." Nick Fury's words were delivered with such conviction that even Joss nearly believed him, were it not for the icy expression on his face. "Goodness, I merely intended to increase my recklessness level a tad, and suddenly the difficulty escalates to hellish proportions." Initially elated by the unexpected rise of 4 points in his recklessness level, Joss's expression fell instantly. Given that he might not even pass a standard assessment, the leap to the highest difficulty nearly guaranteed his failure. "Huh, did you hear that? Josna, the incompetent one, is actually going to participate in the most challenging test alongside us." Jason, who had been searching for an outlet for his frustrations, burst into unrestrained laughter upon witnessing this scene. Originally, the most difficult test was not included in the pool of ordinary candidates' questions. It was solely designed for the top 10 students of each cohort. This test is not meant for common students, even among us. Failing to take it seriously poses a significant risk of being eliminated, doesn't it? A man who was relatively close to Jason scoffed disdainfully at the remark. Although others remained silent, their gazes toward Joss were laced with pity. No one believed that Joss could pass the test, as even the ordinary tasks were daunting enough to deter most individuals, let alone participating in an examination crafted exclusively for the elite, where Joss's chances of success were nearly non-existent. Being assigned to the most difficult test due to offending the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and subsequently failing would be an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s history. Even Nick Fury seemed indifferent to the matter, likely viewing Joss merely as a target for demonstration, before turning away to find a place to rest. Shortly thereafter, an instructor led a group of 11, including Joss, to the side, casting a sidelong glance at Joss before expressionlessly announcing the details of the upcoming examination. "This time, your testing is rather unique, from a certain perspective. Its difficulty may not even surpass that of a standard Morse code decoding question." The examiner's words immediately astonished everyone present. However, from another angle, this task is exceedingly challenging, for all the knowledge and skills you have acquired will be rendered ineffective. The expressions of these exceptional newcomers shifted from surprise to panic, their unease about the impending test intensifying. "The theme of your examination is time." The examiner, completely disregarding the reactions of the group, solemnly raised an electronic clock and stated, "From the beginning of the test until its conclusion, You are required to keep accurate time without any instrumental assistance. Realizing the truth of the test is, as the examiner indicated, relatively simple. It involves entering a prepared room and remaining inside for a random duration before reporting the total time spent within, without any instruments. Timing oneself through heartbeats and pulse counting is considered one of the fundamental skills of an agent. What is so difficult about that? Even someone as inept as Joss could manage it, couldn't he? Jason frowned and voiced his skepticism. Humph, that kid is merely fortunate. What should have been the most challenging assessment has inexplicably turned into such a simplistic task. Someone else murmured in agreement. Upon hearing this, Joss raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Since it's so simple, why don't you go ahead and perform for us?" Do you really think such childish provocation will work? With a dismissive attitude, he watched as Jason volunteered to enter the testing room, his gaze then shifting to the system. Upon reflection, it seemed that if these abilities were employed correctly, they could yield satisfactory results. Although the activation of the fly power was somewhat subtle, its effectiveness, when utilized properly, could indeed be commendable. While it may not achieve the same forceful redirection of targets as taunting skills in online games, it is indisputable that individuals often act irrationally when consumed by anger. If that were the case, perhaps there were merits to other abilities as well. Given that the testing room was completely sealed, those standing outside were unable to discern what transpired within. Consequently, Joss and the others busied themselves, preparing for the forthcoming evaluations. It's merely a matter of calculating time. Surely, this fundamental exercise isn't the most straightforward test? They chuckled. After all, we are among the top 10. They must offer us some leniency. Do you really want us to waste time here like those inept individuals? We'll pass without a doubt. It's simply infuriating that some incompetent souls have the good fortune to scrape through. As the saying goes, it's not about having little, but about having it unevenly distributed. If everyone were to fail together, there would be no grounds for complaint. However, witnessing someone at the bottom of the ranks succeeding purely by luck was enough to irk even those indifferent to Joss. Just moments ago, Joss had suffered a setback with Nick Fury, and not yet having grasped the relationship between recklessness and danger, he decided against further provocations and chose to ignore the two. Jason is out. Suddenly, someone shouted, capturing the attention of the entire group. Jason's assessment did not last long. Joss checked the time. Merely 3 minutes and 17 seconds had elapsed before Jason emerged from the room. What had transpired inside? What had transformed Jason so drastically? However, as Jason stumbled out, his face bearing the pallor of near death, he shattered all illusions held by the onlookers. The examiner, disregarding the students' murmurs of disbelief, maintained a stern demeanor and announced Jason's score. Jason Green, final score on the agent ability assessment, 495 points. The moment the score was revealed, astonishment swept through the crowd, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground as if they had heard an absurd fairy tale. Jason, after all, was one of the top 10 in the entire training camp. Yet he had achieved only a barely passing score of 495. The implications were painfully clear. The difficulty of this test was exceedingly high. Originally, it was anticipated that this would serve as a welfare assessment for the top 10 candidates. However, it unexpectedly turned into a stark warning for them. With Jason's previous misfortune as a cautionary tale, the remaining participants hesitated to step forward. Just as the examiner grew impatient and was about to call on someone, Joss boldly stepped forward and declared, "Examiner, I shall go next. Are you certain?" Joss's actions instantly captured everyone's attention, even eliciting a look of uncertainty from the examiner. What audacity! If even Jason ended up like that, do you truly believe you are stronger? One of the students, unsure if it was fear or resentment, shouted out in response to Joss's boldness. Exactly. You, the last in the rankings, think you can succeed? The jeers continued to escalate, as if a dam had burst, with others who harbored discontent towards Joss joining in the ridicule. My apologies, I am not targeting Jason. Joss scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. I mean, all of you here are just trash. No sooner had he spoken than he turned and dashed into the testing room, leaving no opportunity for retorts from the crowd behind him. What a show off. This is truly exhilarating. As Joss stepped into the room, he found himself enveloped in an infinite expanse of pure white space. Even when he turned back, he could not discern where the entrance had been. What advanced technology is this? Is it spatial expansion or folding? It must be something akin to an illusion, rather than merely a test. Despite his curiosity, Joss remained composed. After all, in the Marvel Universe, science, magic, and superpowers coexist, so encountering such black technology was hardly surprising. However, prolonged exposure to the stark white space was having a significant impact on his psyche. After wandering around for a while, Joss realized that accurately gauging the duration of his stay in this realm was an exceedingly challenging task. In such an environment, one's sense of time becomes disoriented. It was akin to those moments when one feels a considerable amount of time has passed, only to discover that it was merely a minute. This phenomenon would be even more pronounced here. Yet, judging by Jason's experience, this place could not merely be a plain white space. Just as if in response to Joss's thoughts, a distant point in the pure white space suddenly dimmed. It has begun. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Joss steeled himself. However, the encroaching darkness spread even more swiftly than he had anticipated. What appeared to be millions of miles away was suddenly engulfing a substantial portion of the space. At that moment, Joss finally discerned the presence of countless grotesque and terrifying monsters lurking within the dark expanse. In the blink of an eye, the darkness consumed Joss whole. From pure white to pitch black, the transformation transpired in an instant. An ordinary person would have long since lost their composure in such circumstances. Coupled with the presence of those monstrous entities lurking in the darkness, even the most seasoned agents would find their hearts racing in trepidation. The necessity to continue timing amidst such chaos elevated the challenge to an almost insurmountable level. If only I were spared the sight of the monsters. Though I might feel uneasy, it wouldn't be so severe. The deliberate display followed by a sudden blackout is truly a test of malicious amusement. In the enveloping darkness, Joss listened to the peculiar sounds of footsteps and growls surrounding him, letting out a resigned sigh. After a while, noticing the absence of further disturbances, he shrugged and chuckled to himself. Well, this is merely a grand spectacle, isn't it? It can't inflict any real harm. I wonder how that coward Jason can be so jumpy. In the next moment, Joss felt an unknown claw abruptly press against his face. Times dominion, terrifying indeed. Enough with the screams. Just as Joss's body seemed destined to be consumed by the monsters in the shadows, a chilling voice penetrated his ears. Simultaneously, the boundless darkness dissipated, revealing a woman in an examiner's uniform holding an instrument directed at him. It was evident that the previous illusions were conjured by this device. What a waste. Over the years, at least 2,000 individuals have taken this test, and you are the first to react so extravagantly. Faced with such criticism, Joss felt a tinge of embarrassment. Although his long-standing heart condition had led him to a more cavalier attitude towards life and death, allowing him to face illusions without fear, the tactile sensations of the monsters clawing at his flesh and the accompanying pain were beyond the realm of his indifference. After all, Joss had been an ordinary person before this, unaccustomed to such stimuli, naturally displaying an awkward demeanor. The female examiner barely glanced at Joss. She simply set down her instrument and waved her hand, signaling for him to leave. Hey, Madam Examiner, wasn't it stated that timing would determine the results? Timing. With your current state, what could you possibly time? The examiner shot a look of impatience at Joss, clearly irritated by his persistence. Isn't it just a matter of timing? Joss protested. It's merely timing, after all. I understand I'm just an ordinary participant, but I didn't expect your perception to be so severely lacking. Upon hearing Joss's words, the female examiner's anger flared. This assessment encompassed a myriad of psychological and physiological negative impacts. For an ordinary person, to merely complete the test without going insane would be a notable achievement. However, as a rookie in the reserve of sneered, one would expect you to possess considerable resilience against such illusory tests. At this point, the female examiner abruptly shifted her tone, casting a half-smile at Joss, and then, with a sudden slap on the table, she pointed at him and scolded, "You." What was that reaction? Even a newcomer in the barracks would not display such cowardice. And now, you still claim to be timing yourself? Joss, feeling somewhat helpless, scratched his head, faced with the imminent danger of death in that final scene and the excruciating pain of being torn apart. He had indeed exhibited a response typical of an ordinary person. Under different circumstances, this might not have been an issue, but in the current context, it evidently diminished the examiner's perception of him. Cough, cough, that is not the important part. As long as I'm timing correctly, that is what matters. Observing Joss's insistence on continuing the test, the female examiner's expression grew even more disdainful, and she impatiently replied, "Very well, since you are so adamant. Please state the time you estimated." She emphasized the word estimate, yet Joss chose to disregard her insinuation. Just as he was about to speak, she interrupted him again, saying, "But I must warn you, if your error exceeds 10 seconds, I will report you and ensure you are expelled. Not just from sneered, but from the military as well." Unbeknownst to Joss, the female examiner was somewhat emotionally charged at this moment. The difficulty of this test was already considerable, and under normal circumstances, an error within a minute would be deemed excellent. Even the time reported by the previous candidate, Jason, had a discrepancy of 4 full minutes. To her surprise, upon hearing this, Joss displayed little emotion, merely nodding and muttering to himself, 10 seconds? That is no problem. Noticing that the examiner was about to speak again, Joss understood that allowing her to continue would lead to an endless discussion. So he raised his hand to silence her and casually stated a number. From the moment I entered this room until I escaped from the illusion. It took me a total of 2 minutes and 47 seconds, correct? What? How is that possible? Not a second off. The female examiner gazed at the numbers on the electronic timer with a look of disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Joss was not particularly surprised by her reaction. After all, the timekeeper's timing was infallible. Well then, I suppose I've passed, haven't I? He waved his hand in front of the dazed examiner, and upon reviving her, he confirmed once more. Passed. No, you're mistaken. Suddenly, the female examiner smiled faintly, her finger dancing before Joss as if manipulating something. With her movements, Joss was astonished to see the world before him shatter like glass, revealing a strikingly similar, yet more vivid realm. Is this a dual illusion? Upon witnessing this scene, Joss understood all too well that he was ensnared in a surreal illusion akin to a dream within a dream. It was not merely the initial black and white space. Even the subsequent dialogue with the female examiner was but a figment of his imagination. Undoubtedly, under normal circumstances, no one would deliberately endeavor to record the latter part of the duration. Yet, this precisely aligned with the designer's intent. It seems you have come to comprehend your predicament. As an agent, one must never relent, for if this were indeed a perilous mission, your performance in the latter half would signify utter failure. The female examiner reappeared before Joss, evidently oblivious to the possibility that he could retain the latter segment of time. Rather, this design was intended to present Joss and his peers with a modicum of adversity, instilling in them the understanding that the work of an agent demands an unwavering vigilance at all times. However, since your previous performance was commendable, I shall grant you a reprieve. Apologies, but after emerging from the first illusion, we conversed for 1 minute and 12 seconds, thus totaling 3 minutes and 59 seconds precisely. Yet, before the female examiner could complete her statement, Joss once again provided an astonishingly accurate time. To achieve such precision twice in a row is a feat that even I, nor even a super soldier like Steve, could accomplish. Shortly after the conclusion of Joss's test, his results were delivered to Nick Fury. Indeed, sir, the captain's previous testing score had a margin of error of 4 seconds, which remains the finest we have ever recorded. The earlier examiner regarded Joss's performance with a grave expression. To attain such results, it was evident that he possessed an exceptionally stable mindset and will, impervious to external influences. Nick Fury nodded, suddenly recalling something. No, if he truly exhibited the reactions of an ordinary man, as you suggest, due to the illusion, then his acting prowess is nothing short of terrifying. Indeed, one must concede that Joss's mental fortitude and acting skill were so refined that even I was nearly deceived. The admiration in the female examiner's gaze was unmistakable. She had never encountered anyone feigning pain so convincingly. Are you certain he possesses no timing devices? Otherwise, this would become a jest. The meticulous Nick Fury inquired once more. The female examiner chuckled and shook her head, saying, impossible. Ordinary electronic instruments were confiscated before entering the examination room, and there are several detectors within the testing chamber. Under these circumstances, unless he possesses a supernatural ability to read time at will, he has no opportunity for cheating. Hearing the examiner's words, Nick Fury could not help but laugh. Shaw. Reading time? If such a ludicrous ability existed, I would twist my head off for him to play with. Indeed, a humorous sentiment, indeed. The female examiner seemed to find the topic exceedingly amusing, bursting into laughter without any restraint. After a moment of mirth, Nick Fury continued, all right, enough with the jesting. For the next 2 examinations, do keep an eye on him. I wish to see if he can continue to astonish me with his performance in other subjects. The female examiner nodded and placed a document on the table, stating, I have already taken this into consideration. This is his next opponent in the combat assessment. This lad named Jason ranks 3rd in combat prowess among this cohort of newcomers. Following Joss's turn, the testing proceeded briskly and methodically. The 10 students who originally occupied the top 10 positions among the newcomers regarded Joss with noticeably altered expressions. However, regardless of their sentiments, whether benevolent or malevolent, Joss provided them no opportunity to voice their thoughts. Upon completing the assessment, he swiftly departed to prepare for the subsequent test. He had just received a system notification indicating that he had achieved a perfect score, which had consequently elevated his risk factor by 7 points, reaching a total of 13. Moreover, he had inadvertently completed a hidden task and was eager to discover the nature of his new rewards. As for Joss's endeavors, we shall momentarily set them aside. For the testing continued at a rapid and orderly pace. By the conclusion of the first round, nearly 50% of the ordinary students had been eliminated. Even among the top 10, 4 had failed to meet the required standards, with the highest score among the remaining being merely 65. Nonetheless, unlike the ordinary students. These individuals were indeed the elite among the trainees, and thus, even if they did not qualify, they would not face immediate expulsion. However, their prospects of entering the hero reserve and subsequently securing a position within S.H.I.E.L.D. were clearly contingent upon this examination, rendering their expressions far from pleasant. After noon, as the last few students completed their assessments, Nick Fury promptly announced the commencement of the second test. As anticipated, those who finished the first round earlier enjoyed more rest, while those who participated last had to endure a grueling series of assessments. Having deduced that stamina and situational judgment were also components of the evaluation, Joss had proactively chosen to partake in the testing, a decision that now appeared remarkably astute. Gazing over the crowd, which had diminished by nearly half, Nick Fury's first utterance sent a shiver of apprehension through the remaining students. There are too many of you. We are agents, not military personnel, so the upcoming combat tests will involve only half of the participants. The students' spirits were evidently not a concern for Nick Fury. Unfazed by the collective gasps of disbelief, he continued with his stoic demeanor. The combat test would be a live-action assessment, with opponents assigned randomly. The test would conclude when one party was incapacitated or voluntarily surrendered, permitting the use of any equipment and abilities, barring those with wide-scale destructive effects. No one anticipated that the second test would devolve into such a chaotic free-for-all devoid of any rules. In an instant, panic ensued among all participants. The nature of the battle disregarded terrain and the disparity in forces, rendering the contest remarkably unfair. Yet, it resonated profoundly with the multifaceted identity of an agent. As Joss pondered the significance of this test, rhythmically nodding his head in sync with Nick Fury's voice, he began to grasp the essence of the examination. It became evident that this trial was designed to closely mimic the unpredictable scenarios an agent might encounter. After all, during missions, no one could guarantee the type of adversaries they would face under varying circumstances, and opponents would not hesitate to strike, regardless of whether one was a researcher or not. Hey, you over there, number 1 testing ground, Joss Dick versus Jason Green. Nick Fury's voice suddenly interrupted Joss's contemplation, casting him a look that distinctly conveyed, yes. I am avenging personal grievances by assigning you this opponent. Do not inquire about the depth of Fury's gaze. Joss discerned it clearly, even with one eye. The audacity of that guy. How is he still here? Upon hearing Joss's name, many were taken aback, clearly astonished that he had not been eliminated in the first round. Unbeknownst to them, while Joss's perfect score had stirred some ripples, it was largely contained among the upper echelons of Nick Fury's circle, who had consciously suppressed the news. Even the 10 others who had tested alongside him were aware of his perfect score, yet they remained oblivious to its true implications. Moreover, the situation was rather ironic. An individual deemed the bottom of the barrel achieved a perfect score, while those who typically prided themselves on being elite scored merely in the 60s. Would they not feel a twinge of embarrassment? Consequently, few were aware of the extraordinary feat Joss had just accomplished. They merely attributed his survival to sheer luck. Oh, but luck could only take one so far, especially when the opponent was none other than Jason. Indeed, if one were to discuss raw combat prowess, it would be fair to declare him the strongest of this cohort. Everyone knew that the training camp's rankings were a composite assessment, and the only 2 individuals who ranked above Jason did so due to their exceptional espionage skills, not their combat abilities. Jason was, after all, a mutant. Once his powers were unleashed, his strength was formidable, allowing him to lift objects weighing several hundred pounds with ease. Additionally, his skin was as tough as leather, impervious to even a knife's edge, and his resilience was exceptional. In any other setting, one might exploit Jason's relatively slow speed, employing weapons and abilities to their advantage. However, within the confines of the testing arena, he was an invincible deity of war. Do not mention the students. Even Joss understood, through memory, the formidable prowess of Jason. Ah, this insufferable fool. No wonder I suddenly received a score of 7 in the test, as it was waiting for me here all along. Undoubtedly, Nick Fury arranged this because of my outstanding performance in the first exam, and thus Joss had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill himself. Yet, I am rather eager to ascertain the extent of my combat abilities. It seems quite fortuitous. Reflecting upon his recent discovery, Joss felt little trepidation about the impending battle, even experiencing a flicker of excitement. It wasn't that Joss was a battle fanatic, but rather that survival in this world often necessitated pushing oneself. Although physical confrontations are merciless, and even a test bout could result in injury or death, if one cannot muster the courage to participate in such a seemingly well-prepared contest, what then will they do when confronted with extraordinary battles, alien invasions, or other cataclysmic events? As Joss strode towards the arena with his backpack in tow, Nick Fury nodded in silent approval before turning to the female examiner beside him. Tracy, he called. If you are concerned about his safety during the bout, I have arranged for a squad to intervene at any moment, and the medical team is already on standby. As she spoke, Examiner Tracy raised the tablet in her hand, showcasing her recent preparations to Nick Fury. However, Fury did not even glance at the tablet. He merely lowered his voice and asked, "Do you think I truly have a knack for this? Sir, please maintain your composure. Desperate measures. It appears that your streak of good fortune has come to an end, young Joss." As Joss ascended the fighting platform, Jason, who had long awaited his arrival, wore a cruel smile that betrayed no hint of restraint. He had always harbored disdain for Joss, previously, during the timed test. Joss had incited everyone to become his guinea pigs, resulting in a dismal performance that left Jason feeling humiliated. The fact that Joss, whom he had always looked down upon, achieved a perfect score was utterly intolerable. Yet, those matters were now irrelevant, for he could finally teach his opponent a lesson. Let me demonstrate the disparity in our strengths. With no constraints in place, as the examiner announced the terms of victory and defeat once more, Jason charged at Joss with reckless abandon. His attacks were raw and straightforward. Two massive fists descended upon Joss with relentless fury, leaving him with no choice but to evade the onslaught. Both combatants had mastered the martial arts of the U.S. military, emphasizing speed, precision, and lethality, with each move executed with simplicity yet fraught with danger. Nevertheless, Jason, with his imposing physique and terrifying strength, resembled a human meat grinder. His long arms a harbinger of death. In the midst of battle, power is the quintessential ability. The adage that sheer strength can overcome skill is not mere rhetoric. Once strength reaches a certain magnitude, speed and technique become laughable. Jason was acutely aware of this fact and possessed unwavering confidence in his own power, which is why he opted for such a brazen assault. What's the matter? Is evasion all you can do, you pitiful wretch? A bloodthirsty grin crept across Jason's face, as if he could already envision Joss being dispatched before him. What could be more exhilarating than pulverizing one's opponent with absolute force? Oh, don't mind me. It's simply been too long since I employed this technique. Just reminiscing a bit, Joss replied nonchalantly, shrugging off Jason's taunts. Hmph, with a frame like yours. I find it hard to believe you could turn the tide. Upon hearing this, the veins on Jason's temples throbbed, and with a swift motion, he launched a powerful punch. Yet, without warning, Jason felt the world spin, and before he knew it, he had collapsed to the ground. A few seconds later, the excruciating pain surged through his body, causing him to cry out involuntarily. Sheer strength alone does not suffice. You must possess that strength to begin with, Joss remarked, his movements unwavering as he swiftly ensnared Jason in a naked choke, securing him firmly. How does it feel to experience the jujitsu I've been practicing since childhood? The naked choke is a ruthless maneuver. While it may appear unremarkable, it can suffocate the opponent by constricting the neck, allowing for a swift incapacitation. Prior to his journey, Joss had studied various martial arts to enhance his physical prowess, only to discover an innate talent for combat. Were it not for his heart condition, he might have become a professional fighter. However, concerned for his own safety, Joss had maintained a regimen of tempered training, never anticipating that the day would come when his skills would be put to the test. If Joss's former combat aptitude was akin to a legendary gunslinger, then his current physique resembled an outdated learning machine from the last century. Yet, this body surpassed his former self by more than tenfold, and combined with his fighting techniques, it unleashed a power capable of overwhelming Jason. You little insect. Jason's robust arms flailed wildly, yet he posed no threat to Joss whatsoever. In the realm of jiu-jitsu, strangulation techniques possess a distinctive characteristic. Once the choke is successfully executed, there is almost no method of escape. To counter such techniques, the only recourse is to disrupt the choke before it manifests. However, Jason has undoubtedly missed this critical opportunity. Get away from me, Jason suddenly bellowed, his roar reverberating through the air as his muscles swelled, expanding nearly 30%. Even from a distance, one could sense the terrifying power contained within him. At the moment Jason stirred, Joss instantly perceived the shift in the atmosphere, releasing his grip and leaping backward. Clearly, Jason had activated his abilities, resembling a transformation akin to the Hulk. After retreating a few paces, Joss regarded Jason on the battlefield, a glimmer of caution illuminating his eyes. Originally standing at a height of 6 feet, Jason now towered over 2 meters, his arms nearly as thick as Joss's thighs. Natasha, what is your opinion? Nick Fury stood at a distance, arms folded, observing the confrontation between Joss and Jason. I see it with my own eyes. Natasha, the Black Widow, stood beside Nick, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Did you call me over just to watch these rookie matches? I have important matters to attend to, you know. Trust me. This is far more significant than what you are currently engaged in, Nick replied. He's just a mutant. I can't even count how many of those I've dispatched. Natasha retorted, showing little interest in Nick's words. However, Nick shook his head and clarified, "No, I am referring to another individual. Oh, his combat techniques are commendable, but it's evident he lacks real-world experience. Aside from that, he appears rather ordinary. What makes him special?" Natasha inquired, intrigued by Nick's insistence. With a mysterious smile, Nick's expression hinted at depths yet to be revealed. "Because I find him quite impressive." Huh. Natasha was taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Nick. Nick continued, "Ahem. I meant to say that he scored full marks on that evaluation." "What was that about?" Natasha pressed. "Don't dwell on the details. Just know that this is relevant." Nick responded. Shrugging, Natasha conceded, "All right, if that's the case, he indeed has the makings of a super spy. Provided his combat abilities are adequate, he will undoubtedly be a valuable asset." Before she could finish her thought, Natasha stifled a laugh, adding, "That said, given the current circumstances, he might just get pummeled by that behemoth." Nick remained noncommittal, simply stating, "I merely wish to ascertain the limits of his combat prowess. This is also the reason I summoned you. Should any unforeseen events arise, I would appreciate your assistance in rescuing him." "Indeed, I knew you would seek me out for no good reason." Natasha sighed, then stretched her neck and sauntered towards the arena. On the platform, after unleashing his powers, Jason's combat capabilities had significantly escalated. This time, Joss couldn't even employ grappling techniques. Not even jiu-jitsu would prove effective, as the disparity in their strength was too great. Currently, Jason could effortlessly wield Joss, who weighed no more than 10 kilograms, with a single hand. Under such circumstances, any form of martial art became utterly futile. "Oh, you have compelled me to resort to this move. Initially, I had no intention of employing such tactics." After narrowly evading yet another of Jason's assaults, Joss's expression turned grave. He reached into the backpack he had brought to the arena and retrieved a bottle of water. "Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to fight with one's back against the wall." With that, Joss secured the bottle onto his back. Were we to play with fire? Was that truly a bottle of water? The examiners and students standing beside the arena exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Joss's intentions. They had anticipated he would produce some weapon or gear, yet he merely unveiled a bottle of mineral water, the kind sold for $1 in vending machines. Could he possibly possess the ability to manipulate water? As Jason's gaze fell upon Joss, a flicker of wariness emerged. A seasoned warrior, he understood that his physical enhancement abilities were severely disadvantaged against elemental manipulation, controlling water to inundate his airways, shaping it into a weapon for assault. Such capabilities alone could yield countless methods to effortlessly subdue him. "Do not be alarmed. I possess no water manipulation abilities." Yet, in the next moment, Joss refuted their assumptions, lifting his arm to place the water bottle within the hood behind him. "It simply felt rather dull to engage in a straightforward brawl with you, so let us indulge in a little diversion." With his arms crossed and an air of authority, Joss directed his gaze at Jason, proclaiming, "If you can make this bottle of water touch the ground, I shall concede defeat. Regardless, should this bottle be struck away, I am assuredly on the verge of losing." Joss silently added to himself, "Fighting with my back against the wall, carrying water can double my combat power." This revelation was the result of Joss's exploration during his respite, aside from claiming his rewards. However, the onlookers remained oblivious to these details, momentarily engulfed by an aura that could only be described as pretentiousness. Placing a bottle of water in his hood and declaring that he would concede if it fell? This would not only hinder the battle itself, but would also significantly affect his maneuvers in both offense and defense. Considering there was no secure place within the hood, the slightest misstep could lead to the water tumbling out. Was such a feat truly feasible? Merely placing water in the hood would inherently disrupt his center of gravity, would it not? In a moment, the onlookers were abuzz with speculation, utterly perplexed by Joss's actions. Unfazed by their chatter, Joss's gaze remained fixed on Jason as he calmly proclaimed, "Do you know of the ancient Eastern tale, When Jiuzhan Huaxiong?" It narrates the story of Guan Yu's return from battle, with his wine still warm. "Today, I shall reveal to you that by the time I finish with you, this bottle of cool water will remain just that, cool. Should a drop escape, consider it your defeat." What a farce. I will tear you apart and demonstrate what true power entails. Perhaps unable to endure Joss's incessant bravado, Jason roared, unleashing his formidable physique in a powerful strike. Channeling all his strength into a single blow aimed directly at Joss, recognizing that he could not match Joss in skill after witnessing his superior fighting technique. Jason understood that he must secure victory with his initial assault. No matter how proficient your grappling may be, what can it accomplish against such might? Jason had previously sensed that Joss's strength was undoubtedly inferior to his own, and at that moment, it was clear that whatever Joss attempted could not surpass Jason's unleashed power. "Oh, are we to compete in sheer brute force?" Joss, however, stood his ground, not flinching or dodging. He subtly lowered his center of gravity and, with a sharp shift of his shoulder, countered Jason's strike. With an explosive force, Joss and Jason collided without any finesse, and simultaneously. The fighting platform beneath them shattered and erupted. Jason spewed a cloud of blood, and a trickle stained Joss's lips. Both appeared to be in considerable pain. Yet, contrary to expectations, Joss's relatively slight form did not fly backward as the crowd anticipated. Instead, he held his ground, firmly locked in confrontation with Jason. In this exchange, Jason found himself at a disadvantage. After their initial clash, the two continued their struggle, engaging in a fierce melee of fists. The spectators, including the judges, were well aware of Jason's strength, but they were unprepared for the sheer ferocity of Joss's combat prowess. While he might not possess Jason's raw power or endurance, Joss demonstrated a remarkable absence of weaknesses, excelling in strength, speed, and stamina, complemented by his vastly superior fighting skills. In that moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Is this truly happening? He is evenly matched with Jason? The crowd was astonished, realizing that Joss had concealed such formidable abilities. The focus of their discussions shifted entirely to him, and disbelief in his strength dissipated, replaced by a new question: who among them was truly stronger? However, this uncertainty was short-lived as the tide of battle began to tilt, surprisingly, in favor of Jason. The two individuals were initially evenly matched in terms of combat prowess. However, it appeared that Jason's abilities were quite taxing on his stamina, rendering him unable to sustain them for extended periods. In contrast, Joss's desperate battle tactic remained effective as long as he bore the water, resulting in virtually no energy expenditure. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for Joss to dominate Jason. I concede. Suddenly, an unexpected declaration of surrender left everyone momentarily stunned. Turning to the source of the voice, they discovered it was Jason who had raised his hand in submission, perhaps having foreseen his impending defeat and unwilling to endure utter humiliation. The once indomitable Jason chose to surrender decisively. Host's danger level increased by 20 points, totaling 33 points. Why does his surrender result in my points increasing? Joss, who had just exhaled a sigh of relief, froze upon hearing the system notification. With a mix of curiosity and caution, he gazed at Jason, only to find his expression rife with bloodthirsty madness, though the fury was being forcibly suppressed. Their battered appearances did little to convey anything extraordinary. It was entirely reasonable for Jason to be angry. It would hardly be surprising if such rage bred murderous intent. Yet, how could his formidable strength elicit such an alarming rise in danger levels? Moreover, the increase was a staggering 20 points, exceeding the sum of all previous increments. Through continued contemplation, Joss began to form several hypotheses regarding the meaning of the danger level, one of which indicated a quantification of the peril he would face following certain actions. While the specifics remained to be explored, there was no doubt that Jason's power did not justify this terrifying 20-point escalation. Wait, if he truly posed such a significant threat to me, could it mean he was still concealing his true strength? A contender capable of securing a position within the top 3 solely through combat prowess would strive to hide their genuine abilities while battling someone they deeply despised? Joss's mind raced with countless possibilities, and suddenly, he stumbled upon an exceedingly ominous notion. No way, such events did not occur in the original narrative. This cannot be. If that were the case, it would be imperative to expose him. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Without further hesitation, he disregarded the gazes of the examiner and other students, leaping forward to unleash a barrage of taunts upon Jason. Host's danger level increased by 19 points, totaling 52 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Joss realized he had made the right gamble. Jason, already known for his volatile temperament, was now even more incensed. The fury concealed within his eyes unmistakable. After enduring Joss's mocking tirade, Jason's rage finally shattered the chains of reason, and he let out a furious roar, his right fist crashing against his chest with a resounding thud. A deep yet resonant sound reverberated through the testing ground, akin to the booming of a colossal drum. In response to this ominous reverberation, Jason's physique surged once more, becoming taller and more robust. His spine transformed into sharp protrusions, piercing through his skin, which morphed into an eerie, deep green hue. Amidst the ferocious roars, an enormous creature, nearly 3 meters in height, completed its metamorphosis before the astonished onlookers. What in the world is that? Hulk. Nick Fury, who had somehow found himself beside the arena, stared wide-eyed at the transformed Jason, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. This appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the abomination developed by the U.S. military, yet it was inexplicable. Natasha Romanoff swiftly arrived, her gaze upon Jason heavy with concern. If you two still have the leisure to chat, perhaps you should hurry and summon the Avengers, Joss remarked, seizing the moment while Jason was in the throes of transformation. retreating rapidly to join the two. This could truly be a monumental disaster. Why must we indulge in such tedious games of subterfuge? If we were to eliminate all of you here, wouldn't sneered be done for? A low, terrifying rumble emanated from Jason. His blood-red eyes fixated on Nick Fury and Jason, before he let out a thunderous roar. Hail Hydra! Joss had long overlooked a crucial aspect. The Marvel universe he inhabited was a tangible reality, inhabited by living beings. Some may dismiss these words as overly simplistic, yet they touch upon an essential truth. Living beings possess their own thoughts and actions. Furthermore, there existed no absurdity preventing individuals from appearing in the Avengers realm. Even the likes of Thanos need not frantically spawn offspring. However, beyond this reality, numerous phenomena could arise from influences entirely absent in the source material, leading to unforeseen consequences. The butterfly effect is a well-worn concept. Yet, if a single butterfly can stir a tremendous storm, what might transpire if deranged scientists and extraordinary individuals converge in this world? At least the current iteration of Jason, resembling the abomination by 50%, serves as a significant indicator. If that's the case, does it mean even the plot I am familiar with may not hold water? Joss pondered, his thoughts racing while his body remained swift to act. Swiftly taking cover behind Nick Fury and Natasha upon sensing the danger. Damn, I'm merely a trainee. Am I expected to confront such a monster head-on? No one noticed Joss's movements. Or rather, once Jason shouted Hail Hydra, chaos ensued. Natasha drew her weapon and engaged Jason, while Nick Fury seized the moment to produce a microphone, or rather, to begin the evacuation of the crowd. All agents below level 5, take your trainees and retreat immediately. The rest, follow me into battle. After issuing the command, Nick Fury glanced at the activated Avengers alarm and, without further hesitation, drew his weapon and charged behind Natasha. Although sneered harbored many formidable individuals, it remained primarily an organization of agents, still harboring significant deficiencies in combat prowess. Nick Fury could only strive to delay until the Avengers arrived. As Nick Fury and Natasha engaged in combat, Joss's presence was inevitably revealed. However, at that moment, no one paid him any heed, not even Jason, who was fixated on Fury's fervent assault. Despite being an agent and the director of sneered, Joss couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort, wondering why Fury appeared more formidable than a berserker. He understood that Fury was merely trying to divert Jason's wrath to allow others to escape, yet he felt increasingly frustrated. Marvel heroes often strayed from their established personas. After all, hadn't Hawkeye shot at point-blank range 80% of the time? Boom. With a muffled thud, Natasha's slender form crashed to the ground beside Joss like a shooting star. However, the Black Widow's combat experience was profound. She rolled upon landing and swiftly regained her footing. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and leave. Natasha turned to see Joss still rooted in place, and a surge of anger ignited within her, prompting her to scold him. In response to Natasha's furious shout, Joss shook his head. No, this guy is too dangerous, and it was my actions that provoked him. I have a responsibility to deal with this. Natasha was taken aback by Joss's words, her gem-like eyes fixed on his resolute face, and the reprimand she intended to deliver faltered on her lips. With a long exhale, Natasha pulled a gun from her side and handed it to Joss. Fine. We only need to hold him off for a while. The captain and Stark are on their way. Stay behind me. Are you out of your mind? Do I look like someone who can battle that kind of monster? Joss exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief at Natasha's insistence, showing no intention of accepting the firearm. Seeing his reaction, Natasha felt her mind momentarily short-circuit. But you just said you wanted to fight. No, I merely said I would observe from here. You misunderstood. If you don't return soon, sneered will be looking for a new director. Joss gestured towards the battlefield behind Natasha. You're hearing this. Natasha no longer dared to waste time arguing with Joss. With a curse, she turned and dashed back into the fray. Joss merely shrugged at Natasha's reaction, not overly concerned. After all, the notion of self-destruction holds little weight if one survives the ordeal. The mutated Jason's formidable strength made it exceedingly challenging for even Black Widow and Nick Fury, accompanied by a team of agents, to contend with him. Joss suspected that his presence would hardly amount to more than an easy target for Jason's fist. Nonetheless, his decision to remain here stemmed from a desire to ensure that Nick Fury and Natasha did not meet their demise in this encounter. From a pragmatic perspective, if these two iconic figures were to fall, it could precipitate the collapse of sneered, resulting in a direct failure of his mission. After all, with sneered gone, where would he turn to join its ranks? On a personal level, Joss was equally disinclined to witness any misfortune befall these two superheroes. Such a tragedy would not only be a loss for S.H.I.E.L.D., but also a grievous blow to the Avengers. Joss certainly did not wish to see a scenario akin to the neighboring situation, where the death of someone's spouse birthed an unjust league. The thought of Captain America and his allies forming a non-Avengers league was, amusingly, quite intriguing to Joss. While he pondered these whimsical notions, Natasha and Nick Fury were embroiled in a fierce battle. For ordinary agents, even a mere brush with Jason's fist could result in broken bones and incapacitation. Within moments, over a dozen had already fallen, and it was uncertain how many would survive. Even Natasha and Nick Fury, as elite agents, found themselves struggling to endure the onslaught. The majority present lacked extraordinary abilities, and the trainees were even more ill-equipped. Even a handful of mutants among them could hardly measure up to an examiner's combat prowess. Damn it, where are the others? Natasha, disheveled and breathless, felt herself nearing her limits. It hadn't even been 5 minutes, and even if they raced from Stark Tower, they would still require some time. Nick Fury forced a grim smile, clearly not optimistic about the outcome of the day. Suddenly, a figure darted past them, standing boldly before Jason. Oh, I truly did not wish to resort to this tactic, Joss sighed, adopting a peculiar stance. This is the martial technique of the Saint Seiya? Let us rewind a moment. Back to when Joss had successfully completed the first round of testing. After departing the initial testing ground, he eagerly sought out a secluded spot to examine his system panel. Although the system had its quirks, having just achieved a perfect score through the power of the Time Lord, Joss felt a flicker of anticipation. The rewards this time certainly did not disappoint. Upon reading the notification on the system panel, he could not contain his excitement and leaped for joy. Congratulations. You have acquired the ability, Diamond Star Fist. Indeed, regardless of how absurd it may seem, the system remained steadfast in its purpose. How could Joss not feel exhilarated? The Diamond Star Fist, a martial technique derived from the Saints, possesses the power to command absolute zero. With such divine skill at his disposal, Joss dared to assert that, within the entirety of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, aside from the purple potato essence, any formidable opponent would meet only a bitter demise. With this thought in mind, Joss no longer hesitated and immediately attempted to execute the Diamond Star Fist. All the information flowed into Joss's mind through the system, transforming the originally complex Diamond Star Fist into a seamless and fluid movement in his hands, even more so than its original wielder, the Ice Warrior. In a mystical sense, Joss felt the existence of that so-called small universe, experiencing the overwhelming power belonging to the starry sky. Returning to the present, Joss had already passed by Natasha and Nick Fury, striding alone toward the rampaging Jason. As she beheld the man standing before her, Natasha inexplicably sensed a trace of profound melancholy emanating from Joss's silhouette, as if he had glimpsed the stark realities of life. How strange, she thought. This unreliable fellow exudes such an aura of strength? A flicker of surprise crossed Natasha's mind, but before she could voice her thoughts, Joss had already advanced toward Jason. Joss! Jason bellowed in anger upon spotting him. After transforming with the serum, he seemed to have lost much of his rationality. In this regard, he resembled the Hulk more than the Abomination. However, he still recalled the provocation he had endured from Joss earlier, and upon seeing him, he raised his fist to strike. Faced with a fist nearly the size of his own half-body, Joss had no intention of testing its might. I hope you will keep everything you've witnessed today to yourselves, never to speak of it to anyone. Among those present, only Natasha and Nick Fury retained any awareness. Thus Joss's words were undoubtedly directed at them. As his voice fell, without waiting for a response, Joss's gaze sharpened, and his hands, as if devoid of bone, slowly rose. Come, Jason. Perhaps this is the first and last time I shall wield this power in my lifetime. Die here with glory. Joss's body bent low, his head bowed, eyes fixed upon his heart, while his right hand gracefully ascended. As his right hand moved with the elegance of wings, his left arm followed suit. In that moment, Joss's hands danced like the wings of a white bird, reminiscent of the most exquisite ballet, unforgettable in its beauty. Suddenly, Jason's body surged, his hands raised high toward the heavens, while his right foot lifted sharply, completing the stance of the golden rooster stands alone. Within this pose, Joss's hands continued to flutter, as wondrous orbs of light gathered around him, illuminating him like the stars in the night sky. In an instant, the world seemed captivated by Joss. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, and curses vanished into oblivion. All that could be seen in the eyes of the onlookers was Joss, performing a hauntingly beautiful dance of the white bird, infused with an eerie chill. Suddenly, Joss altered his stance. His right hand withdrew to his waist, while his left hand extended slightly forward, revealing a posture that suggested an impending attack. Now, Jason, this is my final move. As Joss's momentum peaked, a radiant glow coalesced above his right fist. Remaining dormant for the moment, his eyes, akin to the glaciers of the far north, cast an icy glare toward his adversaries. Diamond Star Fist. With a thunderous roar, Joss unleashed his clenched fist into the air, the brilliance concentrated at its core instantly radiating throughout the room, enveloping Jason entirely within its luminous embrace. Joss, what are you doing? After several moments of silence, Nick Fury could no longer contain his curiosity. Jason appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend Joss's intentions. Joss turned, casting a sorrowful glance at Nick Fury, and replied, "Don't ask. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." With a hint of melancholy, Joss's gaze drifted once more to the system panel, focusing on the newly acquired skill, the Diamond Star Fist, and the accompanying small print. Diamond Star Fist Initiation, Rarity. Effect, perfectly replicates the initiation of the Saint Seiya's Hyoga's Diamond Star Fist, while during release. It will manifest supernatural visual effects and a chilling aura. Hyoga's Diamond Star Fist, the initiation. During a previous respite, Joss had attempted it, faithfully recreating the initiation's over-the-top flamboyance, complete with dazzling effects and an impeccable chill. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he could not execute it. It felt akin to a moment when Joss had a date with the class beauty, and things had progressed to a point where they were about to engage in the unmentionable. He had taken precautions, the beauty's relatives were not in attendance, and the scripted scenarios of typical tales would not unfold. And then he awoke. Strictly speaking, these two events were unrelated, yet Joss found himself equally perturbed by both, thus deeming them equally significant. In any case, no matter how one spun it, this Diamond Star Fist could not be unleashed. Hence, Joss had no intention of utilizing this move to eliminate Jason from the start. What are you truly doing? Natasha's voice broke through Joss's reverie, rousing him from his thoughts. Joss scratched his head, then sighed. Forget the details, just leave this to me. In the next moment, Joss lifted both hands once more, preparing to execute the initiation of the Diamond Star Fist again. All who have witnessed the saga of Saint Seiya are acutely aware that when the hand gestures are initiated, neither side, friend nor foe, can take action. After Joss repeated the initial stance of the Diamond Star Fist for the 17th time, a total of 3 minutes and 24 seconds elapsed before the tardy Captain America, Steve Rogers, and Iron Man, Tony Stark, finally arrived at the scene. However, they were taken aback to discover that the battle had long since concluded. This cessation was not marked by the defeat of any adversary, but rather by the sight of both allies and enemies alike, all slumped on the ground with expressions of utter despondency. Jason, on the other hand, still harbored a desire to continue the fight. Yet, having undergone a mutation enhancement through serum, which had already drained a significant portion of his vitality, he found himself utterly exhausted and unable to move after being forcibly held back for such a duration by Joss. Nick and Natasha were bewildered by the unfolding scene, their readiness for combat abruptly rendered moot. Nevertheless, they quickly regained their composure. Steve approached Nick Fury for a detailed explanation, while Tony leaped to Jason's side, adopting a vigilant stance beside the seemingly formidable creature. While Nick Fury and Steve were elucidating the situation, Joss had already collapsed from fatigue. Although merely an initiation without any tangible force, the Diamond Star Fist was nonetheless a technique of the Saints, and after executing it repeatedly, Joss found himself significantly drained. However, with Captain America and Iron Man now present, Joss felt no further concern. After all, one was a formidable equal to any opponent, akin to a Marvel Kakashi, while the other was a premium player capable of deploying high-tech armor against anyone. The relatively inconsequential mutant Jason, despite possessing an unknown serum, posed no significant threat. Subsequently, the responsibility for the aftermath was entrusted to sneered, and Joss achieved his aspiration of being the sole newcomer to enter their ranks this time. The assessment had been abruptly halted, leaving the majority untested. Moreover, the emergence of a Hydra remnant among the newcomers rendered sneered cautious, as they were loath to proceed without thorough investigation. Yet, these matters were of little concern to Joss, who was currently reclining in his apartment, tallying his gains from this endeavor. Aside from a hidden mission, his recklessness had amassed a staggering 52 points, marking this task as a resounding success. First, he acquired 5 points of what the system designated as the source of recklessness, though the system promptly deducted all of it the next moment, citing it was for an upgrade. Furthermore, Joss had gained a total of 6 new abilities. Name: the Useless Omniscient, Rarity. Effect: you possess knowledge of all useless information in this world. Is urine multicolored under a microscope? Name: Chest Electromagnetic Induction, Rarity. Effect: ignore distance and engage in telepathy with the person among those you know who possesses the largest bosom. Essence of Humanity, Rarity. The essence of humanity effect. The essence of humanity, proud smile rarity. Effect. While speaking, you can wear a proud smile without it interfering with your speech. When simultaneously possessing the charming smile, triggering the set effect, nothing can prevent your proud and charming smile. You must halt rarity. Effect. When you shout, you must halt. In any state of movement, you can forcibly stop your motion. Name. A transformative ability with complex preconditions rarity. Effect. Under the condition of it being Thursday at noon precisely, and with a torrential downpour in your area. Consuming 10 durians within a minute will transform you into another person for 1 minute. Gazing at the 6 newly acquired abilities displayed on the system panel. If there had been any previous dissatisfaction with the system, Joss remained considerably displeased. This seemingly nonsensical system was hardly something one could develop a fondness for. Among the 6 abilities, only one was a guaranteed reward for system upgrades, while the other 5, obtained after completing a mission for S, H, I, E, L, D, were predominantly of a subpar caliber, one of which was of an unknown level. The situation felt overwhelmingly dismal, even disregarding the rarity issue. It was evident that these abilities seemed markedly more absurd this time. What on earth were they? Just looking at the abilities, the myriad preconditions were enough to induce frustration. Even if he could meet all those conditions, transforming into another person for a mere minute, what purpose would that serve? The transformation into a demoness was at least semi-permanent. A minute's time would only allow him to reach the doorstep of infiltration. Well, in any case, having exhausted all possible complaints regarding this matter, Joss found himself at a loss for words. At least his earlier speculations had proven correct, although the abilities provided by this system were somewhat toxic. Their efficacy could be substantial if utilized appropriately. Regardless, this system was his sole reliance at present, compelling Joss to ponder earnestly how to maximize or render these effects practical. In terms of these abilities themselves, most were of limited utility or had rather peculiar activation methods, yet when employed at the right moment and place, they could wield formidable power. For instance, the Diamond Star Fist initiation, while impressive today, would yield no different results if the adversary were a stronger entity. Take, for example, his recent encounter with the purple sweet potato essence. Even if he executed the initiation until exhaustion, it would not alter the outcome of the confrontation in the slightest. After all, this time Joss could delay until the Avengers arrived to clean up the mess. When the purple sweet potato strikes, who could possibly come to his aid? Further back, the power of the Fly Guy is rather subtly effective. He managed to enrage Jason to such an extent, largely due to Jason's pre-existing fury towards Joss, which had long reached its zenith. Furthermore, his temperament is not one inclined to patience. If Jason's anger towards Joss was initially rated 100, being provoked by Joss sent it skyrocketing to 300. However, if his initial anger was a mere 0, no amount of forced rage would yield any result. It can be said that the achievement of today's outcome is attributed not only to the effectiveness of the ability itself, but perhaps luck was the true star of the show today. New objective undoubtedly, among Joss's current abilities. The practicality of fighting with one's back against the wall is the strongest. Besides needing to comprehend this wordplay, its function is quite straightforward and its effect remarkably powerful. However, the manner in which this ability is activated is glaringly obvious, if not for someone like Jason, whose thoughts are dominated by brute force. Most adversaries would undoubtedly target the water bottle directly. Nevertheless, I could fashion a battle suit akin to those superheroes like Captain America. Even if it doesn't require any special powers, simply being able to conceal the water would suffice. I wonder if I'd end up being dubbed the waterback hero? Upon briefly entertaining this painful possibility, Joss felt a wave of despair about the future. Yet considering the prestige associated with names, the Marvel Universe holds slightly more allure than its neighbor, so he decided not to dwell on matters that would take an indeterminate time to unfold. However, judging by the smug smile accompanying the hint, the combination of abilities should also be feasible. Joss envisioned not the trivial combinations provided by the system, but rather those with greater practical significance. For instance, if he could find one or several water-controlling abilities and combine them with fighting with one's back against the wall, his combat prowess would undoubtedly elevate several levels. However, with his current abilities being too few, he lacked the means to conduct such tests. Thus, the immediate priority is to gather as many different abilities as possible. Realizing this, Joss felt somewhat helpless to acquire more abilities. He would have to exhaust all means to complete system tasks. Yet these system tasks are generally perilous, and one misstep could lead to his demise, transforming this situation into a paradox. System upgrade complete. Just as Joss was lost in thought, the system's cold voice interrupted his musings. Congratulations, host. You have successfully passed the novice phase. This upgrade brings the following changes. From now on, task rewards will be transformed from fixed abilities to sources of peril. The host can freely allocate the use of these sources of peril. the system has introduced the Ability Extraction Project, requiring 100 points of the source of destruction for each attempt, with a complementary chance for every 10 draws. Additionally, a system upgrade feature has been added, with the current system level at 1, needing 1,000 points of the source of destruction to ascend to the next level. The task system has been categorized into main and side quests. The main quest remains unchanged until completed, while side quests are triggered randomly. The current main quest is to acquire any item granting extraordinary power, e.g., Super Soldier Serum, Symbiote, Mjolnir, etc. At present, there are no side quests available. Upon seeing this series of notifications from the system, Joss experienced a moment of clarity, realizing he had been overly fixated on a narrow line of thought. This system upgrade brought him considerable surprise, yet overall, the changes were not substantial. However, the main quest served as a wake-up call. Indeed, he need not rely entirely on such an unreliable system. The Marvel Universe is replete with various powers. Why not pursue that avenue? Although witnessing Jason's abhorrent transformation led Joss to question the plot's integrity, one aspect remained unchanged: the emergence of each hero, perhaps due to the existence of that deity. This phenomenon resembled the convergence of timelines. Regardless of the multitude of parallel universes within the Marvel realm, certain individuals will invariably persist across them. While nuances such as details, abilities, and personalities may differ slightly, their identities as superheroes or supervillains remain constant. From this perspective, Joss's options expanded significantly. The spider that bit Peter Parker, the gamma rays of the Hulk, the Super Soldier Serum of Captain America, and Iron Man's armor. These sources of power are familiar to anyone who has watched the films. Even if Joss is not an avid Marvel enthusiast, he pondered whether these elements could be combined, as such narratives are not uncommon in comics. After reflecting deeply, Joss eliminated all options that posed excessive difficulty, high costs, great limitations, or substantial risks, ultimately leaving him with a singular choice. Currently, the Super Soldier Serum appears to be the most suitable and least risky option. Under ordinary circumstances, Joss would not contemplate pursuing this serum. He was not overly concerned about transforming into a Red Skull. Such trivial vanity in the face of life and death matters was something he deemed utterly foolish. However, he was apprehensive about whether the serum would even take effect after injection, or worse, whether it could be fatal. Setting aside the question of whether the perfect serum still exists in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, even the imitation serum administered to the Winter Soldier by Hydra might not have any remaining stock. However, Jason's appearance served as a testament to Joss that the Super Soldier Serum not only still existed, but could potentially be mass-produced. This was merely a remnant of Hydra. And if one were to extrapolate from this notion, it followed that the Hulk's arch-nemesis, Abomination, had also set his sights on the Super Serum and had been exposed to the gamma rays. The origin of such a serum could very well lie within the military, making the quest for it not entirely implausible. Indeed, this plan seemed feasible, thus establishing the pursuit of the serum as Joss's primary objective. After some contemplation, Joss began to weigh the pros and cons, ultimately honing in on the Super Soldier Serum as his target. Although he remained oblivious to the system's intentions for acquiring such substances, there was no doubt that the Super Soldier Serum represented the most cost-effective option within his reach. Its acquisition appeared less challenging, with minimal side effects, comprehensive enhancements, and a focus on the body itself. Should he manage to prepare his battle attire by then, he believed that even Jason in his mutated state could be easily subdued. Nonetheless, it was imperative to gather as many new abilities as possible, considering that obtaining the serum would not be a swift endeavor. Thus, it was wise not to dwell on this matter for the time being. Well, perhaps today would suffice. A brief respite before venturing out again seemed prudent. While Joss understood the urgency of augmenting his strength, he was, after all, newly transported to this realm. He had encountered a fair share of incidents over the past few days, and today's events had been particularly overwhelming for someone who had crossed over from a peaceful era. Despite recognizing the significance of strengthening himself, Joss's spirit had yet to recover sufficiently to embark on a new mission immediately. However, life is rarely absolute. Often, even when one refrains from seeking trouble, trouble finds its way to you. As I have a friend named Trouble. At precisely 11:43 and 12 seconds at night, yes, Joss could read the time with such precision each time. While he lay in bed watching television to pass the time, a violent and frenzied knocking resonated at the door. Initially, there was a faint scratching sound outside, reminiscent of a kitten pawing at the door, leading Joss to dismiss it as a neighbor mistaken about their destination. Yet, within moments, the commotion escalated, seemingly transforming into an all-out assault on the door, compelling Joss to rise and investigate the situation. Boom. In the next instant, the not-so-thick wooden door was forcefully kicked open, crashing down upon Joss along with its frame. What the hell? Is this how audacious thieves have become nowadays? Joss momentarily froze at the sight of the flying door panel, then swiftly evaded as it shattered against the wall, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. However, before Joss could stabilize himself, a small shadow surged amidst the thunderous roar, lunging towards him. No, this is not a thief. It must be someone specifically seeking me. Could it be a Hydra agent? Under normal circumstances, Joss would have been unable to evade such an onslaught, given the assailant's remarkable strength. Capable of demolishing both door and frame, this strike could have rendered Joss incapacitated. Yet, in the fleeting moment before impact, Joss's body executed a peculiar twist, adopting a posture that would typically result in a debilitating injury, narrowly escaping the attack. He had sensed something amiss prior to opening the door and had fortuitously shouldered a burden of water, enabling him to perform this near-superhuman maneuver. However, the adversary reacted swiftly. Upon realizing the initial strike had missed, they rapidly altered their approach, transforming their hands into hammers and bringing them crashing down towards Joss. Ultimately, Joss's combat experience was somewhat lacking, and this sudden change in tactics momentarily disoriented him, leading to his arms being struck directly, despite summoning the strength of desperation. The immense force unleashed by his opponent was nearly insurmountable, causing his arms to rebound painfully against his chest, nearly forcing him to vomit blood and leaving him gasping for breath. After this exchange, both parties paused momentarily. The assailant appeared to be in no hurry to continue their assault, simply standing silently, observing him. Seizing this brief respite, Joss finally discerned the appearance of his attacker. To call it an appearance may be misleading, for much of the face was obscured by a hood, yet he could glimpse a smooth, fair chin, indicating that this was indeed a girl. Was this extraordinary strength and speed a trait of a mutant, or perhaps another type of superhuman? Standing approximately 4 feet tall, she was clad in a tattered garment resembling a faded black nun's habit. Strands of silvery hair cascaded from the hood, and within its depths, he could discern a pair of terrifying, blood-red eyes. This was not merely an exaggeration or some peculiar glow. It was an unmistakable, haunting gaze reminiscent of a character from a different realm. Despite her form being largely concealed by the nun's attire, Joss could sense that this girl was undeniably an enchanting beauty. Alas, this was not the moment for such musings. Her combat prowess surpassed even that of Jason when he activated his abilities. This individual was no ordinary human. Yet, did such a figure exist within the Marvel Universe? As Joss remained vigilant, he rapidly recalled every Marvel character he knew, only to find none resembling the enigmatic presence before him. Is she a denizen of this world? Joss was not surprised by this outcome. After all, the world is similar to reality, populated by 7 billion or more souls. It is indeed more challenging to encounter characters from films casually on the streets. Yet for Joss, who currently resides here, those who do not appear in films have become sources of incessant trouble. But now is not the time for such reflections. What should I do? The abilities he had acquired this time proved to be of no practical use. In terms of combat skills, Joss was still left with only a last-ditch effort, and now, faced with the onslaught of his opponent, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Before Joss could devise a strategy, the smooth and lovely chin of the girl twitched slightly as she spoke first. I suggest you refrain from making any sudden movements and come with me obediently. Otherwise, even if I were to break your limbs, I would still take you along. To Joss's astonishment, the girl's voice was far from celestial. Rather, it resembled a lower-quality version of a distorted electronic sound, laden with static. Although he found it peculiar, Joss did not delve further into the issue of her voice. He simply nodded in agreement, saying, "You have a point. I will accompany you." When Joss nodded, the girl appeared somewhat perplexed, clearly not expecting him to yield so quickly. As Joss began to speak, she remained oblivious to any oddity. However, when he uttered the word with, Joss suddenly sprang into action, making a dash for the door. In that swift moment, the girl was caught off guard, taking a moment to comprehend his movement. Having escaped, Joss felt a semblance of relief at the sight of the girl remaining behind. "I told you not to engage in such futile endeavors," echoed the raspy and unpleasant voice, akin to that of a grim reaper. Joss barely registered what had transpired before the girl appeared before him once again. A long, pale leg flashed in front of him, and it felt as though he had been struck by a truck. His body was propelled backward in a surge of excruciating pain, flying uncontrollably away. With that strike, not only was Joss severely injured, but the water on his back had also been dislodged, leaving him powerless to feel the sensation of being thrown back. However, he was hurtling towards the floor-to-ceiling window, devoid of any railings. Should he crash through the glass from the 23rd floor, he would have no chance of survival. Not only was the force behind the girl's kick terrifying, but without the aid of his last-ditch effort, Joss's physical condition was insufficient to allow any reaction in such a brief span of time. Alas, I never anticipated my journey through this world would culminate in such a manner. I neither perished at the hands of the purple yam spirit nor fell in legendary combat. Instead, I am destined to meet my end by plummeting from a building. Perhaps I am the most tragic of all travelers in this world. Master. The master has been captured by a monster. As Joss glanced at his body being propelled toward the window, he envisioned the gruesome sight of himself meeting a bloody demise. Yet, surprisingly, he felt no trace of fear. After all, years before his transmigration, he had reconciled with the inevitability of death. Hence, being granted a second chance at life was a rare gift. Even if he were to perish now, he would not be overwhelmed by sorrow. Curiously, the expression on the girl's face was far more intense than Joss's own. Her wide eyes, peering from beneath her hood, were filled with sheer terror. Perhaps her initial intention was merely to shove Joss aside, but the direction she chose proved ill-fated and events spiraled beyond expectation. In the next instant, she dashed toward Joss, her sudden burst of speed allowing her to grasp his calf before forcefully flinging him backward. However, after executing this act, she found herself unable to control her own body. The inertia from her explosive speed sent her hurtling through the broken glass and out of the building, faster than Joss himself. Ironically, the girl, who was likely connected to Jason or the Hydra remnants behind him, risked her life to save him at the crucial moment. Everything transpired in a blur. Joss couldn't even process what had just occurred or why the girl had acted in such a manner. Yet, instinctively, his body reacted faster than his mind, and he reached out to grasp her ankle, mirroring her earlier action. Regardless of her intentions, since she had saved him, he felt compelled to return the favor. Though it seemed a lengthy ordeal, it all happened within mere seconds. The moment Joss's hand clasped the girl's ankle, he felt an overwhelming force pulling them both into the air. The girl, looking at Joss from beneath her hood, was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend his motives. Yet, she recognized that if this continued, they would both plummet to the ground, meeting their end. Time was fleeting, and she could do nothing but watch as Joss held on to her, their shared momentum carrying them outward. "You need to stop," Joss suddenly shouted, a perplexing cry that nearly shattered the girl's eternally serene, porcelain-like visage. In the next heartbeat, all inertia and kinetic energy vanished, and their bodies plummeted back to the ground in a manner that would baffle even Bruce Banner, the renowned physicist. "Yell stop the horse whenever you find yourself in motion." Simply shouting this phrase will instantaneously halt your movement. In a moment of sheer shock, Joss, who had just fallen to the ground, was struck again as the girl he had pulled back plummeted down, landing squarely on his abdomen. The two, now face to face, shared a silent gaze, their previous turmoil forgotten in the wake of their mutual rescue, creating an awkward atmosphere between them. "Could you perhaps release my foot?" A hoarse voice broke the silence after a while, reminding Joss that he had been gripping her delicate foot tightly. He quickly loosened his grasp. "I was merely trying to save you," he protested, pouting slightly. "I don't recall asking for your help," the girl replied, her icy demeanor giving way to a bemused expression. "Moreover, even without your intervention, I would have been perfectly fine." Before she could finish, Joss noticed a pair of bat-like wings unfurling from behind her. Even without words, he could discern her thoughts from her expression. "Are you foolish? I can fly?" Initially, he had hoped to leverage this moment to persuade her to let him go, only to realize that his solitary chance had slipped away. "So can we leave now?" Despite the questioning tone, it was evident that this was a demand that could not be refused. "Did you uncover anything, Nick?" Inside Stark Tower, members of the Avengers were engaged in conversation with Nick Fury, the head of sneered. The gathering was sparse, comprising only Steve, Tony, and Black Widow. Along with Hawkeye, the whereabouts of Thor and Banner were unknown. Nick Fury nodded at Steve's inquiry and then tapped the screen, revealing a plethora of information. sneered was primarily composed of agents adept in interrogation techniques, and unlike the moral constraints of the Avengers, Fury felt no qualms about employing such methods. "The situation is grave. You should take a look at this," Fury indicated to the data on the screen. "I investigated those who recommended this Jason, his instructor and examiner. Results were not promising. There is a significant likelihood that these individuals are remnants of Hydra, yet we have refrained from taking action to avoid alerting them." Fury's expression darkened, his naturally somber demeanor now even more pronounced. It was clear that many Hydra operatives had infiltrated sneered, a secret that would have remained hidden until the organization was on the brink of collapse, now laid bare before everyone present. However, observing the astonished expressions of Captain America and the others, Nick Fury merely shook his head lightly and remarked, "Yet, this is not the gravest issue at hand. The true concern lies in the existence of a Hydra splinter faction's base within the city of Turnaround." "What?" This time, apart from Natasha, who was already aware, everyone else jumped up in shock. Such ignorance in the face of danger was indeed alarming. especially when the enemy had established a foothold in their very own territory. Yet they remained blissfully unaware. Calm down. While it is a base, it may merely consist of a few dozen individuals, perhaps with little connection to Hydra itself. Nick Fury reassured them, though his expression remained largely impassive. What? Have you uncovered something else? Tony inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Nick Fury nodded, stating directly. It was all too simple. A brief interrogation yielded all the information needed. Had this organization been more formidable, it would have posed a genuine trap for you all. Steve understood immediately. I see. Then our primary focus should remain on eliminating the infiltrators, leaving this base for the moment. Nick Fury clapped his hands in approval, pleased with Steve's strategic acumen, as he had always been exceptionally sharp in matters of combat. As Captain America had suggested, they were now. Nick had just received word that Joss had been abducted, likely by Hydra. Natasha held up her phone, a concerned expression directed at Nick Fury. In a realm of darkness, Joss realized he was bound to a chair, his eyes covered, relying solely on sound to gauge his surroundings. According to the girl, he was supposed to be knocked unconscious and taken away, but she preferred not to engage in a struggle with him, as long as he remained compliant. She would ensure his suffering was minimal. Was this sensation akin to the infamous Stockholm Syndrome? After all, was it not that very individual who had led to his capture? Had they managed to evade detection on the way here? Would they truly remain undetected? A somewhat effeminate voice emerged from Joss's left. Not a problem. The girl's raspy voice responded. Her words held truth, as they had changed transportation 3 times, meandering through countless twists and turns before finally arriving at this location. That doesn't make sense, though. If they can't find us, wouldn't this ambush be pointless? A youthful voice interjected. Fool, this base must remain concealed. The one Jason knows of is merely a decoy. Beneath it lies a cache of explosives. Once those Avengers wander in, it will all go up in flames. Ha ha ha. A slightly deranged female laughter echoed around the room. Be careful with your words. That boy might overhear. A calm, steady male voice interrupted her. The interrupted woman responded with a hint of disdain. Humph. Even if he heard us, what difference would it make? We checked him upon entry. He carries no tracking or communication devices. How much trouble could he possibly cause? Besides, bringing him back seems futile. Why not eliminate him along the way? The girl's cool and succinct reply elicited a chorus of lewd laughter from those around her, though she appeared indifferent to their reactions and chose to remain silent. Better to be cautious. Does he speak German? The composed man still sounded somewhat uneasy. No, I've reviewed his profile. Although he is an agent, his performance is subpar. If it weren't for sheer luck in provoking that fool Jason into such a reaction, he wouldn't have had a hope of passing the exam. The effeminate man sneered, evidently having acquired some information through a mole within S-H-I-E-L-D. Don't be so harsh. Eventually, Jason will reveal himself. Otherwise, how would we lure those foolish Avengers here? Suddenly, the composed man switched to German, and the others followed suit, chattering away, leaving Joss completely bewildered. Oh, so they intend to use me as bait? And a fake base, does that imply they are lying in wait for Captain America? Though a twinge of concern flickered in his mind, Joss felt powerless to intervene, as he was struggling to ensure his own safety, let alone warn the Avengers. He was utterly unaware of his surroundings. Even if he were, it would be of little consequence since his life was now in their hands. Perhaps due to an utter lack of fear of death, Joss remained surprisingly calm even in such dire circumstances. Unable to comprehend the conversations of the burly men and blinded from sight, he let his thoughts wander aimlessly. The moon is receding from the earth at a rate of 4 inches per year. Clean soil is indeed edible. The old man at 28, 3rd Street can burp and fart simultaneously. Finding the situation unbearably dull, Joss recalled the peculiar ability he had recently acquired, the useless omniscient. He began perusing the information this ability provided as a form of amusement. Goodness, he had expected merely trivial knowledge, yet he could uncover anything. Alas, every piece of information was utterly devoid of significance. Whether it pertained to personal privacy or universal truths, Joss could access a wealth of data. Yet each nugget felt entirely inconsequential. Wait, hold on. A spark of realization ignited in his mind. Joss observed the passage of time carefully, confirming that his time zone had not shifted, and considering the timeline of prior events, it was evident that he remained within the confines of Twisting Waste City. As I traversed the road, I caught a whiff of fresh asphalt. The newly paved roadway in the city stretched for 17 miles. Along the route, I heard the voices of 3 individuals of Mexican descent, the most populous group in this vicinity. Prior to being led into the area, I seemingly overheard a tune from a roadside establishment featuring lyrics from a song that exists in 311 renditions worldwide. This particular melody was scheduled to play at precisely 11 minutes past 12. How many shops were there that played this song? The establishments near the asphalt road are right here. Amidst a plethora of unrelated information, Even Joss was astonished at how effortlessly he pinpointed his exact location. He never anticipated that the combination of time mastery and the omniscient yet futile observer would yield such an effect. Unless all of my senses were entirely muted, I could swiftly ascertain my position anywhere on Earth. Despite the excitement bubbling within, Joss maintained a composed demeanor, taking a deep breath before contemplating the remaining issues. The trust the others placed in Joss stemmed not only from his prowess, but also from their observation that he bore no signaling devices or communicators. However, they failed to consider the possibility of telepathy. In truth, it could be argued that they simply dismissed such an occurrence as improbable. In other words, if Joss's telepathic range could connect with the outside world from this location, the strength of his psychic abilities would rival that of a professor. Had Joss possessed such power, he would have long since eliminated everyone here, thus their confidence in him was unwarranted. Yet, little did they realize, the system endowed him with such capabilities. With a silent chuckle, Joss discreetly activated the chest electric perception, a telepathic ability that transcends distance, allowing him to connect with the individual among his acquaintances who possesses the most significant attributes. Among those I know, it would likely be the Black Widow. How fortuitous. Before establishing the telepathic link, Joss meticulously reviewed everything he wished to convey, then patiently awaited the connection. "This is Steve. Who are you?" came the voice from the other end of the telepathic link. In the darkness, Joss silently listened to the banter of Hydra members. Though he could not comprehend their words, he could surmise their states and positions. He did his utmost to remain inconspicuous, not out of fear, but to avert unnecessary complications. He had successfully relayed the precise coordinates and details of the trap to Steve. Now, all that remained was to quietly await the arrival of the Avengers. While the principle of chest electric perception was rather cumbersome, there was no doubt that contacting Captain America was far preferable to reaching out to Black Widow. After all, the latter would weigh the pros and cons, while the former would undoubtedly rush to aid, providing the greatest assurance for Joss's life. It is precisely for this reason that Joss has endeavored to maintain a low profile. Regrettably, despite his well-meaning intentions, he is unable to resist the provocations of others. In the darkness, Joss hears the sound of approaching footsteps, and before he knows it, the cloth obscuring his face is yanked away, exposing him to blinding light that stings his eyes. Upon raising his gaze, he finds himself confronted by a man with an effeminate demeanor who is observing him intently. Seizing the brief moment before the stranger speaks, Joss discreetly scans the entire room. In total, there are 5 individuals present, including the silver-haired girl, who are engaged in a lively conversation in German while drinking. The silver-haired girl, however, is curled up in a corner, appearing to be sound asleep. From these observations, it is evident that the remnants of Hydra have long abandoned the strict discipline that once characterized the organization, instead resembling a gang. This is hardly surprising. The original Hydra has long since perished, and even the Hydra led by the Red Skull could only be deemed a mere shadow of its former self. In the modern era, what could possibly remain of its glory? TSK, the taste of that little harlot remains as repugnant as ever. The effeminate man looks at Joss with a sneer, questioning whether their relationship is strained. A fleeting thought crosses Joss's mind, but he suppresses any overt reaction, maintaining a facade of appropriate fear while silently regarding the man. After all, Captain America and his allies are en route. He merely needs to keep the man occupied for a short time, ensuring his own safety. There is no need to invite misfortune for the sake of trivial banter. Side quest. Let us revel. Quest objective. Strive to amuse the Hydra members before the arrival of the Avengers, such as inquiring about their families, discussing the reasons behind Hydra's downfall, or informing them that the Avengers are on their way. Reward. Earn between 100 to 1,000 points of source of recklessness based on the fervor of the Hydra members. Failure. Should one refuse to accept the task with a significantly low completion rate, a random ability shall be deleted. However, it seems as though fate itself is playing a cruel joke on Joss, as at this critical moment, the system unexpectedly issues a task. Gazing at the side quest displayed on the system board, Joss takes a deep breath, his expression suddenly sharpening with determination. To be frank, the reward is not particularly enticing. That 1,000-point reward clearly entails informing these individuals of the Avengers' impending arrival. Should he utter such words, it is uncertain whether this group would choose to flee or retaliate against him. Even the Avengers themselves would not look kindly upon him upon arrival. Even with the potential penalties for failure, Joss is not overly concerned, as while he possesses numerous skills, only a select few are genuinely useful, and he would not mourn the loss of the others. Even in the direst circumstances, losing merely equates to facing a desperate battle. As long as there remains a possibility of obtaining the super soldier serum, Joss isn't particularly concerned. However, retreating at this juncture is out of the question. To survive in this world, one must possess sufficient strength. The absence of fear towards death does not equate to a desire for it, as long as he draws breath. His objective of continual self-improvement remains unwavering. Thus, during his previous confrontation with Jason, Joss resolved that even in the absence of system tasks, he must relentlessly challenge himself. For Joss, self-challenge primarily involves engaging in combat with formidable foes and participating in significant events to hone his skills. Yet, from the system's perspective, it merely seems to delight in assigning him absurdly perilous tasks. Nevertheless, since such tasks have been presented, he feels compelled to accept them. You don't appear frightened at all. It seems I must first entertain you for a while, the androgynous man noted, perceiving the change in Joss's demeanor, which stirred his displeasure. In response, Joss smiled haughtily and declared, "Fear? Why should I fear the weak? I feel nothing but pity for you." The peculiar smile curling at Joss's lips ignited a tumult of anger and trepidation within the androgynous man, as if these two opposing emotions were violently clashing in his chest. A haughty smile, an enigmatic power that incites both wrath and fear in your adversary. You can't possibly believe that little harlot can save you? After a moment, the androgynous man regained his composure from the shock of Joss's arrogance and gritted his teeth in a low growl, brandishing a dagger before Joss's eyes. No, no, no. She has nothing to do with this. I merely lament the fate that awaits you all, Joss retorted, tilting his head back with a proud smile. I am quite curious about what capabilities you possess for a comeback. The commotion finally attracted the attention of several others, including a wildly eccentric woman who approached, her large and small eyes observing Joss with a mischievous glint. I possess my own methods, Joss continued to smile haughtily, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. However, I can offer you an opportunity. If you willingly release me and bind yourselves instead, I assure you I will not make things difficult for you. Kid, have you lost your mind? The youngest member of the group, a nine-headed serpent, drew a pistol and aimed it at Joss's head. And provoking him further might just lead to his demise. Even the composed man who had remained silent thus far could not suppress a smirk of disdain. I've encountered many tough characters and have personally broken them all. You are the first to speak such nonsense while your life is in our hands. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he leaned in to say, "Pray tell, in your current state, unable to move even a finger, what do you believe you can accomplish?" Joss couldn't help but chuckle. He felt he was reaching his limit, yet he maintained an air of mystery as he replied softly, "I'm not jesting. To deal with you feeble ones, I merely need to sit here and use my words." "Oh, and how do you intend to wield those words? Are you planning to drown us with your saliva?" The deranged woman laughed heartily, hands on her hips. "No, I can call for assistance," Joss replied with an innocent smile directed at the group. His words, rather than calming the atmosphere, prompted even the most composed man among them to burst into laughter. Not to mention that you have no idea where you are. How do you plan to contact anyone without any means at your disposal?" Quite right," Joss exclaimed with feigned astonishment, then continued, "I suppose I shall have to attempt some form of telepathy. What do you think?" At this moment, a young member of Hydra, laughing so hard he could barely steady his gun, pointed it at Joss's head and said, "Let me show you a little mercy. The SHIELD headquarters is a good 40 kilometers away. If you truly possess the capability for such long-distance telepathic communication, how could you have possibly been captured by us?" Before the young man could finish, the deranged woman interjected, "Oh, are you curious how we know the location of your headquarters? Unfortunately, I shan't divulge that information. This trivial matter is something I've known for ages. Moreover, having spent all this time engaging in conversation with you, it's evident I'm merely stalling. Can you not see that? Even in the face of death, you still choose to feign ignorance. Today, why don't you summon someone for me to see?" The young man sneered. If you don't believe me, just look up. Does the heavens spare anyone?" Joss suddenly began to recite poetry without warning. The young man hesitated for a moment, then, with a click, released the safety on his gun, aiming it at Joss's head. "What? Do you think you can fool me with your antics?" However, Joss shrugged innocently and said, "I told you to look up. Why won't you listen?" Even if I were to look up, what would I see?" Boom. With a thunderous roar, a tall man wielding a round shield descended from above, positioning himself firmly in front of Joss. "Let us rewind the clock. No, do not push it further, lest time itself weep." Through the power of their chest-mounted communicators, Joss and Steve had been in constant contact. Just moments ago, it was Steve who urged Joss to divert the attention of the Hydra members, prompting Joss to overact. As Steve shielded Joss with his presence, the outcome of this confrontation was all but sealed. Hawkeye's precise marksmanship effortlessly thwarted their attempt to seize their weapons. Natasha and Steve, in seamless cooperation, swiftly incapacitated those nearest to Joss. When Tony finally arrived, his arsenal locking onto them, the Hydra operatives present surrendered without hesitation. To ensure the furrowed of their false base was sufficiently convincing, these Hydra remnants had placed nearly all their personnel within that decoy, even neglecting to inform those members about the concealed explosives in a bid to lure the Avengers into their trap. Similarly, to maintain the illusion of their genuine base, they not only deployed a scant number of operatives, but also refrained from setting up numerous traps. Although this may seem like a rather foolish decision in retrospect, it was precisely through such stratagems that they managed to operate under the Avengers' noses for so long. Typically, insufficient security would not pose a significant issue, for all of them had been injected with Hydra's mass-produced super soldier serum. After years of refinement, while the current Hydra serum lacked the agelessness of Steve's, its combat effectiveness was not inferior to that of Steve without his shield. However, these individuals had grown complacent, and with the Avengers on the verge of falling into their meticulously laid trap, they drank with abandon, failing to muster even half of their usual fighting prowess. The sole exception, a silver-haired girl who abstained from alcohol, remained motionless in a corner, seemingly oblivious to Steve and his companion's arrival. Under the joint efforts of Joss and Steve, the Avengers, caught unawares, symbolically struck a few blows and effortlessly subdued this Hydra stronghold. "See, didn't I tell you? Words alone can bring you to your knees," Joss taunted, grinning at the subdued young Hydra operatives. Unfortunately, the mission had already been accomplished the moment Steve entered the room, granting Joss a mere 500 points towards his reckless endeavors. Thus, no matter how much he mocked now, additional rewards were out of reach. Nevertheless, Joss was not overly concerned with that, merely indulging in a bit of playful banter. Casting his gaze around, he noticed the absence of the silver-haired girl and promptly inquired, "By the way, what about that lady?" Steve pointed outside, replying, "You mean the one we agreed not to harm? After all, she is still a Hydra member. And despite your intentions, we must keep a watchful eye on her." Earlier, during their communication via chest-mounted devices, Joss had relayed information about the silver-haired girl to Steve, albeit with minor alterations to certain details. In the chaos of battle, one could never predict what might transpire, had he not forewarned Steve, leading to potential injury or even death during the Avengers' assault. Joss would have regretted it for a lifetime, regardless of the thoughts occupying the young girl's mind at that moment. When she was brought back, the threats of death from the Hydra members did not deter her from speaking up to save her own life. For Joss, the concept of reasoning held little significance. He valued the authenticity of others' goodwill over any lofty ideals of justice or morality. Thus, even if the silver-haired girl were branded as a demon or a remnant of Hydra, Joss would assuredly stand by her side. Upon arriving at a spacious room, Joss found Black Widow and the silver-haired girl seated opposite each other, seemingly at peace for the time being. However, the nun's hood that had concealed the girl's face was now removed, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage marred by a prominent scar that traversed her cheek like a centipede, transforming Venus into a grotesque facsimile of Frankenstein. Wasn't that even more remarkable? Nevertheless, witnessing this scene, Joss felt a weight lift from his chest. It appeared that the silver-haired girl had not engaged in conflict, but had surrendered without incident. "Do you mind if I sit here?" Natasha cheerfully inquired upon Joss's entrance. Preempting his response, Joss dismissed her playful banter. "No worries. I have nothing of importance to discuss, merely confirming her safety. You Avengers are quite foolish, aren't you?" "So na-ve," the silver-haired girl retorted, clearly relishing the opportunity to mock. Natasha was taken aback by the girl's voice, which was disturbingly unappealing. Taking a moment to recover before shrugging, he isn't part of the Avengers, but he is likely on his way there. He has already resolved 2 major crises within SHIELD. His achievements are on par with mine. It was uncertain whether Joss's previous words had influenced Natasha's demeanor or if she perceived the silver-haired girl as devoid of threat, but she seemed unperturbed by the dialogue. Perhaps it was a maternal instinct. Joss assessed the silver-haired girl's appearance. Without the nun's hood, it became evident that she stood around 140 centimeters tall, giving her the impression of a young child. "I know what you're thinking, but I became an adult many years ago," the silver-haired girl stated coldly, evidently having discerned Joss's unvoiced thoughts. It was futile. Unlike Jason, these individuals divulged nothing. Suddenly, the voice of Nick Fury resonated within the room, interrupting the tenuous atmosphere of their conversation. His expression suggested that he had just interrogated several Hydra members. "Well, that's not uncommon. We had considered that Jason might have been a deliberate decoy, given how easily he capitulated," Natasha expressed, displaying little surprise at the outcome. Nick Fury clicked his tongue, his single eye fixated on the silver-haired maiden within the room. "I apologize, but I can compel you to interrogate her." Before Fury could approach the silver-haired girl, Joss had already positioned himself between them. "I have come to Hubei province." This marked the first instance in which, devoid of any system mission, Joss audaciously decided to undertake an exceedingly reckless act. After all, He was confronting the director of shield, a quintessential anti-hero. Although Fury's endeavors were noble and just, his methods were scarcely superior to those of the most nefarious criminals. Angering him could result in merely losing his position within shield. In more severe cases, it might even land Joss on Fury's assassination list. Nonetheless, Joss resolutely stood in front of the silver-haired girl. Despite her superior strength, Joss possessed a distinct identity, and thus, he was gambling. Fury could interrogate and torment her under the pretext of her being a remnant of Hydra, but when it came to Joss, he had to contemplate far more. After all, Joss was now an ally within shield. Any act of aggression towards a comrade would not bode well if it were to become public knowledge. Furthermore, Joss had demonstrated remarkable powers and a formidable intellect, making him an invaluable asset for the future. In such a scenario, if this incident were to push Joss into opposition, it would be a significant loss for both shield and the Avengers. In a mere heartbeat, countless thoughts flashed through Fury's mind, yet he ultimately halted his advance. Observing Fury's hesitation, Joss could not help but smile with pride. Conversing with an astute individual was indeed time-efficient. This smile left Fury momentarily taken aback. Perhaps aware that his continued presence was inappropriate, Fury exchanged a glance with Natasha before turning to exit the room. As Fury departed, Natasha donned a somewhat helpless expression, which appeared rather endearing, though Joss remained largely unfazed. As a seasoned agent, Natasha's allure was one of her greatest assets. She could seamlessly embody any persona she deemed fitting. With a light chuckle, Natasha remarked, "Do not hold it against him. After all, it is the first time in many years that we have successfully captured a complete faction of Hydra remnants, so we must glean what we can from her." However, before Natasha could finish her sentence, the silver-haired girl coldly interrupted her. Upon hearing the unwavering declaration from her counterpart, a flicker of barely perceptible dissatisfaction crossed Natasha's eyes. She then pointed at Joss and remarked, "You have no idea. Had he not interceded on your behalf, you would presently be enduring torture alongside that group outside. Do you truly believe we cannot extract information from you ordinary individuals?" Her words bore the weight of truth. That boiled egg of a person was indeed of such a nature. Even Joss nodded in agreement, not out of a desire to play the fool alongside Natasha, but rather from a genuine understanding that he wished to shield the silver-haired girl from harm. "I speak only the truth. I am merely a tool for them. They provide the targets, and I execute their orders. Everything else is beyond my concern." Despite the mention of torment, the girl's expression remained unchanged, coldly reiterating her previous statements. Natasha, seemingly disinterested in further banter, simply opened the door, gesturing for Joss and the girl to follow her as she led them into the adjacent room. In this new space, Joss found no sign of Steve or Tony. Instead, several shield agents were engaged in inflicting pain upon the youthful, reckless members of Hydra. It was unclear whether the two men had been dismissed or had merely chosen to vacate the premises to avoid witnessing such brutality. Although they were not fond of the situation, the Avengers were not naive. Even Captain America, who had undoubtedly taken countless lives on the battlefield, would not act as a moralist to impede Nick and his associates. They simply chose not to observe the proceedings. Natasha's intentions were explicit. Since Joss was determined to protect the girl, showcasing the torment inflicted upon others would serve as a warning. After all, with so many present, any confession would be a triumph for shield. "You little witch. I knew it. I knew you were a traitor." Upon seeing the silver-haired girl enter unscathed behind Natasha, the young man erupted in a torrent of insults. "No, as you have stated, I am but a blade, wielded by anyone who sees fit." The silver-haired girl remained impassive, seemingly unfazed by the tirade, responding with a nonchalant remark before leaning against the wall in silence. "Ah, indeed. You, a failed experiment, are utterly unworthy of being a member of the noble Hydra. Anyone who obstructs us is merely refuse." The young man initially paused, then burst into laughter, followed by a stream of rapid German. "What is he saying?" Joss turned to Natasha, aware of her proficiency in multiple languages, including German. "He claims this girl does not comprehend German, for she is unworthy of nobility, a mere meaningless entity," Natasha casually explained, her expression remaining largely unchanged. The young man's behavior could either be sincere or a ruse to protect the silver-haired girl. Natasha was not one to hastily draw conclusions based on such fleeting remarks. Suddenly, the young man noticed Joss standing behind him and instantly adopted a mocking smile, exclaiming, "I have come to Hubei province to hone my skills with utmost sincerity." Upon hearing this, Natasha abruptly turned her head, casting a look of disappointment towards Joss that left him somewhat bewildered. "What is the matter? What did he say?" he inquired. perplexed. He mentioned that during our previous discussions, they spoke in your presence, but unfortunately, you do not possess any proficiency in German, Natasha explained. She was well aware of Joss's background, yet it was evident that he lacked any talent in linguistics, particularly in mastering the intricacies of the German language. Joss then recalled that these individuals had indeed conversed in German for an extended period while he was present. But he had not realized that they had chosen to discuss their plans in front of him precisely because he could not comprehend the language. German? That shouldn't pose much of a problem, he mused. After hearing Natasha's translation, Joss couldn't help but display a peculiar smile, as if he were suppressing laughter. Natasha cast a melancholic glance at Joss, but understood that one cannot force such matters, leading her to sigh. Just drop the pretense here. We're all on the same side. I will find a way to extract some information from him. However, in the next moment, Joss spoke in remarkably fluent German. In the midst of the young man's horrified gaze and Natasha's delighted expression, Joss effortlessly recounted a portion of the previous conversation among the Hydra members. This unexpected revelation elicited a variety of reactions from those in the room. For the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, their task was essentially accomplished. What more was there to interrogate Joss about, given that he could already articulate their discussions? For the young man, however, this was akin to a catastrophe. Their reluctance to divulge any intelligence stemmed from their desire to retain some utility and thereby survive. Yet, if Joss had indeed grasped all that information, what significance did they still hold? To think you had such a hidden talent. What exactly were they plotting? Natasha's eyes gleamed with curiosity, clearly surprised that Joss had revealed such a skill at this critical juncture. How on earth would I know? I can't speak German. Joss looked at Natasha with an expression of incredulity, perplexed by her incessant and nonsensical inquiries. Natasha's smile froze in place, and after a moment, she regained her composure and replied, "But you just spoke it fluently." "Indeed, I can speak it, but I do not comprehend it. What is the issue with that?" Joss retorted defiantly. "So if you don't understand German, how did you manage to articulate it?" Natasha pressed. "Because the essence of humanity is that of a parrot. I repeat without guilt. Just so you know, I will recount what they said, and you can interpret it yourselves." Upon hearing Joss's explanation, Natasha and the others were rendered utterly speechless. However, having something is certainly better than having nothing, so she nodded in agreement to Joss. After returning everyone to Stark Tower, Joss found himself seated in the conference room with members of the Avengers. The silver-haired girl was present as well, for Joss was reluctant to entrust her to S.H.I.E.L.D., while Nick Fury and his team were equally hesitant to leave her alone elsewhere. Thus, it was decided to bring her along. To prevent any information leaks, she was currently equipped with a small device developed by Tony Stark, ensuring that she would not overhear the conversations of others. As for her feelings on the matter, she seemed entirely indifferent, exuding an air of icy detachment towards everything, which prevented any upheaval. However, as she listened to Joss recite German with a monotonous expression, his voice alternating between soft and resolute, sometimes even frenzied, with a blend of masculine and feminine tones, Natasha couldn't help but feel that her expression must have been quite peculiar. Nonetheless, with Joss's enigmatic ability to repeat, they had successfully acquired a considerable amount of information. Nick Fury, holding one of the documents, remarked, "From the information we've compiled, that base is merely a furrowed. Though the members of Hydra within are very much real. We need to consider how to deal with them moving forward." Natasha picked up another document and added, "Additionally, we have a list of potential traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the names here are few, these individuals alone could pose significant trouble." Steve, however, had been frowning deeply. Once the room fell silent, he slowly spoke up. "Compared to all this, I am increasingly suspicious of the remnants of Hydra. Perhaps calling them remnants is even an understatement. Their influence may be greater than we have ever realized." Captain America's concerns were not unfounded. The ability to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. to establish such a substantial base in a city, and to mass-produce super soldier serum. All these feats could not possibly be accomplished by just a handful of individuals. Upon hearing his words, Nick Fury cast a meaningful glance at Steve before responding. "The captain is correct. It appears we have quite a few troubles on our hands. However, I will categorize these issues and assign tasks accordingly. For now, let us discuss other topics." Before he could finish, Nick Fury extended his right hand towards Joss, who was inadvertently tapping his foot in rhythm to Fury's words. "Joss, I would like to invite you to join the Avengers." This declaration did not surprise anyone present. After all, Joss's recent achievements had been remarkable, and coupled with his seemingly endless array of peculiar abilities, it was clear that he was unsuited to remain a mere agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. Wait, before that, I would like to ask, however, As Joss gazed at the outstretched hand of Nick Fury, he hesitated to respond, merely furrowing his brow in contemplation. It was evident that this inquiry had caught Nick Fury off guard. Initially, he had anticipated that Joss would enthusiastically nod in agreement, especially since Joss had only recently been striving to gain entry into shnhield. The prospect of ascending to a higher echelon should have elicited joy. Yet, at that moment, Joss's demeanor was as calm as a tranquil sky, resembling not a test imposed by Nick Fury, but rather an evaluation of the Avengers as an organization. This was an unprecedented situation for Nick Fury. When he had convened Iron Man and Captain America to establish the Avengers, each individual had their own considerations. Thus, he felt no trepidation regarding Joss's inquiries. Their purpose was righteous and noble, a conviction that would remain unshaken, rendering Nick Fury impervious to any concern, regardless of Joss's probing questions. Do you offer a salary? Is there food provided? Are there housing arrangements? How many vacation days do we receive? Is there an annual bonus? Surely, being superheroes can't be pro bono, after all. We need to eat, don't we? Joss's barrage of questions left Nick Fury momentarily bewildered. Ultimately, it was only after Tony Stark vowed to provide Joss with a salary that would take an ordinary person a decade to earn that the matter of Joss joining the Avengers reached a conclusion. By the way, are there only a few members in our Avengers? Joss mused, observing the current assembly. Yet, upon hearing Joss's queries, Steve revealed a look of confusion, stating, "Since the Avengers were established 2 years ago, it has always been just us. Me, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Nick. This is common knowledge." I just thought perhaps there might be some hidden powerhouses among us, Joss replied, attempting to dismiss the unexpected reality with a light-hearted laugh. He certainly couldn't inquire directly about the whereabouts of Thor or Hulk, lest he provoke an immediate interrogation from the group. A month later, the situation became rather awkward as Joss realized that the Avengers comprised only a handful of individuals. Upon returning home, he still grappled with the reality of this revelation. The current roster of the Avengers included Captain America, Steve Rogers, Iron Man, Tony Stark, and shnhield agents Nick Fury, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton, totaling 6 members, including himself. While he acknowledged the temporal discrepancies within this world, the extent of the differences was rather staggering. Considering the multitude of potential dangers that lay ahead, the absence of critical combatants from the Avengers could indeed pose significant challenges. "What are you mumbling about?" inquired a voice, raspy yet melodic, from beside Joss. "Oh, it's nothing, merely pondering some matters concerning the future," he replied. Regarding the member of Hydra, shnhield, naturally had no intention of allowing her to leave freely. Firstly, she possessed no pertinent knowledge, and she had not committed any egregious acts against shnhield. Secondly, Joss was adamant about protecting her, attributing a significant portion of the success of this operation to her. In fact, the circumstances had unfolded in such a way that she had intentionally afforded Joss a window of opportunity to inform Steve. Thirdly, despite being the same age as Joss, her youthful appearance resembled that of a mere child, making it difficult even for Nick Fury to justify forcibly detaining her. Although Joss and his associates found her actions somewhat perplexing, she offered no explanation, which did not incite an insatiable curiosity in Joss. However, one certainty emerged. She was a byproduct of a failed experiment by Hydra, a mutant injected with an unknown serum. In conclusion, she was required to remain at Joss's residence, monitored by devices provided by Tony Stark that tracked her location. Although this arrangement was somewhat cumbersome, her treatment was considerably more favorable than that of other Hydra members. "By the way, what is your name? I cannot keep referring to you as you." It was only after a moment of reflection that Joss realized he had yet to learn her name. "If you are inquiring about my designation, it is 155-10721, she replied. "No, I meant a name like Natasha or Steve," Joss clarified. "None," the silver-haired girl replied, shaking her head indifferently, as if she had never contemplated such a matter. "Then how about I call you Lilith?" "It would be more convenient to have a name," Joss suggested, not probing further into her reasoning or the significance of her designation. The silver-haired girl appeared to have little reaction to his proposal, so Joss took it as tacit approval and settled on the name. Thus, the silver-haired demoness was henceforth known as Lilith. "Wait, what on earth is all that?" At last, the composed expression on Lilith's face faltered, revealing a look of disbelief. After Joss joined the Avengers, he realized that the life of a superhero was not as exhilarating as he had imagined. Not to mention global crises. Even city-level threats were rare occurrences. In Joss's view, such events would warrant a new blockbuster capable of grossing worldwide box office revenues. Moreover, aside from the Avengers, there existed a multitude of independent heroes, ensuring that overall safety in the world remained relatively stable. As for the Hydra operatives lurking within sneered, in the city, according to Nick Fury's directive, everyone was to act as if nothing had transpired until they were ready to strike with overwhelming force. It is precisely for this reason that Joss has spent most of his time training and attending to side quests, and in the blink of an eye, a month has slipped by. During this period, the Avengers' vigilance against Lilith has nearly diminished to nothing. After all, as far as Joss knows, there have been numerous superheroes who initially appeared as villains but ultimately joined the Avengers. It is hardly surprising that such transformations occur. Additionally, Joss's combat suit has finally been completed, featuring a unique design that accommodates approximately 1 liter of water in the back, allowing him to utilize a last-ditch effort with remarkable convenience. Although Tony Stark's expression was rather ambiguous when he customized the suit for him. Throughout this month, Joss has also undergone considerable practical training, engaging in combat with Steve and others, as well as confronting various criminals on the streets, significantly enhancing his combat experience compared to a month prior. Furthermore, he has completed numerous system tasks, albeit mostly inconspicuous minor ones, leading him to accumulate just over 1,200 points of Source of Demise. However, today he resolved to expend all these points. Both the system upgrade and the 10 draws required 1,000 points each. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively opted for the system upgrade. On one hand, he possesses sufficient self-awareness regarding his capabilities. On the other hand, he considered that a system upgrade might offer greater operational flexibility. Moreover, the upgrade includes a complimentary gift package, so Joss was not overly concerned about squandering his points. Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a retro gaming console from the last century, the system interface underwent a remarkable transformation in Joss's view, followed by an upgrade list appearing before him. The system interface has been upgraded. It now appears far more dazzling. The system has added sound options. Even the shards of glass declare it to be quite cool. The system voice now supports a variety of selections, from elegant dominatrices to adorable Lolas, and domineering CEOs are all included. The system now supports the vast majority of language versions within this universe, though evidently, you won't be using them. The system now features a login animation. Physical items are now available. Please acquire them through a lottery. The next upgrade will require 10,000 points of the Source of Demise. To his dismay, only one of the numerous upgrade options proved to be useful. What kind of foolish online game is this? It is evident that even after a month, Joss remains exceedingly frustrated with this system. Upgrade gift package is being distributed. The host receives the Dead Sea Fire gift package. Please select one option from the following. Random Zampakit, born with the Shinigami, perishing with the Shinigami. A powerful weapon known for its Shurikai and Bankai abilities. Random Ninjutsu Scroll, a scroll containing formidable ninjutsu, with a chance to acquire forbidden techniques. Random Devil Fruit, a fruit created by the demons of the sea. Consuming it grants terrifying powers, but also incurs the wrath of the ocean. What a scam. These rewards are utterly disappointing. After spending a considerable amount of time together, Joss began to surmise the potential traps concealed within this seemingly formidable reward. What is wrong with you? The 3 reward items appeared exceedingly enticing, yet Joss remained skeptical of the offerings presented by the system. Was the Zanpakuto powerful? Undoubtedly. If one could successfully achieve its Bankai, it would possess the capability to easily vanquish even Thanos, considering the power levels within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, the crux of the matter lay in whether he possessed the ability to attain the Bankai. It is worth noting that many Soul Reapers had resided in Soul Society for thousands of years without mastering this skill, illustrating the staggering difficulty involved. Furthermore, given the system's questionable integrity, it would not be beyond its reach to merely provide him with a model of a Zanpakuto. As for the ninjutsu scroll, that was an even greater pitfall. In the realm of Naruto, high-level ninjutsu represented the pinnacle of power, yet the difficulty of mastering such techniques was equally monumental. According to the original narrative, no amount of effort or innate talent could guarantee success in learning these arts. To take a hypothetical leap, even if Joss were a ninjutsu prodigy who could master high-level techniques, he lacked chakra. Among the 3 options, he contemplated the devil fruit for quite some time, ultimately deciding to select it, as he could not foresee any traps associated with it. With a flash of light, a fruit resembling a cherry, adorned with peculiar spiral patterns, materialized in Joss's hand. Upon witnessing this peculiar scene, Lilith glanced up momentarily before returning her attention to the television. During this period, Joss had produced an array of strange objects. Yet just as he had refrained from inquiring about her origins, she too had not probed into his intentions. Name: Imperfect Radiant Fruit. Rarity. Description: a radiant fruit that did not develop properly. Its flavor surpasses that of a typical devil fruit in unpleasantness. and consuming it only grants abilities to a portion of the body. However, this mitigates the possibility of being entirely abhorred by the sea. Upon reflection, this fruit did not seem too shabby. Joss examined it closely and found it to be rather decent. Although instances requiring underwater operations were rare in the Marvel Universe, and with Iron Man's various armors as a safety net, he felt no trepidation. Nonetheless, the absence of adverse side effects was certainly preferable. The notion of only part of his body gaining abilities was not entirely unacceptable either, whether it was a foot or a hand. The ability to emit laser beams from the radiant fruit was not to be underestimated. Even if the system had played a trick on him by only allowing his head to be imbued with this radiant capability, it would at least grant Joss the ability to avoid being easily dispatched, and with further development, a lightspeed head, but could very well become feasible. Reflecting upon it, although this fruit lacks the imposing aura of the original yellow ape, it still stands as a remarkably valuable acquisition for Joss in terms of cost-effectiveness. With this thought in mind, Joss no longer hesitated. He pinched his nose and unceremoniously tossed the demon fruit, which bore a foul odor reminiscent of excrement, into his mouth. Fortunately, given that the fruit was only the size of a cherry, he did not find the experience overly uncomfortable and swallowed it swiftly. If I recall correctly, according to the accounts of those 9 individuals, one naturally comes to understand their abilities and how to utilize them after consumption, correct? Despite the absence of a manual, Joss felt no trepidation regarding his ability to wield the power of the light fruit. Although depictions of consuming such fruits are sparse in the world of One Piece, even the few descriptions sufficed for Joss to form a general understanding. As expected, once the light fruit settled in his stomach, Joss felt a pure surge of energy coalescing within him, initially surging from his abdomen and subsequently coursing through his limbs. One might assume that in the case of a typical demon fruit, this energy would be transforming his body, altering an ordinary person into a demon fruit user. Alas, the energy within Joss was but a small cluster, evidently insufficient for a complete transformation, hence the sensation of its flow. Nonetheless, wherever this energy traveled, it brought Joss a wave of comfort, significantly enhancing his physical constitution. Quantitatively speaking, Joss felt as though he possessed the strength of 1.5 Hawkeyes. However, beyond this modest enhancement, Joss was more concerned with where this energy would ultimately flow. After leaving his stomach, it surged directly to his head, and before Joss could fully comprehend the shift, it veered towards his left hand. This development brought Joss both solace and disappointment. While a luminous head may not be aesthetically pleasing, it would indeed serve as a formidable defense. After all, even someone as tough as Wolverine had his head shattered. But if his entire head were composed of photons, Joss's safety would be assured to the highest degree. On the other hand, a luminous fist would also be advantageous. With sufficient practice, he could potentially execute techniques akin to the Yellow Ape's Amatsukami and the Yada no Kagami, alleviating his concerns about offense until the emergence of the purple yam essence. However, before Joss could finish his reverie, that surge of energy seemed to mock him, escaping from his hands and directly flooding into his legs. Legs, you say? That is quite promising. If he could achieve lightspeed movement, he would rival Quicksilver, wouldn't he? Upon witnessing the energy enveloping his legs, Joss felt a surge of joy rather than shock. Moreover, he had long wished to experience what it felt like to be kicked at light speed, as the Yellow Ape quipped. Besides, developing a technique to simulate a demon-like kick should not pose too much difficulty, should it? Yet, this energy seemed intent on eluding him, escaping his legs almost as soon as it arrived. Having traveled through his head and limbs, where could it possibly go next? The torso, perhaps? This time, Jossie found himself somewhat at a loss for words. Even if his torso had undergone a transformation, the potential enhancements were rather limited, and utilizing offensive skills became a daunting challenge. Sigh, it was nothing new to be deceived by this wretched system, at least with the transformation. He could evade the majority of attacks. In terms of defense, he could consider himself unparalleled. Having spent considerable time with this system, Jossie's nerves had grown significantly more resilient, rendering such trivial matters increasingly bearable for him. As expected, the energy within him coursed through his legs before ascending steadily, ultimately completing the transformation of that portion of his body. Wait a moment. Observing the glimmering Jossie through his trousers and the peculiar gaze from Lilith nearby, no, it was undeniably a lewd stare, left Jossie utterly bewildered. Why had he transformed into this luminous state? Hey Jossie, call me the Holy Gun Ranger. Jossie coldly interrupted Nick Fury's words over the phone. Huh, what is that? Your superhero name? That's rather hard to remember. I suggest something simpler, like Water King or Ape Hand, something easy to recall that truly represents your uniqueness, Nick Fury earnestly advised from the other end. Jossie felt a wave of frustration at Nick Fury's taste, promptly interrupting his nonsense. Enough of that. Are you running a zoo? Now we have spiders and hawks. Are you planning to add a monkey too? If you have something to say, spit it out. I'm in the middle of training. Ahem, right? Let us get to the point. Do you know about vampires? Nick Fury's tone suddenly turned serious. Well, I doubt anyone is unaware of such creatures. Are you telling me that vampires have appeared in Twisted Waste City? Within the ranks of the Howling Assault Team under S.H.I.E.L.D. There existed the Blade, a vampire hunter, so Jossie was hardly surprised by Nick Fury's words. Yes, Blade mentioned that a group of vampires is planning something significant. But everyone else is occupied with other tasks, so I must rely on you. As for weapons to combat vampires, you can consult Blade. No need for that. It's merely vampires, and I-1T require any weaponry. Even though the other party could not see him, Jossie shrugged nonchalantly. Hey, don't joke around. These are not ordinary beings. Nick Fury's voice sounded somewhat impatient, evidently believing Jossie had not grasped the gravity of the situation. Although vampires were mere fodder for most superheroes, they were exceedingly difficult to kill. If Jossie charged in recklessly as before, he would surely meet his demise. Nick Fury's tone on the phone was exceedingly grave, clearly expressing his desire to prevent Joss from encountering a downfall. Though their fighting prowess might not rival that of a super soldier, without the appropriate methods, they were nearly indestructible. What could one possibly use to vanquish them? However, Joss remained unfazed by Nick Fury's agitation and calmly replied, I will eliminate them. Well, in any case, provide me with Blade's contact information. I shall seek him shortly. Without waiting for a response, Joss abruptly ended the call, wishing to avoid further listening to Nick Fury's incessant chatter. Vampires? I refuse to believe there exist any that fear not the light. I am Blade, a daywalker, or rather, a half-vampire unafraid of illumination. The cold and stoic young man nodded at Joss as a form of greeting. Despite Blade's typically grim demeanor, he possessed a modicum of politeness. However, today he encountered someone whose expression was even more sour than his own. Oh, Joss responded with an air of displeasure, then settled into a corner of the room in silence, simmering in frustration, leaving Blade in a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, Blade was not particularly loquacious. Joss's apparent reluctance to engage in conversation suited him perfectly as he lowered his head to continue organizing his equipment. Although Joss was aware that Blade's true name was Eric, it seemed that Blade had no intention of disclosing that information. Joss had little inclination to dwell on such trivialities. Rather, upon seeing Blade, he experienced a sudden clarity. As if the fog had lifted from his mind, a realization dawned upon him. Indeed, he was not a savior. Why should he bear the burden of confronting Thanos alone? While the current lack of Avengers posed a challenge, he was uncertain whether Nick Fury could, as in the movies, assemble all those individuals once more. Yet, apart from the Avengers, there existed countless other organizations in the world. The Midnight Suns, to which Blade belonged, the X-Men led by Wolverine, and the Illuminati, which included Doctor Strange. These were all formidable entities. Moreover, the matter concerning Thanos was not one of good versus evil, but rather a grotesque tactic of extermination. Should fortune not favor one, anyone could be obliterated by the snap of his fingers. With this perspective, it became apparent that various factions, be they the Brotherhood or the Hellfire Club, could indeed serve as potential allies, including beings of unparalleled power such as Sentinel. If they wished to avoid a senseless demise, they would inevitably lend a hand. Hey, if I could truly persuade these individuals, I would find it quite exhilarating. Imagining the scenario of Thanos' arrival, surrounded by thousands of formidable allies prepared to confront him, Joss felt a surge of elation, even regarding Blade with newfound tolerance. However, the nature of Blade's gaze remained uncertain. Given his sunglasses, has Nick mentioned anything to you? What manner of existence is our enemy? As the Blades man inspected the bullets, he abruptly turned his gaze toward Joss. Are they not merely vampires? The means to vanquish them must surely be strong light and silver, among others. The depiction of vampires within the Marvel Universe deviates slightly from the conventional notion. To Joss, they resemble the advanced infected beings found in the Resident Evil series. Despite their frenzied state while feeding, they retain a significant degree of rationality. Furthermore, even ordinary weaponry can inflict harm upon them, though it rarely proves fatal. Most crucially, they lack the terrifying blood magic, existing merely as a cadre of elite cannon fodder. Otherwise, Joss would never have accepted this mission. Upon hearing this, the Bladesman nodded and gestured toward a nearby weapons cabinet. Choose for yourself, they are all silver. May I take these? Joss inquired earnestly. Get lost. That day, the Bladesman realized that he was not as difficult to get along with as he had thought. Ultimately, Joss selected a dagger and several boxes of ammunition, concluding his preparations. Although the array of weaponry available was substantial, many required extensive practice to wield effectively. Merely acquiring them would serve only to complicate matters for Joss. The silver dagger was chosen solely for the purpose of delivering a finishing blow. as he had no desire to utilize his radiant weapon to purify the vampires unless absolutely necessary. As Joss readied himself, the bladesman's deep voice gradually opened the floodgates of conversation. Today we shall assault the Drake family. Hold on, shut up. I'm not interested. Joss interjected, cutting off the bladesman before he could finish his sentence. I care not for the lore. It bears no relevance to me. I have no intention of delving into this side quest, so simply tell me where the target is, and we shall dispatch him without further ado. I am preoccupied with saving the world. Who has the bandwidth to concern themselves with a bunch of nearly extinct, pathetic vampires? On a moonless night, with the winds howling. It was a time for murder and arson. Heaven knows why, when dealing with those who cannot venture out during daylight. Oh, pardon me. Vampires. The bladesman preferred to operate under the veil of night. Standing before an ancient and imposing edifice, Joss, under the bladesman's insistence, begrudgingly set down the over 300 pounds of gear he had somehow acquired. At last, they had arrived. In this chamber, well, suffice it to say that it housed the leader of the vampires. You need only know that much. This fellow is my responsibility. Your task is to eliminate as many of the lower-tier vampires as possible. After confirming the distribution of their duties, the bladesman unsheathed his silver long sword from behind him. Indeed a silver blade, and kicked the door open, charging forth. He truly wished to be rid of Joss in a heartbeat. Every moment spent in the company of that individual left Blade feeling as if his very worldview was under siege. In stark contrast, even vampires began to appear somewhat endearing. Upon witnessing Blade's disappearance, Joss merely shrugged and followed his silhouette into the gaping chasm. To be frank, in his estimation, encountering a room filled with adversaries called for a strategic retreat. Perhaps a distant bombardment would suffice. As for any repercussions, had the Marvel Universe not faced an annual barrage of global crises? Would this particular dwelling be any different? Yet, whether hero or anti-hero, none seemed inclined to adopt such a pragmatic approach, prompting Joss to conform to the local customs and engage in close-quarters combat with the vampires alongside Blade. At this juncture, the system had not assigned Joss any particular tasks. However, he had previously discerned that simply facing perilous situations would inevitably augment his source of recklessness, alleviating any concerns regarding lack of rewards. As Blade made his move, the vampires hidden within the vast, ancient edifice surged forth like a tide. What is happening? Who are you? A rather imposing middle-aged vampire glared fiercely at Joss. Bang! The only response was a silver bullet that pierced through his skull, extinguishing his life in an instant. Regarding these pitiful creatures, incapable of leaving any mark upon the Marvel world, Joss found no inclination to engage in further dialogue. Upon realizing that Joss wielded silver weaponry, the remaining vampires fled in disarray, attempting to retaliate from a distance with firearms. TSK. It was no surprise that these pitiful beings could be slain by ordinary humans wielding silver. How embarrassing for them to retreat from such disgrace. The ammunition Joss had appropriated from Blade was limited, and after dispatching 3 vampires, his supply was entirely depleted. Yet, he harbored little concern over this. He had never been proficient with firearms, and his initial barrage was merely a testament to his unwillingness to waste any resources at hand. In a confined space such as this, employing a gun was an unwise choice. Should one fail to hit their mark, the stray bullets would soar unpredictably, dictated solely by fate. PS out of bullets. Charge. Upon hearing Joss's weapon fall silent, an unknown voice cried out, compelling the vampires to extend their claws and launch themselves toward the corner where Joss sought refuge. Though their strikes might not be fatal, they certainly preferred to avoid the sting of bullets, instinctively opting for close combat. How audacious for mere mortals to dare assault us. I shall rend you to pieces and drain every drop of your blood. The vampires revealed their fangs, their fingers transforming into lethal claws. Their appearance starkly contrasting the elegant and noble image often portrayed in legends. They were, in truth, a horde of bloodthirsty monstrosities. So, who bestowed upon you such audacity? Liang Jingru, perhaps? In midair, a hand seized the head of the foremost vampire, and a silver dagger flashed, plunging deep into its brain. As the vampire disintegrated into dust, Joss morphed into a shadow, plunging into the throng of vampires. These creatures possessed a combat ability no greater than that of a mere 0.5 eagle eye, while Joss, clad in his battle gear, boasted a formidable strength of 3 eagles, rendering the slaughter of these vampires as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Even without specialized skills, wielding a dagger posed little risk of self-injury, and combined with his overwhelming speed and strength, Joss efficiently eradicated all vampires on that floor within minutes, unscathed. No wonder the prospect of replicating the Blade movie seemed bleak. Such a level of power would undoubtedly struggle to survive in the Marvel Universe. Observing the ground strewn with vampire ashes, Joss shrugged and proceeded to the second floor. The confrontation with Blade was bound to take some time. And with the vampires now alerted, Joss sought to eliminate as many as possible. Upon reaching the second floor, a series of soft, playful giggles echoed from a nearby room. In the gloom of this vampire-infested abode, the charming sound evoked an unsettling sense of dread rather than allure. Yet, Joss seemed oblivious to this, kicking the door open without hesitation and charging inside. What greeted him, however, caused him to halt in his tracks. Before him stood not a grotesque vampire, but a stunning, unclad woman bathing. Her skin resembled pure jade, her eyes a mesmerizing blue, and beneath her exquisite facade, she sported 2 basketballs. Every movement exuded an irresistible allure as she lounged in the bathtub, her gaze curiously assessing Joss, showing no intention of modesty. In a neon-lit fantasy, this scene would surely be deemed a lavish spectacle, were it not for the fact that she was reclining in a bathtub filled with blood. A vampire hunter. I see. The woman appeared to be well aware of the chaos below, yet upon seeing Joss, she exhibited no trace of fear. Undoubtedly, she held either a high status among vampires or possessed formidable strength, hence her calm demeanor in the face of her apparent adversary. With a splash, she rose from the crimson liquid, the blood accentuating her porcelain skin, rendering her even more enticing. Care to join me, dear vampire hunter? She asked, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she beckoned to the very foe she should dread. Why not? Come on, give me a smile, lovely lady. Alas, I fear no one more than the loss of my integrity. You only jest, do you not? The countenance of the vampiress shifted at least 4 times in an instant. Were one to translate her expression into words, Joss believed it would undoubtedly convey the sentiment. Are you truly jesting with me? The female vampire was genuinely enveloped in confusion. Although she had no qualms about spending a delightful evening with any handsome individual, surely you are a hunter of vampires, are you not? To a rational mind, would that not seem a provocation? Should not a vampire hunter retort with something scathing, perhaps claiming to purify such malevolent beings or to declare that the foe is worthy of battle? Why do you take this so seriously? Wait, why is this fellow beginning to disrobe? Regrettably, Joss could not fulfill his urge to reveal his prized possession, for he was soon overwhelmed by a cadre of vampires lying in ambush behind him. Young demon hunter, your combat experience leaves much to be desired, does it not? You did not even think to observe what lay behind you. The woman mocked as she gazed at Joss, now bound to a chair by chains as thick as her fingers. Do you know how the last individual who dared to bind me to a chair met his end? Joss, somewhat disgruntled, pouted, yet his tone remained unwaveringly defiant. Indeed, this was a blunder on his part. In a moment of inattention, he had been besieged by this pack of vampires, who swiftly disarmed him of his silver dagger, his most effective weapon. They then, employing their seemingly indomitable bodies and a tactic of sheer numbers, forcibly subdued him and successfully bound him like a dumpling. Do not wear such a grim visage, dear hunter. While I shall undoubtedly take your life, I must confess I would not mind spending some enjoyable moments with you beforehand. Once Joss found himself immobile, Caddis, with great interest, reached forth to caress his chin. Though her words mirrored those spoken earlier, this time they bore a distinctly beguiling quality. Upon closer inspection, your face is rather endearing. Should you manage to satisfy me, I might consider transforming you into my progeny. Caddis's figure and features were indeed of the highest caliber, exuding an alluring charm unique to individuals of her heritage. After just a few words and gestures, Joss keenly observed that the vampires surrounding him had all subtly inclined their bodies. Yes, I trust my fellow men understand the reason behind this. Upon hearing Caddis's words, Joss's face revealed a keen interest as he inquired, if I am not mistaken, you must be the mistress of this domain, no? Does that elder chieftain not concern himself with matters regarding Thundercliff? Although she comprehended his meaning, Caddis merely smiled coyly in response, her lips curving in amusement. It was only after Walker, that ancient one, transformed me into a vampire that I realized he had long since lost such capabilities. Although unspoken, Joss understood instantly from the teasing glances of Caddis what she was implying. Recently, she seemed to be under some inexplicable spell, neglecting even her family, engaging in soliloquies, and consuming food with a barbaric ferocity, devouring even the meat chunks with abandon. Even if you hunters do not come, we shall inevitably rid ourselves of that useless old wretch. Joss had little interest in the quarrels Caddis mentioned, yet the transformations of the clan leader, Walker, piqued his curiosity. Unusual behavior signified extraordinary occurrences, which in turn suggested opportunities for grand ventures. Suppressing this intrigue, Joss resumed his scrutiny of the woman before him. Following such a declaration, the nearby vampires displayed not shock, but rather a calm demeanor, indicating that this woman wielded remarkable influence, having evidently brought the vampire clan under her control. What? Are you suddenly interested in me? Seemingly sensing Joss's gaze, Caddis provocatively twisted her body. Apologies, but I must confess I have no interest in you. Joss retorted, rolling his eyes. Caddis chuckled lightly. Men always like to play the virtuous gentleman. How could anyone in this world possibly dislike me? Behold this exquisite skin. This flawless visage, truly a treasure of the world. Huh. You certainly hold yourself in high regard. Joss couldn't help but chuckle. I have 2 reasons. Should you wish to hear either? What did you say? This time, anger finally graced Caddis's features. No one relishes rejection, let alone a beautiful woman of considerable stature. In her human days, she was a renowned model, and upon attaining her immortal form, she had ample time to refine her beauty, achieving an even more perfect appearance. Not only was she the clan leader, but even Walker, the one who transformed her into a vampire, was infatuated with her, alongside ordinary vampires who were equally captivated by her allure. Yet when she boldly sought a moment of pleasure, she was met with rejection. 2 reasons? Pray tell. If your justifications fail to satisfy me, I shall turn you into my progeny and subject you to eternal torment. Caddis's fury had begun to erode her control over her appearance, revealing her true vampiric visage, her once enchanting features morphing into the ghastly countenance of a pale, fanged creature. Joss, undeterred by Caddis's increasingly ghastly expression, continued unabated. Do you truly believe that possessing beauty grants you dominion over the affections of all? It is not merely because she is a woman that she believes everyone should submit to her. Such a foolish notion bears no distinction from a malignant ailment. Observing the smile on Joss's face, Caddis could no longer contain her fury, erupting in a roar. I shall rend you to shreds and grind you to dust. As Caddis's claw approached her own vulnerable area, Joss confirmed his initial suspicion. This woman was indeed stronger than the average vampire, possessing a combat prowess that rivaled that of an eagle. As the powerful wind rushed toward him, Joss did not so much as blink. Caddis's claw halted mere centimeters from his body, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. What is this? Caddis was taken aback by the intensifying light. Joss, observing her, chuckled lightly. Have you ever been illuminated by light? Even after centuries of existence. Caddis and her vampire followers had never pondered one particular question. How could someone unleash lasers from beneath? No explanation could suffice, nor could anyone remain standing, regardless of how undignified Joss's posture appeared. Yet, when the beams of light pierced their forms, all prior considerations became irrelevant. You shall all perish today. No one can survive after witnessing this ability. In a fit of rage, Joss unleashed a barrage of destructive energy, determined to ensure that no one would divulge this secret. After emitting dozens of lasers in an exceedingly undignified manner, the room was devoid of any standing vampire. Those less fortunate were obliterated by the lasers, while the luckier ones, like Caddis, were gravely wounded, their time swiftly dwindling. The lasers emitted by the shining fruit were significantly more lethal than ordinary sunlight. The searing wounds showed no signs of healing, resembling the decay of a poisoned body, gradually corroding their very essence. After incinerating a wooden stool with a component of the shining fruit, Joss successfully extricated himself. Glancing at the fallen but still breathing Caddis, he smiled and remarked, Did I not mention that I had 2 reasons for this? Beyond my disdain for your character, the other reason is of paramount importance. What? What is it? You are indeed still interested in my body, aren't you? The near-mortal Caddis, upon hearing these words, widened her eyes in excitement, her concern for her appearance surprising even Joss. However, he resolutely shook his head, dismissing her last glimmer of hope. When asked for the reason, Joss revealed an exceptionally bright smile, his clear eyes giving Caddis the impression of beholding a saint on a pilgrimage. In that fleeting moment, Caddis beheld a time long past, a time when she was neither a vampire nor a model. Back then, she was simply an ordinary high school girl, her greatest aspiration being to share a dance with her crush at the school prom. Yes, merely a dance. Caddis recalled her youthful gaze, so pure and untainted by desire or avarice. Ah, indeed, since my transformation into a vampire, I have likely forgotten the nobility of the human soul. Perhaps, as the old adage suggests, just before death, one's words turn benevolent. In this final moment of her life, her soul regained its clarity, reminiscent of the innocent girl she once was in her teenage years. You have not only brought an end to my sinful existence, but also salvaged my soul. Truly, you are an extraordinary vampire hunter. Caddis smiled warmly at Joss, a genuine smile she had not displayed in a century. Joss seemed to sense Caddis's transformation. Recognizing that she understood his feelings, and with a smile, he nodded, lightly uttering the unfinished thought. Of course, because I have a preference for petite figures. Could you kindly keep your bovine presence away from me? Caddis's eyes widened in shock, and before she could close them, she turned to ashes. Such an unwillingness to close her eyes. After dealing with Caddis, Joss encountered only sporadic resistance on his way, arriving at the highest level of the ancient building with little effort, where the clan leader Walker resided. Hey, Blade, have you handled it? Joss called as he pushed open the door. Though phrased as a question, he had already listened intently, discerning no sounds of battle within. It was evident that the fight had long concluded, allowing him to stride in confidently. After all, Blade was a superhero, and assaulting a small vampire stronghold was unlikely to yield any unforeseen complications. Then Joss beheld a tall, dark humanoid creature, single-handedly lifting the unconscious Blade, its maw filled with sharp teeth, gaping wide in preparation to consume him. "Excuse me, you've got the wrong door," Joss stated flatly, closing the door without a hint of emotion. Fresh meat. However, the towering creature shattered the wall, swiftly blocking Joss's path. As for the unfortunate Blade, he was casually discarded into a corner, the creature clearly favoring the flesh of pure humans over that of a half-vampire. Joss regarded the entity before him with wariness, his body taut with tension. The creature's black, slimy form, its mouth lined with jagged teeth, and an exceedingly long tongue elicited recognition in Joss the moment he laid eyes upon it. It is indeed the infamous Venom. No wonder that previously, Cardus mentioned something about blood-sucking followed by flesh consumption. Recently, it appears the chieftain, seemingly indifferent to all, has been parasitized by the venom. Heaven knows what transpired between this creature and its original host, Eddie, and why it has chosen to inhabit a vampire. The only thing Joss understands clearly is that he is in deep trouble. Main quest triggered. Look, we have discovered a wild venom. It seems that even if we decapitate it, it cannot be consumed. Quest objective: acquire this symbiote and receive rewards based on the state of venom you obtain. Hidden task: this venom appears quite charming. Might you consider taking a risk with it? Failure penalty: if the main quest fails, the system will demote you by 1 level and randomly delete 5 skills. However, before that, let us observe, having offended venom, if you lack the power to eliminate it, then should you fail to escape, your demise is imminent. Why does it feel as though this system is becoming increasingly mischievous, even while evading Venom's assaults? Joss cannot help but voice his exasperation at the sudden appearance of the quest. Setting aside the main task, what on earth is this hidden task? Does it believe itself to be the sort that would compromise integrity for a mere 200,000 points? For some reason, upon closer inspection, Venom appears rather endearing. In the end, Joss's rationality prevailed over his urge to stir trouble, primarily due to Venom's menacing fangs, which are far more unsettling than the close-up of a feline's tongue he encountered during his days of playing with cats. Yet, even when facing the enemy earnestly, Joss is no match for Venom. The creature's formidable strength is indisputable. Even an ordinary person like Eddie, once parasitized by Venom, possesses combat prowess at least equivalent to that of 2 or even 3 eagles. With its extendable and shape-shifting limbs, remarkable regenerative abilities, and extraordinarily exaggerated agility. Even as a relatively weaker member of the symbiote family, Venom still boasts strength that is dauntingly beyond reach. Similarly, as the leader of a vampire clan, Walker, who must be approached with caution even by vampire hunters like Blade, possesses a combat capability that also begins at 2 eagles. When these two forces unite, the resulting power can be described in a trite manner. It is undoubtedly not merely a case of 2 plus 2, but rather 2 multiplied by 2, yielding a terrifying magnitude. This power, capable of exasperating elementary school math teachers, can be said to be the most formidable adversary Joss has encountered since his arrival in this world. The actual combat situation does not fare much better than Joss's conjectures. Venom's speed and strength exceed his own, and even based solely on this, it could easily overpower him. Furthermore, with its slime-like physique, Venom's attacking methods become exceedingly diverse, allowing it to launch strikes from angles Joss could never anticipate. In contrast, Joss's attempts, whether through punches or kicks, or even slashing with blades, inflicted only minimal damage upon Venom. Aside from fire and infrasound, most forms of assault proved ineffective against Venom, and regrettably, Joss lacked both methods. Faced with an increasingly perilous situation, Joss quickly reflected upon his circumstances, realizing he possessed no specialized abilities to counter this foe. This battle would have to be fought through sheer brute force. Alas, had he disregarded that foolish blade wielder from the outset and opted for a more straightforward approach, he could have avoided this myriad of troubles. After parrying several attacks, Joss found himself somewhat breathless, while Venom appeared wholly unfazed. To secure victory, he discerned only 2 potential strategies. In the brief respite between exchanges, Joss promptly clarified his situation in his mind. Defeating this vampiric entity head-on seemed utterly impossible, yet he still held 2 glimmers of hope. The first involved initiating a Diamond Star Fist to restrain Venom, while simultaneously summoning Captain America for assistance. Even if he could not rally other Avengers at that moment, having that shield-wielding powerhouse on his side would render defeating Venom considerably more manageable. However, despite the existence of this option, Joss was disinclined to employ it, at least for the moment. With his life no longer in jeopardy, The worst he faced was a failed mission that might result in the deletion of a few skills. Thus, he resolved to test his mettle against venom. After contemplating his second strategy, a confident smile spread across Joss's face. The first plan served as a means of self-preservation, while the second was a cunning scheme for vanquishing the enemy. Perhaps sensing the shift in Joss's demeanor, Venom's assault momentarily slackened, accompanied by a boisterous laugh and an exaggerated licking motion. Ah, splendid. Only the freshest prey tastes delightful. This old creature's meals are truly unappetizing. It is clear that lively morsels like you are far superior. Although Venom's disposition was hardly amiable, Joss noted that this iteration of Venom seemed further influenced by its vampiric nature, becoming even more bloodthirsty and savage than before. With your taste, you dare to call that sustenance? It barely qualifies as fodder. Yet, rather than cower before Venom's taunts, Joss retaliated without hesitation. Foolish creature, you earthlings are fit only to serve as symbiotic sustenance. With a furious roar, the frenzied Venom lunged at Joss, oblivious to the slight smile curling at the corner of Joss's lips. His intention was to provoke Venom's ire without pushing it to the brink of madness. Otherwise, a more direct insult would suffice. Wait, Venom, he is deliberately provoking you. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with age, resonated, causing Venom's form to momentarily pause, allowing Joss to effortlessly evade an attack. Walker, you fool. Do not hinder me, Venom bellowed, as if engaged in a fierce struggle with an invisible adversary. Witnessing this spectacle, Joss revealed a triumphant smile. He had succeeded. As symbiotic beings, the two were bound to contest control over their shared body whenever a divergence in their objectives arose. In the original narrative, such symbiotic entities either coexisted peacefully due to a shared ideology or one utterly dominated the other. However, the current scenario was rather uncommon, as both parties were equally matched, yet their differing thoughts led to a disarray in their movements. It resembled the opening of the Venom film, where Eddie and Venom acted in contrasting manners. Yet, at this moment, it was evident that Walker possessed far greater strength than Eddie, rendering Venom incapable of directing him according to his will. The reason Joss refrained from utilizing the power of the fly was precisely this. Should Venom become excessively enraged and seize complete control, the desired outcome would be unattainable. Seizing the opportunity, Joss charged forward, brandishing his blade and unleashing a flurry of frenzied strikes against Venom. However, as the two continued their quarrel, they remained vigilant against their foe. Suddenly, two masses of viscous black claws ensnared Joss's arms, while a gelatinous tendril emerged from Venom's chest, binding Joss in a cruciform position, suspended in midair. Hmph, a foolish hunter, thinking a mere sword could harm me? Walker scoffed disdainfully at Joss's steel longsword after restraining him. Even without Venom's presence, such a weapon would pose no threat to a vampire. Now, even the damage from silver weaponry could be rapidly healed due to Venom's existence. He was the epitome of a perfect being. Walker had pondered this notion repeatedly in his mind. Hey, did you know? The more I look at your big mouth, the more I find it quite captivating, Joss remarked, suspended in the air. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Walker's half-visible face from Venom's head exhibited shock as he stared at Joss. I said, Joss squinted at Walker, I'm a bloody social security. A radiant beam of golden light pierced through Walker's skull without obstruction. Is it truly impressive to extend one's limbs? Is it surprising to manifest additional appendages for an attack? I, a man capable of shooting lasers, have remained silent, and you dare to show off? Joss declared with an arrogant smile, marveling at the advantages of possessing abilities, even allowing for the elemental transformation of clothing. Otherwise, he would have been forced to trudge home in a rather undignified manner. From the very outset, Joss's objective was not Venom itself, but rather the vampire Walker residing within it. As a symbiote, Venom possessed a nearly invulnerable physique, coupled with formidable regenerative capabilities and combat prowess. However, it harbored a fatal weakness, the host. Walker's headless corpse continued to attempt self-repair with Venom's assistance. Yet in comparison to the speed at which a vampire disintegrates into dust upon death, Venom's healing abilities were but a drop in the bucket. Although Venom could bestow remarkable regenerative powers upon its host, these abilities were not without their limitations. It was imperative that the host remained alive, even if merely by a thread of breath, for regeneration could only occur in the living. In the event of a host's instantaneous demise, Venom's considerable restorative capabilities became utterly futile. Furthermore, when Venom facilitated healing, the energy expended was still drawn from the host's own reserves. Otherwise, Eddie from the original narrative would not have resorted to frenzied consumption afterward. This predicament stemmed from the symbiote's intrinsic nature of devouring its host. As most temporary hosts succumb to a fatal erosion under the burden of the symbiote's power, barring a few long-term hosts. Thus, the death of the vampire Walker became an inevitable outcome. The laser beam emitted by Joss was a far greater weapon against vampires than silver, capable of inflicting mortal wounds even from mere contact with limbs. Walker, however, met his demise as a shot struck him directly at close range, causing his head to explode. In that moment, Venom not only failed to assist in his recovery, but also instinctively detached itself from Walker to avoid being implicated. After losing its host, Venom resembled a black piece of gum, languidly writhing on the ground, devoid of the ability to speak, and its cognitive functions were rendered questionable. Yet, despite its appearance akin to a mere slime, Joss remained vigilant. The formidable presence of the otherworldly Serene 2 was still fresh in his memory. Indeed, even in its amorphous form, Venom launched a fierce assault against Joss. With its body diminished and lacking a fixed shape, the attacks became increasingly rapid and unpredictable. Once separated from its host, the symbiote faced rapid decline, compelling Venom to engage in a desperate struggle for survival. It was at this moment that Joss realized this mass of slime posed an even greater challenge than before. Blades were ineffectual against it, and while lasers delivered concentrated penetrating damage, they were ill-suited to confront such an expansive adversary. Venom feigned a maneuver, leaping towards Joss while simultaneously launching multiple projectiles of black slime, each possessing the force of a bullet. However, Joss's combat experience is quite commendable now. With a swift twist of his body, he evaded the lethal assault of the Venom while his long sword deftly deflected two liquid projectiles, shattering the deadly trap in an instant. Suddenly, the gelatinous mass emitted a bizarre sound that resembled laughter, rebounding off the wall and hurtling back at an even swifter pace. Alas, in the blink of an eye, Joss comprehended the adversary's intent, gripping his longsword and attempting to pivot for defense. Yet, at that moment, he found no foothold, rendering him incapable of any maneuver. Almost instantaneously, the venom had already engulfed Joss, surging rapidly within him. Ahahaha! The venomous entity proclaimed triumphantly, now residing within your very being. Upon successfully infiltrating Joss's body, it erupted into a terrifying guffaw. Your manner of speech is rather peculiar, Joss retorted, his gaze vacant as he bantered with the voice inside him. What do you mean? Do you realize what you are doing right now? What is this? Ah! Initially, the venom harbored confusion, but in an instant, the voice within Joss morphed into sheer terror. Dare you invade my body? You must be utterly ignorant of the meaning of death, Joss sneered, his reaction to the venom's plight entirely unsurprising. Standing in the room, Joss could even hear the venom's harrowing cries of fear echoing from within him. How is this possible? Why is this happening? Why are you devoid of reason? Joss, you are the one lacking reason. Venom, no, my friend, I truly intended to feast, but now I see nothing. Could you perhaps point me in the right direction? Joss was instantly displeased, retorting, I shall point you to your doom. You might as well prepare for your demise. Joss could nearly surmise what the venom was encountering. Or rather, it was not far removed from his initial conjecture. If one were to speak of parasitism, Joss's body indeed housed a genuine deity, the system. Once the venom entered his body, it was akin to a sheep wandering into a den of wolves, destined to be thoroughly devoured by the system. As for the claim of not locating a brain, that was hardly surprising. After all, Joss's memory contained numerous pieces of information related to the system, ensuring that the venom remained oblivious. Successfully captured the venom symbiote. Mission accomplished. Threat level, medium. Reward, source of self-destruction 2,411 points. 1 fresh venom specimen. Although the venom had been captured, what to do with this entity now? In comics, the personality of a symbiote gradually takes shape under the influence of its host. While in films, symbiotes often appear as a chaotic blend of chaotic evil and lawful evil. Thus, the transformation of the venom before him was of little consequence. What mattered was that this creature's personality had undoubtedly spiraled into a state of turmoil, enough to warrant a trilogy of adaptations titled The True Delight. Although Joss harbored a certain envy for the formidable abilities of Venom, he was decidedly reluctant to allow such a creature to inhabit his own being. Moreover, considering Venom's malevolent disposition and its frequent humiliations at the hands of its own progeny, grandchildren, and even the neighbor, it seemed that cohabitation was not an absolute necessity. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Joss's contemplation, and he smacked his forehead, realizing that he had overlooked this matter. Since it was a task mandated by the system, it was evident that there would be further developments regarding the handling of this symbiote. Indeed, as the task reached completion, the system interface refreshed once more. Just as Joss was vexed about how to deal with Venom, 3 options materialized on the screen. Option 1. Decompose the Venom symbiote and utilize its remains to forge a custom-tailored equipment for the host, which can be specified by the host. Equipment effects are random, but will invariably include the attributes of symbiote enemy, and I am a tentacle enthusiast. Symbiote enemy. Because you have slain the flagship member of the symbiote family and adorned yourself with its remains, all symbiotes will perceive you as their singular target for annihilation. I am a tentacle enthusiast. The ability to don such repugnant equipment signifies that you are an exceedingly loathsome human. All sentient beings' affinity towards you will inherently decrease by 50. Are you jesting with me? Wearing this would make me a greater cosmic adversary than Thanos himself? Even if this were of divine caliber, donning it would invite wrath and hostility, rendering me a target wherever I tread. If it came to that, Joss would likely have to either retreat into obscurity or eradicate all sentient beings, leading to one of these two dire outcomes. What a farce. This is truly a disastrous predicament. With his cheek twitching, Joss hastily shifted his gaze to the second option. Option 2. Absorb the Venom symbiote and gain 200,000 points of source of self-destruction. This was straightforward enough, yet it surely harbored its own pitfalls, did it not? At first glance, this option appeared quite favorable. But the prospect of receiving 200,000 points raised Joss's eyebrows in concern. Anything that could be valued at such a point total undoubtedly entailed a perilous endeavor. What peril could possibly arise from completely absorbing a symbiote that had already been captured? Future. The word flashed through Joss's mind in an instant. Venom may not be overwhelmingly powerful, but its potential for reproduction was profound. In the comics, chaos, screams, whips, and extremities were birthed from Venom, formidable entities in their own right. Furthermore, the hybrid offspring could be likened to a rebellious teenager who escapes to become a superhero. The significance of Venom's existence could not be overstated. Additionally, the slaughter referenced, which merely appeared as an Easter egg in the films, added a layer of ominous implications. Not only is his personal strength formidable enough that it requires the combined efforts of Venom and Spider-Man to defeat him, but he has also played a pivotal role in numerous crises, affecting significant reversals. The impacts that Joss could foresee are already considerable. And when combined with the myriad of unforeseen or unknown butterfly effects, it is difficult to ascertain the extent of the changes that might ensue from Venom's demise. Furthermore, from a personal emotional standpoint, Joss is reluctant to eliminate this rather comical mass of black goo. As one of Marvel's iconic figures, his disappearance would indeed be a considerable loss. Alas, what a predicament. Yet, there remains another option. Puzzled, Joss's gaze fell once more upon the final choice on the system panel. Option 3. Think for yourself, though it is not advisable to continue any form of fusion. I knew this unreliable system would let me down. How could I have harbored any expectations? I must be a fool. In a burst of frustration, Joss hurled the long sword he held to the ground, subsequently delivering a flurry of kicks to it, as if it were the embodiment of the system itself. However, after this cathartic release, he still had to confront the pressing issue: what to do with the symbiote. Thus, I reiterate, seeking a serum would have been the wisest course of action. Now that he finds himself burdened with this troublesome entity, what to do? Although the system offered merely 2 suggestions, Joss was not entirely devoid of ideas. Simply put, the symbiote could at least be traded. Whether sold to the Avengers or another party, it could yield a substantial sum. One must not underestimate the power of wealth. If the neighboring Zack Snyder's hapless figure lacked funds, even with prowess, he would be swiftly dispatched by mere minions. Of course, even with money, he would likely still fall victim to the same fate, so the blame undoubtedly lies with Snyder. Without question, should he acquire a significant amount of capital, Joss's combat capabilities could be enhanced by at least 2 or 3 folds. However, regardless of the buyer, it is likely that Venom would ultimately meet the fate of being dissected for research, which raises the question of whether it might be simpler to absorb it directly. Rubbing his temples, Joss was acutely aware that this plan was fraught with instability. Another alternative would be to return it to Eddie, wherever he may be. Reviving the quintessential Venom would indeed be a commendable notion. The advantages of this plan are few, merely the friendship of Venom, but it also represents the least impactful option on the world. Weighing the choices, it may not be entirely unwise. Yet, to relinquish something once obtained would be a considerable affront to a traveler such as himself. Moreover, it is evident that Venom's presence beside him would yield far greater benefits than returning it to Eddie. Eddie's status as an anti-hero is largely attributable to Venom. Beyond that, he possesses little merit, having merely attracted the symbiote through unknown means, allowing it to reside within him for so long. As I pondered, a sudden sensation of exhilaration surged through me, akin to that of a minotaur delighting in the plight of others. What are you murmuring about? Why can't I comprehend your words? Why can't I absorb your essence and vitality? What precisely are you? The incessant, muttering voice of the symbiote disrupted Joss's contemplation. Lacking a second host, it dared not emerge from Joss, for doing so might lead to its demise from lack of sustenance before it could traverse even a single street. Absorb? Indeed. Initially intent on dismissing the symbiote's words, Joss was struck by a sudden epiphany and promptly inquired of the system. Is it possible to transform it into an entity akin to a magical familiar or a heroic spirit? One that does not parasitically reside within me, but can derive the energy it requires for activity from me, while also obeying my commands and retaining its self-awareness. The dilemma with the symbiote is that it must merge with another to survive, thus it cannot exist independently. Conversely, Joss found himself unwilling to, nor desiring to, become a symbiotic entity with the symbiote, yet he similarly did not wish to relinquish the hard-won symbiote. He had encountered similar modes of existence before, the most well-known being the relationship between the Moon People's masters and their heroic spirits. Plan feasible. Modification difficulty, low. Calculating. Requires the consumption of 2,268 points of source for reckless deeds, rounded up to 3,000. Does your rounding up mean adding more? The alteration fee is rather peculiar, essentially draining all the points Joss earned from this task, yet he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, once this opportunity is lost, it may never present itself again. Only the system possesses the capability to accomplish such a feat. Regardless, those points would hold little significance even if expended entirely on a lottery. Although he felt a pang of regret, Joss was able to accept it with relative ease. The system is sufficiently absurd, ensuring he would not be overly distressed about this matter. Constructing pseudo-heroic spirit contract, knockoff version, as the system's voice resonated. An invisible force began to extract the struggling symbiote from Joss's being, causing it to hover in midair and writhe incessantly. As beams of light flowed into the symbiote from the void, Joss immediately sensed an inexplicable, yet undeniably real connection forming between himself and the symbiote. Wait. At that moment, Joss abruptly interrupted the system's process. All sales are final. Where did you acquire such unscrupulous business practices? No, that is not what I meant. Can it be given a different appearance? This form is simply too unappealing to present. Initially, the symbiote's exterior appeared formidable and imposing, but that was only in consideration of its need to inhabit a human form. Now, if the system allows the symbiote to move freely, then this mere mass of viscous black liquid is rather distasteful to behold. Certainly, bring me the little black one. Joss made his decision without hesitation. The reason? The exquisite praise for the ebony beauty. Confirmed, transformation in progress. The once dim glow instantly reignited at Joss's command, and the venom enveloped within underwent a breathtaking metamorphosis. The viscous symbiote gradually transformed into a slender, delicate humanoid figure, its dark substance morphing into skin reminiscent of rich chocolate. With silver-gray hair, a smooth expanse of skin, and an alluring tattoo adorning her abdomen, everything mirrored Joss's memories of the little black Chloe perfectly, save for the absence of attire. Wait. If someone were to witness this, I would undoubtedly be whisked away, right? Why is she not wearing any clothes? Chloe's outfit belongs to the heroic equipment and is not included. I have never donned such attire. The system and the venom, or rather, now the venomous lowly, both regarded Joss with disdain. However, the voice of the venom now sounded adorably sweet, a stark contrast to the previous gruff tone. Though the choice of words remained somewhat cringeworthy, Joss nodded in satisfaction while reaching out to stroke the little black one's head. Despite her evident desire to evade his touch, a red tattoo-like mark on the back of Joss's hand suddenly glowed brightly, leaving the little black one unable to move, standing obediently in place. Ah, how delightful. There's even a command seal included. It seems this system possesses its moments of utility. As the venom transformed into the lowly, Joss received a message akin to an instruction manual. Firstly, although the current venom could act independently, it required periodic energy replenishment from Joss. Simply put, it needed a magical recharge. Hey, system, if I dismiss the venom now, can I still receive a reward? Joss suddenly realized he had stumbled upon a potential opportunity. Roll your eyes. TSK, if it's not possible, then so be it. Why resort to insults? After glancing at the little black one, Joss could only helplessly smirk, shelving his mischievous thoughts for the time being. Moreover, regarding the magical replenishment, aside from the conventional method akin to lunar beings, Joss merely needed to allow the little black one to attach herself to him for a while to fulfill this requirement. Of course, if efficiency were not a concern, as long as she remained within 5 meters of him, she could continuously draw the energy needed for survival. It's akin to the difference between wired and wireless charging. Furthermore, the current little black one not only retained the combat capabilities of the former venom, but, lacking an internal core, could now perform actions previously avoided to prevent harm to the host. Additionally, she could envelop Joss like biological armor, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. However, due to no longer being in a typical symbiotic state, Venom's regenerative ability has become unavailable to Joe. Additionally, there is that seemingly useless command spell. Although it bears the name of a command spell, it only exerts a forceful command on Little Black, lacking the enhancing effects characteristic of genuine command spells. Similarly, it appears to have been extracted from a mobile game. Thus, it does not possess only 3 strokes, but rather automatically replenishes to 3 strokes each day. In essence, it can be freely utilized for amusement. Despite Joe's feeling that this time the system has finally executed a commendable action, he also realizes that this transformation mode is exceedingly difficult to replicate. The conversion of Venom into Little Black is fundamentally due to the biological essence of the symbiote itself. The system merely altered her method of nutrient acquisition and provided her with a body created by the system. To draw a parallel, if Joe wished to establish a contract using this method with an ordinary human, the points consumed would be in the tens of thousands. As for those powerful beings, it is even more daunting to consider. Just the basic combat capability of a single eagle would cost dozens or even hundreds of thousands of points. Once everything was settled, Joe utilized a stroke of the command spell to force Little Black into clothing. Then he carried away the still unconscious Blade, who had initially thought he was merely a bystander in this empty mansion. However, Joe felt an unsettling sense of discord as he made his way back. It seemed something was amiss. Perhaps it was the result of having been duped by the system too many times before. This time, there were no apparent traps, which left him feeling quite disoriented. After pondering without any clear insight, Joe decided to open the system panel for investigation, and upon doing so, he was utterly taken aback. Source of self-destruction, 25252. Host is currently in loan mode. The loan must be repaid within 1 month. Failure to do so will result in obliteration. Remaining time, 29 days, 22 hours, 34 minutes. Wait. What is this nonsense? Why do I suddenly owe so much? And why will I be obliterated if I fail to repay by the deadline? This expenditure was used to transform Venom into Chloe's form. Hold on a moment. Why is this so exorbitant? It surpasses both the principle for transforming Venom and the task rewards, doesn't it? The host confirmed this before the explanation, thus defaulting to loan mode. Joe suddenly recalled that there was indeed such a matter. He had, after all, made his first colossal blunder in life. Congratulations to him. Wow, I truly did not misjudge you. You are indeed the legendary lowly enthusiast, aren't you? Just one night out, and you've returned with a dark-skinned lowly? When Joss returned home, Lilith lifted her gaze to glance at him, and from the cold smirk on her face, he discerned a particular message. One could ponder whether to liken her visage to that of a squirrel or to acknowledge that she had no intention of concealing her thoughts. In any case, her inner sentiments were plainly etched upon her countenance. Cough, cough, do not regard me so. She, much like you, has renounced the shadows for the light, forsaking the malevolence of capitalism for the nobility of socialism. Do you understand? Regrettably, in response to Joss's earnest attempts at explanation, Lilith merely cast him a sidelong glance before turning her attention back to the television, entirely disregarding his intentions. I must say, despite your quasi-house arrest here, why do I sense a diminishing reverence from you? A sardonic remark escaped Lilith's lips as she rolled her eyes, choosing silence thereafter. Such a shame. Those adorned with wings named Lilith are typically enchanting succubi. Why does it falter here? With a sigh, Joss glanced at the little black figure beside him, feeling increasingly vexed. Indeed, there exists a proud Lilith upon the moon. Why can't you learn from her? Proud and petite, how utterly charming. Is this the usual demeanor? The little black one queried, casting a sideways glance at Joss before turning to Lilith. Roughly so, though it appears her condition has worsened recently, in every aspect. Lilith responded with unexpected seriousness, despite her usual indifference towards Joss. It seems I've unwittingly acquired a rather formidable host. In a certain sense, the little black one mused, shaking her head before plopping down beside Lilith to watch television. Hey, why have you become so familiar with her? Joss exclaimed, bewildered by their sudden camaraderie. Just 2 hours prior, he was a sticky 2-meter-tall giant, preoccupied with thoughts of where to find his next meal, wasn't he? Left to contemplate the situation, Joss silently assessed his recent gains. Undoubtedly, the greatest bounty was Venom, or rather, the little black one now in his possession, at least in this current stage. He was undeniably peerless. Although there was no universally recognized or rational hierarchy in this world, the implication remained clear. With the little black one as his true cheat, Joss could, if he so desired, engage in combat without lifting a finger. However, taking action was an entirely different matter. Speaking of which, Joss also recognized the remarkable adaptability of humans. As the saying goes, a moment of social security brings lasting pleasure. Initially, upon acquiring this ability, he had resolutely refused it, convinced that he would never employ such a thing. Yet, after witnessing the might of the flash fruit, he promptly discarded his principles. For Joss, choosing between integrity and power was a dilemma that warranted no distress. Of course, aside from his newfound acquisitions, Joss believed that his impulsive actions had also burdened him with a significant debt. Although the points accumulated through regular activities can still be utilized for continued lottery draws rather than being forcibly deducted for repayment, Joss remained exceedingly cautious about spending a single point. Beyond these tangible matters, the most significant achievement of Joss's recent endeavor was finally establishing contact with the Midnight Suns. After all, they were the saviors of Blade. It was unlikely that they would refuse such a modest request. Thus, once Blade regained consciousness after being carried back to his home, Joss expressed his desire to meet with the members of the Midnight Suns, to which Blade readily consented. However, even with contact established, given the current circumstances surrounding the Avengers, it was improbable that all members of the Midnight Suns would be present. Joss's true objective in reaching out to them was to connect with the formidable Ghost Rider and Doctor Strange, both of whom were integral figures within that group. Yet, considering the disruption of the Avengers timeline, it was reasonable to assume that other organizations were experiencing similar turmoil. For now, there was no immediate means of contacting them. But it was certainly prudent to inform Nick about the necessity of augmenting the roster of the Avengers. The shortage of Avengers members had always been a vexing issue. If possible, Joss wished to gather as many original members from the films as he could. After all, in light of the current situation, several of the most powerful Avengers had yet to join, which would inevitably render them underprepared for future crises. However, one could ponder, if Thor were to remain absent from Earth, could Loki potentially lead an assault against it? Joss rubbed his temples, then dismissed this notion. No. Loki had likely been active on Earth long before the Age of Warfare, even during the distant past, as evidenced by his involvement in the Tesseract incident. At times, the intricacies of causality could be particularly vexing. Many events were interlinked, yet until the final moment, no one could ascertain the true impact of each preceding link. Joss found little merit in overthinking matters that were not his burden to bear. Since he aimed to enlist as many individuals as possible, he had a brilliant idea. Joss slapped his thigh, causing Little Black to leap up in protest. He had no choice but to use a command spell to redirect her back to watching television. Yes, the idea felt promising. With a natural demeanor, Joss retracted his hand and proceeded to dial Nick Fury. Once connected, he dutifully updated Nick on the current situation, as the real world was far from the flawless realm depicted in comics and films. It was fraught with bureaucratic complexities. However, he chose to withhold certain details regarding Venom, merely stating that Venom had escaped and his whereabouts were unknown, without disclosing that he had managed to capture it. What relevance does Venom have to my Little Black? All right, Nick, the official business is concluded. I wish to discuss matters concerning the Avengers, Joss intoned with deliberate gravity. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury appeared taken aback, his tone slightly elevated as he replied, What a coincidence. I also have something to discuss with you, but let us converse in person. Some matters are best addressed face to face. Joss swore he detected an undercurrent of intrigue. So, are you suggesting that you have awakened the ability to foresee the future? Nick Fury exclaimed in astonishment within a secretive enclave. Joss affirmed this notion, revealing his plan to exploit the world's familiarity with superpowers by fabricating an ability of his own, thereby hinting at certain impending events. Given Joss's previous demonstrations of supernatural prowess, Fury harbored no doubts regarding his claims. Thus, I assert that at random times and under random circumstances, I can randomly glimpse a segment of the future of indeterminate duration, Joss emphasized, momentarily tempering Fury's evident fervor. Clearly, the power of foresight was no trivial matter, compelling Joss to refrain from overt displays of dominance. Moreover, the timeline of this world diverged significantly from his prior knowledge. Even if he were to recount the plot of a film verbatim, his accuracy would be lamentably low. Given this low accuracy, it seemed prudent to capitalize on it. Leaving others speechless, I still find myself somewhat perplexed. What precisely is the manifestation of this ability? Nick Fury pondered, furrowing his brow. In his view, foresight was exceedingly rare, yet its impact should be undeniably potent. However, Joss's repeated use of the term random left Fury uncertain as to whether this ability was formidable or feeble. Well, it appears that his other abilities evoke a similar sentiment, suggesting he is not jesting. Fury reflected, mentally affirming the authenticity of Joss's statements. Joss scratched his head, then gestured with his hand, explaining, It's akin to perhaps foreseeing that today, while indulging in curry, I would inevitably envision you consuming excrement years hence. Is something askew? Regardless, I cannot control the timing of the visions, nor the specific events or targets they pertain to. Upon hearing Joss's words, Fury's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, though, to be fair, he typically bore that countenance. Viewed in this light, your ability appears rather inconsequential. Did you come to me merely to convey this? Whether it was the distasteful subject of excrement and curry or a waning interest in Joss's newfound ability, Fury clearly intended to terminate the discussion. No, what follows is the essence of my message. Joss smiled proudly. realizing the efficacy of his newfound ability to capture Nick Fury's attention, and continued. Although the insights gleaned from this precognitive power were often trivial during this period, I foresaw 3 catastrophic events of apocalyptic proportions. 3 disasters? Of such magnitude? Are you certain? Upon hearing Joss's words, Nick Fury's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Naturally, I have watched the Avengers trilogy countless times, Joss mused inwardly, maintaining a solemn expression as he nodded slightly. The first calamity involved the malevolent god Loki, who led the Frost Giants in an assault on Earth. Despite the Avengers' valiant efforts, a significant portion of the city was reduced to ruins. The second crisis arose from a self-proclaimed robot named Ultron, which instigated a war between machines and humanity. Though ultimately vanquished, it irrevocably altered the landscape. Regrettably, during the third crisis, the Avengers met with failure. Perhaps because Joss had mentioned that the previous 2 crises had been resolved by the Avengers. Nick Fury had initially worn a triumphant expression. He had assembled the Avengers precisely to confront such threats, and the future Joss described validated his choices. Thus, when Joss revealed the outcome of the third crisis, Fury's countenance crumbled. Wasn't the narrative just a tale of heroes struggling to save the world? Why had it suddenly morphed into this? Observing Fury's reaction, Joss felt a surge of satisfaction. Is it not painful? Is it not shocking? I bore a similar expression in the cinema. What transpired during this third crisis? Nick Fury, ever the adept director of sneered, and one of its most formidable agents, quickly regained his composure after the initial astonishment. However, Joss had no intention of granting him respite. He candidly divulged the truth. It was a crisis that would engulf the entire universe, orchestrated by a being named Thanos, who would annihilate half of all life. Such a thing exists? Witnessing Fury's dazed expression, Joss thought that the intimidation had been sufficiently effective, and it was time to pivot to the main objective. After all, he had come to urge Fury to assemble more Avengers as swiftly as possible, not merely to instill fear. Do not be overly alarmed. In those futures, I also beheld our allies, including Thor, the god of thunder, who commands lightning, Hulk, capable of fending off legions single-handedly, as well as Spider-Man, Ant-Man, the Guardians of the Galaxy, and countless others. As Joss passionately painted a vivid picture of the future Avengers, Nick Fury's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Those individuals you just mentioned, I have some inkling of their identities, Fury mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. During the climactic confrontation between Hulk and Abomination, he was drawn into a temporal wormhole. And since that fateful moment, he has remained untraceable. Spider-Man, however, is an individual of interest, albeit after investigation, he appears to waver in his moral convictions, prompting us to refrain from any hasty engagement with him. After a brief pause, Nick Fury continued. As for the other names, a few do ring a bell. Yet I comprehend your intent. It seems the Avengers may indeed expand their ranks. Although even without Joss's prompting, Nick Fury would undoubtedly pursue these matters. Instilling a sense of urgency would be more beneficial than a methodical recruitment approach. Nodding in satisfaction, Joss suddenly recalled something and turned his gaze back to Nick Fury. By the way, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Nick Fury, clearly not having forgotten the matter, cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Even in familiar territory, before quietly responding, it pertains to Jason's serum. We have traced its origin. Observing Nick Fury's cautious demeanor, Joss felt a pang of anxiety. Wait, you can't be implying that it truly originated from there, can you? Nick Fury inhaled deeply and then slowly nodded. Indeed, it is military property. And I suspect remnants of Hydra have infiltrated the ranks. The new recruit, Joss, right? This is your gear. Don it and report to the designated area. They will assign you a unit. Joss nodded, taking a canvas bag from the direction indicated by the military officer, and proceeded towards the area. This marked the 4th day since his conversation with Nick Fury, and now his role had transformed from that of an Avenger to that of a new soldier. According to Nick Fury's intelligence, the serum previously utilized by Jason had indeed originated from this very base. Regrettably, despite his suspicions of Hydra's subversion of this facility, it was imprudent for sneered to conduct an investigation here, leaving him, Natasha, and Hawkeye at an impasse, feeling quite at a loss. As for Steve and Tony, the former's very superhero moniker is Captain America. The notion of him infiltrating a military base seems utterly implausible. The latter, with his immense media visibility, is virtually unrecognizable. Assigning him to a covert operation would be nothing short of absurd. After much contemplation, it became evident that this mission was solely suited for Joss. Moreover, as per Nick Fury's guidance, since this operation ostensibly involves opposing the military, Joss should refrain from practicing his telepathic abilities as Captain America, lest all efforts be rendered futile. To blend in seamlessly, It would be prudent for him to avoid utilizing his supernatural powers. Only such an individual could be deemed a fitting candidate for the super serum experimentation. Although this requirement posed certain challenges, Joss did not overly fret about his safety. Whether it is the power of the flash fruit or the small black tattoo that lies dormant upon him, both serve as his life assurance. Coupled with his naturally robust physique, he is generally safe from harm. Although Nick has granted him a rather lenient time frame, he cannot afford to linger. A glance at the 25 days remaining before he must repay the system's debt ignites a subtle sense of urgency within Joss. It appears that within this less than a month time frame, he must devise means to navigate perilously. Joss curls his lips in disdain, having discarded at least half of Nick's warnings. Indeed, the precautions are mere fabrications, fundamentally. As long as he does not reveal his identity as an Avenger and manages to uncover information pertinent to the serum, all will be well. With these 2 points assured, Joss's range of possible actions is dictated solely by his principles. The rookie training period spans several months to expedite the accumulation of points. He must engage in various missions and delve into the secrets of the base. Being within a U.S. military facility and amidst a world where strength reigns supreme, rapid advancement is not without its avenues. Proving one's capabilities remains the most effective strategy. On his way to the designated area, Joss has already formulated a plan. Listen up, recruits. From this day forth, you shall endure a year under my command. Of course, unless you fail to survive until then. The instructor, standing atop a makeshift platform, bellows through a megaphone at the group of new soldiers. He pays no heed to his choice of words. Rather, he intentionally employs harsh language to provoke the youthful recruits, brimming with vigor and indignation. Clearly, his strategy bears fruit, as the new soldiers erupt into a cacophony of protests. Were it not for the awareness of their surroundings, they might have surged forward to confront the instructor physically. What? You refuse to accept that you're garbage? A bunch of wretches who have just crawled out from your mother's skirts. If anyone dares to dispute this, step forward. The instructor revels in the spectacle before him. Much like when he trained the previous 14 classes, these recruits are ever so easily incited to wrath. His aim is straightforward: to find a hothead to serve as an example, to instill a lesson about who truly wields authority here. He is acutely aware that many of these young men possess a modicum of training. Yet, it is precisely such individuals that tend to overestimate their prowess. The saying, "a half-filled cup makes the loudest noise," rings true. Those who have dabbled in a few months of boxing or fitness often feel invincible, as though they are the strongest beings to walk the earth. This is not merely a case of youthful delusions. It stems from their lack of exposure to a world where individuals surpass their own capabilities, thus cultivating a peculiar sense of superiority. The esteemed instructor Grant revels in witnessing the moment those self-assured young individuals confront the shattering of their fantasies. The battle-hardened soldiers of America, with their formidable combat prowess, could easily overwhelm these inexperienced novices. Those who lead unremarkable lives often direct their frustrations toward those who are significantly more capable, particularly among the middle-aged individuals who, aware of their impending obsolescence, find this sentiment most pronounced. However, the instructor himself possesses little talent, and having long surpassed his prime. His continued presence at the base is merely due to the need for seasoned instructors. In fact, such individuals are ideally suited for this line of work. After all, if one cannot withstand such minor setbacks, how could they ever face the battlefield? What's the matter? Is no one brave enough to step forward? Even an old-timer like me, nearing retirement, can instill such fear in you? What you possess down there is merely for illumination, correct? Spitting contemptuously onto the ground, Grant prepared to escalate the situation. Yet, before he could utter another word, he noticed a rather frail young man gazing at him with a face that suggested constipation. Instantly, Grant recognized that an opportunity had presented itself. "You. Yes, you, lad. What did that look mean just now? If you're dissatisfied, come forth and let me teach you a lesson. The very sight of you delicate creatures, who crumble at the slightest touch, irks me to no end." "Ah, please, sir." "No, that is an order. Understand? I am your superior. Are you defying me?" Grant's face flushed with rage, yet inside, he reveled in delight. The lad was frightened. Grant thought gleefully, his words showing no mercy. "What's this? Are you afraid to engage your superior in battle under such circumstances? What purpose do you serve here? You spineless wretch? Cough, cough. I am truly terrified, sir." The timid Joss scratched his head, looking at Grant with palpable fear. "I fear I might accidentally kill you." If one were to consider what Joss's previous life endowed him with, aside from formidable psychological resilience and martial prowess, his greatest asset lay in the art of mockery. As one of the most intricate languages in the world, his mother tongue excels in the realm of insult. Compared to the Japanese language, which lacks a robust vocabulary for cursing, or the English language, which, despite its plethora of sophisticated terms, often resorts to expletives when pressed. He asserts that there are very few languages capable of delivering insults for 30 minutes without repetition. This is neither a source of pride nor does it typically hold much utility. However, given Joss's current predicament and the exasperating system at play, it must be said that this is an exceptionally fortuitous talent. In a mere moment, Grant was abruptly overwhelmed, his body launching off the platform as he lunged towards Joss with outstretched hands. Although Grant's movements lacked elegance, the onlookers were struck with terror as they realized that the seemingly magnificent martial techniques taught by instructors in the dojo and gym were utterly ineffective against Grant's straightforward assault. His hands could serve as fists or palms. He could strike with precision from afar or grapple up close, all while maintaining a stance that balanced both offense and defense. Such a disparity could only be comprehended by those who had faced the grim realities of life and death confrontations. It was over. That young man was doomed. This thought echoed in the minds of the crowd, a collective realization dawning upon them. Fortunately, I refrained from intervening. Otherwise, I would surely be left half dead by this formidable instructor. Many had begun to grasp the significance of Grant's earlier movements, silently relieved to have escaped with their lives. No one believed that the young man could withstand such an onslaught, and the possibility of suffering lifelong repercussions due to the instructor's vendetta loomed ominously. "Oh, you people never heed advice," they mused as Grant charged forward. With a swift motion, Joss sent him crashing to the ground, exclaiming, "Let us see you wear that hat now." Empowered by the abilities granted by the flash fruit and symbiotic enhancements, Joss's combat prowess, even without resorting to his ultimate technique, was already formidable, at least on par with two eagles. Even a casual strike from him was beyond what someone like Grant could endure. Had Joss not restrained his strength to avoid appearing overly sensational, that slap would have embedded Grant deep into the earth. "I will kill you. How dare you assault an officer? I will see you in court. You cannot escape," Grant shouted, still sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise despite his fervent outcry. Ignoring the horrified gazes of the new recruits surrounding them, Joss casually hooked his foot to flip Grant over and squatted beside him, saying, "Instructor, you clearly fell on your own. How can you blame me?" Grant, furious and attempting to rise to retaliate, found Joss's hand firmly placed on his chest, halting him in his tracks. A terrifying force pinned Grant to the ground, and he felt an ominous pressure compressing his chest, producing strange cracking sounds from his ribs while air was forcibly expelled from his lungs. As the sensation of suffocation began to subside, all of Grant's furious shouts became lodged in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he began nodding furiously, as if recalling something important, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Yes, I fell on my own. It has nothing to do with you." Acquired source of recklessness, 146 points. Hearing the system's notification, Joss nodded to himself and then released his grip. Evidently, Officer Grant was undoubtedly contemplating how to reclaim the situation, which is why Joss received the points. Yet, these few points were merely a drop in the ocean for him. Although they were needed, they were not indispensable. His ambitions soared far beyond this modest gain. Moreover, encountering Grant, whose elongated visage resembled a springboard, incited an irresistible urge to leap at his face, thereby prompting Joss to instigate a series of events. Despite showcasing strength that remained within the realm of ordinary humans, he was far from being rivaled by the average soldier. As long as the higher-ups of the base were not lacking in intellect, determining how to allocate Joss would become their foremost concern. In a spacious conference room, located approximately 200 meters beneath the base, a place known to very few, a middle-aged man, inexplicably donning sunglasses indoors, scrutinized the information before him, furrowing his brow. "Oh, so this is the lad." Joss, hailing from a remote town in Tennessee, possesses physical prowess at the pinnacle of the average human capacity, remarkably skilled in combat techniques. But what an odd name he has. Beside the middle-aged man sat a gaunt individual, presumably a researcher, whose eyes were fixated on Joss's achievements, emitting a laugh reminiscent of a bespectacled nerd. In the distance, a bald man rubbed his head and offered a differing opinion. While handing him over to the doctor is an option, such a rare fighting force should first be allowed to exert his remaining strength. "I recall a troublesome battleground in Egypt recently. Indeed, that area has been quite bothersome. Why not send him there first? If he can resolve the issues upon his return, we can reward him handsomely and introduce him to our plans," a rotund man remarked, munching on chips while gesturing animatedly. Agreed. The other three pondered briefly before echoing the sentiments of the corpulent man. Subsequently, the man in sunglasses pressed a stamp onto Joss's image. "Are you really going to stamp that?" the bald man asked, perplexed. "It creates a certain atmosphere," the man in sunglasses replied coldly. "Joss, this is for you," Grant said, his face adorned with a smile as he handed a piece of paper to Joss, his jaw clenched tightly, each word squeezed out between gritted teeth. How could he not feel elated? After reporting on Joss's situation yesterday, today he received an order for Joss to join the assault team heading to a battlefield in Egypt. In other words, he was doomed. Though it was somewhat regrettable that he could not exact revenge personally, the thought of Joss's imminent demise exhilarated Grant immensely. Oh, Joss stared blankly at the paper. Then, in a fit of rage, slammed Grant against the wall, admonishing him, "You should wear a hat." In the Egyptian theater of operations. As a member of the special operations team, there were not many protocols to adhere to. On the afternoon of receiving his orders, Joss boarded a plane bound for Egypt. The journey itself was uneventful, and Joss's comrades resembled characters that could easily fill the pages of an urban fantasy novel with millions of words. Regrettably, within the Marvel Universe, they were merely elevated cannon fodder. They were akin to those characters who, for no apparent reason, could engage in a brief skirmish with the protagonists, yet ultimately held little significance. After gaining a vague understanding of the mission at hand, Joss found himself less concerned about the task itself and more contemplative regarding his destination. Egypt. When one thinks of this locale, the X-Men series springs to mind. He recalled the tale of a certain individual who awoke from within the Great Pyramid in the days of a young apocalypse, bringing forth monumental changes to the world. Emerging from ancient tombs are not solely legendary heroines. They might also be renowned hairstylists like Apocalypse himself. After crafting a flamboyant look for his three subordinates, Apocalypse, in a rather whimsical fashion akin to a certain infamous character, decided to amuse himself by eliminating his underlings. Unfortunately, his attempts to assert dominance fell flat, culminating in a loyalist turning against him and beheading him with a single strike. Beyond hairstyling, Apocalypse also boasted an impressive voice modulation and constructed a marvel of engineering, explaining the rather undignified manner of his demise. In essence, this location harbored a being who was theoretically immensely powerful yet, in practice, lacked the prowess to pose a genuine threat. During his month at S.H.I.E.L.D., Joss did not squander his time. Rather, he diligently reviewed the Marvel narratives he could recall. The findings were somewhat unexpected. It appeared that major events had largely been averted. Perhaps due to an overabundance of mundane individuals in this world, various factions seemed to be treading cautiously. For instance, the Sentinel robots produced by Trask Industries, which in the original storyline nearly eradicated all mutants, now faced hesitation regarding the potential repercussions from the Avengers or other heroic organizations. Similarly, it seemed that Apocalypse had not resurrected in his original timeline for comparable reasons, leaving Joss with no pertinent information to uncover. This raised an intriguing question. While the minor battlefield might pose challenges for them, it presented little risk for him provided he exercised caution. Should he consider awakening Apocalypse for a bit of excitement? Based on cinematic portrayals, Apocalypse's combat capabilities could be estimated to fall somewhere between 10 and 20 times that of an average hero, not an invincible entity by any means. Among its primary abilities, the most notable is undoubtedly the exquisite talent for hairstyling exhibited by the Four Horsemen. However, when considering the standard of 3 out of the Four Horsemen's capabilities, the threat level of this skill becomes rather questionable. Following closely is the psychic prowess, which, despite its seemingly formidable appearance, possesses a certain subtlety. In my recollection, during the mental duel between Apocalypse and Charles, the initial clash saw Charles decisively overpowering Apocalypse, only for the latter to inexplicably retaliate and subdue Charles thereafter. To Joss, this appeared less as mind control and more akin to a psychological battle, a contest of will, perhaps, leading to Charles's defeat due to his pre-existing injuries and weakened state. Additionally, Apocalypse's noteworthy skill lies in his command over sand and earth. While it may evoke comparisons to Gara, Apocalypse has demonstrated the ability to alter the very nature of materials, crafting alloy helmets from sand, an indication that this may indeed be his most formidable ability. However, the rudimentary manner in which he employs this power often leaves Joss exasperated. You can manipulate matter? That's akin to wielding one of the Infinity Stones. Even if my chemistry teacher had met an untimely demise, such an ability could potentially lead to world annihilation. Beyond this, Apocalypse's true power, or rather, his most primal ability, is the act of continuous body transfer. By perpetually shifting his physical form, he can extend his lifespan indefinitely while simultaneously absorbing the powers of those he displaces. This is the crux of why Apocalypse possesses such a plethora of formidable abilities. Yet, in the context of battle, this power proves largely ineffectual during combat. The likelihood of seamlessly transferring his body becomes exceedingly slim. Otherwise, if he could simply switch places with his adversaries mid-fight, the game would lose all semblance of challenge. Considering this, it seems plausible to release him into the fray, although the benefits of defeating Apocalypse remain uncertain. There is no doubt, however, that liberating him would yield a substantial score. Joss even contemplated whether he should request Apocalypse to enhance his own abilities, perhaps to facilitate a level up. As for the possibility of failing to subdue Apocalypse upon his release, well, one could always flee. With an abundance of superheroes in this world, must one insist on charging headfirst into danger? Often, in superhero films, a recurring trope emerges. A villain constructs a weapon capable of world destruction, guarded by an entire military base. The protagonist or their team must then infiltrate, sacrificing a few comrades along the way, ultimately thwarting the villain's nefarious plot. How commendable. But why not simply contact the Avengers beforehand, or inform a responsible party about the situation? After all, this is a military base, housing assets potent enough to obliterate the world. Why would a handful of individuals rush in recklessly, even if one were to follow the script of a movie? At such a moment, a phone call would undoubtedly be perceived as a jest. So, why not simply obliterate the entire base? All along, Joss had harbored a peculiar sentiment. If they were powerful heroes, it would be understandable. But the less formidable heroes, when confronted with a crisis, still opted to face it alone, which left him utterly perplexed. Thus, he resolved to flee. Despite his lengthy musings, they could not conceal the undeniable truth of his cowardice. As time slipped away on the aircraft, amid Joss's errant thoughts, he dozed off, only to awaken once more to discover that they had finally landed. You have arrived at last. Just moments ago, the Resistance launched the most significant offensive to date. They may be fighting with all their might. However, upon disembarking from the plane, Joss and his companions were met with quite disheartening news. Although you have just crossed the ocean, regrettably, there is no time for rest. The individual greeting Joss appeared to be an officer of the local military. Without exchanging pleasantries, they swiftly exchanged reports before the officer delved straight into the matter at hand. You are all elite members of the U.S. military, and thus, you need not serve as cannon fodder on the front lines. However, I trust you understand that your mission is fraught with even greater peril. As a map unfurled in his hands, Joss and his companions beheld a glaring red mark. According to our prior intelligence analysis, this location is the stronghold of the terrorist group. The officer pointed to the marked spot, and though his subsequent words remained unspoken, everyone present comprehended the gravity of their task. Indeed, as you surmised, your mission is to circumvent the front lines and infiltrate this site to eliminate their leader. Although their forces are engaged on the front, the garrison within this base remains substantial. An all-out assault with our stationed troops is simply unfeasible. Thus, we must rely on you. With a sigh, the officer produced several forms and handed them to Joss and his companions, stating, to prevent any leaks of information, we can offer limited assistance. However, you may list all necessary equipment and supplies here, and we will prepare them in the shortest time possible. The officer's words rang true. Such a covert operation naturally required utmost discretion, known only to the highest-ranking individuals within the base. Yet, while this approach ensured secrecy, it also posed a significant challenge for Joss and his team. The front lines were undeniably perilous. Entering such a meat grinder was akin to courting death, with survival left to chance. However, their mission was even more treacherous, a scant few individuals delving deep behind enemy lines. What exactly were they to accomplish against such odds? Ahem. To summarize, compared to the front lines, Joss and his team faced limited supplies, no reinforcements, and an exceedingly arduous mission, which rendered their endeavor a perilous one with a grim outlook. Yet, this is the essence of elite forces, with rewards and honors surpassing those of others. They are naturally tasked with feats beyond the capacity of the average individual. For this reason, no member of Joss's squad uttered a word of complaint, silently filling out their requisition forms for necessary supplies. Sir, is there an error in this form? A young soldier, meticulously scrutinizing the document in his hands, could no longer restrain himself and glanced up at his superior. The officer cast a sidelong glance at the words on the list, feeling a subtle wave of discomfort wash over him. The requisition contained only 2 items, a snug little backpack and some purified water, unremarkable supplies that were hardly uncommon. However, the second item, marked with an array of ostentatious designs to ensure visibility, left him shaking his head in resignation. Let it be, they are true elites. The level of combat experience they possess is beyond the comprehension of one like me, who remains in the rear. Do you think this request is erroneous? Hurry, prepare to go. He waved off the young soldier, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, a sense of inexplicable melancholy settling within him. Although concealing their capabilities was a misstep on his part, it mattered little. They were unlikely to return, and surely they would not hold him accountable, would they? He had never disclosed to Joss and his team that the garrison's defensive strength was nearly 5 times that of this base. In the heat of battle, the efficiency of the garrison was astounding, with various supplies arriving in a mere 10 minutes. What items have you all requested? A scarred giant, fondling a Grendel machine gun, inquired of his companions. After all, They were soon to become comrades in arms, perhaps even sharing the same fate, and during this interval, they sought to learn as much as possible about one another. Although this group possessed a foundational level of skills in endurance, combat, and weaponry, each individual naturally had their own area of expertise. Sniper rifle ammunition, water, grenades, a diminutive man bearing a sniper rifle acknowledged, understanding this principle well. Assault rifles, daggers, handguns, common items. A bald African-American with 2 eyes raised his weapon in affirmation. The squad, including Joss, comprised a total of 22 members, and their introductions did not consume much time. Having previously exchanged few words during the flight, most had already become familiar with one another. Strange. Where's that fellow named Joss? Someone remarked, prompting the group to realize they had not seen him. I just heard that his requested supplies were too numerous to transport all at once, so he went over himself. The scarred, muscular man furrowed his brow and remarked, although his combat prowess is commendable, I had heard he was merely a new recruit in the barracks, and it appears that is indeed the case. Humph, a new recruit? No wonder. Does he think we are merely going camping? It is only natural that these individuals are incensed. Carrying excessive burdens will undoubtedly impede our speed. If one person's actions slow down an entire team, that individual will surely become a pariah. Wait, he's coming. Just as discontent brewed among the crowd, a keen-eyed observer spotted a figure approaching in the distance, or rather, a small moving hill. Joss appeared before them, bearing an enormous package on his back, reminiscent of a character from a Disney cartoon. For a moment, they were at a loss as to whether to marvel at Joss's strength or the absurdity of the package itself. What on earth did you bring, Joss? The scarred man gulped, muttering to himself. Upon hearing this, Joss displayed a slightly bashful expression and chuckled. Oh, it's nothing much, just a bit of TNT. Just a bit of TNT? How can you be so modest? The crowd internally scoffed. However, the bald African-American's expression suddenly grew serious as he sensed something amiss. Wait, are you saying that entire package contains TNT? Indeed, a staggering 1,340 kilograms, Joss replied with pride. As one renowned assassin aptly stated, as long as you eliminate everyone, no one will notice your stealth. By the same token, if one were to obliterate the base, no one would discover the infiltration had failed. Ultimately, the 22 individuals were divided into 4 small teams to operate independently, being a raiding force. Such a large congregation would be far too conspicuous. Should they be captured in one fell swoop, all previous efforts would be in vain. Hence, it was prudent to split into smaller groups to enhance their chances of success. Of course, it was also possible that they simply wished to avoid being near Joss, the living explosive. Theoretically, 1 kilogram of TNT possesses the capacity to devastate an area of approximately 50 meters, with a lethal radius extending up to 400 meters for the human body. Thus, the effective kill radius of 1 kilogram of TNT is at least 200 meters. What, then, of over a ton of TNT? No one had ever attempted such a thing. This audacious idea would be unheard of on a conventional battlefield. After all, such a vast quantity of explosives presents a glaring target, compounded by transportation issues and practicality, rendering it a profoundly inefficient strategy. Yet Joss had evidently transcended these limitations. In the realm of extraordinary beings akin to those in the Marvel Universe, even Hawkeye could lift the front end of a car, for most. Carrying a ton of material is not an exaggerated feat, however. No one would reasonably carry a ton of TNT. Thus, when the proposal for divided operations was presented, there was unanimous consent, although those assigned to Joss's group appeared distinctly apprehensive. By a remarkable coincidence, the scar-faced man, the sniper, and the bald man with 2 eyes were precisely the trio partnered with Joss. You needn't wear such grim expressions, he remarked, sensing their unease. Have you not considered that our adversaries might harbor similar concerns? Observing their countenances, Joss felt it was time to speak up. What do you mean? The scar-faced man introduced himself as Leisure, though he did not reveal his true name, showing little regard for it. If such a powerful explosion were to occur, it is likely that no living being would remain within a several-kilometer radius. The enemy is undoubtedly afraid. Before Joss could respond, the sniper, a diminutive fellow named Simon, interjected, revealing himself as one of the finest marksmen from their previous base. It was a mystery how someone so rare and difficult to train ended up on such a battlefield. Suddenly, it seems we might be the safest here, mused the dual pistol-wielding black man, Abanu, who flashed a bright smile, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Well, that's about the gist of it, Joss affirmed, gesturing with his thumb. You are the least qualified to make such statements. The previously amiable trio turned on Joss, berating him vehemently. On the second day since their departure, Joss and his companions traversed the ruins of a small city not far from the battlefield. Their path required them to navigate through this desolate landscape before taking a detour of over 10 kilometers to reach their destination. Lord, May you grant peace to the souls of those here, Leisure lamented as he surveyed the devastation. A profoundly sorrowful expression gracing his features as he traced a cross over his chest, revealing himself to be a devout Christian. Jesus has no jurisdiction here. The Egyptians must seek their own deities. Joss coldly shattered Leisure's moment of compassion, cheerfully disregarding the ire that simmered within him. Indeed, it was evident that the act of mocking could become addictive, regardless of Joss's perspective on Leisure's behavior. The city before them was a tragic microcosm of countless lives ravaged by war. Once, ordinary people lived here, filled with dreams, love, careers, and families, but when war struck, all they held dear was reduced to ashes. In the silent ruins, it seemed that the weight of sorrow had silenced all, until Simon suddenly signaled to the group, "Attention! There are people ahead." He promptly sought cover, prompting the others to follow suit and conceal themselves swiftly. Except for Joss, who was encumbered by his oversized backpack, rendering him unable to hide effectively. "Damn it, how could they have spotted us?" Came a frantic voice from the shadows, filled with exasperation. "No matter, charge. Everyone advance." As the individual spoke, Joss was suddenly surrounded by a throng of people, each brandishing a variety of firearms. Although the others had not intentionally abandoned him, the massive backpack he carried rendered him an unmistakable target, leaving no one willing to hide alongside him. Sigh, while I can comprehend the rationale, it is undeniably disheartening. Am I being betrayed by my own comrades? Joss clicked his tongue, then directed his gaze towards the source of the earlier outburst, where he spotted a filthy man, presumably the leader of this group, emerging into view. The scene before him was unsurprising. This territory had long been claimed by the notorious organization. As was evident from prior intelligence reports, Joss and his companions had opted for this route to create a diversion, enabling their teammates on a different path to advance successfully. Likewise, others would later assist in drawing the enemy's attention away from Joss and his group, but that contingency hinged on their ability to navigate through this area unscathed. Who dares enter here at such a time? And what is that behind you? The leader's countenance was imposing, his inquiry carrying an air of intimidation, yet ultimately, his gaze was drawn to the backpack Joss bore. In response to the question, Joss shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "We are from the American military base. Is there a problem?" The leader, clearly taken aback by Joss's candid admission, momentarily faltered, but soon a glint of menace illuminated his eyes. "A true man you are. Brothers, eliminate him." As for your second question, amidst the cacophony of weapons being readied, Joss exhibited no signs of trepidation. He casually placed his backpack on the ground and unleashed a thunderous roar that sent chills through the hearts of all present. "You must believe me. I bring peace," Joss declared with an innocuous smile, gesturing towards the contents of his backpack. "Everyone, drop your weapons." The leader's voice cracked in sheer panic. "Look, they're already lowering their guns. This is truly peaceful." The nature of the so-called Russian-style counterterrorism is inherently stable. It is exceedingly difficult to trigger an explosion, whether by gunfire or flames. However, knowing this does little to quell the fear that arises. For the distinction between being hard to detonate and actually detonating remains significant. Besides, no one could ascertain whether Joss had concealed explosives within his backpack. A mere misfire could transform this derelict city into a wasteland. "I tell you, your mere 100 or so men are already encircled by me. Surrender swiftly and lay down your arms," Joss proclaimed, arms crossed and head tilted back as he spoke loudly. "Advance. Everyone attack. Kill him." Clearly, the leader had no intention of accepting Joss's overture. Although the gunfight was averted, it was inevitable that neither side would simply withdraw. Amidst the shouts and curses of their leader, his subordinates brandished iron rods and steel knives, charging towards Joss. Unfazed by the imminent close combat, Joss let out a cold laugh and lunged forward. With a swift motion, he retrieved a pair of black gloves from within his coat, donning them with purpose. As he swung his fist, the gloves transformed into lethal claws, instantly dispatching the nearest assailant. The onlookers assumed these were his weapons, oblivious to the fact that they were, in reality, one of the most dangerous symbiotic organisms from the Marvel Universe. Though the modified symbiote could no longer fully merge with the host, it could instead serve as an enhancement for Joss, offering him greater convenience. To avoid drawing suspicion and to subtly conceal one of his trump cards, Joss refrained from allowing the symbiote to undergo a full transformation. He merely extended the claws by about half a meter. Even so, within this throng of terrorists, Joss moved like a wolf among sheep, dispatching his foes with a single swipe, all while sustaining minimal injuries thanks to his speed and reflexes. After effortlessly eliminating an enemy, Joss deftly plucked a grenade from the assailant's belt. With a flick of his fingers, he removed the pin and, without a glance, tossed it into the crowd. The ensuing explosion wrought havoc, leaving devastation in its wake. A sharp gunshot rang out, and Joss glanced sideways to see a figure preparing to ambush him from behind, only to have their head blown apart by an unknown sniper. It was Joss's comrades. Despite a slight delay due to unforeseen circumstances, these elite soldiers swiftly switched to melee weapons and joined the fray. The mighty Hercules swung a massive iron rod, causing bone-crushing devastation with each strike. Oben swiftly maneuvered through the enemy ranks, wielding two curved blades with precision, efficiently reaping lives. It must be noted that in the absence of firearms, the scattered mercenaries were no match for Joss and his companions in hand-to-hand combat. As for Simon's elusive sniping, it served as a safeguard for the lives of those present, allowing them to fight with confidence. In a situation where no one dared to use firearms, Simon, without any psychological burden, employed his sniper rifle. Undoubtedly a testament to his unwavering confidence in his shooting skills. Boom. In the distance, Joss detonated several grenades, sending shrapnel and flames soaring into the air. His hands, encased in black claws, effortlessly tore through the bodies of the terrorists amidst the fiery chaos. While others refrained from using firearms, Joss displayed no hesitation in wielding grenades, a clear reflection of his audacious confidence in his reckless abilities. Uncertain of the reason, after witnessing Joss's movements, his comrades seemed to be inspired, rising to confront the enemy with renewed vigor. In an astonishing turn of events, 4 of them faced off against a 100-man battalion, and it appeared that Joss and his companions had the upper hand. If they did not hasten to conclude the battle, this madman might detonate the over 600 kilograms of explosives right here. Urgently, they shouted for reinforcements to intensify their assault, though the 3 warriors lacked telepathic abilities. At that moment, they gleaned a shared understanding from each other's gazes, stances, and even the bullets they fired. Even within the realm of ordinary individuals, a professional boxer can effortlessly evade the attacks of an amateur, dominating the bout with ease. The disparity was even more pronounced among Joss's group. The 3 warriors were elite soldiers, while their adversaries were mere lower-tier members of a terrorist organization. If firearms were involved, the outcome might be uncertain. However, in a hand-to-hand combat scenario, the result was already predetermined. Damn it, forget everything else. Use your weapons. Do you hear me? Fire, you fools. The leader, upon finally comprehending the situation, noticed that hardly any of his subordinates remained standing beside him. Realizing the tide had turned against him, he hastily abandoned his last remaining followers and fled without a trace. Unfortunately for him, though he may have possessed courage, his tactical acumen was not lacking. Upon discovering that Joss's team had a sniper, he cleverly took refuge behind obstacles. Otherwise, he would have been shot down by Simon long ago. Chase him. Don't let him escape. The warrior bellowed, immediately pursuing the fleeing leader. Although their mission was merely to divert the enemy's attention, in such a scenario, there was clearly no reason to let the opportunity to eliminate a minor leader slip away. Joss nodded in agreement, dispatching the last enemy with a swift strike before following closely behind the warrior. Observing this, Abaniu chose not to pursue further, instead retreating to protect Simon, the sniper. Haha. What's wrong? Surprised? Suddenly, the leader's unpleasant laughter reached Joss's ears, and he then saw the warrior standing as still as a statue. What is happening? Joss furrowed his brow and approached the warrior, only to understand the reason behind his expression. The leader was gripping a small girl with his left hand, while a gun was pressed against her temple with his right. He had taken a hostage. Heaven knows from where he had procured this child. In her current state of shock, her face was expressionless, and her hollow eyes stared blankly ahead, evoking deep sympathy. Oh noble American soldiers. I believe you wouldn't want to become like us terrorists, would you? So, if you don't wish for her to perish, do not make any sudden movements and drop all your weapons. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed, and the girl collapsed to the ground. Now that the hostage is dead, I advise you to surrender immediately. Joss took a breath and remarked nonchalantly, everything is proceeding according to plan. What to do upon discovering terrorists? Unleash all weaponry upon them. What if terrorists are holed up in a building? Blow it up. And if there are hostages? Simply eliminate the hostages, and thus they will no longer exist. This was the essence of the Russian approach to counterterrorism. Joss executed this strategy with ruthless efficiency, raising his weapon and executing the hostage without hesitation, leading to the swift subjugation of the terrorist leader. Good heavens! I can hardly fathom how to deal with a single terrorist. Encountering such a lunatic, why would one not hastily surrender? Is one seeking a death wish? The leader, despite the grim circumstances, did not exhibit overt fear. For individuals who wore their belts around their heads, the notions of capture or death were trivial. Indeed, one could hardly consider them terrorists without a certain mental fortitude. Yet, beneath his bravado, the leader discreetly activated a distress signal embedded in his device, alerting his base of the attack. Fearlessness was one thing, but he remained committed to his duties. Understanding the mindset of these terrorists is inherently complex. Attempting to comprehend their anti-human ideology from a human perspective is an impractical endeavor. As the final byte of data was transmitted, the leader felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the message reached his base, the losses here would be inconsequential. Regardless of the ensuing actions of the American forces, they would inevitably falter. But then, he heard a chilling phrase that sent shivers down his spine. Instinctively, he glanced at Joss, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart. Before he could react, Joss's hand, akin to a dark claw, sliced through the leader's throat. Initially, the plan was to ensure he communicated the attack to the central base. Once it was known that their forward base was under siege, the enemy's attention would be drawn here, allowing Joss's allies to launch their offensive. Concurrently, another, even more critical base would be targeted, rendering Joss's actions a mere feint and leading the enemy to abandon this front. It was under this intricate web of deception that the true intentions of their operation remained obscured. The reason for such complexity lay in the fact that even Joss's team had only solidified their strategy just before their departure. Indeed, no one with a modicum of rationality would conceive the audacious strategy of a lone individual bearing 4 explosives to infiltrate an enemy base for demolition. Yet, this seemingly ludicrous plan became a reality, all due to the existence of a person who possessed both the requisite strength and a penchant for madness. Under normal circumstances, the U.S. military could orchestrate equivalent destructive airstrikes. However, be it missiles or fighter jets, they would invariably be intercepted from a distance by the adversary. Only Joss's approach could elude detection entirely. After eliminating the leader, the mighty warrior could not refrain from speaking. I know what you are about to say, but there is no alternative. This is war. Please, do not be so naive. We are not superheroes, and in such circumstances, there are no other options. Upon learning that the warrior was a Christian, Joss surmised the forthcoming words and waved his hand dismissively to interrupt. Yet, the warrior persisted. No. What I meant to say is, yes, she is also alive. I should contemplate other solutions, but this is unavoidable, Joss interjected. No. I meant to say she is not dead. Was all of this within your calculations? Joss swiftly turned to glance at the girl, only to find her unscathed, standing with her previous expression intact. Yes, it was all within my calculations. I anticipated this outcome, Joss asserted with a strained expression, his gaze fixed on the girl. Why isn't she dead? You ask me, I ask whom? Wait a moment. This face, this hairstyle, this height. Initially, Joss felt indifferent, yet the more he observed, the more familiar she appeared, as if he had encountered her before. The girl seemed to sense Joss's scrutiny and approached him slowly. Indeed, this demeanor, this gait is undeniably familiar, Joss pondered, yet he could not recall where he had seen her. Suddenly, a metallic sound disrupted Joss's contemplation. He looked up to see the girl leaping towards him, her hands adorned with metallic claws, and similar appendages sprouting from her feet. Goodness, Laura. Upon recognizing the infamous six-claw flow number 2, Joss realized the girl was indeed the offspring of Logan's legacy, a clone known as 2233. Oh, wait, that pertains to another lineage. It's 23, a creation derived from Wolverine's genes. Although a clone, she is essentially a sister of the Wolverine. If that is the case, she is not merely a little girl, but rather a legally permissible young lady of similar age to Wolverine. As Joss faced 6 gleaming claws, a whirlwind of utterly unrelated thoughts surged through his mind. It was quite vexing, at times, how expansive one's imagination could be. Nevertheless, despite his scattered thoughts, Joss's movements were swift, his small, black-gloved hands transformed into claws, restraining Laura's arms, while he delivered a powerful kick to her midsection, thwarting her subsequent assault. Regardless of appearances, anyone familiar with Laura would affirm that this petite figure was undoubtedly among the most perilous assassins, possessing a regenerative ability akin to Wolverine's and a swiftness surpassing his. Laura was, except for a slight deficiency in strength and combat technique, the epitome of a top-tier killer. Wait, we are not your enemies. Before the strength of Laura's impending attack could register with the others, Joss had already concluded his initial confrontation with her. However, observing her poised to pounce, he quickly called out, halting her advance. Upon hearing Joss's urgent shout, Laura decisively ceased her assault, albeit begrudgingly. Among the few temperamental individuals in the Marvel Universe, Wolverine was a quintessential example of a Swedish persona. Act first, think later, and leave no room for mercy. Naturally, as his clone, Laura's temperament was little better. You shot me without hesitation just moments ago. How can you claim to cease hostilities now? Unlike Joss, who was prone to incessant banter during combat, Laura remained silent throughout, relentlessly attacking. Fortunately, she was not Wolverine, lacking his extraordinary combat prowess and instincts. If Captain America achieved his reputation through his shield, Wolverine attained his through unparalleled fighting skills. Wolverine, who once severed Thanos' left hand to seize the Infinity Gauntlet, possessed an immeasurable combat capability. In contrast, Laura's fighting strength, while formidable, was largely instinctual at this stage. As a master of martial arts, Joss was least intimidated by those who fought without structure, relying solely on brute force. The three onlookers could only watch in awe as the two combatants engaged in a fierce duel. Laura's metallic claws glimmered menacingly, encasing Joss in a whirlwind of blades. They mused that if ensnared by this girl, they would likely be reduced to mere fragments within 10 seconds. Yet, the situation on the battlefield was perplexing. Though Joss's speed could not match Laura's, he managed to evade her 3 attacks for every one of his own. It was as if her every strike was foreseen. He consistently dodged her lethal blows with remarkable ease. Conversely, Joss's attacks left deep gashes upon Laura, sending chills down the spines of the 3 spectators. Originally, the warrior intended to offer some words of persuasion. However, upon witnessing the visible speed at which Laura's wounds healed, that notion was promptly extinguished. At first glance, it appeared as if the monster hunter was preparing to roast some meat. But a closer inspection revealed that anyone who dared to confront the undead street would meet their demise. Adieu. Furthermore, as neither of the two combatants possessed the strength to decisively overpower the other, the onlookers found themselves unable to ascertain who truly held the advantage in this duel. From an observational standpoint, Laura had consistently maintained the upper hand over Joss, leaving him with no choice but to respond defensively. Yet, upon examining their respective injuries, it became evident that Joss had not laid a finger on Laura. Instead, he had inflicted numerous wounds upon her, leaving her blood staining the ground and even altering the color of the sand beside them to a muddy red. However, just when the 3 spectators believed Joss was assured of victory, they were struck by an alarming realization. The disparity in stamina was severe. Despite possessing the strength of 3 eagles, Joss's endurance paled in comparison to Laura's undead resilience. Though Joss bore no visible injuries, his breathing grew labored, while Laura, despite her more severe wounds, remained unfazed, her movements as swift as ever. I am curious to see how much longer you can endure, and how much stamina you truly have left. Laura finally spoke, her chilling voice sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. This monstrous girl, once she dealt with Joss, might very well turn her attention towards them, placing them in a perilous situation. Despite their desire to assist, they were at a loss as to how to intervene. The battle before them was far beyond the realm of human interference. Yet, upon hearing Laura's words, Joss remained calm and began to chuckle. What? Do you believe that your self-healing abilities and endurance give you dominion over me? Laura responded not with words, but with a swift clawed strike aimed at Joss. Her intentions unmistakable. Joss dodged the attack and replied, "Indeed, I must admit that my stamina is waning." Despite acknowledging his diminishing strength, Joss wore an expression of confidence, as if victory was already within his grasp. "Hmph," Laura scoffed, preparing to launch another assault. Yet, Joss suddenly pointed a finger and let out a powerful shout. "Even if my stamina is nearly depleted, how much longer can your clothing endure?" His soul-piercing roar prompted the onlookers to finally recognize an issue they had long overlooked. Was Laura's self-healing ability formidable? Certainly. But could it mend her clothing? Absolutely not. Consequently, Joss proceeded to demonstrate his skill in tearing apart her bikini, reducing her attire to mere scraps of fabric. "You!" Laura's anguished cries reverberated through the ruins. "If you're not afraid, then continue to strike. If you possess the ability, why not persist? After all, even the wolf uncle can fight bare-skinned. Why can't you? Hmph. You are still too young after all." With his arms crossed, Joss gazed down at Laura with an air of superiority, unfazed by the peculiar glances from the 3 strong men. Thus, Laura did not succumb to Joss's strength, but rather to his lack of integrity, a truly lamentable tale. "So, you were brought here by the military, yet, amid the skirmish between the American forces and the terrorist organization, you managed to escape?" After defeating Laura, Joss and his companions finally engaged her in conversation, piecing together the details of her predicament. Although the base researching the weapon program was not the same as the one to which Joss belonged, the superior there sought to exploit this opportunity to assess the practical capabilities of Project 23. Yet, whether by mere coincidence or some clandestine interference, Laura's unit found itself ensnared in a fierce battle. Despite her seemingly ordinary appearance as a mere girl, her actual age was substantial, endowing her with the wisdom to discern such matters. Even Logan was over a century old. Laura, a product of a weapon program initiated concurrently with Captain America, might well be older than the venerable Steve Rogers himself. Thus, although the battle concluded with an American victory, Laura seized the chance to escape. Thereafter, she disguised herself as an ordinary refugee girl, navigating through various war zones. After all, returning to the American-occupied territories was not an option, nor could she offer herself as a pawn to the terrorists, leaving her to wander aimlessly. After concluding their inquiries with Laura, much to the surprise of the strongmen, the young girl unexpectedly chose to join their ranks. Initially, they were concerned about having offended such a formidable, seemingly indestructible combatant. This could complicate their journey. After all, she required no rest and was impervious to injury. One could never anticipate when Laura might emerge to strike. Contrary to their apprehensions, Joss adeptly resolved the situation, successfully integrating Laura into their group. Why should we bring her along? Simon was the first to voice his discontent. Oh, so you fear she might ambush us on the road, hence keeping her close for safety? Joss reasoned. Consider this. If we were to let her go, we might face an ambush, but by keeping her nearby, we alleviate that concern, don't you think? Joss flashed a grin reminiscent of a toothpaste advertisement. Regardless of the three men's objections, Joss ultimately took Laura along on their journey. It is not that he is obstinately pursuing his own path, but rather he has simply posed a question. Even if I do not include her, what means do you possess to eliminate this risk? Upon hearing this inquiry, the others fell into silence. It is utterly impossible to kill it. Such a feat will never be achieved in this lifetime. Given its formidable self-healing abilities and exceptional combat prowess, engaging it head-on would prove futile, and a surprise attack would leave no opportunity for escape. After careful consideration, the three were compelled to acknowledge a stark reality. In the absence of certainty regarding whether Laura would indeed turn against them, keeping her close was, in fact, the most prudent course of action. As for Joss, his ability to sway Laura was not reliant on threats of violence. After all, they were still in a phase where ideals were preserved. Should matters escalate to bloodshed, any such tactics would be futile. However, after Joss discreetly demonstrated the capabilities of his transformed hands to Laura, a friendly display from Little Black, she began to regard him as one of her own. Within the narrative crafted by Joss, he too was portrayed as a pitiable test subject, his status not dissimilar to Laura's. At this juncture, a flawless escape plan emerged. Should Laura cooperate, it could allow her to momentarily vanish from the sight of the American forces. This plan was not difficult to surmise. During the explosion, feigning involvement would result in being declared dead. Thus far, Joss had meticulously mapped out the timing and steps of the plan, and crucially, the explosives had been prepared from the outset. When detonated at the enemy base, Joss would seize the opportunity to extricate himself. The solitary quandary remained. He had yet to ascertain how he might survive such an explosion. With Laura's involvement, the latter half of Joss's journey became unduly effortless. Although Joss's true combat abilities were comparable, if not superior to hers, he had, throughout, only employed the maximum potential of an ordinary individual to conceal his identity. At most, his combat techniques were somewhat impressive. However, the distinction between an amateur and a true master is often imperceptible to outsiders, and even if recognized, it would imply little. Nevertheless, this very circumstance led Joss to primarily engage in combat with firearms, resulting in a sluggish pace of progression for their team. As for the current situation, their approach upon encountering foes was essentially as follows. While the enemies appeared, we unleashed Laura. Laura went berserk, and the results were extraordinary. A multitude of enemies fell. An indestructible Edmund alloy monster on this battlefield of ordinary individuals was truly terrifying. No matter the armor plating or blast shields, nothing could withstand Laura's claw. With her petite yet agile physique, she could effortlessly claim the heads of enemies amidst the throng. A swift surge of unparalleled fury would suffice to vanquish foes, followed by a retreat with equal grace. When Joss and his companions arrived at their designated location, they found themselves ahead of schedule by more than half a day. Before them stood the enemy base. Are you certain about this? Simon inquired, peering through his binoculars once more at Joss. Let us proceed as planned, Joss replied, nodding along with his comrades, as they each bore nearly 500 kilograms of explosives towards the enemy stronghold. Joss's strategy was painfully simplistic. He and Laura would each carry a pack of explosives into the base, find a seemingly significant location to deposit their load, ignite it, and flee. The others had no objections to this arrangement. They had witnessed Laura's immortality over the past few days and knew such a venture posed no threat to her. As for Joss, it was a different matter. One could only ponder the fate of a mind that conceived such a foolish strategy. The three comrades cast a peculiar glance at Joss's retreating figure. Despite their brief acquaintance, they felt no sorrow at the thought of his potential demise. Regret? Why would one lament a life too long? Nodding in agreement, the trio each shouldered 100 kilograms of explosives and ventured toward different directions, poised to detonate their makeshift timed devices in various sectors of the enemy base. Their primary function was not to cause destruction, but to lure the enemy, ultimately granting Joss and Laura the opportunity to infiltrate the stronghold. Are you worried about them? Laura asked, casting a sidelong glance at Joss, who was looking back. No, it's just that it feels peculiar to think that those with whom one has fought alongside might never be seen again in this lifetime. Really? You haven't thought of an escape plan yet? Laura scoffed. She was particularly intrigued by this aspect of Joss's plan. He hasn't even left himself a way out. However, Joss merely shook his head. No, I just suspect that these three side characters will soon be forgotten by the author. But let us not dwell on that. You should know. My safety in planting the explosives is far superior to yours. At this, Laura's interest peaked. Oh, are you certain? Even with this level of explosion. It's trivial for me. I can recover within 10 seconds. What about you? I can manage this. With that, Joss removed the small black gloves from his hands and tossed them onto the ground. Here, little black, you carry this inside while I keep watch. After a visit to the hospital, it was determined that the pain in his finger bones and joints was likely gout, while the skin lesions were attributed to an allergy, which indeed made typing rather challenging. The ender of wars, though, the young girl, Hmph, was utterly reluctant to face death. She ultimately succumbed to the compulsion of the command and ventured into the base, bearing half of the burden alongside Laura. Of course, Joss did not genuinely wish for her demise. He merely required her to relinquish a portion of her physical form for this task. After all, as long as there remained a trace of her body, the venom would swiftly regenerate with the host, rendering her life in no peril. As Joss observed the receding figures of Hmph and Laura, he too turned to flee into the distance, fully aware of the explosive power contained within that package of dynamite. Given the current span between him and the impending doom, he harbored no illusions of survival. Who are you? Joss had scarcely taken a few steps when he was confronted by a squad of patrolling soldiers. Upon his arrival, 3 seasoned veterans had led the way, making reconnaissance the last of Joss's responsibilities. Now, as he took on this role himself, he quickly realized the disparity in his experience. Well, if I were to say that your timing is exceedingly unfortunate, how would you respond? Faced with a dozen guns pointed squarely at him, Joss's expression remained unfazed. Enough idle chatter. Take him to the base for interrogation. He might be one of those American soldiers. Huh. To dare venture alone into such a perilous place is indeed a death wish. A man, presumably the squad leader, frowned and gestured, showing no inclination to engage in banter with Joss. Your words remind me. If it weren't for the absence of my comrades, perhaps a few of you might have lived to return today. Joss smirked at his adversaries, then sighed deeply. Alas, it seems I am alone in this. So you shall all meet your end. Captain, this lad might just be a madman who escaped from the nearby battlefield. He claims we are all destined to die. One of the soldiers could not contain his laughter. All right then, perhaps I have been too tense. After all, the general's plan is nearing fruition. We've been reprimanded daily for our failures, the captain retorted with a chuckle, clearly dismissing Joss as a mere threat. However, to everyone's astonishment, Joss suddenly bent low, assuming a peculiar position reminiscent of a chair, with his limbs splayed and his body facing the sky. This unexpected maneuver nearly caught the surrounding terrorists off guard, leaving them bewildered as to his intentions. If he were to attack, such a posture was utterly inappropriate for combat. Yet, if he were to comply as a captive, that notion seemed equally implausible. Soon, they would realize their grave misjudgment. 8 feet may not suffice, but allow me to unleash my 4-footed wrath. As if a table collapsed upon the ground, a blinding radiance erupted from the midpoint of Joss's body, and subsequently, a multitude of tiny luminous spheres surged forth with terrifying speed and power, sweeping across an entire semicircular area centered on him. The onslaught came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Once Joss ceased the release of his luminous orbs, the trees within a 30-meter radius were left resembling a honeycomb. An unsettling sight indeed. Despite its ungraceful execution, the power of this maneuver was undeniably terrifying, akin to the devastating techniques once wielded by the original possessor of the Pika Pika no Mi, Kizuru, during the Marineford War. However, such formidable strength came at a considerable cost. Had it not been for the significantly diminished area, potency, and duration of Joss's 4-foot Shiongoyu compared to its original form, the energy expended would have rendered him incapacitated. Rising to his feet, Joss brushed the dirt from his hands, his gaze shifting towards the squad leader. Unlike the others who had been reduced to mere sieves, Joss had deliberately spared him from his assault, leaving him unharmed. Yet, after witnessing that bizarrely captivating attack from every conceivable angle, the leader could no longer muster the desire to retaliate against Joss' damn monster. Your time of arrogance is fleeting. Though fear coursed through him, he stubbornly refused to concede, slumped on the ground, yet incessantly shouting, "The general's plan is about to succeed. Once that occurs, all of Egypt will be ours." No, that's not right. We could conquer the entire world. Joss, astonished, inquired in disbelief, conquer the world? In such a small base? You dare claim you possess the power to do so? At his words, the leader's face lit up with a triumphant expression, erupting into laughter. Huh? Are you frightened now? Alas, even if you are aware, it is of no consequence, for the general's plan has long been set in motion. Even if you were to report this to the military, you could not thwart the general's impending doom. Wait, just as the leader was about to reveal their extraordinary scheme, Joss interrupted him. Let me first confirm, is your plan bomb-proof? Bomb-proof? The leader murmured, seemingly perplexed by Joss's inquiry. However, Joss nodded with satisfaction, saying, from your expression, I gather I understand enough. Therefore, you need not continue your exposition. Though I have stated it before, I shall reiterate, I am not one to listen. As he spoke, Joss securely bound the leader and turned away, heading towards the distance. Do not worry, it is all over. Only as Joss's figure completely vanished did his light-hearted words reach the leader's ears. By the way, I've already detonated it. Detonated? On that day, within dozens of kilometers from the base, witnesses beheld a towering inferno in a mushroom cloud. The exaggerated scene led many to believe that someone had gone mad and openly utilized a nuclear weapon. Such news is profoundly shocking, even amidst the chaos of the battlefield. To the extent that on that fateful day, the conflict between American forces and terrorists momentarily ceased. Naturally, following this pause, the American military emerged victorious with overwhelming force. Among the 21 individuals tasked alongside Joss, only 17 returned, a remarkable feat for a mission of such perilous nature. However, each returning soldier refrained from discussing the strategic nuances of their operation, instead attributing the success of the campaign to a soldier named Joss. From that day forward, tales of Joss began to circulate throughout the military base, with soldiers reciting his exploits in a somewhat irreverent manner. Joss, a madman, a fool, if he returns alive. We must see to his demise, expressed by the 17 severely injured Special Forces operatives. A week after the astonishing explosion in a quaint Egyptian town, a man leisurely strolled the streets accompanied by 2 young women, appearing like any ordinary tourists in this exotic locale. Indeed, it was Joss and his companions. Following the cataclysmic event, both Joss and Laura momentarily evaded the watchful eyes of the American military, affording Joss ample time to engage in his own endeavors. As for the young man, having already been seen by Laura that day, Joss felt no need to conceal himself further, allowing her to operate independently. What exactly are you searching for? This must be the 4th city we've visited, Laura inquired, her arms crossed in impatience. After the explosion, Laura expressed that her state remained unchanged even when apart, so she decided to accompany Joss for a while longer before contemplating her future plans. As a man poised to awaken the apocalypse, Joss welcomed the prospect of additional strength at his side. Though the apocalypse's prowess in the film was not as exaggerated as in the comics, he had no reason to refuse the presence of another formidable combatant. The trio soon located a hotel that appeared reasonably sturdy, or at least a structure not too drafty, and engaged in conversation with the proprietor, who also doubled as the rather unhelpful receptionist. I would like to know if there are any pyramid ruins in the vicinity, Joss inquired, producing a sketch along with several hundred Egyptian pounds, which he had previously acquired from the terrorists and the military base, money that held no sentimental value to him. Another adventurer. I see. Each year, numerous individuals come here seeking treasures left by the pharaohs. Fear not, I am well acquainted with the pyramids around here, the proprietor responded, his excitement evident as he eagerly examined the drawing. I know just the place. Follow me. It seems that after comparing with the memories in his mind, the boss nodded repeatedly and gestured for Joss and the others to follow him as he turned and exited the door. Joss and Laura exchanged glances and followed closely behind the boss. So, what exactly are you searching for? Laura inquired, her curiosity piqued. Having accompanied Joss to several locations over the past few days, she was aware that he was in pursuit of a pyramid relic. Yet she remained oblivious to the specific object of his quest. Based on the information I received earlier, an ancient mutant lies dormant in this vicinity, and my objective is to locate him, Joss elucidated. What? Do you intend to pledge allegiance to such an enigmatic being? Laura's brow furrowed at his words. What's wrong with that? Don't humans also have the saying about clinging to powerful allies? Symbiotic coexistence is the optimal state, Hmph remarked, revealing no aversion to this notion. Rather, he suggested that such a mode of survival was indeed fitting for symbiotic entities. The two, one a renowned lone wolf and the other a notorious parasite, stared at each other with bared fangs, their animosity palpable. Enough. A certain someone next door has developed galactic prowess after 2 millennia. While this mere novice who has existed for 6 millennia can only style hair, I'm certainly not interested in attaching myself to him. Joss mused. If strength were the sole consideration, he might have contemplated absorbing some of that power, but the thought of the other's garish aesthetic made him abandon the idea altogether. However, the 4 horsemen seemed rather appealing. Perhaps he could establish a similar group of eccentricity in the future. A fleeting glance at Hmph, who appeared to be developing a slimy skin condition, prompted Joss to divert his gaze. So what are you actually planning to do? Of course, it's for amusement. Joss replied, his voice taut, aware that he could not disclose matters related to the system, as this world lacked the conventions of monster hunting and equipment drops. Admittedly, had he not been burdened by the need to repay his debts, he would genuinely be engaging in this endeavor solely for enjoyment. Laura furrowed her brow. Though I haven't heard of such monsters, if they truly exist, wouldn't releasing them cause significant trouble? Of course, it would be troublesome. But I never claimed I would resolve that trouble, Joss retorted defiantly. If I perish due to my own actions, why should I be responsible for dealing with it? Fortunately, the two individuals accompanying Joss could be classified as either chaotic evil or neutral evil anti-heroes. Otherwise, a superhero would have undoubtedly confronted him at this moment. However, as for Laura, while she felt a certain ambivalence towards Joss's actions, she had no intentions of intervening. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. Just as Joss and Laura engaged in idle chatter, the guide halted, turning to them with a sycophantic smile. Arrived? Where are we? The three of them surveyed their surroundings, only to find themselves in an obscure dead end, devoid of any pyramid relics. Upon hearing Laura's words, the boss merely chuckled dryly, a flicker of ruthless malice emerging on his obsequious, rotund visage. To where are we headed? Naturally, to the terminus of your journey, you foolish imbeciles. As the corpulent proprietor clapped his hands, a band of fierce, grim-faced marauders surrounded Joss and his companions, each brandishing an array of firearms and blades aimed menacingly at them. How tiresome it is to witness such a display once more. Is there naught else you can muster beyond encirclement and gunpoint? Joss mused, recalling that since his arrival in this realm, he had been ensnared by such a group for the 6th time, with weapons trained upon his head. Despite the grim outcomes of previous encounters, it seemed inevitable that he would face this monotony again. With a smirk, Joss formed his right hand into a gun gesture, striking a pose reminiscent of the iconic cover of Borderlands, and declared boldly, I assure you, with the scrap metal you wield, you could fire at me all day and yet not graze a single hair. The rotund man narrowed his eyes at this proclamation. In a world where extraordinary beings existed, Joss's palpable confidence instilled a flicker of apprehension within him, pondering whether he had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. However, to relent simply due to a few words would spell the end of his nefarious enterprise. It appears you remain unconvinced, Joss scoffed, stepping forward to meet the boss's gaze unwaveringly. If that is the case, why not take a shot? If you manage to kill me, I shall concede defeat. With that, he casually shoved Laura forward. As a new week dawned, and with the final days of the new book rankings upon them, he beseeched, if anyone has recommendation votes, do share them with me. In the face of non-standard entities, how truly terrifying could a mutant like Laura be? Within a mere 10 seconds, the band of armed thugs was reduced to mere fragments. Joss himself narrowly escaped death thrice. What on earth are you doing? He exclaimed. Is it so wrong to let you withstand a few bullets when you want to even perish? Even as Laura pursued him relentlessly, Joss felt no remorse for his actions. Little Black, glancing at the scene, resolutely turned to interrogate the corpulent man intentionally left behind. It was not that she had been cowed by Joss's commanding presence, nor was it a testament to her having been successfully trained by him. Rather, her sole desire was to expedite this absurd task so she could return home and indulge in some television. Previously, while parasitically inhabiting Eddie, she had yearned for a more exhilarating existence, only to now realize how rare and precious that previous life had been. With a sigh, Little Black continued to etch characters into the corpulent man's flesh with her small knife. For reasons unknown, this method taught by Joss seems curiously engaging. Unbeknownst to her, something within Little Black was awakening. Even Joss had not anticipated that his spontaneous remarks would one day give rise to a master of characters in this world. After a while, Hmph emerged from the house and found Joss, who was being pinned to the ground by Laura. He briefly recounted what he had learned. His words were not entirely false. Indeed, there existed a pyramid ruin nearby that bore a striking resemblance to the situation described. However, that artifact lay completely buried underground. And recently, a group of individuals had plans to explore it. Is that so? Joss squinted his eyes and invoked a long-unused ability from the system known as the Useless Omniscient. The criteria for this ability's judgment were extraordinarily perplexing. But to put it simply, it could not provide the information Joss sought. However, aside from that limitation, it possessed a wealth of other knowledge. As the necessity for such information was determined by the system itself, Joss could not deceive himself into believing he did not require vital details while simultaneously seeking them out. Since discovering that this ability could assist in locating his position, Joss had attempted various applications. Although most of these endeavors ended in failure, he did uncover some useful methods along the way. One such method was verifying the authenticity of an object. For instance, the pit before the three of them and the pyramid ruins beneath it. A genuine archaeologist would naturally confirm the civilization here through murals and architectural techniques. However, Joss had a more convenient, if not entirely straightforward, approach to validation. He began by determining how many times a day one of the builders of the pyramid needed to relieve himself. Then used that clue to uncover that the overseer of the pyramid's construction had a peculiar quirk. Ultimately, he discovered that their foreman had an unusual fascination with feet. While others sought clues by carefully unraveling threads of information, Joss's reasoning resembled wrapping silk around a cocoon, entangling a once clear truth with a plethora of extraneous details. Yet, amidst this seemingly unrelated chaos, the intertwined clues ultimately pointed directly to the truth Joss yearned to uncover. This very pyramid was the one that housed the apocalyptic entity. Indeed, this is the place. After traversing several cities over the past week, the trio could not help but feel a surge of excitement upon finally identifying their target. So, what should we do next? Should we dig up this so-called apocalypse? Hmph glanced at the pit and then looked back at Joss, filled with uncertainty. Absolutely not. We have no idea what the environment is like down there. I will not descend into that abyss, Laura declared. Her interest piqued, but resolute in her refusal to heed Hmp's suggestion. Although she was not particularly concerned about the matter itself, she held a certain fascination for the legendary ancient mutant known as Apocalypse. It was akin to discovering a living specimen of the Hmph man. Even if it bore no direct relevance to oneself, the intrigue would undoubtedly captivate most people's curiosity. However, Laura was evidently acutely aware that being ensconced within the depths of such a buried pyramid relic posed a significant disadvantage for a mutant like herself. Should a collapse or confrontation occur, the ancient structure would entomb all within its confines. In such a dire scenario, only the liquid form of her companion, Little Black, would remain unscathed, while the other two would surely meet their demise. Although Laura would not perish from such an incident, she would be ensnared in soil for an indeterminate number of years, and at that juncture, her immortal constitution would transform into a curse. Nevertheless, it was clear that while Joss was often reckless, he possessed a sound mind. In response to Little Black's inquiry, he merely shook his head and stated, "We certainly cannot descend. Setting aside the lack of professional equipment, oxygen and light are considerable issues. Awakening Apocalypse presents its own formidable challenges." If memory served him correctly, the meager group that had roused Apocalypse in the film had all met a gruesome fate, and Joss had no desire to experiment with such perilous endeavors. "What do you intend to do then? If we do not go down, we cannot encounter Apocalypse, can we?" "Not necessary. We can awaken him right here," Joss explained with a smile. "Are you suggesting you can summon him from here?" Little Black craned his neck to peer into the dark abyss, noting that the pyramid relic lay at least 100 meters below the surface. Even with a loudspeaker, it would be impossible to rouse the slumbering Apocalypse. "Indeed. Which is why I have prepared this." Joss grinned, revealing a large quantity of explosives and 2 detonators he had retrieved from his backpack. "Look, I specifically saved these from our previous mission at the base. While they may seem scant, they should suffice for a wake-up call." "That is utterly ridiculous. You expect me to take this into the depths? I've only just restored myself to my current state." Little Black protested vehemently. Seeing Little Black's animated reaction, Joss could only sigh and produce another item from his bag. "Ugh, what a troublesome fellow. Here are the fuses. Simply place the explosives below and return. Shouldn't these be brought out at the earliest opportunity? Why is the premise based on the assumption that I'm to be blown up?" A few minutes later, the inhabitants of the city felt the terror of the colossal explosion that had occurred at the base, as reported in last week's news. "You possess strength, and I have enhancements. Detected host awakening Apocalypse, gaining 14,000 points of death source." Just at the moment of the explosion, the long silent system suddenly emitted a notification sound. "Task initiated. Main quest. Defeat Apocalypse. Eliminate Apocalypse by any means necessary. Fleeing or incapacitating will also complete the task. Success reward. 20,000 points of death source, 1 level of ability or item. Failure penalty. Since you have Little Black, it's only fitting to have an Elia, right? Should you encounter failure in your task, allow yourself to take on the guise of Ilya for a moment of levity. Additionally, a complimentary year-long subscription to the Tentacle Suit package is included. As a side quest, you have been enhanced. Let Apocalypse bolster your abilities, and regardless of the outcome, you shall acquire no less than 1,000 points of the Source of Demise. A hidden mission remains untriggered. With the sudden influx of 14,000 points and tasks appearing on the system panel, Joss began to speculate on some unexpected revelations. Perhaps Apocalypse's strength surpassed his initial assumptions, or at the very least, the threat posed by awakening him was significantly greater than anticipated. Otherwise, such a bountiful reward would not have been bestowed. Moreover, the issuance of such a task implied that Apocalypse had not sustained severe injuries in the explosion. In simpler terms, he had faltered. Upon further reflection, it made sense. Within the film, although Apocalypse appeared utterly incompetent, he was reliant on a cadre of formidable mutants such as Phoenix, Storm, and Quicksilver to achieve his goals. Presently, however, Joss found himself accompanied only by Little Black and Law, a stark contrast in strength. Of course, from another perspective, Joss lacked the steadfast resolve and interest exhibited by Charles and his companions. Should the circumstances turn dire, he would undoubtedly make his swift exit. Yet, in the face of such perilous circumstances, Joss was not devoid of a flicker of hope for a comeback. For he had just discovered that these newly acquired points could be utilized for a lottery rather than merely to settle debts. This revelation undoubtedly granted Joss a glimmer of possibility in fulfilling his tasks. Who dares to disturb my slumber? A towering figure erupted from the depths, its eyes gleaming with a chilling light, fixated intently on Joss. Were it not for the inky blackness enveloping him, with dark mist emanating from his speech, the scene would have exuded immense pressure. Why are you shouting so loudly? Joss retorted, his voice raised in protest. As for your slumber, you were buried here due to the incompetence of your subordinates. How dare you shout at me upon waking? 3 wishes? What do you desire? In response to Joss's indignant outburst, Apocalypse appeared momentarily dazed, perhaps stunned by the explosion or merely groggy from sleep. However, upon reflection, this was not entirely surprising. Having awakened from a deep slumber, Apocalypse resembled an elderly individual suffering from dementia, taking a while to regain composure. Upon hearing this, Joss mused that there might be potential in the situation. How about you first transform me into a woman for a glimpse? What is wrong with the current state of affairs? How long have I been asleep? Apocalypse, bewildered, posed the question. If you refuse to transform, then you shall wash your mouth out. Seizing the opportunity presented by Apocalypse's sluggish response, Joss wasted no time and unleashed a beam of laser, 2 fingers wide, aimed directly at the sky. Meanwhile, Laura extended her dual claws of Edmund alloy, while Little Black transformed her hands into 2 sharp blades, launching a simultaneous assault on Apocalypse. This strategy had been previously devised by Joss and the 2 of them. Awakening from his slumber, Apocalypse was arguably at his weakest. His primary ability, the manipulation of sand, remained formidable, but his other powers were largely ineffective in combat. Furthermore, he had just endured a direct bombardment, leaving his physical functions severely compromised. If they were unable to vanquish him under these circumstances, Joss and his companions would have no choice but to retreat. In the blink of an eye, a golden laser shot forth, piercing a substantial hole in Apocalypse's chest. Following closely behind, Laura's claw severed half of Apocalypse's shoulder and neck, and finally, Little Black's dual blades plunged into Apocalypse's abdomen, tearing a massive wound. Victorious, as Joss gazed at Apocalypse, now resembling a tattered rag in midair, the thought flickered in his mind, yet he quickly realized that the system panel offered no indication of a fatal injury. Evidently, Apocalypse had not sustained any grievous harm. You wretched, insignificant insects. Suddenly, Apocalypse unleashed a furious roar imbued with psychic energy, which violently hurled Laura and Little Black several dozen meters away. Even Joss, who stood somewhat further off, felt as though he had been struck head-on by a car. However, thanks to the skill, "You steady your horse," Joss managed to stabilize himself, avoiding any further damage. Yet, Apocalypse's assault did not cease there. He flicked his fingers, causing strands of sand to slash towards Joss. Clearly, Apocalypse's understanding of sand manipulation was entirely distinct from Gara's. Most of the time, Apocalypse utilized only a minimal amount of sand, transforming it into lethal weapons rather than crushing his opponents with sheer volume. Indeed, his combat awareness seemed reminiscent of cinematic depictions, though whether it stemmed from arrogance or limited ability. Upon witnessing the incoming sand slashes, Joss remained unperturbed, effortlessly evading them with agile movements. Apocalypse's combat prowess had always struck Joss as peculiar. It appeared that he lacked any semblance of strategic finesse, and his movements were notably sluggish. Although he had even managed to catch Quicksilver's legs in the films, he did so not through speed, but rather through a combination of keen perception and anticipation. Moreover, even in battle, he moved at a languid pace. If his earlier advantages were merely for the sake of elegance and bravado, his current sluggishness seemed indicative of his inherent physical limitations. However, even with this knowledge, it seemed of little consequence. Moments passed, and though Laura and Little Black returned to Joss's side, Apocalypse's wounds began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. It was indeed a hallmark of a true powerhouse, self-regeneration. Even if one cannot reach the prowess of formidable characters like Laura, Wolverine, or Deadpool, the majority of Marvel entities possess remarkably terrifying regenerative abilities. Alas, Even if one cannot be defeated, it is certainly impossible to prevail against them. Well, let us first draw a few abilities and see if there is a feasible way to confront him. If not, we shall retreat. According to the film's narrative, to eliminate, or rather temporarily vanquish, Apocalypse seems to necessitate reducing him to mere fragments. At the very least, one must sever his head. However, Laura and her companions have already attempted this, and it is evident that Apocalypse will not grant them another opportunity to approach him, rendering the task of decapitation exceedingly difficult. Laura, Black, hold me for a minute. I will think of a strategy. If that fails, we will execute the plan. Joss spoke to the two, subsequently immersing his mind into the system's lottery, leaving Laura bewildered, gazing at Black. What is this plan he mentioned? I have never heard of it. Oh, it's merely a retreat. Though Joss had never articulated this plan, Black unhesitatingly revealed the truth. You ants. Although Apocalypse could not hear their exchange, his assault was relentless. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a barrage of mental and sandstorm attacks surged towards Laura and her friends. Engrossed in the lottery within the system, Joss remained largely unaffected by the changes outside, his focus intensely fixed on the lottery panel. He possessed 14,000 points, with each draw costing 100 points, which seemed quite affluent. However, Joss did not harbor high hopes. With a slight sigh, he opted for a 10-draw selection. It has been quite some time since the system's upgrade, and this was his first lottery since then. He recalled something about being able to draw tangible items now. As the system panel illuminated with a dazzling radiance, Joss beheld a circular object manifesting abruptly, appearing quite resplendent under the system's inherent golden glow. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level item. Wait, level? Does that not imply it is of a higher grade? And this rounded curvature and size, could it be Captain America's shield? Despite the obscured visibility in the brilliance, the black circular object bore an uncanny resemblance to Captain America's shield. Coupled with this unprecedented level, it was difficult for Joss not to let his imagination wander. If it truly is that, then I too shall possess a 50-50 chance. Joss rejoiced internally. Even neglecting to check the subsequent lottery results, he reached out and grasped the circular object. Name, Jade Dragon Pot Rarity. Effect, recognized by other legendary cookware. When held by the acknowledged individual, it will manifest the Phoenix Auspicious pattern and the Tyrant Dragon pattern. Good heavens, it truly is a divine artifact, Joss exclaimed, promptly exiting the system and hurling the Jade Dragon Pot towards Apocalypse. It is of little consequence to question the utility of providing me with a pot at such a moment, given the plethora of culinary tools available. Even if one were to draw one or two of these items, they could perhaps concoct a dish, thus feigning sophistication through a lengthy discourse. The issue at hand is that this Yulong pot lacks even the merit of enhancing the flavor of the dishes. In the distance, the Yulong pot was sent flying by a punch from the Apocalypse, simultaneously spraying sand onto Joss's face. Fortunately, Joss had the foresight to pull Little Black in front of him. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a mere sieve. The pot, once cast away, appears to return autonomously to the system. If a myriad of such random items accumulates, might one not entertain the prospect of engaging in a whimsical endeavor akin to the King's Scrap Repository? Observing the Yulong pot as it seamlessly repaired itself and returned to the system's inventory, Joss contemplated the absurdity of the situation before redirecting his focus to the lottery page. As anticipated, upon initiating the physical prize draw, the system was inundated with even more useless items. Besides the Yulong pot, this round of 10 consecutive draws yielded 3 physical items. A pair of slippers claimed to have been worn by the Fire Cloud evil god, an embroidered needle purportedly used by Rome Mama, and 2 glow sticks intended for use against the Apocalypse. The 10 consecutive draws granted an additional chance to draw. However, 4 of these were filled with exasperating items, and even the abilities drawn included some disheartening offerings. Name, useless ability, rarity. Effect, as the name suggests. This ability is utterly devoid of value. You have now accumulated 4 of these. Is this not merely a scheme to extort money? Nonetheless, only 2 such abilities were present. The remaining ones were among the more common worthless skills, including Name, Master of Sleep, Rarity. Effect, a technique inherited from Nobita Nobi. Sleep at will. Name, Super Scion Wig, Super 1. Rarity. Effect, allows your hair to appear as dazzling as a Super Scion's. Name, the lesser the advantage. The bolder I become, Rarity. Effect, when faced with someone hostile and stronger than you, a compelling urge to take risks will arise. Set effect, possessing both the lesser the advantage, the bolder I become, and Hasagu. When confronting a gale, your teammates' inquiries cannot catch up to you. If you are not knocked away, the Happy Windman set effect activates. Happy Windman, preview the joyful gale swordsmanship of Wu. Among the 3 abilities, Joss disregarded the first 2 outright, Yet the final one caused his eyes to narrow slightly. Previously, the joint assault executed by him and Laura had already demonstrated that the Apocalypse, much like a character from a film, is not an invincible entity. Their combined efforts, whether through lasers, the Edmund claws, or the dark blades, could indeed rend his flesh, indicating that their attacks were, in fact, effective. However, due to Apocalypse's inherent regenerative abilities and the fact that the trio lacked the capacity to obliterate foes at an atomic level like Phoenix, Apocalypse merely needed a brief respite to recover after being momentarily pushed aside by Joss and his companions. This ultimately led to their inability to vanquish Apocalypse. In other words, whether through explosive damage or sustained assault, Joss and his allies fell somewhat short. Should they rectify this deficiency, slaying Apocalypse would not pose a formidable challenge. If the Gale Sword technique truly possessed a wind sword, success might indeed be within reach. Drawing a deep breath, Joss began to extract continuously. For the time being, setting aside the rather cumbersome nature of the extraction ability, after nearly 10,000 points were drawn, he successfully assembled the entire Joyful Windman set. Name: Joyful Windman. Set effect: comprehend the complete and Joyful Gale Sword technique. Despite the simplicity of the description, the actual effect was remarkably potent. An exquisite array of sword techniques instantly materialized in Joss's mind, granting him insight into the art of wielding the sword to command the wind. Alas, due to the absence of a sword in Joss's possession, this newfound strength proved utterly ineffectual, the glimmering icon on the system panel seemingly mocking Joss's naivety. Hmph. Have you truly believed that I was unaware of this possibility after all this time? It is merely a sword. Allow me to show you my blade. The Gale Sword technique of the 46 Superblock is a mastery of wind manipulation through swordsmanship, with the core principles being the way of the wind and profound sword techniques. Although Joss had acquired the theoretical knowledge through the system, he remained unable to manifest it due to the lack of a sword, despite having gathered the set effect after nearly 100 consecutive draws. Its inability to take effect without a sword seemed almost absurd, yet upon reflection, it was entirely systematic. In the past, Joss would have been utterly infuriated, likely cursing the system for 3 days to vent his frustration. However, glancing at the abilities displayed on the system panel, a cold smile crept across Joss's face, for he was no longer the same as before. Channeling his energy, Joss exerted force from his lower abdomen, and an object suddenly emerged from his body, not excrement. Though it seemed a bit off to phrase it that way, Joss gazed at the cylindrical object, radiating a brilliant golden light, rising majestically from his abdomen. And with a smirk, he exerted force to pull it free. "What on earth have you extracted?" exclaimed the little black figure, unable to contain its sarcasm upon witnessing the radiant golden object in Joss's hand. "Surprised, are you? This is my heavenly sword," Joss proclaimed, raising the blade forged purely from light, defiantly pointing it towards Apocalypse in the distance, declaring war. "Wait, where do you think you're going?" For reasons unknown, Apocalypse and Laura exchanged glances, and in a surprising display of synchrony, they began to retreat from Joss, simultaneously engaging in combat while distancing themselves. Feeling spirited, are we? Then prepare to face my relentless barrage." As the three figures moved nearly 100 meters away from him, Juice suddenly bent down and dashed forward, swiftly closing the distance. The skilled teammate's question mark, "Cannot catch me," rapidly propelled him toward an enemy within his line of sight. With the speed and distance of his dash correlating directly to the enemy's strength, the stronger the foe, the faster he would charge. Although the Windblade set provided by the Joyous Wind Man granted the skill of Gale swordsmanship, the 4 skills that comprised it were far from mere decoration. Undoubtedly, even in this weakened state, the combat prowess of the Apocalypse was at least 100 eagle level, making Juice's charge astonishingly swift. He reached the Apocalypse before he even had time to fully process it. Fortunately, Juice was not the only one caught off guard. The Apocalypse was even more bewildered, as Juice was the one initiating the skill, thus gaining the upper hand in this instance. With his vacant left hand raised abruptly, a series of kitchen utensils, led by the Jade Dragon pot, including an oven and rice cooker, came crashing down toward the Apocalypse. Regardless of its aesthetic appeal, the disorienting effect on vision was undoubtedly top-notch. "Hasago!" With a fierce roar, Juice's luminous sword lunged forward like a venomous serpent, delivering a straightforward thrust aimed at the Apocalypse's head. Accompanying this thrust was a swirling vortex of razor-sharp wind that significantly amplified both the attack range and potency. Even though the Apocalypse, wielding an attack infused with sand and psychic energy, slightly deflected the golden blade, Juice's thrust still pierced into the Apocalypse's right shoulder, creating a gaping wound in his flesh from the fierce blade's whirlwind. "Annoying insect," the Apocalypse muttered as he raised his wrist, causing the sand beneath to envelop Juice and his companion's ankles, solidifying into a metallic-like substance. This action effectively restricted their movements, prompting the Apocalypse to treat the situation with greater caution. With a flick of his fingers, several strands of sand shot toward Juice and his allies. The sand, under the Apocalypse's control, possessed a force greater than that of bullets. Should they strike, it seemed inevitable that Juice and his companions would be reduced to mere sieves. One of them had astounding self-healing capabilities, and his skull was composed of adamantium. Whether it could be pierced was debatable. The other was in a liquid state. Even if it were breached, what then? Well, Juice exclaimed in shock, witnessing the advancing strands of sand. With a swift motion, he spun his luminous sword, and a visible wall of wind was cleaved into existence. Title: Facing the Gale. Rarity: Effect: Usable only when you are the most likely to perish in your team. Summoning a wind barrier that can deflect most projectiles. As the wind barrier emerged, the bullet-like sand lines were disrupted by the gusts, transforming into harmless yellow dust, dissipating a seemingly fatal crisis into nothingness. This unexpected maneuver caused Apocalypse to momentarily pause, but by the time he resolved to launch an attack, it was already too late. Once freed, Joss and his companions unleashed a relentless assault, leaving Apocalypse with little room to retaliate. Although the trio was not as formidable as the elite team led by Phoenix, at this juncture, Apocalypse was far from his peak strength. Unlike the X-Men, who allowed Apocalypse to regain a significant portion of his power, Joss and his team confronted him while he was still in the early stages of awakening, delivering a hefty blow that weighed several hundred kilograms. Despite Apocalypse's formidable self-healing capabilities, he was not a mutant specializing in such abilities, and thus, his recovery had its limits. Furthermore, with none of the four horsemen in sight, Apocalypse found himself in an unprecedentedly weakened state. In contrast, Joss's side boasted Venom, a renowned symbiote, and 23, the second iteration of Wolverine, both exceptional combatants, far superior to the mere spectators like Beast and Mystique during the battle against Apocalypse. As for Joss, his prowess was remarkable. If moral flexibility were a skill, he would undoubtedly rank among the elite of mutants. Not to mention, the weapon known as the Tianson Cloud Sword posed a terrifying threat to Apocalypse, and with time, Joss's mastery of the Gale's swordsmanship only tilted the scales of battle further in their favor. Apocalypse's body was incessantly torn apart, blood and flesh splattering in every direction, yet he could only emit anguished cries of pain. In an instant, as Little Black transformed his hands into hammers, sending Apocalypse flying, Joss materialized like a phantom, delivering a flurry of strikes upon him. Title: How can you be great if you don't get knocked back? Rarity: Effect: When an enemy within attack range is knocked back by an influence other than yourself or them, you may unleash a Gale Head Dog Slash upon them. This strike would be the finale. With a resounding roar, Joss's golden blade, shimmering with unparalleled power, descended upon Apocalypse with a decisive blow. In a cacophony of despair, Joss and Apocalypse crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Did we take him down? Little Black inquired warily, eyeing the swirling sand. I'm not sure, but it seems quiet now, Laura replied, her expression equally grim. Despite their strategic advantage throughout the battle, they still found themselves unable to best Apocalypse. Just now, the swordsmanship employed by Joss, though its origins remain a mystery, was evidently his most formidable technique. Undoubtedly, if they failed to vanquish their opponent this time, their only recourse would be to devise a means of escape. However, as the dust gradually settled, the tension in their hearts began to ease. At the epicenter of the fall, two silhouettes, one upright and the other prone, slowly revealed their outlines. The fallen figure appeared devoid of any life, lying motionless on the ground. The standing figure, panting heavily, wielded a radiant longsword that shone like a beacon, instantly enlightening Laura and Little Black to his identity. What a so-called ancient mutant. He seems rather unimpressive, Little Black remarked with a grin. Laura refrained from responding but retracted her claws, her lips curving slightly upward. Even those lacking in experience could discern that Apocalypse was undeniably a fearsome adversary. The fact that the three of them, employing a somewhat haphazard blend of martial arts, managed to defeat him was indeed a cause for celebration. Ouch, it hurts like hell, Joss muttered, clutching his chest as he limped. During the final strike, Apocalypse's psychic shock had struck him, yet in order to ensure his attack landed effectively, Joss had chosen to negate the displacement effect with a skill. However, while the movement could be counteracted, he still had to bear the brunt of the impact, sustaining even greater damage than if he had been simply knocked away. Fortunately, the psychic force materialized as a shockwave was not Apocalypse's primary combat method. Otherwise, Joss's internal organs might very well have been reduced to mere fragments. Ugh, if this were a fantasy or Xinxiao world, there would at least be the opportunity to loot equipment or items from the corpse, or at the very least, to refine some gear. Thus, one must admit that the Marvel Universe lacks in that regard, he lamented after catching his breath. In the Marvel realm, there exists both the perpetual grind of monster slaying and very few opportunities for treasure hunting. Most powerful beings rely either on their own abilities or on artifacts laden with various frustrating restrictions, making them virtually unusable for others. Perhaps it is this foundational premise that renders battles in the Marvel Universe somewhat lacking in purpose. In summary, a situation arises, and the organization engages in combat to resolve it, such as the formula. Naturally, these battles, which bear no consequence for the protagonist's growth, often devolve into ideological conflicts. But that is a topic for another time. After all, with the system at his disposal, Joss was free from such concerns. Even if he could extract some benefit from Apocalypse, this battle would not yield him significant losses. Indeed, they had encountered an adversary far beyond their expectations. It was worth noting that this was merely the recently awakened Apocalypse, whose mind was still in a daze, yet he could single-handedly subdue them to such an extent. The persistent illusion that Joss and his companions are suppressing the Apocalypse is, in truth, a result of the near-immortal existence of both Hmph and Laura. With these two drawing the fire, Joss's mastery over sand manipulation and mental assaults yields little in terms of substantive damage. Had another team occupied this space, even a tenfold increase in numbers would have met with swift annihilation. Once again, the conversation drifts into incomprehensible realms. So what are we to do now? Although Joss previously claimed his pursuit of Apocalypse was merely for amusement, Laura harbors a degree of skepticism, her curiosity piqued as she observes him, eager to discern his true intentions. As Joss contemplates this, he realizes he, too, lacks clarity. He decides to open the system panel, intending to settle his debts first. After all, he has squandered nearly 3 weeks, and with the reward of 20,000 points for defeating Apocalypse, alongside the scattered repayments made earlier, he could finally erase his prior debts. What? The system panel does not display the numbers? Step back. Joss's previously tranquil heart now races with alarm as he hastily retreats while alerting Laura and Hmph. The task of defeating Apocalypse remains on the panel, indicating he is still very much alive. This power feels invigorating, bringing clarity. A voice, almost mechanical, emanates from the prone form of Apocalypse. As fine particles of sand cradle his body, gently lifting him, his cold gaze is fixed upon Joss and his companions. In a moment of realization, Joss recalls that Apocalypse either has a distorted perception of pain or is simply prone to theatrics, often choosing to endure a thrashing before retaliating. As he prepares for battle, sword in hand, Joss remains vigilant, though his mind races with plans for escape. Presently, while Apocalypse lacks diverse offensive methods, his seemingly endless health pool poses a significant threat, whereas Joss finds his own stamina nearing its limits. If he does not flee soon, he might miss the opportunity entirely. You are impressive. Join my ranks as my knights, and I shall grant you greater power to forge a world solely for mutants. Apocalypse's invitation elicits a derisive laugh from Joss, who dismisses the notion with scorn. I would agree if I were a mutant, but I am not. One must admit, he possesses a certain astuteness. The world Apocalypse seeks to create for mutants may or may not succeed, yet even feigning agreement would be futile. Once it is discovered that he is not a mutant, Apocalypse would undoubtedly retaliate with a face full of sand. Hmph, Laura, prepare the plan. With the heavenly sword poised before him, Joss has firmly resolved to retreat. Unexpectedly, Apocalypse raised his hands high and let out a thunderous roar. Aim! Anger! Countless grains of sand surged into the sky, instantly enveloping the entire city. As Apocalypse's bellow echoed, a terrifying dust storm descended upon the small town, reminiscent of the Apocalypse. Although the earlier skirmishes had already ravaged the nearby surroundings, the destruction was confined to a few streets. Yet at this moment, Apocalypse seemed to embody an invincible warrior, his power exponentially amplified. With a mere gesture, he summoned a tempest of sand that barreled toward the crowd. The sand sliced through the air like blades, leaving Laura with innumerable gaping wounds, exposing her bones, while sparks flew as the grains struck Edmund's metallic skeleton. This time, however, Apocalypse had learned from experience. Seizing the opportunity while Laura shielded herself from the storm, he clenched his fingers and ensnared her in an impenetrable cocoon of sand, sinking her into the earth, leaving only her head exposed. Sensing the imminent danger, Joss had already merged with Black, barely evading the onslaught due to their symbiotic bond. Yet, the relentless storm obscured the sky, seeming as though it would never cease. Even with Black's assistance, Joss knew that prolonged exposure would ultimately shatter him. Kneel. Submit to me. As Joss struggled against the tempest, Apocalypse's roar reverberated in his ears once more, infused with his formidable mental prowess. In an instant, Joss felt his focus waver. Realizing the peril, he shook his head vigorously to regain clarity. Could his adversary's power truly be so exaggerated? Had his initial unawareness rendered him foolish? The might displayed by Apocalypse surpassed anything seen in films. Had he unleashed such strength from the outset, Joss and his companions would have been vanquished in mere moments. Yield. You are far too weak. Become my knights, and I shall spare your lives. Once again, Apocalypse's roar, laced with mental force, echoed ominously. While even ordinary individuals would instantly bow to such a sound, Joss, possessing far greater willpower and mental fortitude, resisted the immediate compulsion to submit. Yet, facing the unending storm of sand, he found himself uncertain of how much longer he could endure. Is there any way to escape now? The thought flickered through his mind, contemplating how to stall with Diamond Stardust Fist while contacting Captain America for assistance. However, he quickly dismissed it. Given his near-exhausted state, how many Diamond Stardust Fists could he unleash? And how long would it take for Captain America to mobilize help from afar? Moreover, it seems that the mission at the base has met its irrevocable end. Once contact is established with Captain America and his allies, returning to the base to uncover its secrets will become exceedingly difficult. How could he be so formidable? Suddenly, Joss felt as though he had grasped something significant. A classic three-part laugh erupted from Joss. Even as he struggled against the swirling sands, he covered his eyes and laughed uproariously. Apocalypse, you are quite impressive. His abrupt proclamation drew the attention of everyone present, even causing the swirling dust to momentarily pause. Ignoring Apocalypse's gaze, Joss continued. I merely intended to gauge the temperament of the oldest of mutants, yet you have proven to be far more intriguing than I anticipated. However, your repeated attempts to compel my subservience are indeed a grave offense. Suddenly, his tone shifted to one of chilling severity. In the distance, Apocalypse furrowed his brow, poised to manipulate the sands, only to discover that Joss's hair was standing on end, transformed into a golden lotus-like hairstyle as a surge of pure energy erupted forth. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. Joss's icy voice echoed ominously around them. The eighth gate, the death gate, opens. With a thunderous cry, a blood-red mist enveloped Joss, dyeing his golden hair a dark gold. Black-winged demon, second blade return. Two wings, seemingly forged from pure darkness, unfurled behind Joss, releasing an aura that seemed capable of annihilating everything in its path. Heaven and earth, divergent star. With another furious shout, Joss drew forth a sword from the void, a weapon that could scarcely be described as a sword, as it split into three whirling segments. Even from a distance, Apocalypse felt the very fabric of space around the sword being torn asunder, its mere swing possessing the potential to obliterate the world itself. Yet this was not the culmination. Susanoo, Einsburn, the holy sword of physics, each name unfamiliar yet brimming with unfathomable power, manifested one after another upon Joss. This all transpired in what felt like an eternity, though it had only been mere seconds. The youth who moments ago appeared as a flickering candle in the wind now radiated an aura of terrifying might. Apocalypse's fingers froze in midair, unable to move even the slightest fraction. This formidable power transcended that of mutants, surpassing this world itself, and was far more fearsome than the relics of the gods he had tirelessly sought. Congratulations, your power has garnered my recognition, and thus I shall bid you farewell with my most potent strike. Joss's eyes sparkled with flames of differing hues, one a Rinnegan and the other a direct death demon eye, devoid of any emotion as he gazed upon Apocalypse. Feel proud, for I shall erase Egypt from the map alongside you. As a former king, it must be a joyous endeavor to traverse your homeland. Joss raised his hands high, a staff and a sword intersecting towards the heavens, softly chanting in an incomprehensible tongue. Let all this return to nothingness. A pure light, reminiscent of the world's primordial dawn, cascaded from the sky, transforming everything it touched into sheer illumination. The sky, the ground, the swirling sands, all that the Apocalypse perceived dissolved into void, while that radiant light continued its relentless advance towards him. In that moment, the Apocalypse felt as though he beheld the true descent of divine beings. Such power, capable of annihilating worlds, was beyond the grasp of a mere ancient mutant like him, a mere glimpse of the iceberg of true might. Thus, fear enveloped him. The once invincible Apocalypse turned and fled. Yet, how could a mere mortal outrun light? In the fleeting instant of his turn, the overwhelming brilliance had completely engulfed the Apocalypse. Regarding the rarity levels of the system, while rarity may somewhat indicate the potency of an ability item, it is primarily determined by its degree of scarcity. For instance, a butcher's knife can only be classified as common, whereas the Sharingan could be deemed rare. However, the latter evidently does not enhance combat capability as significantly as the former. The enveloping pure white light persisted for a full 30 minutes before dissipating entirely, leaving the Apocalypse in complete silence. Had he still been alive at that moment, he would have noticed that every blade of grass and every tree in the vicinity remained unchanged, The all-encompassing white light seemed as if it had never existed, leaving no trace upon the land of Egypt. I imagine that at that time, the apocalypse would have sighed in admiration. Egypt is truly magnificent. Detection of the apocalypse's spiritual entity has shifted. Main quest. Defeat the apocalypse has been completed. Side quest. You have been enhanced. Failure. Hidden quest. Completely eliminate the apocalypse. Failure. Reward settlement in progress. Acquired 20,000 points of the source of demise. After deducting the host's debt, the current total is 13. Obtained 1 guaranteed lottery chance. As Joss finally beheld the words flashing on the system panel, a long sigh of relief escaped him. At that moment, he was being carried away by Laura, while Little Black clung to Laura, augmenting her speed. Upon seeing the system notification, Joss patted Laura's shoulder, signaling her to set him down. And the three concluded their aimless flight for survival. What on earth just transpired? What were those items? Why did that creature cease its pursuit? As soon as they halted, Laura bombarded him with questions like a rapid-fire barrage. Though Laura did not require rest, and her body could function almost indefinitely, the harrowing experience of being buried alive by the apocalypse left her gripped by fear. Both she and Logan possessed powers that could hardly be deemed formidable. Thus, any limitation on their movements would undoubtedly herald the onset of an eternal nightmare. There were far too many questions arising from this predicament, but to summarize, he had terrified himself, or rather, this body had already succumbed to death. As for what had transpired moments ago, that was for you to discern. While speaking, Joss retrieved the divergence sword from his system backpack and tossed it to Laura. Hey, what are you doing? Laura exclaimed in a fluster as she caught the weapon capable of rending space itself, astonished at Joss's casual disregard. Wait, why does it feel devoid of any power? Upon wielding the divergence sword, Laura immediately sensed something amiss and turned to Joss in confusion. Joss merely shrugged, admitting, yes, it has no power at all. It's merely aesthetically pleasing. It is well known that items produced by the system, apart from being utterly useless, also possess significant utility. The preceding statement is not a grammatical error, but rather a declaration. The weapon in Laura's grasp, both in appearance and material, as well as the energy waves it emitted, would leave even the most ancient of beings perplexed at first glance, unable to discern its authenticity. Yet, it held no power whatsoever. From the prior 100 consecutive draws, aside from the Scion wig, Super Scion, Joss had acquired nearly a dozen similar items, including those he had previously displayed to intimidate the apocalypse. According to Joss's understanding, these items should be classified as props. Though devoid of any power, they exuded an air of sophistication. Joss had always found it peculiar that the apocalypse persistently sought to recruit him and his companions as his knights. After all, while the apocalypse enjoyed the act of shaving heads, one would not expect him to temporarily enlist foes on the battlefield under such circumstances. Furthermore, after the trio had inflicted significant injuries upon the apocalypse, his aura only intensified. Under these compounded circumstances, a different individual might have found themselves kneeling in submission. However, Joss was unlike others. He was aware of the narrative, and even though the storyline had undergone considerable alterations, certain elements remained unchanged. For instance, the current strength of the apocalypse was evidently not formidable to that extent. What reason could there be for a being capable of annihilating a city with a mere gesture to feel compelled to recruit Joss and his companions? This accumulation of doubts led Joss to surmise that the apocalypse was likely experiencing a momentary resurgence, a final flicker of vitality. Logically, as long as they could endure, the apocalypse would be powerless against the three of them. Regrettably, given their current state, it was evident that they could not withstand the apocalypse's final wave. Thus, Joss chose a different path to perform. You can act, can't you? The Scion's extravagant hairstyle, the red steam of the 8 gates of Duanjia, and the luminous Rinnegan contact lenses. Joss had donned all of them, and indeed, it succeeded in intimidating the apocalypse. As for the final radiant burst of sunlight, it stemmed from a rather subtle ability he had previously drawn, aptly named 5-Mao Special Effects. Name, 5-Mao Special Effects, Rarity. Effect, at a cost of 5 Mao per second, allows a target to witness exceedingly low-quality special effect animations. Initially, Joss had not contemplated utilizing this skill. Although it appeared to be an illusion-type ability, which could be deemed decent, the term exceedingly low quality unveiled its true nature. It was a type of special effect that could be effortlessly seen through, so laughably poor that it was akin to a mere caricature. One might even envision a humanoid illusion that resembled a pixelated figure from a game like Minecraft. Nonetheless, the overwhelming white light presented no such issues. After all, the requirements were simplicity itself, devoid of any complexity. Thus, Apocalypse beheld the engulfing white radiance sweeping across the world. Concurrently, Joss retracted all his adornments, instructing Little Black to extract Laura from the ground, and the trio hastily fled. Originally, Joss had merely intended to use this performance to buy some time with their pace. 30 minutes would suffice to cover several dozen kilometers, rendering it impossible for Apocalypse to locate them thereafter. However, even Joss did not anticipate that Apocalypse would ultimately choose to abandon its body, forcibly transferring its essence instead. Now, its resurrection lay unknown in some corner of the world. Of course, another possibility lingered, that Apocalypse had, unbeknownst to Joss, ensnared him within a mental battleground, reminiscent of his confrontation with Charles. Yet, with no means to discern the truth, Joss opted for the same measures regardless of the reality. The outcome was undeniably favorable. On one hand, Joss successfully acquired his rewards, while on the other, Apocalypse would not emerge to cause turmoil in the near future. As for the future, even if Apocalypse reached its zenith, formidable entities like Phoenix and Sentinel would intervene, leaving Joss unaffected. In summary, Joss reflected on the preceding circumstances, providing Laura and Little Black with a brief explanation. Indeed, fortune smiled upon them. Laura exhibited signs of fatigue, clearly having endured considerable mental strain. Well, let us rest for a while. Afterward, we shall devise a way to return to the United States. In such circumstances, how does one rest? Laura furrowed her brow at Joss, only to discover that he had already succumbed to sleep. A master of slumber, truly terrifying. After the Apocalypse incident, Joss, along with 2 companions and a clump of slime, boarded a dark vessel and returned to the United States. Such items may seem unattainable for the average person, yet they are rather commonplace in war-torn regions. Moreover, neither Joss nor Laura can be considered ordinary individuals, and thus they encountered little danger or noteworthy events during their journey. Upon returning to the United States, Laura bid farewell to Joss. After all, she still bore the title of a secret military research project and could not afford to reveal herself. Once Joss disclosed the locations of all of Charles' mutant schools to her, they parted ways. Instead of returning directly to the base, Joss meticulously organized the spoils of his previous endeavors. From the total of 110 rewards obtained through 100 consecutive draws and an additional 10 gifts, excluding the initial few and the Happy Windman series, there remained a substantial collection. The physical items generally possessed limited efficacy, totaling 46, while the remainder consisted of trivial items such as umbrellas and plastic bags, alongside 48 items that occupied space without utility. Ultimately, he was left with 7 usable abilities, which included 1. Name: hand-brewed black tea rarity. Effect: the black tea you brew will automatically induce a drowsy effect. 2. Name: coo rarity. Effect: apologies, I flaked out. 3. Name: 1% perfect copy rarity. Effect: perfectly replicate 1% of the opponent's abilities. Side effects are ineffective. 4. Name: childhood friends rarity. Effect: in any size comparison activity, if you do not guess, the results will remain small on both sides. 5. Name: king of gravity rarity. Effect: you can freely adjust the weight reading on the scale. 6. Name: dual blossoms rarity. Effect: when discussing Marvel, we think of the Sino-American collaboration, Dual Blossoms. 7. Name: friendship punching gloves rarity. Effect: wearing these gloves to strike your opponent can deepen your friendship. As usual, subtle abilities dominated the collection. However, the current Joss was no longer the naive individual who would complain at the slightest inconvenience. He regarded these new abilities with earnest contemplation. Among them, the friendship punching gloves stood out as particularly useful. Although they could not transform adversaries into allies, they could prove to be quite effective against eccentric individuals. The mere thought of possibly persuading Stark to fund him through physical means filled Joss with a peculiar sense of exhilaration. The sole skill whose practical significance remained elusive seemed unlikely to be entirely without merit. Joss gazed vacantly at the coo ability for a moment before diverting his gaze. This peculiar object remains an enigma, leaving me uncertain on how to experiment with it. I shall have to wait for a more opportune moment. As for the other abilities, after a thorough assessment, Joss found himself at a loss for any tangible effects, so he cast them aside from his thoughts. Speaking of which, there remains the unused guaranteed draw from the victory over the Apocalypse. It would be prudent to address that before returning to the base. Although he harbored little hope for the outcome, Joss was nevertheless intrigued by the draw itself. After all, regardless of the quality of a mobile game, the exhilarating moment of drawing cards is universally satisfying, a sentiment that resonated with Joss at this juncture. With a mere thought, Joss activated his solitary draw privilege, causing the system interface to whirl like a dazzling marquee. The drawing process was brief, and within moments, a resplendent golden object materialized before Joss. Oh, is it actually a physical item? I hope it won't be as disappointing as the Jade Dragon Pot. He inwardly grumbled before reaching out to grasp the shimmering artifact. As he gazed at the golden glow, a nagging feeling of forgetfulness washed over him. "Hey, little black, do you have any idea what's going on?" he inquired. "Don't bother me. I'm tired," came the dismissive reply from the slumbering little black nestled within Joss's being, who promptly lapsed into silence. "Ah, forget it. It's probably nothing significant. I just feel like my pants are a bit loose today." After muttering to himself, Joss's attention shifted to the newly acquired item. Name: Holy Grail, from an unknown anomaly. Rarity: effect, known as the legendary wish-granting machine. Its effects are self-evident. Note: magic power will dissipate over time. Please use it promptly to avoid nullification. Once used, the wishing effect will be permanently lost. Seriously? Do you really think Hmph spent an entire night watching Fate? If I were to treat this as a universal wish-granting machine, would you be trying to lead me to ruin? In the original tales concerning the Holy Grail, it was notoriously treacherous. To put it simply, if one wished for the end of war, the result would be the utter annihilation of all life, thus eliminating any possibility of conflict, a rather absurd outcome. And now, this troublesome artifact was produced by an even more troublesome system. I beg your pardon, may I draw again? Moreover, I shan't even mention the functionality. The fact that the Holy Grail is, in essence, merely a cup is already disheartening. As Joss scrutinized the object in his hand, he realized he had perhaps overestimated the system's limitations. Why is it a flying cup? Which delusional magician conjured this? The Holy Grail War would weep at this. Despite his grievances, as a pseudo-universal wish-granting machine, Joss saw no reason to dismiss it outright. He pondered carefully, resolving that wishes must not be too ethereal. They should be clear and precise to avoid any potential for wordplay. Having engaged with the system for an extended period, Joss had become quite adept at navigating the intricacies of word games and was naturally unfazed by the allure of the Holy Grail. Moreover, as long as he refrained from articulating wishes laden with excessive possibilities, it seemed the Grail would have little opportunity to create mischief. Hence, desires such as vanquishing Thanos never even crossed Joss's mind. Uttering such a wish might have resulted in the Grail transporting him directly to Thanos, compelling him to confront the foe himself. In light of this, procuring equipment appeared to be the most prudent choice, especially since he currently possessed no suitable weapon. After a moment's contemplation, Joss directed his gaze towards the myriad of formidable artifacts within the Marvel Universe. Acquiring a Marvel artifact. Joss's wish was neither overly complex nor exceedingly simple. The Marvel realm boasts a plethora of bizarre artifacts, many of which seem casually discarded as if awaiting discovery by passers-by. However, aside from a select few, most artifacts possess a recognition mechanism akin to that found in cultivation lore. The most notable example is Thor's hammer, which cannot be wielded by those deemed unworthy. As for the Infinity Stones, regarded as the pinnacle of artifacts within the cinematic universe, they present an even greater challenge. Each stone embodies a proud and untamed essence. Only those who can earn their acknowledgement and conquer them may harness their power. Otherwise, they remain mere stones, devoid of utility. For instance, during the war, Loki delivered the Tesseract to Earth, yet Hydra struggled for an extensive period to fully comprehend the intricacies of this artifact containing the Space Stone, let alone the contents within. On a grander scale, the true nature of such treasures raises questions about whether the Holy Grail's magic could even procure them. Should he succeed in acquiring one, Joss had no doubt that within minutes, the most formidable figures on Earth would be seeking him out for a discussion. While the notion of acquiring the Infinity Stones posed its own challenges, he understood that ensnaring Thanos was a necessity. After careful deliberation and consideration of his phrasing to ensure the Holy Grail would not misconstrue his intent, Joss slowly articulated his wish to the Grail. As immense, otherworldly magic was expended, an object, roughly one-third the size of Joss himself, materialized before him. Its dark golden hue, distinctly segmented fingers, and 5 oval inlays on its back unmistakably signified its identity. The Infinity Gauntlet, without the stones. Though often regarded as a singular entity alongside the Infinity Stones, this artifact remained fundamentally distinct from them. However, whether within the realms of comic books or cinematic portrayals, the Infinity Gauntlet itself appears to be merely glossed over. Each time it is introduced, it is in its invincible state, brimming with gems, while the gauntlet itself seems to bear little significance. Yet, Joss holds a differing perspective. As an artifact capable of housing all the Infinity Stones, the gauntlet is undoubtedly a legendary item in its own right. To take a step back, the materials used to forge the Infinity Gauntlet must certainly be on par with, if not superior to, the likes of vibranium and adamantium. Such a remarkable creation, regardless of whether Joss can utilize it, would undoubtedly yield intriguing results if examined by a high-caliber scientist like Tony Stark. Whether it be a new alloy forging method, insights into the utilization of the stones gleaned from the gauntlet, or other scientific breakthroughs unknown to Joss, it is evidently worth exploring. Returning to the gauntlet itself, Since Thanos has consistently donned this artifact, it is clear that it holds significant importance for him, regardless of whether he possesses a backup or can reconstruct another. It certainly buys him ample time. After all, aside from the omnipotent Phoenix, there may still be formidable entities like the Ancient One on Earth. Thanos would never dare to come charging for a gauntlet without the stones. Nonetheless, the thought of this item being of no use does present a slight headache. Gazing upon the colossal gauntlet, Joss cannot help but feel a twinge of regret. Thanos' physique surpasses even that of the transformed Hulk, and naturally, the gauntlet is astonishingly large, allowing Joss, with his own stature, to wield it as a belt. Detected Infinity Gauntlet. Does the host require system assistance to alter its form? How much will this cost? Upon hearing the system's voice, Joss surmised that it would likely attempt to extort him financially. However, he was not inclined to let this opportunity slip away. Transforming Infinity Gauntlet's form. 3,000 points. Extracting all related technologies. 10,000 points. Damn. Trying to trick me into debt again. I just cleared my dues. I certainly won't fall into that trap again. Joss currently possesses merely 13 points. Effectively meaning he owes as much as he has. Coupled with the system's debts and accruing interest, he would be at least 15,000 in the hole. The host has demonstrated repayment capability. This loan can be deferred for 2 repayment cycles, and the interest rate will decrease by 0.1. That is hardly a reduction at all. Were you a miser in your past life? Despite the grumbling, Joss felt a flicker of temptation. The benefits of altering the gauntlet's form are self-evident. Transforming this mere ornament into a source of combat prowess would be nothing short of splendid. Moreover, should its appearance change, Thanos would be unable to discern any clues upon his arrival, ensuring he would not pursue Joss with hostility. As for extracting related technologies, Joss originally intended to pass it to Tony to see if he could derive anything from it. If it were possible to directly extract the internal technology now, it would save a considerable amount of research and development time, alleviating numerous complications regardless of the outcome. Therefore, let us proceed to extract the relevant technology and transform it into the form of the Infinity Gauntlet. Confirmed. Technology extraction in progress. Please select the new form of the Infinity Gauntlet. As for the new form, weaponry is certainly out of the question. After some contemplation, Joss dismissed the idea of creating an infinite series of weapons. Unlike Thor's hammer or Captain America's shield, which possess inherent powers, even modified weapons would merely be robust, featureless equipment. Thus, it is more fitting to consider it as armor rather than weaponry. Since this item has come into my possession, it must not fall into anyone else's hands. Consequently, a helmet or shield would be inadequate. It would be best to design it akin to the concealed and flexible armors found in martial arts novels, such as the Golden Cicada or Soft Hedgehog armor. As his ideas continued to evolve, a template for a premier piece of armor gradually took shape in Joss's mind, which he promptly conveyed to the system in meticulous detail. Upon the conclusion of Joss's instructions, the Infinity Gauntlet transformed into a pool of dark golden liquid, which, under the system's influence, reconstructed itself into a new form. The item manifested as a perfect equilateral triangle, with 5 oval-shaped inset holes arranged in a character-like formation. Even without a single gem at present, Joss could still perceive the latent power contained within. This is the Infinity, the 52 Infinity set. Gazing vacantly at the item before him, Joss struggled to contain his laughter. I had anticipated you would employ such a tactic, but surely, for such a large gauntlet, you could at least provide some protective gear? TSK. Did that thing just make a sound? Did the system just emit a TSK? With Joss's exclamations echoing. A similarly dark golden attire resembling a tank top or a sweatshirt emerged from the system. Why is it being spat out though? Are you trying to skimp on my commission, and I've caught wind of it, Haven TI? As the system offered no response to Joss's complaints, he soon lost interest in venting and began to scrutinize the newly acquired equipment. Visually, there was little to discuss. It was merely 2 pieces of dark golden clothing. However, upon touching them, Joss immediately sensed their extraordinary quality. To describe it would be to say it possesses unparalleled flexibility, despite being as thin as a cicada's wing. Even Joss's current strength could not stretch it even a millimeter. Intriguing. Come here, little one, strike me. Boom. Joss's body was sent flying, embedding him into the wall, leaving a human-shaped imprint. I quite like this request. Little Black clenched his fist, seemingly relishing the sensation from moments prior. I mean, after I don this attire. You must be doing it on purpose, right? Who told you not to articulate clearly? Although his body was unscathed, Joss's heart felt as though it had been pierced with 1,000 daggers. Just you wait. I'll teach you what true replenishment of magic is. Understanding that idle banter with Little Black would yield no fruitful outcome, Joss resolved to contemplate his revenge instead. After thwarting Little Black's intentions to attack, he swiftly donned the infinite garment. The moment this attire enveloped him, a refreshing wave coursed through him, invigorating his spirit considerably. To articulate it in gaming terms, this ensemble seemed to inherently bestow an increase of 10% in mental acuity and resistance. The advantage of heightened clarity and swift thought in combat is self-evident. Even in day-to-day life, it serves as a substantial boon. At the very least, Joss could conceive 3 distinct plans to navigate perilous situations. Furthermore, this outfit significantly enhanced his energy manipulation capabilities, allowing his laser projections to gain an additional 30% potency. After experiencing the unexpected benefits of the infinite suit, yes, he had whimsically altered its nomenclature to sound grander. Joss invited Little Black to launch another assault. Eagerly, Little Black transformed her hands into blades, leaping towards Joss with a flurry of strikes. With few opportunities to strike Joss without retaliation, she was determined to seize the moment, unaware that Joss had already marked her in his mind. After several tests, Joss gained a clearer understanding of the infinite suit's effects. Firstly, it provided an indomitable defense, rendering the attire akin to the finest ballistic armor, capable of withstanding all manner of piercing, slashing, and shrapnel-inflicted damage, a common misconception. The primary role of ballistic armor is not to disregard bullets, but to prevent them and other projectiles from penetrating the body. While the force from attacks inevitably impacted Joss, the distinction between being pierced through the heart and merely having a blade pressed against his chest was significant. Secondly, there was a slight dispersal effect that mitigated the impact force. The original Infinite gloves showed no signs of damage even when struck at a singular point, not solely due to their hardness, but also owing to a dispersal technique in their crafting. In simpler terms, this meant that the force exerted on a single point was entirely transmitted across the whole structure, resembling a weaker variant of Captain America's shield's properties. However, Captain America's shield can completely nullify impact, while the Infinity armor merely disperses force across a larger area of the body. Ultimately, when it comes down to enduring the blow, it is still Joss who stands firm. As for the several apertures on the Infinity armor, that matter can be deferred until the Infinity Stones are acquired. Although this set of Infinity armor does not bestow upon Joss any overwhelming abilities to wreak havoc, the enhancement gained from this singular lottery is unprecedented compared to any prior experiences. Thus Joss finds himself quite content. He chuckles softly, pondering that with this Infinity armor, he can continue to engage in reckless endeavors without peril. Yet, he suddenly questions why he has adopted recklessness as a life goal. Something feels amiss. After securing the Infinity armor, Joss meticulously packed all the technological documents extracted by the system and dispatched them to Stark. While sending them online would have been the swiftest method, this tangible approach undoubtedly offers greater security in terms of confidentiality. Moreover, he must attend to matters concerning the military base. Whether the documents arrive sooner or later is of little consequence. Nevertheless, the sight of the outstanding debt of over 13,000 plus interest is quite vexing. With a glance at the system's points, Joss sighed once more. Yet, when reflecting on his initial objectives, particularly the potential existence of super soldier serum and remnants of Hydra within that military base, Joss felt little trepidation. Either of these ventures, once engaged, would undoubtedly yield substantial points. Furthermore, Joss had originally intended to inject the super soldier serum, an inherently reckless act that would likewise garner him points. Previously unnoticed, it dawned upon him that while typical system tasks yield rewards upon completion, his own reckless pursuits directly result in rewards, which he can subsequently utilize to address the consequences of his audacity. Upon deeper contemplation, Joss recognized this system possessed a considerable advantage. Such a premise may not seem particularly remarkable, yet in another light, it resembles a scenario where one can receive payment prior to conducting business, subsequently rectifying any past oversights. In this context, the operational flexibility far surpasses that of opening a shop before collecting payment. Initially, he had intended to elaborate extensively, but reconsidered and opted for brevity. Some individuals are truly perplexing. If they dislike something, they may simply choose to ignore it. Yet they insist on causing a ruckus. 9 out of 10 of them lack even a mere apprentice title. Why engage in such antics? If you irritate me, I might silence you. If I am in a foul mood, I may scold you before silencing you again. Is it truly necessary? These past few days, my fingers have been sore. Composing a chapter daily is already burdensome, and enduring such madness is unbearable. And yet, today, I still managed to produce 2 updates. Upon Joss's return to the base, a considerable stir ensued, for he was a man previously presumed dead, and his reappearance naturally incited astonishment. However, the ordinary soldiers were unaware of the specific missions undertaken by Joss and his elite companions, and those few acquaintances of Joss had their own matters to attend to. Thus they did not pester him with inquiries. Consequently, after navigating through some requisite formalities, Joss successfully rejoined the base. Following this, he was granted several days of leave. Yet he was acutely aware that this seemingly leisurely and serene period was merely the calm before the storm. Nonetheless, Joss did not remain idle. Seizing the opportunity of this lull, he collaborated with Little Black to prepare for what lay ahead, thereafter settling into a quiet state of anticipation. After 3 days of rest, precisely 1 week later, Joss was summoned by the highest echelons of the base. "Commander," Joss reporting for duty. Upon observing the man before him, clad in sunglasses, Joss refrained from adopting his usual reckless demeanor, instead assuming the guise of a seemingly ordinary individual, albeit with a hint of arrogance. Having just emerged from a significant battle, it would have been peculiar to exhibit no reaction whatsoever. "You are Joss, correct? My name is Duncan." The man in sunglasses, Duncan, nodded slightly, appearing to be quite pleased with Joss. "I have reviewed your records. It is said that your strategy was pivotal in demolishing the enemy's base, and others seem to hold you in high regard." Joss contemplated for a moment, eschewing any pretense, and replied with a composed yet subtly haughty nod. "Indeed, Commander Duncan. I have always believed in winning hearts through virtue. They must have been swayed by my character." Duncan, upon hearing this, jested, "Virtue? While I do not dispute your integrity, I fear that persuading those young men might require a touch of violence as well." At Duncan's playful banter, Joss broke into a grin. "Violence, perhaps just a pinch. It seems you might be speaking of something entirely different," he mused, "but let us not dwell on that. The reason I summoned you today, aside from the pleasantries, is to discuss another matter." After the two shared light-hearted banter for a moment, Duncan gradually produced a document and placed it on the table, his gaze fixed intently on Joss from behind his sunglasses. "In our world, do you envy those who possess extraordinary powers?" Before he could finish, Joss realized that the main event had finally arrived. Extraordinary power lingered in the mind of Joss, whose eyes soon glimmered with a covetous light. How could one not feel envious? As a warrior, the relentless pursuit of strength is an irresistible temptation. Yet, abruptly, Joss shifted his tone, lamenting, "Alas, such power is inherently elusive. It cannot be sought after. I once heard of the superhero Hulk, who acquired his formidable strength only after being struck by some mysterious radiation. However, the probability of such an occurrence is, in essence, merely a fraction of 1 in a billion." As he recounted, a tinge of compassion emerged on Joss's face. For those who attain power, it represents a chance. Yet for the countless failures, it results in certain death and the inevitability of being forgotten. This sentiment transcends mere theatrics. It reflects Joss's perhaps anxious or sympathetic feelings towards the Marvel Universe itself, regardless of how comic books may deviate from the narrative or how films may alter their settings. Every individual in the Marvel world who obtains extraordinary power is undeniably a chosen one. It may stem from decades of genetic editing within their lineage, a fortuitous encounter with a 1 in a billion mutation, or perhaps being born the offspring of a powerful mutant. To an outsider, Spider-Man's transformation occurred simply from a spider bite, granting him incredible abilities. Yet, what is the reality? One must not overlook that Peter Parker possesses an intellect that far surpasses the ordinary, enabling him to invent devices like the web shooters. The sheer number of individuals bitten by that spider remains an unquantifiable mystery. And even when considering the girl associated with the web, only 2 individuals underwent a related mutation. As for the others who were bitten, their fates, be it death, illness, or transformation into unspeakable horrors, remain shrouded in obscurity. Observing the blend of envy and sorrow in Joss's gaze, Duncan revealed a subtle, knowing smile. It is precisely those who yearn for power yet find themselves at a loss that he finds most appealing. Such individuals require no convoluted indoctrination. The mere allure of strength suffices to ensure their cooperation with the plan. After a brief cough, Duncan began to speak slowly. "The issues you mention are well known to all. However, if I were to tell you that our base has developed a method to enhance strength with a remarkably high success rate, and that even in the event of failure, no adverse effects would ensue, would you be intrigued?" "Enhancement method?" A look of skepticism crossed Joss's face. "Indeed. You should be aware that our nation's hero, Captain America, once underwent a transformation procedure, receiving an injection of super soldier serum, which not only halted his aging process, allowing him to remain youthful even at nearly a century old, but also significantly augmented his overall capabilities. But I recall that the serum was lost during the war," Joss remarked, furrowing his brow as he pointed out the flaw in Duncan's statement. In response, Duncan flashed a broad smile. "It appears you are not as ordinary as the records suggest. An average individual would hardly concern themselves with such matters." Before he could finish, Duncan abruptly raised his voice. "But I admire that. The desire to grow stronger and seek power is essential." He then presented the documents on the table to Joss, revealing several vials filled with serums of various vibrant colors. "You read that correctly. These are all super soldier serums, developed under the research of our military physician, Dr. Connors. and are a new type even more potent than the serum injected into Captain America. Upon hearing Duncan's words, Joss did not leap with excitement. Instead, he furrowed his brows and gazed at Duncan. This brought the conversation back to the earlier question. How did Dr. Connors manage to research these substances, which should have been obliterated in the chaos of war? Kin flashed a shark-like grin, revealing a row of menacing teeth, and ominously chuckled. Are you certain you wish to hear? Once you do, our manner of conversation may change significantly. Since he had already disclosed the existence of the super soldier serum, it was evident that Duncan would not permit Joss to leave unscathed. The inquiry was necessary. If Joss agreed to cooperate, their actions would be more streamlined, and they could avoid the troublesome process of brainwashing. Moreover, Dr. Connors had his means of controlling these modified soldiers, alleviating any concerns regarding loyalty. However, should Joss refuse to cooperate, they possessed alternative methods, albeit more labor-intensive. Duncan's threats were unmistakable, yet Joss maintained an impassive demeanor, even displaying a hint of intrigue as he fixated on Duncan's teeth. Is this what one gains from the serum? Huh, you have a keen eye? I injected myself with Dr. Connors' shark-modified super soldier serum. Besides possessing physical capabilities far exceeding that of an ordinary human, these teeth are my most formidable weapon. Perhaps it was due to his confidence in his strength, or perhaps the shark-like teeth were simply impossible to conceal, or maybe he had another ace up his sleeve. Regardless, Duncan generously demonstrated to Joss. You must have heard that a great white shark can exert a bite force of up to 800 kilograms, right? Duncan casually toyed with his sidearm. Indeed, I am aware, Joss replied coolly. Should you wish, I could even provide you with the precise figure accurate to 17 decimal places. However, in the next moment, Duncan shoved the handgun into his mouth and, with a crunch, bit it in half, chewing on it as if it were gum. As for my bite force, it exceeds a full 3,000 kilograms. Spitting out a wad of chewed iron filings, Duncan once again cast a glance at Joss and remarked, there are plenty of other serums available from the same doctor. Whether it be the abilities akin to Spider-Man or the powers derived from various animals, he possesses them all. After a brief pause, Duncan hinted mysteriously, in fact, if your potential is sufficiently high, you might even acquire some of his more unique serums. Is this Dr. Connors trying to establish a zoo? Joss nearly blurted out, managing to suppress the thought, and simply nodded with a composed demeanor. When Duncan mentioned Dr. Connors, or more famously known as the Lizard, Joss sensed the possibility right away. As one of Spider-Man's adversaries, this military doctor who injected himself with a serum leading to his transformation into a reptilian creature evidently harbored a fervent fascination for biologically altered humans. Such talent, or rather obsession, would not surprise Joss in the least, especially when confronted with the ramifications of the super soldier serum. Is something amiss? Are you intrigued by my serum? Duncan inquired. No, I was merely struck by curiosity. Tell me, Commander, do you possess a lethal technique known as tooth strike? What is that? Duncan furrowed his brow, seemingly intrigued. Pay it no mind. It is merely a form of dental combat. Joss cleared his throat, opting to steer the conversation elsewhere. The mere thought of Duncan's combat style filled him with an awkward discomfort that he could not shake off. So what is your answer? Duncan pressed again, sensing the moment was ripe for inquiry. You hardly intend to offer me a choice, do you? Moreover, the opportunity to attain extraordinary power lies before me. How could I possibly decline? Though their acquaintance had been brief, Joss had gleaned enough about Duncan's character. He possessed a measure of cunning and perhaps eloquence. Yet the arrogance that surfaced post-acquisition of power overshadowed all his virtues. Well, you are perceptive. If that is the case, you shall be one of us. Prepare yourself today, for tomorrow we shall arrange a meeting between you and Dr. Connors. Before Duncan could finish his statement, he added ominously, of course, you are aware of the consequences should you attempt to flee or divulge any of our discussions, are you not? Surely you jest. As long as I can gain power, I have no interest in those trivial matters. Joss lifted his chin, exuding an air of supreme arrogance, which, to Duncan's delight, elicited a chuckle from him. Enough of this banter. We shall resume our discourse another time. You may leave for now. With the terms settled, Duncan lost interest in further pleasantries and waved Joss off. One moment, Commander. What is it? Do you have further inquiries? No, I merely observed the exquisite quality of the red tea on your table. You must understand, the red tea I brew by hand is equally cherished back in my hometown. May I prepare a cup for you? Oh, I did not expect you to possess such social grace. Come on, ha 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 ha. Although laughter escaped his lips, Duncan's gaze remained fixed on Joss, concealed behind his sunglasses. It was not until a cup of red tea was placed before him that he noticed Joss had not moved a muscle. How intriguing. It seems that not only is he adept in combat, but he also possesses an impressive knack for hospitality. Perhaps I should consult the doctor to bring him over later. Duncan savored the tea with great pleasure, subsequently watching as Joss exited the room, his mind already racing with calculations. Why do I feel so drowsy today? Ah well, I have finished my tasks, so a brief nap shall suffice. As Duncan gradually succumbed to slumber, he remained oblivious to the dark liquid quietly seeping through the window crevice into the room. Considering the chaotic serum, the lizard doctor, and Duncan's demeanor alongside the information provided by Nick, it was evident that this base had been infiltrated by Hydra. It could very well be a mere front for ASHIELD branch. One cannot ignore the nauseating implications of Hydra's mantra, sever one head, and two shall arise in its place. Since traversing into this world, it appears that nearly every event Joss has encountered bears the shadow of Hydra, reflecting upon Jason's actions. Initially deemed a scheme by a small faction of Hydra remnants to ambush the Avengers, one must ponder if the plethora of Hydra operatives here suggests that all these occurrences were mere FA-aids, concealing Hydra's true intentions. Furthermore, the sudden insurgence of the vampire clan, thwarted by Joss and Blade, and the vampire lord subsumed by Venom, could they also be entangled in Hydra's web? If this is indeed the case, then Hydra's machinations may be far grander than Nick and I have surmised. The following day, before dawn broke, Joss was blindfolded by several visibly augmented soldiers and escorted from his chamber. Despite their winding route and nearly an hour of travel, Joss, through minute details and the omniscient knowledge he possessed, deduced that he remained within the confines of the military camp, albeit several hundred meters underground. Are you Joss? Upon the removal of the blindfold, he found himself face to face with a frail, one-armed man clad in a white lab coat, with strikingly pale golden hair. The man's complexion was grim, his eyes marked by pronounced bags and dark circles, a mix of excessive excitement rendering him not quite sane. Indeed, it was Dr. Kurt Connors. Joss nodded slightly and greeted the other party. In the original storyline of Spider-Man, Dr. Lizard is one of his formidable foes. This military doctor and biology professor lost an arm during the war and subsequently began to experiment with lizard genetics in an attempt to create a serum that would allow him to regenerate his lost limb. The outcome, as is typical in Marvel narratives, was rather predictable. Although the serum was successfully developed, it transformed him into a humanoid lizard, thus marking his descent into one of the notorious supervillains. It is curious how a significant portion of Marvel's antagonists seem to turn to villainy following disfigurement. Returning from his wandering thoughts, Joss discreetly began to scrutinize Dr. Connors before him. At this moment, Dr. Connors still possessed only one arm. It was uncertain whether his energy was consumed by that peculiar array of serums or if his research had yet to reach fruition. Nevertheless, this was good news for Joss, as facing a well-known supervillain was far preferable to contending with mere cannon fodder like modified soldiers or Duncan's ilk. After all, if there existed a truly effective and powerful serum, Dr. Connors would undoubtedly have been the first to administer it to himself. Indeed, as they say, your physical constitution appears quite impressive. I believe you have the potential to become a formidable modified soldier, Dr. Connors stated, clearly uninterested in pleasantries, and immediately delved into the matter at hand. I am quite curious to learn what this powerful super soldier serum is like, Joss replied, maintaining his facade of a slightly self-absorbed combat enthusiast. Super soldier serum? However, upon hearing Joss's words, Connors' expression soured. This is not a mere super soldier serum. The serum I have developed surpasses that concept entirely. As Connors gestured with his single arm towards a glass cabinet that nearly spanned a wall, Joss beheld an array of bizarre potions in various hues. Super soldier serum, at its core, is merely the pinnacle of human capability. Dr. Connors scoffed disdainfully. But do you realize that in the natural world, the human body is the most feeble of all? Such a fragile existence, even at its limit, cannot compare to the extremes of the animal kingdom. Hearing his words, Joss nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is not incorrect. So, does this imply that the serum you possess is actually? Dr. Connors revealed an exceedingly sinister smile. Indeed. This is a serum that has been further refined from the original super soldier serum. I have named it the Beast Serum. Oh, is that so? Joss remarked, suppressing the urge to critique the unrefined nomenclature. Yet those fools still cling to their former aspirations, stubbornly insisting that this is merely a super soldier serum. They truly are a foolish lot. Connors, unfazed by Joss's reaction, unabashedly derided Duncan and his associates. This seemingly innocuous remark momentarily startled Joss, for it was not difficult to discern from the words of the other party that someone of Duncan's caliber was undoubtedly linked to Hydra. The true super soldier serum, aside from the one administered to Captain America, had been utterly destroyed, leaving Hydra's replicated serums as the most abundant remnants. Although he was aware of this connection, Joss maintained an unchanged expression, fixated with fervor on the vibrant array of serums before him, revealing a countenance tinged with desire. Though 7 parts of this expression were feigned, 3 parts were genuine emotion. After all, whether it was the super soldier serum or some variant. It was evident from Duncan and the other modified soldiers that these substances significantly enhanced physical prowess. Regarding his appearance, Joss had no trepidation of resembling the lizard, for his mindset was not fragile enough to seek revenge on the world simply due to a change in hue. Wait, wasn't he the lizard's head green? Come here. Let me show you my confident creations. Perhaps spurred by the mention of his modified serum, Dr. Connors visibly grew excited. Beckoning Joss to introduce or perhaps boast about his work, Joss was naturally eager, as this pertained to his optimal opportunity for enhancement. And it was indeed fitting for Connors to provide a personal introduction. However, shortly after Joss approached, he realized such an introduction was unnecessary. The system had directly manifested before him, presenting text boxes that clearly detailed each vial of serum within his view, akin to a prop introduction. This one contains shark serum, the very type Duncan injected, enhancing physical attributes while bestowing the strength of a shark. As Dr. Connors elaborated, Joss's gaze fell upon a bottle of blue-gray liquid, and relevant information promptly appeared on the system panel. Name, Super Soldier Serum, Shark Variant. Rating. This rating is solely for comparative purposes within this world. Unrelated to system items. Effect 1. Injection randomly enhances all physical attributes by 10 to 30. Effect 2. Injection randomly grants abilities such as razor teeth, shark skin, underwater breathing, immunity to diseases, and accelerated recovery. Warning, this product is Dr. Kurt Connors' self-modified version, with a 50 chance of failure and a 20 chance of death upon injection, depending on the host's current physique. Upon seeing the utterly normal description on the system panel, Joss inexplicably felt a pang in his nose, nearly moved to tears. At long last, he had witnessed a proper item introduction, albeit not one produced by the system. Since today was New Year's Day, it was only reasonable to expect just one update, wasn't it? As Joss meticulously scrutinized the potions, Dr. Connors' thunderous roar abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Turning to face him, Joss found Dr. Connors glaring at him with a face full of fury. After a moment's contemplation, Joss quickly grasped the source of the issue. Dr. Connors had just been showcasing his results, yet Joss had been engrossed in the system panel's descriptions. Undoubtedly, he had disregarded Dr. Connors. No one has ever dared to zone out while I am speaking. Never. Joss's negligence was met with fierce retribution, and he had no doubt that if he did not act soon, Connors would unceremoniously expel him. As for the reason behind the absence of any injection modifications, a mere statement of physical incompatibility would suffice for Duncan and the others. They would never come to interrogate Dr. Connors on Joss's behalf. And now, armed with the secrets of this place, if Joss could not be transformed into a new warrior, Duncan and his cohorts would undoubtedly eliminate him to silence him permanently. Whether or not he would succeed was one matter, but Joss's mission here had undeniably failed. After all, his duty was to assist Nick Fury in capturing all the serpents lurking here, not merely to vent his frustrations by recklessly eliminating a few individuals, thereby allowing Hydra to once again cloak itself in shadows. With a furrowed brow, Joss's expression betrayed no trace of trepidation. Instead, it radiated a fury that rivaled even Connors' own. Dr. Connors, why must you slander me so? My interest in these serums is no less than yours. Is it that you wish to prevent my injection by uttering such nonsense? This retort, of course, bore no semblance of logic. After all, Connors had gone to great lengths, testing his capabilities and embellishing the experiment as a reward for him, all in an effort to have him serve as a test subject. Now, Joss had audaciously turned the tables, speaking as if Connors were reluctant to part with the potions, a brazen display that nearly left Connors choking on his own indignation. I would not prevent your injection. Yet while I was introducing the serums, you stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend the magnificence of these concoctions. For instance, this vial here, Connors gestured towards a bottle of pale yellow potion not far away, is one I just elaborated on. If you claim you weren't daydreaming, you ought to know its effects, correct? Joss casually glanced at the vial, then smirked, responding, "Oh, is it not merely the cheetah serum?" "Indeed. Recalling the name is one thing, but can you articulate its effects?" Connors challenged, a hint of surprise flickering in his dissatisfied gaze, as if he had not anticipated that Joss, in his apparent stupor, had actually been absorbing the content of his discourse. In truth, he had never anticipated that these selected muscle-bound individuals, destined to become transformed warriors, would retain any significant knowledge. Yet, every visitor before him had shown him utmost respect, while Joss exuded an air of arrogance, even allowing his mind to wander during conversation, which irked Connors the most. The inquiry regarding the cheetah serum was, in fact, a deliberate attempt by Connors to embarrass Joss and send him packing. Most people's perception of the cheetah is limited to its incredible speed, leading them to naturally assume that the cheetah serum primarily enhances velocity. However, The true offering of the cheetah lies in its extraordinary explosive power, capable of unleashing all one's strength in a mere 10 seconds, resulting in an alarming state of fatigue. Previously, Connors had only hinted at this. So even if Joss had genuinely paid attention, he would not have grasped the serum's actual effect. Simply put, aside from augmenting physical attributes, the most crucial aspect of the cheetah serum is its ability to enhance one's explosive power. After casting a glance at the system panel, Joss proceeded to recite its effects verbatim. What? Ignoring Connor's astonished expression, Joss bent down for a closer inspection, then shook his head and remarked, "What a pity. This serum seems to be incomplete. I wonder what the side effects are." "How do you know?" This time, Connors was so taken aback that he knocked over items on the table. Naturally, not every vial of serum here could be a finished product, yet even he, as the creator, could not discern such details with the naked eye. Observing the other's reaction, Joss realized he had perhaps overplayed his hand and awkwardly explained, "Ahem. Consider it a peculiar ability of mine. I possess a natural intuition regarding concoctions of this nature." Intuition, indeed. Upon hearing Joss' explanation, Connors accepted it without suspicion. After all, the world was replete with bizarre abilities, and intuition alone did not seem particularly extraordinary. Nevertheless, having such a skill at his side might prove beneficial, at the very least. It was superior to the vacuous muscle heads surrounding them. Narrowing his eyes at Joss, Connors found himself formulating some thoughts. Interesting. Let us not dwell on the earlier matter. I concede I misjudged you. As a token of apology, you may select the enhancement serum of your choice. Typically, the process involved Connors taking a sample of the subject's blood to conduct tests until identifying the serum with the highest compatibility for fusion. However, Joss's mention of intuition piqued Connors' interest, and he was curious to see what selections Joss might make. Yet, upon hearing this offer, Joss did not act, but instead shook his head lightly. "No, these serums are far too rudimentary. My intuition suggests that you possess something far superior." In the absence of alternatives, animal serum could indeed be considered a viable option. However, having witnessed Jason's abhorrent serum previously, how could Joss possibly find satisfaction in such substances? Is it intuition, or has that fool Duncan informed you of something? No, never mind. That is of little consequence. Given your physique, it is indeed prudent to experiment with these varieties. Connors chuckled softly, not denying Joss's request, and led him deeper into the laboratory. Here, the environment shifted from transparent glass cabinets to rows of robust, secure safes. Only after Connors entered a password did these safes unlock, revealing their contents, a series of vials emitting a soft glow. "I want them all." Without the need for Connors to elaborate, the system panel automatically displayed relevant information. Abhorrence serum, werewolf serum, vampire serum, zombie serum. If those outside were mere mixtures of animal and super soldier serums, what lay within was refined serum derived from entities already possessing extraordinary powers. Heaven knows how Dr. Connors acquired these items. Wait, the Howling Commandos are agents of S.H. I.E.L.D., aren't they? No wonder these substances seem so familiar. As a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Howling Commandos consist entirely of vampires, werewolves, zombies, and other such entities. Gathering samples from them should not be overly difficult. Furthermore, several vials, such as the abhorrence serum, were developed by the U.S. military as biological weapons, so it is hardly surprising that Connors managed to procure them. What do you sense? Has your intuition picked up anything? Observing Joss's dazed expression, Connors finally revealed a satisfied smile. Regardless of personality or character, scholars such as themselves derive immense joy from astonishing others with their inventions. I sense a formidable power. These are no ordinary substances, but rather entities more fearsome than animals or super soldiers. To compensate for his earlier exaggerations, Joss could only continue to feign mystique. "So, has your intuition guided you towards a particular vial?" Connors regarded Joss with a bemused expression, refraining from detailing the effects of these serums, seemingly intent on allowing him to rely solely on his instincts. This certainly posed no challenge for Joss. Rather, it invigorated him. Regardless of which vial he selected, even by the strength he once witnessed in Jason, it would undoubtedly enhance his overall combat prowess, coupled with the potential acquisition of related abilities. Perhaps his combat style could normalize in the future. Well, rather than mere strength, it would be more crucial to restore his combat style first. Nevertheless, despite his contemplation, Joss struggled to decide which one to choose. The potency of the elixir of hatred was undeniable, and Joss had personally experienced its formidable effects. Yet, each of the other concoctions possessed their own unique merits, rendering it difficult to discern superiority among them. Upon further reflection, Joss recognized a troubling aspect. Each of these substances corresponded to a biological entity inherently flawed or possessing certain vulnerabilities. For instance, with the vampire elixir, Joss could not ascertain whether he would emerge as a paragon-like blade or as a creature vulnerable to sunlight. What if, in such a scenario, I inadvertently sealed my own fate? These extraordinary potions far surpassed the mundane animal concoctions, yet they bore even more significant defects, plunging Joss into a contemplative silence. As for what Connors was researching and the intentions behind the myriad potions concocted by the Hydra organization, those concerns were no longer within Joss's purview. He had already conveyed relevant information to Steve through his chest-mounted communicator, effectively informing the entire Avengers team. What they chose to do next was a burden Joss need not bear. Have you made up your mind? Among these extraordinary elixirs, which one do you desire? After several minutes of silence from Joss, Connors could no longer restrain himself and prompted him again. You may find this hard to believe, Joss replied, turning to Connors. Raising his right hand, he clasped his fingers in a predatory fashion, declaring, I want them all. What? Are you out of your mind? You think this is a hot pot where more is better? Dr. Connors was taken aback, nearly incredulous. Joss anticipated such a reaction and felt no surprise. Instead, he smiled with an air of arrogance. It's understandable for you to harbor such doubts. After all, the success rate of a single potion is quite low. Pursuing multiple would be tantamount to courting death. Speaking of courting death, I'm reminded of Captain America, Steve, who ventured deep behind enemy lines and emerged victorious. Thus, to become such a formidable force, I must have them all. After all, one must excel in both the arts and the sciences. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Connors found that every word Joss uttered, seemingly disconnected, resonated with profound logic. The art of conversation allowed him to seamlessly steer the discussion back to his objectives, while simultaneously convincing his interlocutor of the validity of his assertions. Very well. If it means I can obtain intriguing experimental data, let us proceed, as you suggest. It was inconceivable that Dr. Connors hadn't contemplated such possibilities before. However, individuals who arrived at this juncture for alteration were elite, meticulously selected. Ordinarily, Duncan and the others would never permit Connors to act recklessly. Yet today, Joss's words ignited a spark of curiosity within Connors, prompting him to acquiesce to Joss's request. The process of mixing the concoction is not at all complicated. It resembles the playful antics of a child, simply requiring the equal proportions of each reagent to be poured into a container and stirred, resulting in a viscous substance as dark as mud. Are you certain you wish to inject this substance? Even a mad scientist like Connors felt a twinge of unease at the sight of that unnameable liquid. While he could accept the risks of experimentation, injecting this would undoubtedly amount to an act of murder. Injection? Certainly not. Joss shook his head, and before Connors could utter a word, he boldly raised the vial and downed the inky liquid in one gulp. A real man must take it all at once. Surprisingly, it tasted like cola and was rather pleasant. As Connors looked on in astonishment, Joss licked his lips, only to collapse onto the ground with a thud. Oral ingestion of the injection was a reckless endeavor. Unbeknownst to Joss, he remained oblivious to Connors' reaction, yet he was acutely aware of the changes occurring on the system panel. The reason he did not allow Connors the opportunity to inject was due to his reliance on the system. The system did not fail his expectations. The moment he consumed the concoction, a series of notifications erupted on the panel. Detected that the host has taken a grave risk. Host has acquired 364 points from reckless behavior. Detected that the host's survival rate is critically low, activating life preservation mode. Nick, I refuse to be human any longer. Gazing at the text on the system, Joss barely had time to marvel at the over 300,000 points before they began to diminish at an alarming rate. The greater the risk, the more points one acquires. This had become one of the fundamental characteristics of the system that Joss had discerned over time. Moreover, as he had surmised, points were awarded at the moment of recklessness, thus providing enough to offset the consequences of such actions. It remains unclear if the system was inherently designed this way, or if Joss had discovered a loophole, yet it undeniably afforded him the opportunity to attempt perilous endeavors, such as the current predicament. With 36,000 points vanishing at a rate exceeding 1,000 per second, Joss calculated he had a little over 6 minutes left. Yet he remained calm, focusing intently on the changes occurring within his body. As the liquid settled in his stomach, Joss felt as if he had swallowed a ball of scalding ice. This contradictory sensation did not alleviate with time. Rather, it intensified until he felt as though every cell in his body was exploding in excruciating pain. Just as the agony began to subside, a peculiar, unbearable itch spread across Joss' body, mounting in intensity. Between the agony and itchiness, Joss found himself unable to move or cry out, compelled to endure the excruciating sensations that invaded his body. However, after a minute of this discomfort, he discovered that he had somehow acclimatized to it. Well, since suffering was inevitable, he might as well not dwell on it. Fortunately, this realization led Joss to notice that his physical prowess was enhancing at an astonishing, even terrifying rate. Previously, without resorting to desperate measures, Joss's body, augmented by the fruit's powers, was already equivalent to the strength of 2 eagles. If he combined all his abilities, his combat prowess would reach an impressive 5 eagles. Yet now, after just a minute, Joss realized that his physical strength had already attained that level. This rapid augmentation did not persist for long. When his capabilities reached the strength of 10 eagles, the enhancement abruptly halted as if a brake had been applied. Host status stabilized, automatic protection mode deactivated, force separation procedure halted. Damn automatic protection, it was supposed to safeguard you, right? Just when I was feeling a fleeting moment of joy. After venting his frustration at the system, Joss turned his gaze to the system panel, only to discover that after deducting his debts from the 36,000 points, he was left with just over 1,000. This method, while feasible, was not a license for reckless abandon. As he scrutinized the figures on the system panel, a cold sweat broke out. He had evidently underestimated the consequences of his reckless behavior. Had the rewards been even slightly less than the points consumed, he would have been dead by now. Nevertheless, Joss was not one to be consumed by anxiety. Now that he had successfully survived, he chose to focus on the advantages he had gained. Yet, to his surprise, the enhancement potion he had obtained in reality had granted him an ability icon, which was now included in the system panel alongside his other abilities. Name: First segment of chaotic blood. Rating: Description: the spark ignited by Joss's eccentric thoughts colliding with the special serum developed by Dr. Connors is the grand culmination of self-destructive behavior, an indescribable serum that defies categorization. Physical enhancement: augments overall physical attributes, excluding intelligence, by 500. Viscous body: your body's surface can transform into a structure akin to that of slime. A thin layer of mucus not only reduces physical damage, but can also temporarily adhere to any object's surface. Tentacle appendages: you can temporarily grow several tentacle appendages. Yet regardless of their number, the total strength of all tentacles is equivalent to that of your arms. Evolution: when you feel you have fully embraced this power, you can consume 100,000 units of the source of self-destruction to evolve. Note: if one forcefully evolves without fully mastering their body, unexpected consequences will ensue. Is this a low-tier version of the Shirao-Tian template? Although the specifics of the reactions among these concoctions eluded him, Joss found that his worries were largely unfounded. Despite acquiring abilities reminiscent of a slime, he discovered he could choose whether to activate them, and aside from a slight depletion of points, there seemed to be no adverse effects whatsoever. How are you not affected? Suddenly, Connors interrupted Joss's reverie, and as Joss turned, he was met with Connor's astonished and incredulous expression. A common individual would face a high risk of death even from a single injection of such potent serum, yet Joss had combined all the elixirs available. What should have been a series of complex procedures spread over a week, with injections from various parts of the body, was instead swallowed down in one go by Joss. It was undoubtedly a reckless gamble, yet he emerged seemingly unscathed. Joss nodded in acknowledgement at Dr. Connors. Then, with a sudden motion, he unleashed a punch into the air, producing a resounding crack reminiscent of shattering glass that nearly made Dr. Connors leap off the ground in shock. Could this be the proper method of utilizing the serum? Ignoring the lost-in-thought Connors, Joss was pleasantly surprised by his newfound strength. Whether it was the result of his long-term use of the desperate measure's ability to enhance his physical prowess or the benefits bestowed by the system, he realized he had not experienced the uncontrolled surge of power often depicted in novels. While this was not a monumental revelation, it certainly spared him some trouble. However, he restrained himself from testing his new abilities to their fullest extent, refraining from employing his strongest powers or his mildly adhesive physique. After all, this was the lair of the Hydra, and Joss was not foolish enough to reveal his trump cards here. Cough. Now that the matter of the serum is settled, I shall take my leave. Observing the still dazed Dr. Connors, Joss attempted to inquire a few times, but the latter showed no reaction whatsoever. After a brief contemplation, Joss decided to turn and leave, as he had acquired what he sought. Remaining any longer would serve only to provoke Connors' desire to dissect him. As for whether Dr. Connors would harbor any resentment towards him, Joss was unconcerned. After all, this was Hydra's domain, and any backlash would likely come from Duncan and his crew. 59. A secret. Following Joss's enhancement, he found himself under a form of semi-house arrest in the hidden base beneath the facility. Similar to other modified warriors, Joss and his companions were confined to a limited range encompassing only their rooms, the training grounds, and the dining hall. Although there were no explicit restrictions, it was evident that they could not venture beyond these confines. During this period, Joss discerned two distinct categories among the modified warriors, not in terms of combat prowess, but rather in their obedience to figures like Duncan. The former group, akin to Joss, predominantly exhibited a master-servant dynamic, their relationship sustained solely by monetary transactions. In contrast, the latter group was comparatively scarce, yet they could be described as the very hounds of Duncan and his ilk. Clearly, these individuals had been thoroughly indoctrinated, rendered into instruments of Hydra. Given their vacant expressions, Joss could easily surmise why Duncan and his associates hesitated to employ outright brainwashing. Moreover, Joss uncovered an open secret in recent days. During the modification surgeries, explosives had been implanted in their brains. The implications of such a revelation were alarming, if detonated. Even his current self would meet an untimely demise, an outcome he would unequivocally reject. Yet, under such circumstances, the only alternative would be to unleash a full assault to escape, inevitably leading to mission failure and possibly incurring Hydra's wrath, which might result in them shifting blame onto the military or SHIELD, thus complicating matters further. The true nature of Hydra's clandestine operations remained shrouded in mystery to Joss and his companions. However, on the day Joss ingested the serum, within a mere 6 minutes, Dr. Connors succumbed to a profound existential upheaval. In that moment, Joss resembled Wei Xiaobao entering the palace, as no one seemed to notice that he had omitted a crucial step. Throughout his days in the base, Joss remained industrious, diligently coordinating with Steve and the outside world, meticulously plotting how to eradicate this den of serpents in one fell swoop. Yet, all of this awaited the opportune moment. Nick Fury had also concurred with Joss's suspicions. It was evident that these Hydra operations were not isolated incidents, but rather part of a more sinister scheme. Presently, Joss was the individual closest to uncovering this secret. Thus, until he made a significant discovery, the Avengers could only bide their time, allowing Hydra to continue their machinations. In the meantime, having increasingly recognized the system's frustrating yet formidable nature, Joss decided to invest 10,000 points to upgrade it. The overall changes post-upgrade were subtle, yet a new functionality, synthesis, had emerged. The essence of the matter can be distilled into a single phrase. Utilizing 10 items or abilities of the same rank allows for one synthesis, with a 50 chance of failure and a 50 chance of acquiring an item of a higher tier. Although this may seem somewhat exploitative, considering that typical lotteries yield a plethora of trivial items, Joss felt that this method was, in fact, rather practical. As for the upgrade package, it was also indispensable. However, the item he received this time was unexpectedly striking. Name: a man killed will die. Rarity. Effect: derived from the profound words of the great philosopher Hmph. It succinctly illuminates the profound confusion between life and death, revealing the stark truth that a man killed will indeed perish. Despite the description's apparent lack of significance, Joss subtly sensed that this item might possess a rather terrifying effect. To ascertain its true nature, one would have to wait for an opportunity to confront a Deadpool or a similar adversary. Aside from the system, Joss spent his days entrenched in mechanical training and the transmission of information, until one day, the enigmatic leader of the unnamed base, Duncan, sought him out. Recently, Dr. Connors had been rambling about the principle of serum injection being akin to stuffing a bomb. Ordinary serums should be administered thrice, while super serums sevenfold, adding whatever could be found, akin to cramming the entire research facility into the mixture. The final gulp would render one invincible. Did you have any insight on this matter? What nonsense are you spouting? What has happened to Dr. Connors? Joss gazed perplexedly at the somber expressions of those before him. This very morning, Dr. Connors amalgamated all the potions into a single vial and consumed it. We scarcely had time to intervene before he succumbed right before our eyes. As the last person he enhanced, did you not notice anything unusual at the time? I seem to recall him mentioning wanting to experiment with some mixed serum. Joss discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He truly had no knowledge of this. How foolish. Not only does this imbecile jeopardize himself, but what if it disrupts our plans? A gaunt man in a researcher's uniform standing behind Duncan furrowed his brow in discontent. Silence. Refrain from voicing such thoughts here. The bald giant beside him chastised, causing the slender man to cease his complaints. Duncan's expression fluctuated, seemingly deep in thought, before he finally spoke with a fierce tone. No. There is no need for concern. Though it was a hasty decision, now that the doctor has perished, we need not squander any more time here. The bald man paused momentarily, then appeared to grasp the situation, confirming with Duncan. Are you suggesting we initiate the plan now? Indeed. We were prepared all along. Our delay was merely a precaution in light of Dr. Connor's involvement. Given the circumstances, it is better to act directly. Go, summon all the modified soldiers. With Duncan's command, several of the minor leaders beside him set off in different directions, swiftly commencing their plans. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry to the training ground. Duncan cast a glance at Joss, his expression reminiscent of someone persuading you on the street to purchase a gym membership. It is often said that soliciting someone to sign up is akin to being a sycophant, and once the deed is done, they turn away. Ah, Commander Duncan. I just remembered, there's something related to the doctor that I haven't mentioned to you. What is it? Duncan's voice carried a hint of impatience. After all, the plan was about to be set in motion, and the doctor's matters seemed rather trivial in comparison. It's just that he didn't implant a bomb in me. Joss replied with a grin. Duncan's reaction confirmed that his position was not merely a stroke of luck. As Joss's words escaped his lips, before the average person could even comprehend their meaning, Duncan lunged forward, his mouth sharp as a blade, aimed at Joss's throat. Ugh. I have no interest in being marked by a man, Little Black. Make him shut up. In the face of Duncan's sudden attack, Joss remained unperturbed, merely uttering a perplexing remark. All right, hee. Duncan was horrified to discover a sound akin to a chime of a young girl's voice emanating from within him. In the next moment, several strands of black slime forcibly sealed his mouth shut, rendering his formidable biting force of nearly 2 tons utterly useless. Yet, rather than panic at this unforeseen circumstance, Duncan swiftly adapted his stance. He firmly grasped the small protrusion on the ceiling with both hands, then, with a powerful twist of his waist, unleashed a kick towards Joss, propelled by the strength of his formidable abdominal muscles. The speed at which a shark swims in the ocean is fearsome. Its massive form can surge forward at nearly 80 miles per hour, leaping more than 9 meters out of the water. This velocity is driven by muscles that are beyond human reach. Having undergone the shark's serum transformation, Duncan's true ace was never his teeth, but rather the terrifying power his enhanced muscles could unleash. In his eyes, Joss was already a dead man. Regardless of the enhancements he possessed, he would be unable to react to this sudden onslaught. Furthermore, Duncan had previously tested his full power, discovering that a single kick could shatter a 5-centimeter thick steel plate. Such force, if unleashed upon a human body, would cause Joss to burst apart like a punctured balloon, scattering his remains everywhere. This was his confidence. This was his ultimate authority as the leader here. The next moment, Duncan found himself confronted by a pot. A jade dragon pot. Though he understood the reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that the young man was quite theatrical in his inner thoughts. Joss slowly retracted the jade dragon pot in his hand, calmly observing Duncan, who lay motionless on the ground. With but a single punch, Joss had driven Duncan into the earth, the violent impact injuring his internal organs to the extent that he could not even draw a breath. Really, Little Black, can't you restrain his limbs a bit? Joss remarked with some dissatisfaction, gazing at Duncan. It was you who transformed me into this state. Controlling this body completely is no longer as effortless as before, came the disgruntled voice of Little Black from within Duncan. That statement is rather ambiguous, Little Black. Why not acknowledge that he has already assumed your form? You pervert. I'm currently inhabiting a man's body. I suppose that's true. Suddenly, it feels a bit nauseating. Joss realized that if such a phrase were to escape Duncan's lips, it would indeed haunt him with nightmares for weeks. As their banter continued, dark, viscous liquid gradually enveloped Duncan's body. Little Black was steadily taking control of his muscles and nerves. After consuming the drowsy tea prepared by Joss that fateful day, Little Black had stealthily infiltrated Duncan's being, all for this moment. After all, if she had possessed Joss instead, he could not guarantee he would not be dragged into a photo shoot, which would inevitably expose Little Black. This body feels utterly uncomfortable. As if I am donned in a puppet costume. I preferred it the way it was, she complained. Seconds later, with Little Black's lamentations, Duncan stood once more. Hearing Little Black's words, Joss nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. I mean, you, who spend your days playing egg-laying prey, ought to appear as a beautiful girl. What are you talking about? I was referring to the plan we just discussed. What do you know about it? Joss inquired, glancing at Duncan, who had successfully transformed. I won't tell you. Duncan suddenly erupted with curses, but before he could finish, a series of whimpers replaced his words. Little Black's voice emerged again. He's quite the troublesome fellow. Hold on, I'm attempting to access his memories. Though Joss was uncertain of the exact method, he understood that symbiotes could read their host's memories. So he awaited Little Black's promising news. I found it. It should be this, Little Black's voice echoed after a minute, relaying all the information she had uncovered to Joss in one sweeping motion. Hey, these individuals are indeed lunatics, Joss mused, organizing the information gathered by Little Black. His awe for the audacious and reckless ambitions of these madmen deepening. No, in that case, we must take action. Little Black, continue to impersonate him. Do not allow any slip-ups or give him a chance to speak. Follow my instructions precisely. After furrowing his brow in contemplation for a few seconds, Joss decisively resolved his mind and subsequently departed the room alongside Little Black. As he advanced, he re-established a telepathic connection with Steve. "Hey, Steve. Inform Nick that my mission has been completed, albeit with less than favorable results." What does that mean? Initially, Joss had refrained from disclosing the details of his task to Steve, concerned that taking action against the military base might unsettle him. However, given the current perilous circumstances, Joss could no longer afford such reservations. "You can inquire about the specifics later, but for now, heed my words. This is a significant crisis. Notify all members of the Avengers to assemble, and while Nick oversees S.H.I.E.L.D., mobilize every possible resource." Listening to Joss's words, laced with an underlying sense of unease and gravity, Steve refrained from further questioning and promptly began contacting the others. "I just received intelligence from a Hydra division leader that they are planning to launch a terrifying assault on Twisting Waste City. The attacking force includes hundreds of engineered soldiers, and they have additional schemes within the city, which I suspect are connected to the vampire clan." Joss rapidly conveyed a series of details to Steve, and once all the information was communicated, he took a deep breath and uttered the final statement. "Their objective is to summon forth the originator of Hydra." Why is that impossible? Regarding the origins of Hydra, many in modern times believe it was founded by Red Skull, and that name has gradually become synonymous with the remnants of the organization. However, in truth, Hydra's origins predate Red Skull's faction by a significant margin. As its name suggests, the original Hydra was not merely led by Red Skull, he was merely one of its many heads. The true founder, in descriptions, is a being of half-human, half-serpent nature, possessing 9 heads. Due to its overwhelming power, it was ultimately exiled to a distant alien realm, never to return. The other 8 heads of this Hydra have long since vanished into the annals of time. Even those that may have persisted in the present have largely been absorbed by Red Skull's Hydra. Thus, the Hydra that exists today refers solely to them. Nevertheless, many among them still venerate and worship the true Hydra, and now they are orchestrating a grand scheme to summon the authentic Hydra back into existence. With Duncan as his guide, Joss encountered no obstacles along the way. Whether facing facial recognition door locks or encountering patrolling guards, he experienced no difficulties. However, the time spent subduing Duncan and gathering information, coupled with the communication delays, led to a slight setback. By the time Joss arrived at the designated assembly location, it was already deserted, devoid of any presence. How could they have acted so swiftly? Upon discovering this issue, Joss did not linger on it excessively. Instead, he swiftly turned and ran in another direction. The plan unearthed from Duncan's memories can be broadly outlined in several key steps. Firstly, it involves activating special devices discreetly placed throughout the city to construct a magical array that envelopes the entire urban landscape. After all, the Marvel Universe is a realm where magic coexists with science fiction, thus Joss was not particularly surprised by such seemingly unscientific phenomena. However, what truly astonished Joss was the fact that this task was originally intended to be carried out by the vampires concealed within the city. Given the intense radiation emitted by the tools for creating the magical array, it was planned that these undead beings would be responsible for their placement and protection. To facilitate this endeavor, Hydra entered into an agreement with Lady Caddis of the Vampire Clan. Upon the success of the plan, the entire vampire clan of Twisted City would leverage their allegiance to the Caddis name, prompting the opposing faction to resolve to overthrow their own clan leader. In support of Caddis, Hydra's operatives even engaged in a fierce battle between their clan leader and another superhuman entity, Venom. Although the outcome remained unknown to outsiders, the clan leaders subsequently withdrew from public view, indicating that the plan had already achieved substantial success. However, it is anyone's guess as to how it transpired that the Caddis family was ultimately annihilated. Joss, I have no idea. Consequently, Hydra was left with no choice but to dispatch super soldiers to address the situation. Although their enhanced bodies could withstand a portion of the radiation, they were not entirely immune, leading to significant casualties among Hydra's ranks. The second step of Hydra's summoning plan was to leverage this magical array to initiate a rudimentary spatial gateway. This gateway was, in fact, extracted from the secure vaults of the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. Following the strategic displacement of nearly all non-Hydra members using Jason and his associates as bait, whose creation this device was. Whether it was seized from a deranged scientist by S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers has become irrelevant, as there is no shortage of reckless individuals in the Marvel Universe. Regardless, this artifact now belonged to Hydra. The third and final step was to fully charge this device with energy. The magnitude of energy required to activate such a mechanism is unprecedentedly immense. Not only would Hydra hesitate to target Tony's micronuclear power cell, but even if they succeeded in acquiring it, it would prove insufficient. Thus, they devised a rather environmentally friendly solution to harness the power of souls. They planned to mobilize all Hydra members within the base and the surrounding city to conduct indiscriminate slaughter in Twisted City, utilizing the souls of these innocent victims as the driving force to activate the spatial gateway. The purpose of the magical array was to collect these souls and convert them into energy to infuse the gateway. In the realm of cultivation, this contraption ought to be dubbed the Grand Array of Universal Blood Refinement. Although the advent of Joss has prevented this scheme from being unveiled in its most impeccable form, even the hasty execution at present is sufficiently vexatious. Thus, Joss judiciously resolved to delegate those troublesome matters to the Avengers. However, as for the base, I shall take it upon myself to resolve the issues. It is likely that Nick's desired evidence will not remain intact. Joss and his companion sprinted through the base. With fewer individuals remaining, their movements became increasingly convenient. The affairs in the city had already been communicated to Steve in such grand-scale confrontations. Whether one more or one less makes little difference. Nevertheless, here, he could still deal with those few who, like Duncan, were leaders of the base. Who are you? What are you doing here? Why didn't you set off with the others? Wait, Duncan, what are you doing? Suddenly, as the two turned a corner, they collided head-on with a bald man, another of the leaders. Little Black hesitated slightly before responding in Duncan's voice and tone. I instructed him to stay behind. I suspect the doctor may have left some contingency within him. In any case, losing one person will not impact our plan. Is that so? The bald man was about to retort, but Duncan raised a hand to halt his words, saying, we can discuss any issues later. Where are the others? Take me to them. Our plan has been compromised. What? How can that be? The bald man was taken aback, quickly dismissing any lingering concerns regarding Joss, and led the way in a sprint, with the bald man guiding them. It did not take long for Joss to arrive in a spacious room filled with numerous screens and various instruments. The other three individuals, apart from the bald man, were already present, engrossed in conversation while fixated on the images displayed on the screens. Damn it, enough chit-chat. Our plan has been compromised. The bald man burst through the door, exclaiming vehemently. How is that possible? Our plan has only just commenced. Even if discovered, there should be a reaction period. The bespectacled man, incredulous, glanced inquiringly at the higher-ranking Duncan. Noticing the gaze directed towards him, Duncan merely smiled wryly, replying, how can it not be possible? It is I who informed the Avengers. Duncan, you dare betray Hydra. The incredulity in the room was palpable, given the delicate timing of Duncan's declaration. It was evident he wasn't jesting. All present were adults, well aware of the gravity of his words. No, it's not Duncan's fault. That boy is up to something. The bespectacled man, who appeared to be a researcher, paused briefly in contemplation, only to realize that it was Joss, trailing behind the traitor Duncan, who seemed most out of place. Just as the man with glasses uttered his thoughts, the towering bald brute closest to Joss let out a furious roar, and his body underwent a remarkable transformation. A pair of enormous horns erupted from the top of the bald man's head, and his already muscular physique swelled further, enveloped in a layer of brown fur, resembling a frenzied beast. Was this the result of the bison serum? Previously, within Dr. Connor's laboratory, Joss had been able to effortlessly discern the effects of all serums due to the system's capabilities, and upon witnessing this transformation, he naturally grasped the method of enhancement. The bison serum did not confer any extraordinary abilities. However, it significantly augmented the strength, stamina, and muscle density of super soldiers post-injection. In gaming parlance, it could be likened to a fully passive skill for a semi-tank warrior. The bald man, now transformed, bellowed as he swung his colossal fists towards Joss. Yet, before he could close the distance, Duncan's form interposed itself in the trajectory of the attack. Duncan, let me grant you release. However, in the face of his former colleague, the brawny giant showed no mercy, delivering a powerful punch straight to Duncan's chest. Even though they were both modified warriors, Duncan, caught off guard and devoid of any defense, could not withstand the blow, which pierced through his chest with ease. In the next instant, a mass of black viscous fluid erupted from the wound, swiftly ensnaring the bald brute's arm and infiltrating his body. This is the method I heard Joss mention before, but this is merely the first application. The melodious laughter of the dark entity echoed. The brawny man, in terror, clawed at his arm, yet he was utterly powerless against the symbiote capable of instantaneous internal invasion. The original symbiote had to consider its own demise should its host perish. However, with Joss providing the life energy, it transformed into a terrifying assassin from within. This tactic, however, bore significant limitations. For instance, those capable of controlling energy or possessing formidable physical strength would reduce the symbiote to mere fragments upon contact. Yet, bullying a foe of the bald brute's caliber proved to be a risk-free endeavor. Throughout this tumult, Joss remained focused, retrieving a standard steel longsword, won through a lottery. from the system and advanced toward a corpulent man lurking in the shadows. The rotund figure was evidently not to be underestimated. Upon meeting Joss's gaze, he let out a roar, and a mist of fine white hairs erupted from his body, dramatically enhancing his presence. "Is that the white boar serum?" Joss exclaimed in surprise, only to recall that he had not encountered such a serum in Connor's laboratory. "I have injected myself with the silver fox serum." Upon hearing Joss's astonished exclamation, the rotund figure immediately became displeased, hurling his potato chips aside and unleashing his claws in a furious charge. His speed was astonishing, almost beyond belief for someone of his girth. His corpulent form could seemingly create an afterimage in the air, and his enormous hands, akin to a giant's, transformed into lethal weapons that could inflict deep wounds upon contact. Observing the wild, chaotic flailing of the hefty fox, Joss barely lifted a finger. With a mere flourish of his long sword, he effortlessly deflected the oncoming assault. Having acquired the Sword of the Gale, Joss's swordsmanship had reached a masterful level. And though his techniques were somewhat rigid and lacked personal flair, they were more than sufficient to deal with such a buffoon. Despite Duncan and his comrades being super soldiers of Connister, their combat instinct paled in comparison to that of the average frontline soldier. Even if these ordinary troops were not as physically formidable, this was hardly surprising. It was indeed a dereliction of duty for someone meant to oversee the entire operation to engage in life-and-death struggles daily, regardless of their past as warriors. Their current focus had undoubtedly shifted to other matters. The potions of Connister exacerbated this situation. When ordinary people acquire powers beyond their control, corruption and moral decay are almost inevitable. This is precisely why those who can resist such temptations are worthy of being called superheroes. With a low growl, Joss thrust his blade, imbued with the Tempest's fury, into the fat fox's chest. The whirlwind's sharpness instantly shattered its heart, extinguishing any flicker of life. The entire sequence, from the bald man's sudden assault to Joss's lethal strike against the hefty fox, transpired in a mere 10 seconds. Of the 4 remaining observers, one lay dead and another injured. As Joss withdrew his sword and turned, he realized the bespectacled man and another companion had vanished, leaving behind a previously hidden secret door now ajar, indicating their escape. "Little Black, did you find anything?" Joss inquired, glancing at the now thoroughly consumed giant. "Nothing. Chase them. Only those 2 might possess the knowledge we seek." Without hesitation, Joss darted down the secret passage, with Little Black emerging from the giant's body to follow closely behind. The imperative to pursue these individuals stemmed not only from the necessity to eliminate them, but also from Joss's desire to uncover any potential means to halt their deranged plans. If such an item existed, be it a switch or a passphrase, it would likely reside with the highest-ranking officials behind these operations. "Hey, Kirk, is everything all right here? Did we forget to close the door when we entered?" The bespectacled man in the secret passage nervously sought confirmation from the blonde youth beside him. "Forget? No. Foolish George. That was the hellgate I intentionally left for him." The golden-haired youth, Kirk, smirked insidiously. Upon hearing his words, George seemed to recall something, and immediately let out a nervous laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, you're right. The passage is indeed fraught with traps." Kirk nodded with a venomous expression, affirming, "Indeed. That corridor has recorded our physical information. The moment someone with a weight different from ours steps inside, they will be instantly turned to shreds." In their banter, neither of them noticed a figure armed with a sword stealthily approaching from behind. This hidden passage utilized an exceedingly intricate system, connected to a specialized computer that would trigger traps upon detecting any discrepancies in physical traits. Furthermore, it adjusted the recorded weights of the 5 Duncan members in real time based on their eating and excretion patterns, ensuring that misidentification was impossible and that outsiders could not mimic them. An exemplary piece of advanced technology. The advantages of such a device are self-evident. Unlike conventional traps, which require deactivation for allies to pass, and then reactivation afterward, this system operates seamlessly. The only drawback might be the daily weight recording, which is somewhat cumbersome. Yet other potential flaws are nearly unimaginable. However, at this very moment, even though Joss stood upon this hypersensitive passage that would not misjudge even a gram, the recording device displayed a conspicuous 0. Joss had long heard about such weight-sensing traps from Hmph. After all, both Ken and the bald giant had relevant information stored in their minds. Thus, upon entering the passage, Joss adjusted his weight to 0 using the King of Gravity ability. Although this weightlessness was merely a numerical alteration rather than a genuine change in mass, little did he know that this tactic would yield unexpectedly effective results against such high-tech devices. Much like many contemporary banks and museums employing similar systems to thwart theft, which trigger alarms when excess weight is detected in a specific area after a designated time, this technology faltered against an anomaly like Joss, proving even less effective than the most primitive tripwires. Consequently, he stealthily approached the seemingly impervious Kirk and George from behind. "Now, I ask, and you answer," Joss declared, his steel sword and Xiao Hei's claws pinning the two men in place. Before they could react, Joss's cold voice pierced through the air. "What? How could you possibly enter here? What about the traps along the way? Kirk, you fool. Why did the traps not activate?" The previously mild-mannered, bespectacled George suddenly transformed, shedding his seemingly submissive demeanor to unleash a torrent of curses, his bloodshot eyes betraying a genuine madness. It is often said that in moments of extreme fear, individuals may act in ways that are incongruent with their usual character. George, typically perceived as the most ineffectual and bullied, indeed roared in anger, while Kirk, who previously exuded confidence and control, appeared even more disheartened. Unlike the trio, although the two had also been injected with the serum, they were researchers by nature. And the most gruesome sight they had ever encountered was likely the dismembering of a turkey on Thanksgiving. When the blade was pressed against his throat, Kirk was utterly paralyzed by panic, trembling uncontrollably. "What a ridiculous display. Where's the substance in your words?" Joss raised a hand and cast Kirk to the ground, then gestured to Black to subdue George before squatting down to inquire once more. "Is there any way to halt your plan?" Despite the information gleaned from the two prior, which suggested no such safety mechanism existed, Joss still clung to a flicker of hope in his inquiry. Upon hearing Joss's words, Kirk was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression morphed into one of wild euphoria, as if he had stumbled upon a chance for redemption. He laughed maniacally. "Huh? Stop? Ha ha ha. You're asking for help with such humility. Kneel before me. I might consider revealing what I know, perhaps." Joss calmly retracted his fist regarding Kirk, who lay convulsing on the ground, with a mere gesture to Black, who then transformed into liquid and infiltrated Kirk's body. "I only asked for convenience. Who gave you the audacity to prattle on with me?" The courage of Liang Jingru has long been exhausted, perhaps due to the repetitiveness of his actions. Black now appeared remarkably adept. After a brief wait, Joss received feedback from Black. No, the plan never accounted for an emergency stop. In fact, to prevent any mid-course interruptions. Everything was designed to be irreversibly activated once commenced. "Hee, you all must perish. Everyone is destined to die. Our Hydra deity is returning, and you shall all meet your end here." George, the bespectacled man, seemed either driven mad by fear or resigned to the futility of escape. Though Joss and Black paid him no mind, he remained seated, motionless, grinning mockingly at Joss. "You must not have heard of Earth's fuse, my friend. If you truly provoke the likes of the Ancient One, by tomorrow, everyone associated with Hydra will evaporate from this planet. Do you believe it?" Joss lightly tapped George's face with the cold edge of his blade, reminding him of this evident truth. To be candid, had it not been for necessity, Joss might have even considered allowing Hydra's plan to succeed, igniting the wrath of the powerful and thereby eradicating Hydra once and for all. Nevertheless, on one hand, they had not yet reached a point of utter despair. On the other hand, the mere presence of the Hydra was insufficient to compel Joss to make such a dire choice. Naturally, he still sought to resolve this crisis as best as he could. "Never mind. It seems there is little purpose in remaining here. Let us return to the city to offer assistance." After realizing that he could not extract any further information, Joss waved at Little Black, beckoning her to return to him. "Ha ha ha. Did you think you could escape?" Suddenly, George's voice dripped with cold derision, as if mocking Joss's foolishness. As his words echoed, the door behind Joss crashed shut, locking with a resounding click. This was a sanctuary capable of withstanding missile strikes. "You shall watch them perish here. Ha ha ha. I shall remember your pitiful, powerless visage. Even in death, it will bring me laughter in hell. Won't it?" "Huh." Joss turned, a perplexed expression on his face as he regarded George, then asked a question that left him baffled. "Did you think I came here?" This nonsensical remark left George in utter confusion, yet in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of terror, for Joss's form began to fade into the air. Joss brushed his hair back and smirked. "My apologies, I flaked out." The preceding chapters leaned heavily on plot elements, thus lacking in levity. However, once this segment concludes, the merriment shall resume. As the scenery before him blurred, Joss found himself within the confines of his dormitory in the base. What a pity. If only I had one more trick up my sleeve, my prestige could have increased by at least 3%. The time spent in the underground base was not wasted. He had explored and honed his newfound abilities, among which the goo 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 was the most intriguing. Its effect is rather straightforward. Upon uttering the words "I flaked out," he could swiftly transport himself back home. Here, home is merely a concept. Yet it requires that he has previously visited and that it exists within a structure. Such locations are neither sparse nor abundant, but for Joss, this teleportation effect proved quite convenient. However, the teleportation's limitations rendered it less effective in combat, and based on previous attempts, it could not be utilized during a skirmish. Instead, it necessitated a relatively stable state, requiring the clear articulation of those 3 words to activate. Though he sensed that this vague ability harbored further potential, thus far, he had only uncovered this singular application. As for the bespectacled man, George, who had confined himself within a chamber, he could only, as he himself articulated, embrace death amidst an overwhelming sea of confusion and helplessness during these final moments. Upon returning to the base, Joss did not linger. His decision to return here rather than directly to Twisting Waste City was driven by pressing matters. Thus, he wasted no time and hastened straight to Duncan's office. Hello. Hello, Joss spoke as he retrieved the broadcast microphone, experimenting with various vocalizations. When the first words escaped his lips, they were distinctly his own. Yet by the final utterance of hello, his voice had entirely morphed into Duncan's. This was a novel application of his duplicating abilities, not merely echoing a phrase, but rather articulating individual words, which, when combined, could be expressed in an entirely different voice. This capability was commonly referred to as embedding personal nuances within repetition. Listen closely. Everyone at the base. Twisting Waste City is currently in crisis. All units, heed my command and prepare for action. In just a few succinct phrases, Joss outlined the situation, subsequently dispatching the entire base personnel under Duncan's name. After all, the resources of the Avengers were limited, and SHIELD had to remain vigilant of its internal Hydra members during operations, necessitating the augmentation of their support. All set here, let us prepare to return to battle. Having completed his tasks, Joss contentedly switched off the microphone. As for the remnants of Hydra lurking beneath the subterranean base, Little Black, have you accomplished what I instructed you to do earlier? Of course, it's South all in place. Shall we commence now? No one knew that upon Joss's return to the base, an extensive array of explosives had already been meticulously laid beneath the underground facility. According to Little Black, it was nearly the entirety of the base's explosive stockpile that had been mobilized. However, as it was a time of peace, such unconventional weaponry was only organized every few weeks, so no irregularities had been detected thus far. Let us set the detonation for 20 minutes hence. With a few deft movements on the controller, Joss and Little Black vanished from the command room. In Twisting Waste City, countless minor skirmishes erupted throughout the streets and alleys. The populace seemed to have grown accustomed to such scenes. Upon witnessing the chaos, they calmly retreated to their homes, securing doors and windows. Whether their efforts bore fruit was a matter of fate. After all, material losses were ensured, and if one survived today, fortune awaited tomorrow. SHIELD. Heed my command. Combat requires unfettered initiative. Perhaps we march into the unknown, but all is for the sake of justice and glory. Within the confines of SHIELD, Nick Fury, adorned with a gold chain as thick as a thumb, was commanding the agents to the battlefield. Strangely, the agents seemed to sway their bodies in rhythm with Fury's commanding cadence. Had Joss been present, he would have undoubtedly noted the striking similarity, over 90%, between this scene and a humorous video he had once viewed in Stark Tower, within the Avengers Operations Conference Room. Based on the intel provided by Joss, there appeared to be 3 potential methods to avert this impending catastrophe. Tony Stark, shedding his usual playboy persona, donned spectacles and presented a serious demeanor as he showcased the model he had designed. The first method involved the destruction of the spatial portal. Its advantages lay in its singular focus and high success rate, requiring only a remote strike to disrupt the portal's fluctuations, potentially triggering a spatial collapse. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent. Should fortune not favor them, a cascading spatial effect, or even the emergence of a black hole could result, possibly wreaking havoc surpassing that of Hydra itself. Although this was the initial suggestion, it was evident that Stark viewed it merely as a last resort option, lacking practical implementation significance. The second option entailed dismantling the magical array, yet currently, no adept practitioners of the mystic arts were available to assist. Thus, all array generators would need to be destroyed. The third proposal was to thwart the Hydra members' assaults, thereby preventing the magical array from channeling energy and rendering it inactive. It was clear to all present that, given their limited manpower, accomplishing either of the latter 2 tasks was an insurmountable challenge. Upon hearing Stark's words, both Steve and Natasha wore grave expressions, while Hawkeye revealed a look of anxious urgency, unable to restrain himself. Time is of the essence. Just tell us what we must do. However, Stark did not acquiesce to his request by providing an optimal solution. Instead, he shook his head, expressing his frustration. This time, there is no best solution, which is precisely why I have urged all of you to deliberate together. In response, Steve, a strategist of remarkable prowess, fell into silence. This truly was a conundrum. Wait. Joss had sent a message. Abruptly, Steve, having established his mental link with Joss once more, exclaimed in surprise and began to listen intently. Here, and over there? I see now, I understand. Everyone, Joss has just informed me of the attack routes of the most formidable group of orc warriors. We shall confront them in these directions. While for the other areas, Joss suggested that the other factions within the city devise their own means of safeguarding their territories. Though it was not to imply that the Avengers would heed Joss's orders without question, the series of insights he provided, coupled with his accomplishments since joining the Avengers, bestowed upon him considerable influence. Thus, when he proposed this strategy, everyone began to ponder it earnestly. I perceive no issue. After all, the Avengers are inherently limited in numbers. It is indeed time for those who cower within the city, indulging in their superhero fantasies, to confront a genuine battle. Stark was the first to express his support. Upon acquiring the advanced technological data provided by Joss, he naturally leaned in his favor, coupled with the fact that the plan was devoid of any flaws. He readily stepped forward to champion Joss's cause. There were no objections. Indeed, it was so, with the Avengers' principal benefactor voicing his approval. The others merely pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. After all, even if they were to overextend themselves across all regions, the inevitable outcome would be failure due to insufficient manpower. Thus, it was far more prudent to consolidate their strengths to confront the most formidable adversaries. The remainder would have to rely on the other extraordinary beings concealed within the city. After surveying the surroundings, Steve took a deep breath and declared in a commanding tone, "Very well, Avengers, let us advance." Originally, the Avengers operated under a relatively formal structure, yet now reduced to merely 6 members. With Nick Fury and Joss absent from the scene, after exchanging knowing glances, they each hastened towards their designated battlegrounds. Once everyone had departed, Tony Stark retracted the multitude of projections and clapped his hands, prompting his computer assistant J.A.R.V.I.S. to don the Iron Man suit. Though still a prototype, the opportunity was rare, making it an ideal moment to test this new weapon. With the sound of machinery reverberating, the red and gold armor enveloped Stark's form, yet upon his left hand, a notably larger golden gauntlet shimmered with brilliance. J.A.R.V.I.S. That which was delivered to Joss's residence during his last visit when he entrusted me with the data, he remarked, and as the final words left his lips, the golden visor completely shielded Stark's face. With a resounding thud, a circular, disc-shaped object of half-human size shattered the skull of a Hydra soldier, gracefully returning to its master like a well-trained shield. There are simply too many of these foes, and why are they all so formidable? Steve gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow before once more advancing with his shield towards a new adversary. Behind him stood both ordinary Hydra soldiers and enhanced beings. However, under the radiance of Steve's aura of unity, they all posed an equal challenge. After all, that shield was an unabashedly potent weapon. Yet, when faced with such numerous adversaries, Steve's combat prowess was evidently unable to alter the tide of battle decisively. Engulfed in this relentless onslaught, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. Just as he dispatched another soldier, a sinister, serpentine figure stealthily approached from behind, brandishing a dagger aimed at Steve's head with lethal intent. 2 arrows flew forth with remarkable swiftness. One embedded itself in the arm of the assailant, while the other pierced directly through his skull. "Hey, Captain, watch your back." Hawkeye's voice echoed as he emerged from behind the attacker, swiftly knocking another arrow to eliminate 2 foes ahead, standing guard beside Steve. The sharpshooter, Hawkeye, demonstrated mastery in marksmanship, effortlessly hitting his targets. Thanks. I'm all right now," Steve replied. His robust physique, a testament to the super soldier serum, not only showcased extraordinary strength, but equally impressive regenerative abilities. After a brief moment to catch his breath, he was back to fighting form. "Damn, there sure are a lot of these guys," Hawkeye muttered, glancing at Steve to confirm his well-being before rejoining the fray. "Well, it seems Tony's side is faring quite well," Steve commented casually before plunging back into battle. The intensity of the conflict left no room for respite. Yet the members of the Avengers were no ordinary humans. They could endure such conditions for hours on end. With a 23 increase in energy output efficiency and a 12 reduction in loss, the technological prowess was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Stark raised his hand to unleash a laser beam the size of half his body, instantly shredding several enhanced individuals. However, his gaze remained fixed on the data displayed on the system panel, continuously marveling at the results. In a short span of time, he had merely emulated the materials and forging methods from the documents sent by Joss to create a replacement for his left palm, which had significantly amplified the power of the Iron Man suit. As a result, despite the lack of extraordinary powers among the current Avengers, Iron Man's combat capabilities had reached near the pinnacle of strength on the battlefield, making him the most relaxed combatant in this skirmish. Yet, as a superhero, He harbored no ill thoughts due to this newfound strength. Instead, he boldly took on the burden of leading the offensive, attracting nearly half of the enhanced beings and their firepower. As Joss had initially suggested, once the city of Torsion fell into chaos, the extraordinary individuals hidden within its confines began to reveal themselves. The figure of Blade, wielding a silver long knife, weaved through the ranks of Hydra members. A weapon originally designed for slaying vampires proved equally effective against humans. In mere moments, a group of Hydra operatives lay defeated. Similarly, Blade's allies from the Howling Commandos transformed the battlefield into a frenzy, each member proving more formidable than the enhanced soldiers. A parallel scene unfolded throughout the city. Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, deemed by Nick Fury as someone yet to grasp the concepts of good and evil, donned his spider suit and swung through the urban landscape. In a desolate corner, Laura withdrew her clawed hands and departed from the alley, never once glancing back at the three peculiar modified warriors. Countless others, both renowned and obscure, rose to confront this turmoil with their own strength. War is, after all, not the affair of a solitary individual or a mere handful of people. Upon returning to his home, Joss turned to observe the chaos outside his window. After a moment of silence, he muttered to himself, "Damn, what a bunch of imbeciles." The ambush involving the spatial gate was powered by soul energy, and to achieve this, Hydra unleashed a horde of its members upon the city, embarking on a spree of indiscriminate slaughter. In retaliation, the Avengers and various extraordinary beings rallied to counteract this menace in the most effective manner possible. Yet, one might urge them to exercise caution. Even if Hydra's members perished, they would still be absorbed by the magical array. If this continued, it would inevitably be activated. Though Joss rationally understood the futility of his complaints and knew capturing every Hydra member was utterly implausible, he nonetheless felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was akin to attending a concert when one could not listen to the music. Even knowing it was the producer's malice, it remained deeply irritating. However, compared to that frustration, Joss felt a certain satisfaction regarding the city's collective mobilization. He had envisioned that when Thanos arrived, everyone should unite to confront him, rather than the cinematic portrayal of a mere few dozen individuals engaging in a cosmic-scale battle. The current situation was undoubtedly a rehearsal. His suggestion to Steve was intended to serve as a precaution for those typically reluctant to act or content with safeguarding their own little domains. Do not be deceived into thinking that your enemies are merely a handful. The world harbors numerous dangers. Let us go out and offer our assistance. Joss beckoned to Black and turned to leave the room. Given the present circumstances, it seemed that Hydra's plans could not be thwarted. For even though Joss's presence had prematurely unveiled their massacre scheme, the only way to stop these madmen was through their annihilation. Furthermore, Black had previously conveyed to Joss, through the memories he had consumed, that Hydra had long predetermined the detonation timing of the bombs implanted in the modified warriors' minds. This meant that once the time arrived, this group would transform into human fireworks, instantaneously bestowing a tremendous surge of energy to the magical array. This was a terrifying plan devoid of any chance of failure. Whether Steve and the others had anticipated such a result or were resigned to it remained uncertain. Yet it seemed increasingly evident that the return of that originator to Earth was an inevitable event. However, as of now, the fact that those few individuals have refrained from taking action suggests that this crisis may not extend its reach to the entire world. This implies that the originator is merely powerful to a limited extent, rather than being akin to the divine entities or the likes of Thanos. This revelation, albeit unfortunate, is a silver lining, at least indicating to Joss that there remains a possibility for resolution. Nevertheless, even when Loki wreaked havoc and turned Half Moon City into a near ruin, these individuals remained passive. When Ultron manifested and obliterated an island, they similarly did not reveal themselves. From this perspective, it is uncertain whether this crisis will indeed lay waste to New York. TSK. Do these fools not fear that what they summon back may be the ashes of the group? They seem oblivious to the origins that date back thousands of years. Even mutants should have perished by now. With a sigh, Joss reluctantly accepted this reality, for it was evident that such a scenario was implausible. To create such a grand spectacle only to summon a jar of ashes would require Hydra to have somehow acquired his foolish system. Speaking of which, where has that fellow gone? Casting his gaze around the room, Joss found no sign of Lilith, not even a flicker of light. Although they had lived together for a while, given her affiliation with Hydra, Joss's surveillance over her had intensified after his departure, making it unlikely that she could suddenly vanish. Perhaps she took the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. After all, she is a member of Hydra. Oh, how do you feel about leaving her by your side now? Little Black scoffed. Despite her amicable relationship with Lilith, it did not prevent her from seizing the opportunity to poke at Joss's heart, a rare pastime of hers. If she has left, so be it. Ensuring she is not dragged off by Nick for target practice would suffice to repay the debt of gratitude for her earlier rescue. Heaven knows what she is truly contemplating. After all, unlike Venom or Laura, whose personalities and experiences Joss could fathom through comics and films, Lilith remains an enigmatic figure. She is a background character, a resident of this world, who has never graced the Marvel narratives. It is precisely this obscurity that renders her existence all the more mysterious. However, since she has never initiated a conversation on the matter, Joss found no inclination to inquire further, and thus they cohabited with an odd, unspoken understanding for a time. Yet now, this peculiar and subtle period has drawn to a close. TSK, let us hope she hasn't gone to assist Hydra, otherwise, our debt of gratitude would indeed be settled. Suddenly, as Joss muttered to himself, the glass behind him shattered explosively, and a dark figure swiftly invaded the room. The sudden turn of events was utterly unexpected, yet Joss's reaction was swift and unfaltering. The city was engulfed in flames, and his muscles were already taut, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstance in an instant. The black claws transformed from his hand materialized abruptly as he adopted a defensive yet aggressive stance, launching an attack on the approaching figure. The shadowy assailant, having initiated the attack, was equally quick to react. With a powerful stomp, the assailant's body twisted dramatically, a long leg striking towards Joss's head like a whip. In the face of this assault, Joss relied on his formidable physique, refusing to evade. Instead, he merely tilted his head slightly to avert potential spinal injury, while his hands continued their assault on the shadow. The opponent, taken aback by Joss's reckless approach, realized that retreating was no longer an option. He steeled himself and continued his strike. However, Joss's advancing hand maintained its offensive momentum, while his other arm encircled the assailant's leg, effortlessly hurling him into the air. Even an eagle possesses the strength to lift a standard sedan's front end, and a bodybuilder can hoist over 400 kilograms. In his ordinary state, Joss possessed the strength equivalent to 10 eagles. Effortlessly tossing a human weighing up to 100 pounds was child's play for him. Moreover, this throw was not as simple as it appeared. It involved a unique technique that harnessed special force through his wrist. In nature, snakes are formidable creatures, possessing many abilities distinct from ordinary mammals due to their elongated and supple bodies. Those who work with snakes understand the necessity of controlling their heads, never attempting to grasp their tails or bodies, for even when the tail or body is restrained, the snake's movement remains largely unaffected, allowing it to strike. However, within the martial arts Joss had studied, there existed a technique specifically designed to contend with snakes by seizing their tails while ensuring one avoids being bitten. The essence of this technique lies in delivering a shock to the snake's body upon grasping its tail, momentarily paralyzing it through vibration. Although these snakes were devoid of venom, a bite would still be an unpleasant experience, yet Joss had diligently perfected this technique. Now, he employed this peculiar skill to launch the assailant into the air. In a place devoid of leverage, such a maneuver rendered it impossible for even the beastly transformed soldiers to evade, leaving them to await Joss's subsequent attack with resignation. It was originally meant to be like this. When Joss practiced this technique in his earlier years, his senior, whom we shall refer to as senior brother, informed him that this technique possesses 3 distinct levels. The first level enables one to hold a snake in hand, rendering it limp and powerless, unable to bite. This is precisely the stage Joss finds himself in at present. The second level allows a bird to perch upon one's palm without being grasped, yet it remains incapable of escaping flight. At this juncture, Joss inquired, is the third level the ability to let a butterfly rest upon one's finger, unable to flee regardless of its efforts? Senior brother gazed at Joss with a solemn expression and candidly revealed, in truth, I just made that up. However, your interpretation sounds impressive. You may share it with others henceforth. Although this may seem rather absurd, Joss's recollection was spurred by deeper reasons. Indeed, the notion that this technique is ineffective against flying creatures proved accurate. The anticipated scene of immobilizing an adversary in midair did not materialize, as the shadow behind him abruptly unfurled 2 wings, effortlessly stabilizing itself in the air with a gentle flap, easily neutralizing Joss's counter. The shadow's form executed a swift rotation in midair before launching a sudden attack from above. Historically, creatures incapable of flight have often appeared helpless when confronted with aerial assaults, a reality that remains largely unchanged to this day. Take, for instance, the predatory nature of owls and eagles, which can effortlessly dispatch and consume stray cats. Often dubbed bird killers, the ability to fly is undeniably a significant distinction. Joss now faced a similar predicament. Although he possessed means to counter the descending assault of the shadow, they would require an exertion of force far exceeding that of his opponent. However, situated within the confines of an apartment building, Joss refrained from unleashing devastating weaponry for fear of endangering innocent bystanders during their confrontation. Even the weapon transformed from Little Black could merely encase his hands to enhance his striking power, rather than extending outward for widespread destruction. After all, with his current strength combined with Little Black's weaponry, he could easily demolish the building's load-bearing walls with a few strikes, leading to chaos for its occupants. With determination to shift the battleground, Joss resolved to alter his stance, no longer offensive, but defensive. With a single hand gesture, a wave of gentleness emanated from him. Among martial arts, the principle of using technique to deflect force is not uncommon, and what Joss employed was indeed one of those methods. Unlike the whimsical dances performed by the elderly in the town square, this was a genuine combat technique, which is precisely why he dared to utilize it at this moment. In order to avert the expansion of the battleground while effectively countering the adversary's lethal strike, Joss found himself with but a singular recourse. Behold my divine plow slam. The divine plow slam, a technique inherited from the prodigious wrestler Kuryuki Rito, possessed the terrifying ability to instantly dismantle any defenses of the opponent in an imperceptible manner. Joss charged forward with great vigor, colliding with the assailant, and in the next moment, they tumbled about like rolling gourds until they crashed against the wall, bringing their tumultuous encounter to a halt. Joss lay supine on the ground, the assailant perched upon his chest. In the brief seconds that followed, the gray robe that concealed the intruder's form was torn away, revealing a cascade of silvery hair. A pair of bat-like wings drooped limply from the impact, imparting a sense of pity as if the creature had weathered a fierce battle. The jolt from the collision with the wall did not disorient Joss for long. He quickly regained his composure and focused his gaze ahead. Wait, with those blue and white stripes, are you Lilith? Where are you looking? Speak, you perverted fiend. This chapter serves merely as a transitional interlude, akin to reading without truly absorbing the content. Upon discerning the identity of his assailant, the skirmish, hindered by the lack of illumination, momentarily ceased. After a brief exchange of words, Joss learned that Lilith had spotted his silhouette in what should have been an empty abode while she was returning from her flight, and had thus initiated her attack. It had been over a month since they last met. Lilith was no longer clad in her tattered nun's habit, but instead adorned in a somewhat loose off-shoulder top, paired with a plaid mini-skirt and striped thigh-high stockings. Although not of any distinguished brand, her attire appeared quite alluring, and even the scar on her face resembled an endearing tattoo sticker. Yet, given the ongoing conflict with the remnants of the Hydra, Lilith's previous affiliation with the organization rendered her identity somewhat delicate. Despite harboring unsettling suspicions, Joss ultimately refrained from voicing his queries. You seem curious, yet you choose not to inquire? Aren't you concerned that I might have assisted the Hydra remnants? To Joss's astonishment, Lilith unabashedly addressed his unspoken doubts. Meeting his gaze, Joss shrugged and replied, I'm merely lazy. Asking would lead to a barrage of tedious explanations. And that is quite bothersome. Taken aback by his response, Lilith chuckled, though I sensed it from the outset. You truly are a peculiar individual. She recognized that her identity and actions would naturally incite suspicion, and she anticipated that Joss might have various reasons to either trust or doubt her. However, the notion that he would abstain from inquiry simply out of laziness was entirely beyond her expectations. Once this concludes, I shall convey to you what I have observed. Just as Joss was about to speak, Lilith raised her hand to interrupt him. I understand you may truly lack interest, but I merely wish to indulge in a moment of confiding. Is that too much to ask? Suit yourself, Joss replied, a resigned expression adorning his face. At that moment, a faint smile broke through Lilith's porcelain-like features, reminiscent of a typical young girl reveling in the success of a playful prank. This is for you. It is something Mr. Stark had sent earlier, though their courier met an untimely demise en route. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lilith removed the long robe that had shrouded her figure, revealing a remarkably intricate mechanical box strapped to her back. Evidently, she had just retrieved it. Mr. Stark sent this? It must be the item I previously requested from him, Joss remarked, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Hey, Captain, just how many of them are there? It feels like this will never end. Natasha, having just emptied her last magazine, now stood beside Steve, armed only with a dagger, ready to defend. As the baseline of the Avengers' combat prowess, Natasha found her effectiveness severely limited in this environment. Devoid of firearms, her strength waned, rendering her only marginally superior to an ordinary individual. Her expertise lay in espionage, infiltration, and subterfuge, rather than direct combat, where she fell short even compared to Hawkeye. Equally beleaguered, Hawkeye, the very measure of combat effectiveness, found his quiver empty. He was left with no choice but to engage in archery contests with his foes. The reality of battle starkly contrasted with shooting games, which offer infinite supplies. Even with his superior endurance compared to Natasha, Carrying more than 100 arrows without hindering his agility was simply unfeasible, considering that a standard arrow has a diameter of approximately 6 millimeters. 100 arrows would fill a small barrel over half a meter in size, were it not for Stark Industries facilitating the storage of arrows in larger containers. Hawkeye would have long since exhausted his supplies, resorting to using his bow for mere intimidation. In typical circumstances, archers must retrieve their fired arrows. However, in the chaos of such a battlefield, even a master archer like him struggled to reclaim many, making depletion over time an expected outcome. This cannot continue. What is happening with Tony? Upon hearing Steve's inquiry, Natasha promptly attempted to contact Stark, only for her expression to darken further. It's dire. Tony is also beginning to falter. He claims the energy system cannot keep pace with the newly developed components, and the functionality of his armor is dwindling. My goodness. New components? His energy source is nuclear. What on earth has he created to consume energy at such a terrifying rate? Heaven knows he claimed he could only endure for another 5 minutes. Natasha, with a grave expression, abruptly severed her communication with Stark, and the faces of those present were all rather grim. Although Steve could still continue fighting for the time being, he had to divert some of his attention to look after Natasha and Hawkeye if he wished to avoid further casualties among the Avengers. Coupled with Stark's precarious situation, the Avengers now found themselves in a dire crisis. Yet, regardless of their reluctance, the Avengers were undeniably exhausted and depleted. The lack of personnel was not a challenge that could simply be resolved with effort. Steve was well aware of the current predicament, but he had no better alternatives. The combat capabilities of the Avengers were severely strained in such large-scale confrontations. Though it had long been a foregone conclusion, they never truly believed they would face such a scenario, and thus had not taken it to heart. Regretting their situation now was futile. They could only focus on the battle at hand, postponing troublesome matters for later. The plan was to retreat towards Stark's direction, with everyone doing their best to protect themselves. After a brief moment of contemplation, Steve made his decision. An ancient saying goes, "A moment of greed leads to a lasting regret." The current battlefield was beyond the resolution of just a few individuals, and as the team leader, he would not allow himself to be consumed by the desire to linger in combat. The remnants of Hydra numbered in the thousands, with countless beastly modifications and inferior super soldier serum enhancers among them. In contrast, only Stark among the Avengers could effectively eliminate enemies. If they did not retreat now, they would truly miss their opportunity. Wait, Joss called me. He said he is back? During the retreat, Steve paused momentarily. Those who can escape count it as a victory, he mused, but his sudden remark elicited little reaction from the others. As members of the Avengers, they were already well aware that Joss possessed a plethora of peculiar abilities, one of which included a form of telepathic communication specifically with Steve. Although he could not fathom why, ever since learning of this, Steve had felt an odd scrutiny from Natasha, not of a negative nature, but rather as if she had discovered a new treasure, her eyes shining with an unusual glimmer. Steve wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, disregarding Natasha's reaction as he began to earnestly communicate with Joss, though his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts. He couldn't quite understand why he felt that ever since Joss had joined the Avengers, the dynamics within the organization had become somewhat peculiar. Their dialogue was brief and did not impede the others in battle. After a mere few seconds, Steve furrowed his brow and glanced at his companions beside him. "What is the matter, Steve? What did he say?" He inquired about our location and the current state of the battle. Upon receiving my response, he declared he would arrive immediately. After knocking down a Hydra member with a swift strike of his bow, Hawkeye rubbed his temples and remarked, "While I appreciate his desire to assist, what can he achieve on his own in this situation? Unless he brings an army with him, this region is destined to fall." The notion that a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant is no mere jest. Hydra's forces have infiltrated the city, and even if Joss possesses exceptional combat skills, it is improbable that he could eliminate them all. Though the city is populated with numerous extraordinary individuals, those willing to engage have already taken action. Those who remain passive would only seek to preserve their own lives, even if Hydra were to decimate the area. Steve glanced at Hawkeye with a peculiar expression and nodded, stating, he mentioned that he has brought reinforcements from a base. While they may lack elite combat capabilities, they could be more effective against Hydra than we are. Hawkeye pondered for a moment, at a loss for words. Engaging soldiers with soldiers and generals with generals is a patently foolish strategy in any rational world. After all, it is no empty adage that while armies may be plentiful, capable leaders are rare. Sending a general into battle is likely to result in their swift demise from enemy arrows. However, in the Marvel Universe, or any realm imbued with extraordinary powers, this principle does not hold, as leaders are often the most formidable fighters themselves. Consequently, they cannot afford to remain confined to their bases, but must actively steer the course of the conflict. Yet, High-caliber combatants should not be squandered on futile tactics of sheer numbers. Just as Wolverine can be ensnared by a group of ordinary people, the Avengers, who remain within the realm of mortals, face similar predicaments. The introduction of regular soldiers onto the battlefield can significantly alleviate their challenges, whether by providing ammunition, energy, or restoring stamina. With these ordinary individuals joining the fray, the burden on them would be considerably lightened. However, if we all withdraw, can he withstand the onslaught alone? Just as the group began to exhale in relief, Natasha raised another pressing concern. The three of them glanced at the seemingly endless tide of Hydra members surrounding them, a renewed sense of helplessness washing over them. 100 or 200 foes may not seem overwhelming, but on a single street, it becomes a scene of chaotic congestion. In this battle, Hydra has deployed tens of thousands of troops, with several thousand occupying the very area they are defending. The trio, Natasha, Steve, and Hawkeye, are the only ones currently managing to suppress the onslaught. While Joss possesses commendable combat prowess, lacking ranged and area attack capabilities renders him at a disadvantage against the overwhelming tide of adversaries. As Steve pondered with a furrowed brow, a multitude of round, apple-like objects arced gracefully into the enemy camp. Were those grenades? The trio, possessing keen eyes and familiarity with weaponry, quickly discerned their nature. TSK, if we can identify them. So can they. This method is utterly futile. Who is being so reckless? Hawkeye lamented. Even under normal circumstances, grenades carry the risk of being picked up and thrown back. And at the very least, one could evade them upon sight. Thus, in the face of Hydra, which boasted enhanced soldiers and modified beings, the use of such devices held little merit and could even lead to complications. Consequently, to avoid the risk of the grenades being thrown back at them, Hawkeye and his companions began to withdraw, with Natasha sighing thoughtfully. There's only one person I know who could pull off such a stunt. Steve nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while the world might not be limited to just one, in this twisted city, only Joss had the audacity to employ grenades in such a manner. As they retreated, they turned to see Joss approaching, his numerous tentacles flinging grenades with astonishing speed. While ineffective in close combat, their usage in firearms was undeniably thrilling. The grenades themselves were unremarkable. Some were scavenged from various locations, while others were extracted from the system. Unlike the Jade Dragon Pod, once detonated, these grenades were gone, equating to a mere auditory display for 100 points. You're wasting them. You must throw them with the explosion delay in mind. They need to detonate the moment they land among the enemy, or they flee. As an expert in explosives himself, Hawkeye hastily cautioned Joss upon getting closer. With such a substantial supply of grenades, they could sustain their firepower for a while longer. Joss's recklessness, however, meant they would barely utilize a fraction of it. Flee. They need to be able to run first, Joss remarked, finishing another round of grenade throws before suddenly adopting a peculiar stance. What is he doing? Hawkeye questioned, only to realize in the next instant that he could not move. That peculiar ability of his, just as Joss had claimed, rendered the enemies immobile. Natasha, having witnessed this before, remained unfazed and composed. Not far off, Joss's arms began to move rhythmically as he bellowed, Diamond Star Fist, enhanced grenade variant. With a chillingly cool white light sweeping across the battlefield, hundreds of grenades exploded amidst the ranks of Hydra's forces. Yet, even in the moments when flames and shrapnel claimed their lives, they remained transfixed, standing motionless. Their final moments consumed by the sight of the man in the distance awkwardly dancing. The quandary of what to do when the Diamond Star Fist's initiation could not attack had plagued Joss since his first encounter with this skill. It was ostensibly a control ability rooted in rules, yet its comical effect rendered its practicality shockingly meager. Contemplating deeply, after several successful experiences of explosive endeavors, Joss ultimately discerned a solution to this dilemma. Of course, it involved explosions, specifically delayed detonations. After all, the initiation of the Diamond Star Fist was an ability that rendered anyone capable of perceiving Joss's execution, be it through sight, the sixth sense, cosmic energy, or mental prowess, unable to act, rather than suspending time or space. This meant that physical movements could still operate during this period. Delayed explosions served merely as a tactic. If Joss and Hawkeye's coordination was sufficiently robust, Hawkeye could aim and fire just as Joss immobilized the opponent's actions, leaving them helplessly witnessing their own demise. Nonetheless, despite this, the limitations of this maneuver remained significant, and its effectiveness was not overwhelmingly potent. In a true battle of the strong, the moment Joss brandished a grenade, their reactions would already be in motion, leaving no time for him to throw it at their feet. In fact, grenades, or conventional human weapons, held little significance against opponents of a certain caliber. However, at least for the moment, Joss's actions established a decisive advantage over the Hydra forces. with each grenade explosion claiming the lives of multiple Hydra members. No one anticipated that the mere arrival of Joss would so effortlessly turn the tide of battle. Observing the suddenly vacant battlefield, Steve and the others found it hard to believe their eyes. Nevertheless, their formidable willpower and comprehension allowed this awkward silence to linger only for an instant before they sprang into action once more. After exchanging nods with Joss, Hawkeye and Natasha retreated, while Steve positioned himself behind them, shield raised in defense, for although Joss had significantly diminished Hydra's ranks, the true elite had been drawn into the fray. At that moment, their combat effectiveness was severely diminished, remaining there would only become a liability. Thus none lingered unnecessarily on the battlefield. The trio swiftly made their way to one of Tony Stark's facilities, which, as expected, was well stocked with the necessary medicines, ammunition, and supplies. Is Joss all right? After finally taking refuge within the fortifications, Hawkeye gasped a few breaths and promptly inquired of Steve. However, it remained a mystery why Natasha raised an eyebrow and scrutinized him for an extended moment, subsequently glancing meaningfully between him and Steve before breaking into a knowing smile, as if she had comprehended something even Hawkeye himself could not fathom. If Joss were present, he would undoubtedly remark that Natasha had just envisioned a narrative of at least 80,000 words, particularly of the more audacious variety involving 3 robust men. Steve, still catching his breath, remained oblivious to Natasha's subtle gaze and instead expressed his bewilderment, stating, "He said there's no problem because he will confront his enemies with compassion." A chorus of incredulous murmurs ensued, reflecting their inability to grasp the essence of this statement. Were it not for the solemn and serious Captain America, Steve Rogers, uttering such an enigmatic phrase, the others might have dismissed it entirely. What sort of jest was this? What use could compassion possibly serve against the Hydra's band of inhumane lunatics? Hawkeye furrowed his brow in discontent, asserting that even amongst comrades, clinging to such trivial notions as compassion on the battlefield would not only jeopardize oneself, but could also lead to the demise of many others. This time, he was truly mistaken. How could compassion be wielded against foes? Although his overall capabilities were commendable, he was still rather naive. Even Natasha, upon hearing his words, sighed and shook her head. Clearly, both had arrived at the same conclusion. Unlike them, who had been forged in the crucible of combat and assassination, Joss's life path had been notably smooth, resulting in a character that was somewhat too innocent in his beliefs and actions. Let us tend to our wounds quickly and assist him. Otherwise, if he truly attempts to confront his enemies with compassion, it could spell disaster, Hawkeye lamented, swiftly beginning to organize his arrows. What are you all discussing? At that moment, Tony Stark's voice, rather than any other, unexpectedly interjected. The group turned to see Tony flying in from outside, seated in his specially designed chair, while inspecting his armor. After a brief exchange of glances, it was Steve who, with a hint of resignation, reiterated, "Just now, Joss mentioned that he intends to face his enemies with compassion and to prevent any mishaps. We are preparing to regroup and assist him." Upon hearing Steve's words, a rather nuanced expression crossed Tony's face. "What? Do you know something, Tony?" "Well, rather than simply explaining, I believe it would be more effective for you to see for yourselves." Seemingly sensing that mere words would not suffice, Tony projected a feed from the surveillance cameras monitoring Joss's location. At that moment, the image revealed Joss charging forward with a weapon in hand, blood flowing like a river around him. Regardless of whether they were beastly warriors or super soldiers, they all lay as mangled remnants in his wake, creating a horrific path forged from flesh and blood. Wasn't he the one who claimed to embrace compassion? Such a bloody scene left even Natasha, who was accustomed to death, momentarily aghast and incredulous. It was as if to answer her, or perhaps the collective bewilderment of everyone present, Tony magnified the image once more, allowing the onlookers to finally discern what Joss held aloft. It was a serrated broadsword imbued with a dark golden hue, its already fearsome blade marred with traces of blood and flesh, rendering it all the more terrifying. As Joss swung the weapon, the crowd observed that the blade was inscribed with a flourish of ornate script. Mercy, the originator of return. To describe it in the simplest terms, the weapon in Joss's grasp was a large chainsaw sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length and weighing approximately 200 kilograms. High-frequency oscillation cutting. As Joss pressed the button on the hilt, the chainsaw sword, already spinning at high speed, vibrated at an astonishing frequency with minimal amplitude. With a swift forward slash, a technique commonly employed in tempestuous swordplay, this brutish strike cleaved a beastly warrior, ensconced in a smooth, glossy exoskeleton, in two. Indeed, any sword technique that can be executed with a blade has never stipulated that a chainsaw sword cannot be utilized. Constant temperature incineration. With a mere flick of his finger, the massive blade transformed into a brilliant red, high-temperature state within a single second, dispatching a remarkably resilient beastly warrior with a single stroke. Following this, the blade emitted visible arcs of high-voltage electricity, reducing the still twitching fragments to charred remains. Beyond these peculiar functionalities, the back of the broadsword, Mercy, bore several jet ports. By pulling the specialized trigger, Joss could instantly expel a substantial amount of energy, dramatically enhancing the speed of his strikes. In the pile of technical documents, the design schematics of this weapon encapsulated every frenzied melee weapon feature he had ever encountered, to the extent that Tony could only realize less than half of its capabilities. As for effects akin to a barbecue blower or flashlight, they were not impossible to achieve, but rather dismissed outright by Tony. Under normal circumstances, a weapon of this size would hardly accommodate such an array of functions, as the energy required would not align with its weight, making it impractical for an ordinary individual to wield. However, this was a creation of Tony Stark, and undoubtedly, the energy source within was a micronuclear power source, a notion bordering on madness. Moreover, with Joss's current strength, wielding several hundred kilograms felt as effortless as an ordinary person swinging a sword, making the practical use of this weapon feasible. For his expertise, replicating the miniature nuclear battery was not a daunting task. However, under usual conditions, few had need of it, and his aspirations lay beyond such potent energy sources, leading to this particular invention being somewhat overshadowed. However, Joss was different. His demands were stark and unyielding. He insisted on augmenting the chainsaw sword with every conceivable feature that could be added, even including the audacious self-destruct mechanism. Even Tony Stark had to concede that, compared to the mechanical wings envisioned by military arms experts, Joss's proposed weapon offered superior cost-effectiveness. After all, rather than merely imitating biological forms, the direct implementation of a jetpack would result in a qualitative transformation in both functionality and cost, enriching the array of weapon systems as well. Perhaps even Joss himself was unaware of why the hero he would later encounter, Sam Wilson, would be known as the Universal Backpack Guy instead of the Falcon. The true origins of this curious moniker remained a mystery. Nonetheless, this realization did not deter him from discarding the article proposing Joss's nuclear rifle into the shredder, subsequently relegating the bizarre concept to the depths of his mind, never to contemplate it again. In any case, what you see is as it is now. One can rest assured and await the final moments, leaving everything prior to that to him. Tony shrugged, then shut off the projection and began diligently repairing his armor. Steve and his companions fell into a contemplative silence before arriving at a unified consensus, leaving the earlier matter unmentioned. However, was it not nearly time for the final confrontation? Steve turned to Tony for confirmation. Yes, according to my previous calculations, the energy required to activate the space portal is nearly sufficient. While we cannot prevent it, it is far better to use Hydra's lives to power it than to sacrifice innocent civilians. Prepare yourselves for the final adjustments. None of us truly know what adversary awaits us, but we must give it our all. Steve and his companions gazed upward. The space portal hovering above the city sparkled with an evident surfeit of energy. Has it begun? One Hydra soldier muttered, eyeing the distant brilliance of the portal. No, it has already concluded. A chilling voice resonated in his ear, and just as he realized the voice did not belong to any of his comrades, his body was cleaved in two, one half seared, the other half raw. With this, the Hydra members in this district were essentially eradicated, were they not? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Joss's gaze shifted towards the portal suspended in midair. Thus far, everything had merely been a prelude. The real trouble had yet to make its entrance. Seizing a moment to catch his breath, Joss surveyed the system panel, and indeed, a new mission had materialized. Main mission: defeat Hydra. Success reward: 5,000 points of source of destruction. Failure penalty: deduction of 10 times the reward in source of destruction. Side mission 1: shoot 100 heads. Since the legend speaks of shooting 100 heads, let us transform Hydra into a 100-headed serpent and see what unfolds. Success reward: at least 30,000 points of the source of demise. Side quest: I am actually an undercover agent. Go to Hydra and loudly proclaim that you are an undercover agent, then join the Hydra organization. Success reward: 200,000 points of the source of demise. Hidden task: not yet activated. Despite Joss's previous inclination to flee when confronted with such dilemmas, he now resolutely advanced towards the spatial gateway, sword in hand. The impetus behind this decision stemmed from the new mission presented by the system. After all, fleeing would result in a deduction of 50,000 points, a consequence too steep to be deemed sensible. Yet, this alone did not encapsulate his motivations. Joss harbored a profound curiosity about whether his current prowess could truly contend with a creature capable of obliterating an entire city. Regardless of how much he struggled or how highly the Avengers regarded him, in the eyes of genuine powerhouses, Joss remained an inconsequential figure. If he hoped to survive the impending cataclysm, Aside from metaphorically plunging a knife into Star-Lord's kidney, the crux of the matter lay in strength. Only with formidable might could he thwart Thanos from gathering all the Infinity Stones, or even vanquish this terrifying behemoth entirely. To achieve that goal, Joss recognized that he could not afford to retreat from any confrontation. In the climactic showdown, the spatial gateway, or rather the originator, did not disappoint. As the energy peaked, his figure emerged instantaneously from the portal, captivating the attention of all present. The spectacle was so grand that even those who felt detached were compelled to witness the individual deemed worthy of such extravagant efforts from the Hydra fanatics. He was a man towering at least 4 meters, the founder of the Hydra organization, also known as Hydra. His eyes were a berry-like crimson, devoid of pupils, and his skin was adorned with serpent-like scales. A serpentine tail trailed behind him, exuding an otherworldly aura. Yet, the most bizarre aspect was the 8 serpent heads that sprouted from the nape of his neck, extending along his spine, writhing like grotesque, twisted wings behind him. The man's crimson gaze swept slowly over the city before he spoke, his voice resonating with the authority of a deity. Who could fathom the dialect of this being? A long-lost mutant or otherworldly entity from centuries past. Perhaps it was an ancient tongue, forgotten through the ages. Perhaps it was the esoteric vernacular of his non-human race. Or even an alien language. Regardless, among Earth's linguists, none could decipher his utterances. It remains uncertain whether the Hydra members have contemplated this issue. Observing their current state, strewn across the ground, it is likely that these minions are entirely oblivious to the true intentions of their superiors. Hydra. Though it is plausible that his name is something akin to Delarban Bidebiderin or the like, we shall refer to him simply as Hydra to avoid complications. Gazing down at the city, his bewilderment is no less than that of those around him. Even if one cannot comprehend his utterances, the confusion etched upon his visage is unmistakable. After all, just a moment prior, he was light years away on a desolate planet, perhaps engaged in some obscure activity, only to be summoned here abruptly. In truth, Joss has always harbored immense curiosity about the act of summoning. It might be acceptable if the summoned entity were an unintelligent beast. However, what could possess those who call forth demons or angels? Do they not fear that their summoned overlord might be engaged in mundane activities, eating, relieving themselves, or indulging in other pursuits, only to be yanked away at the height of their enjoyment? Surely, they would be inclined to deliver a resounding slap to the summoner, reducing them to a mere pancake. Hydra's murmurs gradually escalated into a roar, yet due to the language barrier, his fury went unheeded. Nevertheless, everyone present understood that he was about to unleash an attack. Regardless of whether the former Hydra possessed intellect and reason, after being exiled for millennia, such faculties had evidently been entirely depleted, rendering him a mere savage beast. The first to suffer the consequences were those Hydra members who were aware of the plan and had rushed to greet their progenitor. In an instant, the 8 serpent heads that adorned Hydra's form surged forth, ruthlessly disregarding the bystanders as they engaged in a merciless slaughter. No one knows the nature of his existence over the years, nor can it be discerned. Yet, all could witness that upon tasting flesh and blood, he was seized by an ecstatic frenzy. With a bloodthirsty zeal, his speed of action intensified, the 8 serpent heads twisting and constricting with sheer force, leveling everything in their vicinity without the need for any special abilities. Such raw strength must surely exceed 30 eagles, Joss mused, as he beheld the severed concrete pillar, a testament to Hydra's formidable power. According to the nebulous power scale within the Marvel Universe, Hydra's strength undoubtedly resides at the 4th tier, encompassing a range from 500 kilograms to 3 tons. However, this classification is rather rudimentary, and Joss has never been particularly fond of such metrics. Nonetheless, regardless of the criteria employed, it is evident that Hydra is no trivial adversary. A formidable foe is precisely what one desires. Such encounters are exhilarating. After a dry chuckle, Joss disregarded the voices of Steve and the others emanating from his earpiece, brandishing his sword and charging directly towards Hydra. Regardless of the consequences that may arise from Hydra's continued rampage, should it provoke the wrath of a true powerhouse, its annihilation would transpire in an instant. What Joss must accomplish is to vanquish his opponent before such a moment arrives. After all, this system is not a mindless mobile game that coerces social interaction. A mere contemplation reveals that the rewards for slaying independently far outweigh those obtained through teamwork. With a long sword dragged behind him, Joss advanced unyieldingly, starkly contrasting with those who were fleeing in terror from Hydra. In that moment, he resembled a figure striving against a relentless tide, his formidable presence forcefully parting all who obstructed his path. Observing this, everyone understood that standing between these two titans would result in utter obliteration. The residual shockwaves from such a battle could easily annihilate lesser extraordinary beings. With a distance of mere meters separating him from Hydra, Joss suddenly kicked up a cloud of sand and gravel, hurling it towards the creature. The stones he launched with all his might bore the impact akin to that of a small caliber firearm, instantly causing blood to spatter from Hydra, granting Joss the upper hand. With a furious roar, Hydra charged through the dust, only to find Joss had vanished from sight. "Are you searching for me?" Suddenly, Joss descended from above, delivering a powerful strike with his mighty sword, the searing blade swiftly severing one of Hydra's arms and a portion of its serpentine head. In pain, Hydra staggered back, but its gaze flickered with a glint of cunning, as if contemplating a devious scheme. "What are you thinking? Eat dirt." Unlike those who remained silent in battle, Joss wielded banter as one of his weapons. Even against a foe that could not comprehend human speech, he possessed the ultimate taunt, showing no fear of his opponent's indifference. Unsurprisingly, as soon as the taunt was unleashed, Hydra's crimson eyes flared once more, and 7 serpentine heads lunged towards Joss. The ferocity of the Gale sword technique was astounding. Even after the system's enhancement, it continued to leave onlookers in awe. Its origins lay in the extraordinary swordsmanship of a high magic plane, far surpassing the mundane martial arts he had previously learned. Since acquiring the Gale sword technique nearly a month ago, Joss's extraordinary martial talent enabled him to master this formidable skill with relative ease. In less than a minute of combat, he had effortlessly decimated nearly half of Hydra's heads. Yet, just as the crowd believed Hydra to be nothing more than a feeble facade, from the severed neck and arm, 2 new heads emerged once more. At this moment, Juice, being the closest, immediately discerned that the newly sprouted snake heads were not only as supple as the skin of a serpent that has shed its old skin in nature, but they also possessed a deeper hue and a more resilient texture. Moreover, in just a fleeting moment, the wounds on Hydra's body had nearly healed, enveloped entirely by a layer of blood membrane, ceasing to bleed even a drop. What could this ability possibly be? Was it akin to the regenerative capabilities of Deadpool? Yet the coloration of these new serpent heads seemed distinctly unusual, suggesting that the matter was far from simple. Historically, the foes Juice had encountered were predominantly renowned figures within the Marvel Universe, and he possessed an intimate understanding of their abilities, often more nuanced than even they were aware of. Conversely, those whose powers remained unknown to him were hardly worthy adversaries, rendering such concerns about their abilities unnecessary. As he pondered, Hydra lunged at Juice once more, the 14 colossal serpents coiling and biting from various angles, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. In the throes of battle, aside from those endowed with formidable powers, it was evident that even a mere addition of an extra limb could provide a significant advantage to a humanoid creature. Presently, the 14 serpents had encircled Juice, while Hydra's main body loomed nearby, casting a menacing shadow. Undoubtedly, this was a scenario that spelled certain doom. Yet, confronted with this lethal strike, Juice remained unfazed. Wielding the Sword of Mercy, he advanced rather than retreating. With a swift motion, he angled the blade, spinning in place to unleash a circular wave of sword energy that severed all the snake heads in an instant. However, even after decapitation, the heads did not perish. Instead, propelled by their formidable musculature, they continued to leap towards Juice, their venomous fangs ejecting lethal poison that corroded the concrete pavement upon mere contact. "Wind ring," Juice declared, as he deftly maneuvered the massive sword, creating a barrier of wind that encircled him, thwarting the onslaught of venomous fangs. This was not a comical skill provided by the system, but rather a genuine technique of wind wall that Juice had derived himself. Despite the system's offerings being somewhat lackluster, save for one exceptional skill, Juice found joy in reverse engineering the principles behind these abilities. He realized he was not confined to the weakened skills as presented in the game. Instead, he could innovate based on practicality and necessity, thereby developing these abilities to a higher echelon. After considerable contemplation, he had struggled to achieve a perfect 360-degree wind barrier. Yet at this moment, it manifested effortlessly, as if destined to be. However, at this moment, Joss could not muster any joy, for in this fleeting instance of delay, the wounds on Hydra's body had astonishingly sprouted yet another pair of serpentine heads. What in the world is this infernal ability? The newly emerged heads were of a deeper hue, shifting from vibrant emerald to a darker green. Furthermore, Joss discerned that his previous sensations were no mere illusions. The strength of these serpentine heads had increased by at least 30% compared to their initial state, and the venom they spewed appeared even more lethal. Strangely, if his power was indeed so formidable, he should have been invincible by merely severing his own heads repeatedly. Yet, the fact that he returned in the form of 9 heads indicated that something was amiss. Joss wielded his sword to fend off the increasingly potent heads, momentarily hesitant to strike. Wait, that ability. Suddenly recalling the ability brought a spark of enlightenment to Joss, for he had never considered its application before. And now he hastily summoned it from the system interface. 1% perfect copy. The method of utilizing this ability was not overly complex. Upon activation, it informed him that it could be employed on anyone within a 10-meter radius. However, each usage would replace the previously copied ability. And even if an ability was not replaced, it would only remain for an hour. Exceeding this limit would incur additional costs. Informing you of the costs only after usage. How very systematic. Nevertheless, Joss had no interest in such details at this moment, for a revelation had taken form in his mind, prompting him to nearly shout in triumph. Acquired ability, Hydra's Heads 1. Effect, serpentine appendages sprout from the immense wounds on the body. Each time they sustain damage and fall away, more powerful appendages will emerge. However, as the number of appendages increases, they impose a significant toll on the user's vitality and mental strength. The serpentine appendages can be freely controlled to wither and perish. This was it. Previously, Joss had only harbored a few speculations, but after this experimentation, he had finally realized his expectations. The 1% copy was certainly not a particularly useful ability. What Joss could currently achieve was merely to grow snake heads the thickness of a pinky finger on his back, with strength comparable to that of an infant's arm. Yet, the true merit of this ability lay in its capacity to instantaneously decipher and unveil the true nature of an opponent's powers. This was no boast. If Joss were to traverse into worlds like those of Death Note or a certain magical index, this ability would undoubtedly reduce the duration of their elaborate displays of prowess by over 90%. However, he never anticipated that the mightiest blade could also be the most vulnerable point. What a cliché narrative, Joss mused, before once again gripping his great sword and charging towards Hydra. Nonetheless, let us commence the second round. It must be said that while Hydra's ability was extraordinarily formidable, it was also remarkably deceptive. One notable aspect is his astonishingly rapid response, which seems almost surreal. It appears that even Wolverine and Deadpool do not possess such exaggerated regenerative capabilities, able to conjure forth dozens of serpentine heads ranging from several to over 10 meters in an instant. However, upon reviewing the description of his copied ability, Joss comprehended the underlying issue. It is not true regeneration, but rather a forced expenditure of vitality to create these serpent heads. Though this may seem like a trivial distinction, the implications are indeed significant. To simplify, it is akin to the difference between healing 10 points per second and gaining a boost in certain attributes with each attack received. A similar conundrum arises with the increasingly formidable serpent heads. From a rational perspective, one would naturally hesitate to continue the assault, opting instead to seek alternative strategies. Yet, this very hesitation plays into the opponent's hands. The more cautious one becomes, the more reckless Hydra becomes in its attacks. Had Hydra retained even a modicum of reason, the combination of this ability and the intellect of a person capable of establishing an organization like the Hydra would undoubtedly yield a terrifying force. However, in its current state of irrationality, Hydra fights solely on instinct, significantly diminishing its threat level. If Joss were not intent on single-handedly slaying his adversary, he could simply wait for his allies to arrive, and a coordinated assault would swiftly reduce Hydra to mere fragments. Now aware of the method to counteract Hydra, Joss unleashed his full potential, employing a newly mastered technique of Gale swordsmanship in conjunction with a fully activated chainsaw greatsword, effortlessly reducing Hydra to a gory spectacle. With serpent heads strewn about, after a tumultuous clash, Joss found it impossible to count the number of serpent heads, for Hydra now resembled a colossal, spherical monstrosity entwined with innumerable venomous snakes. The sight alone was enough to incite fear in those with a phobia of clusters, causing many to hesitate and retreat rather than assist. As the high-temperature vibrating blade struck, it merely sparked against the now obsidian-scaled serpent hide, failing to breach Hydra's defenses with even a single blow. Damn it, who is that kid? Can't he see that this monster grows stronger with each strike? A burly middle-aged man with a shotgun exclaimed, his body splattered with blood, a testament to his active participation in the fray. Yet, perhaps he had his own considerations. A voice, cool and detached, emerged from behind the middle-aged man, inciting irritation as he turned to confront the source of the interruption. To his surprise, he beheld a black man with crimson eyes, wielding a silver longsword. Merely meeting the gaze of the crimson-eyed figure sent an inexplicable shiver through him. The blade has already vanquished numerous foes, and although he still possesses strength, he finds himself utterly powerless against a creature of Hydra's caliber. The opposing forces are diverse in their capabilities, mirroring the varied individuals converging towards this location. Among them are renowned superheroes, exceptionally capable ordinary humans, and even everyday individuals armed with makeshift weapons. The unfolding battle instills a sense of dread in most onlookers. Both Joss and Hydra exhibit combat prowess that seems almost divine to the average person. Even the mightiest of superheroes struggle to comprehend the gravity of the situation, aligning their thoughts with those of a middle-aged man. Joss's reckless approach is unsettling. This serpentine monstrosity only grows stronger with each engagement. The only viable strategy to defeat it lies in overwhelming it with force beyond its capacity to endure. Merely escalating the conflict is futile. However, a select few present, those familiar with Joss and who have fought alongside him, harbor a glimmer of hope, believing he possesses a method to overcome this peril. For he has always been resourceful. Even in an awkward dance, there lies formidable power. Thus, his current endeavors must surely hold significance. Why is everyone merely watching and not lending a hand? Are you all just spectators? Am I to face this alone? Though his mind screams in desperation, Joss cannot afford to call for aid, nor can he risk using his chest electric sense. Any moment of hesitation could lead to his demise. The serpentine heads had exceeded 102 minutes prior, and each strike from these venomous serpents comes with the speed of lightning upon contact. It feels as if a truck has collided with him. No truck could impart such crushing force. The points within the system are skyrocketing at a rate of hundreds per second. Yet Joss feels no joy in this scoring tool, for it starkly illustrates that he dances precariously close to death with every fleeting second. He cannot succumb here. That creature is nearing its limit as well. Though its vitality may span thousands of years, its mental fortitude is surely waning. Gritting his teeth, Joss accelerates the swing of his great sword, fighting with renewed vigor. The greater Hydra's strength grows, the closer it edges toward collapse. Just as a child requires extensive time to master the use of their limbs, the sudden emergence of countless appendages burdens the brain and nervous system significantly. Once a critical threshold is reached, the opponent will shatter instantaneously. Furious wind-severing slash. With a thunderous roar, the merciful great sword transformed into numerous beams of light, striking various parts of the Hydra's body. The newly devised finishing move of Yasuo did not require an airborne opponent. Even while grounded, he unleashed this formidable sword technique. The sword light swept through, instantly causing the hardened, serpentine heads to spurt forth blood, and astonishingly, one stroke severed as many as 7 heads. Yet, before the severed heads could touch the ground, 14 new heads emerged once more. Roar! Each serpentine head of the Hydra was screaming in a frenzy, subsequently launching another attack at Joss. However, just as Joss was about to counter, the serpentine head inexplicably froze mid-air, unable to move, and then limply fell down. Had he succeeded? Observing the suddenly silent Hydra, even though Joss understood the reason, he found it momentarily surreal and hard to accept. But before he could catch his breath, the limp serpentine head shot back up, emitting a furious roar from each of its mouths. Joss. It is said that one wishes to change an introduction but finds that none are better than the current one. Is there anyone who can rescue me from this predicament of inadequate introductions? The decisive battle in overtime had begun. The appearance of the Hydra was undeniably conspicuous. Within less than 10 minutes, a large crowd had gathered nearby to witness the spectacle. To call it mere observation would be inaccurate, as these individuals possessed considerable combat prowess. However, they had initially congregated to engage in battle only to find themselves at a loss due to Joss's presence. After all, they all belonged to the lawful faction. At the very least neutral entities, and none would dare to join forces with Joss to send the Hydra on its way in such a grand manner. Furthermore, the Avengers and several renowned heroes from the Blade faction were vouching for Joss, assuring everyone that he would undoubtedly deal with the monster, which somewhat calmed the restless crowd. However, when the monster known as Hydra transitioned from metaphor to reality, the onlookers could no longer remain passive. Half of them were eager to act, while the other half were paralyzed by fear. The hundreds of serpentine heads swayed in the air, each movement accompanied by a crackling sound as they sliced through the air, capable of shattering vast expanses of concrete with mere grazes, rendering even some extraordinary humans hesitant to advance. Yet, at the pinnacle of the Hydra's menacing presence, even Steve and his companions were compelled to act. The massive ball of serpents suddenly fell silent. The sensation of rising and falling was more exhilarating than a roller coaster, as countless would-be attackers found themselves swallowing their resolve. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Hydra, which should have succumbed to insanity and torn itself apart, had suddenly come back to life. Not only had it revived, but astonishingly, it spoke in a language comprehensible to all present, resembling human speech, or at least a language that everyone could understand. If it were merely that, perhaps one could explain it by saying that this individual was merely jolted awake. However, he inexplicably uttered Joss's name. It is hard to believe that Hydra would possess such knowledge. Among those present, apart from the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, The number of individuals who could recognize Joss would certainly not exceed the fingers on one hand. Yet here was Hydra, a being who had been transported to an unknown location light years away many years ago, suddenly familiar with Joss. Not to mention the others. Even Joss himself was utterly bewildered. Could it be that the original owner of this body I inhabit harbored some astonishing secret? Such an absurd thought lingered for but a moment before Joss quickly shook it off. Setting aside the fact that he had already assimilated all the memories of this body. If he were indeed someone with a monumental secret, would he have perished during training in a rookie camp due to sheer exhaustion from physical exertion? That would indeed be a laughable tale. If not this possibility, then only one remains. Just as the saying goes, when all impossibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how bizarre, must be the truth. No matter how incredulous Joss found it, the only conclusion he could arrive at was this. You are Apocalypse. Although the body possessed by Apocalypse undergoes a series of transformations, aligning its appearance with that of Apocalypse himself, at this moment, Hydra resembled a writhing mass of serpents, a ball of countless venomous snakes, making it impossible to discern anything from the exterior. However, with a modicum of deduction, among those Joss knew, there was only one individual who possessed the ability to dominate minds and harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Triggering Hidden Quest, The Return of Apocalypse. This quest carries no mandatory requirements or penalties for failure. Rewards are based solely on the host's performance during this unforeseen event. As if affirming Joss's conjecture, the system interface abruptly updated with a new segment of text that had long been concealed. Under Apocalypse's control, the serpentine mass unfurled, each snake head displaying an even greater agility and strength than before, exuding a more terrifying and sinister aura. Countless crimson serpent eyes fixed upon Joss as they collectively roared. Indeed, I am the ruler of this new world. I am Apocalypse. A roar imbued with psychic power manifested as a shockwave, propelling Joss several dozen meters away. This was not a true attack. It was merely the psychic energy accompanying the roar that escaped uncontrollably. The terrifying force of the psychic shock was overwhelming. Joss dared not activate his defensive ability. You must restrain, for if this power remained unvented, he would undoubtedly meet a most gruesome fate. At this moment, Hydra's demise due to psychic exhaustion was a perfect match for Apocalypse, a being capable of infinite psychic transfer to inhabit other mutant bodies. After the formidable entity of Apocalypse seized the body endowed with terrifying vitality, it promptly birthed an exceedingly fearsome monster. What was originally intended to be an intricate ritual became astonishingly effortless, as Hydra's body lay in a state akin to that of a vegetative patient, allowing Apocalypse to occupy it with remarkable ease. Who knows where he had been lurking, biding his time to execute this audacious maneuver. Even Joss couldn't help but suspect that Apocalypse might have already infiltrated the bodies of certain high-ranking Hydra officials, fortuitously discovering this plan to facilitate such a swift and seamless operation. TSK, although I anticipated that this wretch would inevitably resurface, I did not expect our reunion to occur so soon. Previously, when Apocalypse had just been resurrected, his newly acquired body was not particularly powerful, yet it required the combined efforts of Joss, Little Black, and Laura to barely contend with him. Ultimately, they managed to intimidate the still somewhat disoriented Apocalypse into relinquishing his form through sheer bravado. To attempt such a tactic again would undoubtedly yield no chance of success. Furthermore, at this moment, Apocalypse had acquired a body even more formidable than that depicted in the original film, coupled with his extraordinary mastery of sand manipulation, leaving Joss with not a shred of hope for victory. This time, you shall not deceive the great Apocalypse again. You will perish here. This place shall witness the rise of my pyramid, serving as the inaugural step of my world. I merely wish to remind you. Suddenly, Joss raised his hand like a schoolboy, signaling, pyramids are meant for the dead. Are you certain you wish to construct one for yourself? Roar. Despicable human. Do you dare mock me? With a thunderous roar, countless serpent heads surged forth to attack Joss. Yet, unlike his previous trepidation against Hydra, Joss's countenance remained unperturbed in the face of the mightier Apocalypse. I'm not jesting. Do you recall not long ago when you employed the same tactics? Who was it that met their demise? Joss planted his massive sword into the ground, crossing his arms and letting out a cold chuckle. Do you truly believe you can deceive me once more? Those creatures possess no power. Do you still fantasize about the success of the same old tricks? Enraged, Apocalypse sneered. The earlier humiliation weighed heavily upon him, and now he was intent on repaying Joss with double the disgrace. You truly are a fool who won't weep until faced with the grave. Very well, I shall show you. With a scornful laugh, Joss stepped forward, causing the colossal serpent horde under Apocalypse's control to instinctively retreat. Yet, realizing this movement was overly timid, Apocalypse became furious and, in a flash, transformed into a shadowy blur, launching himself at Joss, grounding his energy, assumed a vague Tai Chi stance, then suddenly bellowed, "Sister Chin, Master Gu, Sentinel Brother, all you great beings, save me." As the tumultuous chaos reached its zenith, it appeared that the desperate cries of Joss had indeed summoned a response. However, even before his voice echoed through the tumult, a seething, infernal energy had already enveloped the form of Apocalypse. It was none other than the formidable Jean Grey, the Phoenix, who had intervened. Though among the myriad of powerful beings Joss had hastily summoned, only Jean Grey was compelled to act due to the proximity of her mutant academy in Westchester. Her unparalleled combat prowess was more than sufficient, despite her current struggle to fully harness her Phoenix powers. Her involvement indicated that the X-Men could no longer remain passive spectators to the unfolding crisis. As the Phoenix power surged and spiraled, a searing crimson laser beam shot forth from the distance, courtesy of Cyclops, who remained steadfast in his support. Fireballs, frost, and iron spikes erupted as various abilities were unleashed by the waiting superheroes, their relentless assault quickly overwhelming the form of Apocalypse. "Curse you wretched beings! You are mutants! You are the great and noble mutants! How can you stand alongside humanity?" Apocalypse's thunderous roars of rage and agony reverberated. Yet he was utterly powerless to alter his fate, to resurrect and wreak havoc beneath the watchful eyes of such powerful figures. Joss could only conclude that Apocalypse was indeed obstinate. Unquestionably, Apocalypse's plan to seize a new body was sound, yet the timing was ill-fated. This newly acquired vessel endured a mere 3 minutes and 12 seconds, testament to the master of time, before being reduced to a mangled, bloodied form. When the superheroes ceased their onslaught, Apocalypse lay prostrate, barely able to muster the strength to move a finger, gasping for breath as his life force ebbed away. "You cannot defeat Apocalypse. I am immortal, and one day I shall return, bringing my knights to deliver doom upon your pitiful world." Despite the waning flicker of his life, Apocalypse did not succumb to despair over his foiled plans. Rather, he laughed derisively at those present. No one could thwart his reincarnation. In the 6 millennia he had lived, even he could not end his own existence. This endless life seemed both a blessing and a curse, yet as he proclaimed, he would ultimately return. "Return, you say? It seems you have never heard the saying that when a human is slain, they perish," Joss remarked as he approached Apocalypse, dragging his greatsword closer. "Huh, alas, I am not human, but a god of mutants." "Oh, you are a god of mutants," Joss echoed with feigned astonishment. "I am the god of mutants." Apocalypse snarled, reiterating his claim. "Silence, you echoing fool. Your penchant for repetition reveals your humanity. Prepare to meet your end." No sooner had the words left his lips than Joss struck decisively, severing Apocalypse's head, successfully claiming his trophy before the astonished onlookers. However, among those present, even the Apocalypse himself could not fathom the significance of the final exchange between Joss and him, and fortunately, no one delved deeper into it. Only Joss, glancing at the notification on the system panel, forcibly concealed the elation swelling within him. Completely eliminate Apocalypse to receive a special reward. Rather than hastily investigating the nature of the reward, Joss took a moment to catch his breath and exchanged greetings with Steve and the others before seeking a place to rest. That last conversation was not a trivial pursuit, but rather an endeavor to trigger the skill he had painstakingly acquired. Humans killed will die. As the literal description of this skill suggests, anyone within its range will perish upon being killed. However, determining whether the opponent qualifies as a human is a rather delicate subject. To put it simply, the debate over whether mutants are indeed human has been one of the central disputes in the years of conflict within the world of the War Police. Furthermore, the Marvel Universe is populated by a plethora of bizarre creatures that, despite possessing intelligence, appear vastly different from humans. Thus, classifying them as human remains a challenging question. Nevertheless, this skill does not engage in philosophical discourse. It simply requires proof of the opponent's humanity to be activated. In essence, whether through sophistry or physical characteristics. As long as one can demonstrate that the opponent is human, or compel them to acknowledge their own humanity, the presence of any undead attributes can be disregarded in the act of slaying them. How to establish this proof, and whether the outcome will be recognized, is a conundrum that Joss must grapple with. Of course, this skill offers no assistance against abilities such as self-healing or resurrection, for its sole function is to ensure death. The questions of whether one might be revived or transformed into a zombie pertain to another matter entirely. With the demise of Hydra, or rather, Apocalypse, this war draws near its conclusion. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are collaborating with various superheroes to wrap up the aftermath, and even Nick Fury, with a beaming smile, has come to engage with a multitude of individuals. Judging by his expression, It is evident that he is seizing this opportunity to thoroughly purge the sneered of Hydra members. It seems he will soon be inundated with the need to recruit anew. One wonders if sneerd will be able to operate normally by tomorrow. Joss smirked at this thought but chose to disregard them. After greeting Steve, he activated Goo 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 and retreated to his home. Superheroes have no need for post-crisis press conferences. Most extraordinary individuals are accustomed to soaring high above such trivialities and have little inclination to engage in social niceties. Once the crisis is over, they simply return to their own lives. Upon arriving home and exchanging pleasantries with Lilith, Joss retreated to the bathroom to cleanse himself of the grime, during which he was unexpectedly kicked by Little Black. By the way, what exactly is that special reward? The emergence of the apocalypse has been rather anticlimactic, leaving Joss somewhat detached from the experience. However, the rewards are undeniably tangible, prompting him to promptly access the system panel for inspection. Name: Apocalypse Hairstyling Technique. Rarity: Effect: Create a new hairstyle for the target, significantly enhancing their abilities. You can maintain hairstyles for up to 4 individuals simultaneously. These few succinct lines left Joss astounded. For the true strength of the apocalypse lies not in its mediocre psychic abilities or sand manipulation, but rather in its capacity to enhance the abilities of others. Who possesses the finest hairstyling technique? Seek the apocalypse at the Egyptian pyramids. 76 Liliths passed despite the lively commotion outside. Where various heroes and the remnants of the Hydra continue their fierce battles, Joss remains unfazed, choosing instead to luxuriate in his bath while organizing the contents of his system. Among the offerings provided by the system, the most nuanced aspect is the determination of rarity. It is not the first time that abilities of a higher tier have proven utterly useless. Although he has encountered abilities with substantial effects through this period of exploration, he has roughly reclassified the system's abilities and items based on their practical impact, distinguishing them by the clarity of their descriptions. The first category comprises effects that are clear and concise, characterized by unambiguous descriptions. For instance, Master of Time falls into this category, with its true effect clearly stating that it allows one to know the precise time, down to the second, in any time zone, including the current one. This is plainly indicated on the system panel, devoid of any wordplay or ambiguity. Such abilities typically exhibit pronounced effects, yet are generally not very powerful, regardless of rarity. These abilities are often relatively weak, thus categorized by Joss as the lowest tier. The second category consists of those that rely on wordplay, exemplified by the Desperate Stand ability, which Joss has acquired over a lengthy period. This ability's description is somewhat obscure, necessitating Joss to discern its true effects through personal experience and continuous experimentation to achieve optimal results. For instance, the Desperate Stand harbors restrictions such as requiring a water volume exceeding 300 milliliters. Otherwise, the power will not increase with the water's quantity, only augmenting the body's inherent attributes. It is through persistent exploration that Joss has come to fully understand these limitations. The third category encompasses the most cryptic, characterized by ambiguous meanings. Representative of this group are Essence of Humanity and Ku Ku Ku. Although Joss currently appears capable of utilizing these skills, it is evident that he has yet to grasp the complete essence of their potential. Take, for example, the Ku 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 ability. Joss's current application merely hints at the notion of "you think I've arrived, but in truth, I am still at home." However, according to the definition of a pigeon, there also exist expressions such as "I will arrive shortly" or "I am on my way." When these notions manifest as abilities, the question arises as to what potential they might truly embody, which is indeed quite thought-provoking. Of course, this classification is not absolute, given the system's tendencies. It is entirely possible that one might later encounter something akin to a common consecutive strike, which would undoubtedly fall into the first category, yet possess the power to surpass those in the third category. Nevertheless, after such a summation, Joss understood that he had a clearer objective, recognizing the direction in which he ought to strive to enhance his strength. After all, while there are numerous avenues for empowerment within the Marvel Universe, they are not easily attainable. Moreover, with the presence of a golden finger, Joss felt no need to remain rigidly attached to a single path. Through this analysis, although Joss did not gain any tangible benefits, his understanding of his own abilities deepened considerably, lifting his spirits significantly. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Joss noticed Lilith seated on the sofa, gazing at him with a calm demeanor, clearly having waited for quite some time. The little black figure seemed to have vanished, as if deliberately leaving space for the two of them. It appeared that the battle had gone relatively smoothly. As Joss returned, Lilith tilted her head slightly and inquired, "Is everything all right?" "Somewhat manageable," Joss replied. "However, from today onwards, it seems unlikely that Hydra will stir up any further trouble." "Is that so?" It was easy to imagine that after such a significant upheaval, anyone who encountered them in the future would likely retaliate, making a resurgence seem rather unrealistic. At this juncture, Joss was convinced that this operation had been instigated by Apocalypse. Otherwise, it was unfathomable that Hydra would have placed their bets on such a precarious endeavor. Nevertheless, with Apocalypse now deceased and Hydra nearly vanquished, these matters were no longer of consequence. Has Hydra truly vanished just like that? Lilith's expression, which was already rather stoic, now appeared even more wooden, as if she could not fathom the situation. Such occurrences had never even crossed her mind, not even in dreams. In the next moment, however, Lilith seemed to collapse onto the sofa as if her very bones had been extracted, murmuring to herself. Observing her demeanor, Joss found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to sit beside her and listen patiently. Lilith's story was neither lengthy nor particularly surprising. As a long-standing organization with a far-reaching influence, Hydra had cultivated countless assassins and operatives within its ranks. They would bring orphans back to their base, subjecting them to brutally rigorous training, followed by the injection of inferior copies of the super soldier serum, thereby producing batches of elite agents. Lilith was one among them. After enduring severe training, she became a blade in Hydra's arsenal, dispatched wherever needed, only to be discarded carelessly after completing her missions. The protracted combat career has marred her visage and vocal cords, leaving her body adorned with an array of scars, each a testament to her tumultuous past, which has led her to entirely shut herself off from her own emotions. Despite her profound reluctance, she finds herself powerless to defy the commands of her superiors, having been indoctrinated by Hydra since childhood. Her only form of rebellion manifests in a lackadaisical approach to her duties, secretly yearning for someone to end her existence. Had Joss not appeared, it is likely that she would have fulfilled this wish in the course of a mission. However, everything has since changed. With Hydra eradicated, she is unburdened by obligatory tasks and, should she choose, can now live as an ordinary person. Yet, the notion of being ordinary feels like a distant dream, regrettably. Even in the absence of Hydra, she finds herself a mere husk, devoid of skills beyond the art of killing. Such individuals abound in the Marvel Universe. And it is evident that you are destined for greater things. Did you say something? No, I merely expressed that whatever the circumstances, as long as one is alive, there will always be a way forward. Joss scratched his head, for even as a formidable sorcerer in his past life, he struggled to find the right words to offer solace. Then may I say that I wish to continue residing here? You wish to stay with me? Joss was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if it is you, I would accept any request without hesitation. A faint blush tinged Lilith's pale, cold countenance as she spoke. In light of this, Joss let out a laugh reminiscent of an infatuated fool, abruptly slamming a set of items onto the table. Then try on this dissolving outfit for me. The relevant work has been updated to Chapter 170, compiling abilities and items. Upon seeing the purple bodysuit and a peculiar pair of iron boots, Lilith's expression remained relatively composed. However, when she extracted a small triangular iron piece from the heap of clothes, the atmosphere shifted dramatically into a frantic chase scene, much to the bewilderment of the small black figure who had just returned from outside. Ultimately, Joss's request went unfulfilled, resulting in an unexpected, but not really, beating. Nevertheless, the subtle emotions Lilith had previously displayed vanished, and she reverted to her carefree demeanor, settling in comfortably. Days have passed since the Hydra incident, and the reconstruction efforts in the city have become second nature to its citizens. By the third morning, everyone joyfully resumed their work and studies, with Stark Industries' name echoing countless times during this period. Over these few days, Joss decided to indulge in the rewards from his victory over Apocalypse. However, after drawing over 30 times only to receive repetitive abilities, he was ultimately disheartened by a powerful weapon, leading him to temporarily set aside the remaining points. What weapon? You ask? Title: The Nameless Bankai of Kenpachi Zaraki Rarity. Effect: significantly enhances combat prowess while inevitably resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the body. Acquisition: unlock the set attribute 1 hit, certain death after obtaining the ability of the 8 Gates of Death. 1 hit, certain death, after this strike. Either you or your adversary will surely meet their demise. I must express my gratitude to you. The system has ascended 2 levels thus far. The first upgrade required 1,000 points, the second, 10,000. The impending third upgrade, however, demands an astounding 100,000 points, which did not take Joss by surprise. Nevertheless, the benefits derived from the previous 2 upgrades have proven remarkably advantageous, leading Joss to contemplate hoarding his points for future enhancements rather than indulging in the whims of capricious lotteries. During this interval, Joss pondered the possibility of inquiring with Steve about the whereabouts of Bucky Barnes. Yet, given his current lack of contact with the Winter Soldier, such inquiries would likely raise suspicion. Although he could potentially use that so-called unstable foresight to obfuscate his intentions, it is wise to avoid such deceptions, as exposure could lead to significant complications. Furthermore, it would be unwise to squander an opportunity over Steve's fleeting affections. Surely these two will meet eventually, right? Considering the chaotic state of the narrative, Joss could not confidently assert that events would unfold as they did in the original story. Has the time already arrived? Upon silently confirming the hour, Joss realized it was indeed the appointed meeting time. After exchanging greetings with Lilith, he made his way to the Avengers' headquarters. Today marked the first gathering of the Avengers following the chaos wrought by Hydra. In the days leading up to this meeting, with Stark's assistance, Joss had successfully established various temporary bases throughout New York City, allowing him to traverse freely. Upon his arrival at the Avengers' rendezvous, he found that all members had already assembled. Despite his last-minute appearance, the Avengers had grown intimately familiar with Joss's acute sense of timing, to the extent that Nick Fury found himself contemplating whether Joss's exam results constituted cheating. Everyone is present. Now all eyes on me, please. Our meeting is about to commence. Nick Fury, adorned with a large gold chain and sunglasses, his attire increasingly eccentric, gestured with his hands while shaking his head at Joss and the others. I have a feeling you've led our director astray, Hawkeye remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Joss and gesturing toward Fury. Heaven knows what peculiarities have arisen, even within S.H.I.E.L.D. Fans of Nick have emerged, crafting remixes of his past speeches into musical compositions that utterly baffle the mind. Joss, why have you not sought out Steve to spend time together lately? Natasha's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Joss, leaving him utterly perplexed as to her thoughts. Joss recalled the moment he carelessly tossed some crispy duck literature to the widow and resolved to completely erase that memory. The peculiar transformation of the Avengers was surely not his fault. He glanced at Tony and Steve, relieved that these two still upheld the team's integrity, appearing quite normal for the time being. Suddenly, Steve leaped up from his seat. I told you we would figure it out later. Sit down now. With a deft motion, Tony summoned a mechanical arm to gently press Steve back into his seat. How naive of me to think there were still sane individuals in this place. Bucky had once been his comrade, presumed dead until recent intelligence from Hydra captives revealed he had been transformed and brainwashed into the Winter Soldier, serving Hydra. Steve had been incessantly clamoring to retrieve Bucky. Noticing Joss's inquisitive glance, Natasha took the opportunity to enlighten him, resolving his earlier confusion. In a few days, Steve and the team would set out to find Bucky, and Joss was encouraged to lend his support. Support? What a ridiculous notion. Ignoring Natasha's increasingly subtle gaze, Joss quickly inquired, Director Nick, why have you summoned us all today? You've posed an excellent question. Nick Fury began, his tone growing more assured. Today, we shall discuss the expansion of the Avengers roster. After a moment of contemplation, Joss and the others grasped Fury's intent. The recent battle had exposed the Avengers' shortcomings in manpower and high-level combat strength. Although Fury had managed to establish some rapport with the War Machine under Professor's leadership, they were ultimately not his own. Aware that his previous method of slowly persuading individuals was insufficient, he realized he needed to accelerate the recruitment process. Thus, he hoped each of them would seek out potential heroes to join the Avengers. Clearing his throat, he turned to Joss, of course. Since Steve and the others will be dealing with Bucky in Russia, and Tony and I have our share of responsibilities, you will need to invest considerable effort in recruiting new members. So, the task has been thrust upon me. Joss instantly discerned the ulterior motive behind Fury's words. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, even he recognized that he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this endeavor, second only to Steve, as he had made quite an impression during the previous battle. Although Nick's words may seem somewhat absurd, Joss had no compelling reason to decline, especially since gathering more heroes had always been his aspiration, akin to a sleepyhead finding their pillow. After Joss acquiesced, the system promptly updated the task panel. You have a new task, long-term task, obtain a card, task description. Increase the number of members in the Avengers until the storyline of the first Avengers film commences. The more individuals you recruit, the greater your rewards. The hero search function has been temporarily activated. Spending 1,000 points of Source of Recklessness allows you to pinpoint the location of a random superhero or a specific superhero within a 10-kilometer radius. After each successful recruitment into the Avengers, you may use the locator again. Side task, the authentic version, just like the plot of the first Avengers. Gather the initial 6 members. Heroes who join the Avengers after the first movie cannot complete this task, but can still receive regular rewards. Rewards. Reintegrating Thor earns you 6,000 points of Source of Recklessness, while bringing Hulk back nets you 30,000 points. Regarding the long-term task, one could say that these rewards are currently unattainable. Despite a twinge of disappointment, Joss chose not to dwell on it, and instead activated the hero search function to explore his options. There's one nearby? Joss raised an eyebrow, surprised to find a suitable target within close proximity. 17 minutes and 44 seconds later, he stepped precisely through the doors of the largest casino in Twisted Waste City. Many harbor a misconception that casinos are dingy, run-down establishments filled with unkempt patrons, reeking of sweat and cheap cologne, embroiled in a cacophony of shouts and curses. However, the legitimate casinos in Twisted Waste City boast immaculate, brilliantly lit halls, adorned with advanced and colorful gaming equipment. The staff, too, are strikingly attractive, regardless of gender, exhibiting notable charm. Yet, as it was still afternoon and not peak hours, Joss refrained from brazenly indulging in gambling just yet. He understood that large casinos differ significantly from privately operated venues. In a true casino, the notion of detaining a winner is absurd. After all, who would dare to visit such a place again if that were the case? Thus, such foolishness is reserved for imbeciles and fiction, which is precisely why Joss found himself here, armed with both intent and capability. Not long ago, Joss acquired an ability known as childhood innocence, described as follows. When engaging in any activity that involves comparing sizes, if you do not make a guess, the results on both sides will invariably be small. Although the description seemed somewhat perplexing, upon deeper reflection, Joss realized that this ability was akin to a gambling skill of divine proportions. To put it simply, if he were to play sick bow at a casino, commonly referred to as betting on size, as long as he refrained from guessing, the outcome would undoubtedly be small. Despite his initial concerns regarding whether the ability functioned as he had surmised, a series of experiments confirmed his suspicions. Whenever he activated the skill, no matter the game, two minuscule outcomes would invariably manifest. However, in games where the smallest outcomes were uncertain, those that offered 4 or 5 potential minimum results, even after activating childhood innocence, the outcome would be randomly selected from those options, rendering it unreliable for Joss. He was particularly wary of games governed by house edge rules, for in such scenarios, activating his ability would almost certainly result in a complete bust, favoring the house. Ultimately, Joss concluded that his most suitable option was merely to bet on size. Although his objective was not to amass wealth, he sought to ensure that his actions garnered the attention of the casino management, as this would attract his true target. Having thoroughly tested his ability, Joss returned to the betting table for size, casting 2 $10 chips onto the small side without even glancing at the table's situation. While there were a fair number of players, his $20 wager was hardly sufficient to attract anyone's attention. The dealer merely glanced up to confirm before lowering her head to activate the dice rolling mechanism. In large casinos, tasks such as dealing cards, rolling dice, and spinning wheels are performed mechanically. There are no dealers like those depicted in Hong Kong films who can easily manipulate outcomes. As the dice rattled, paused, and the cover was lifted, the charming dealer sweetly announced, 2, 1, 4, 7 points small. According to the rules of betting on size, a total of 3 dice summing to less than 10 points is deemed small, and Joss had the ability to ensure that 2 of the dice would yield small values, making victory exceedingly effortless. With this newfound power, Joss felt liberated, decisively ordering a premium meal worth over $900 from the casino restaurant, which he then brought back to his table to enjoy while he played. After all, it wasn't his money, so he felt no remorse in spending it. Though his behavior incited discontent among those nearby, Joss remained unfazed. For many Americans, casinos serve as splendid social venues. However, Joss had little interest in socializing. Moreover, he was alone, and his companion Black was not one to engage in conversation in such environments. As for flirting, he figured it was far more enjoyable to immerse himself in mobile gaming. However, in light of the extravagant package offered at the casino, both the dealer and the onlookers chose to feign ignorance of Joss's presence. How exasperating. It is indeed the most opulent offering. Yet this fellow treats it as if he were indulging in street food. Such delicacies ought to be savored at a fine table with exquisite cutlery, don't you think? Nonetheless, the notion lingered in the minds of many. Joss, of course, remained oblivious to this sentiment, and even if he were aware, he would likely be indifferent. He casually retrieved around 4,000 or 5,000 chips from his pocket and placed another bet on small. Hey, buddy, is that all you can bet on small? Suddenly, a man seated beside Joss spoke up, his voice a mere whisper intended solely for Joss's ears. Step aside, I'm about to show off. Upon hearing the discordant and pointed remark, Joss couldn't help but smile subtly. The true big fish had taken the bait. In a casino, it was not uncommon for even the most blatant acts of cheating, like Joss's, to draw attention. Any significant winning at the tables would inevitably alert the casino staff. The balance between wins and losses must remain within a fixed ratio. Exceeding this threshold would raise the casino's suspicions. The individual who had just warned Joss was undoubtedly sent by the casino to intervene. However, due to face-saving concerns and the evident lack of concrete evidence against Joss, They chose not to take action, but rather to issue a discreet warning. Typically, if the warned individual possessed any sense, they would cease their activities at this point. Should they persist, the casino would resort to more drastic measures. With a smile, Joss turned to glance in the direction of the voice and saw a man wearing a black hat and sporting a small mustache. He bore no identifying marks and appeared to be an ordinary visitor rather than a casino employee. Yet, Joss paid little heed to this detail, for he recognized the man before him as Remy Etienne Lebeau, more famously known as Gambit. As a character of considerable popularity within the comic realm, Gambit's appearances were fleeting, particularly within the X-Men series. The reason for his interest in Joss was twofold. He was the closest superhero identified by the system, and more importantly, he wielded playing cards as weapons, a rather stylish approach, if Joss might say so. Joss yearned to learn from him. As one of the infamous anti-heroes, Gambit was unbound by convention, possessing a less than stellar past, yet managing to avoid the abyss of darkness. Joss felt no apprehension about bringing him into the Avengers. In the Marvel Universe, the phenomenon of villains with dark pasts eventually redeeming themselves is not uncommon. Even a psychopath like Carnage has had the chance to atone and save the world. Therefore, despite the morally ambiguous nature of the King of Cards' actions, he is untroubled by the prospect of being challenged. However, even though his opponent has made his presence known, Joss refrains from initiating conversation, merely flashing a smile before casting a portion of his chips onto the table, all in favor of a small bet, his provocative intent unmistakable. Hmph. When heaven offers a path you refuse to tread, and hell presents no barriers, do not blame me for my rudeness. Observing Joss's reaction, the King of Cards lets out a derisive snort. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, he slams his palm onto the table, drawing the attention of everyone around, including the dealer, who nearly triggers the alarm. Yet upon recognizing the King of Cards, the dealer wisely bows his head, discreetly assessing Joss with his eyes, while most attendees remain oblivious. The dealer, positioned closest to the action, perceives the subtle tremor of the dice within the cup caused by the King's forceful strike. Ordinary individuals might dismiss this as inconsequential. After all, such a large table, with its internal mechanical structure weighing hundreds of pounds, would render it improbable for a mere slap to affect the contents of the cup. Even if it were to have an impact, one might expect it to be negligible. However, if the individual in question possesses gambling skills that reign supreme in the Marvel world, the impossible transforms into the plausible. Following his forceful display, the King of Cards does not engage with anyone else but turns to leave, a mocking smirk lingering as he whispers into Joss's ear, regrettably, "It appears you shall lose everything." Despite the dealer not having yet revealed the dice, the confidence radiating from the King of Cards is so palpable that those nearby are compelled to believe his words. For Joss, this sensation is even more pronounced. Among all present, only the King of Cards possesses the raw prowess to challenge him without the use of any abilities. His exceptional hearing has already detected the faint noise emanating from the cup. Though he remains uncertain about how his opponent has achieved this, Joss, a well-known figure in the Marvel realm, is aware that the King of Cards has the capacity to infuse explosive energy into objects. A moment's contemplation suggests that the king must have employed this energy to manipulate the outcome of the dice. Why are you still dawdling? Surely, the dealer knows how to proceed. The king's impatience with the dealer's hesitance prompts him to bark an order, jolting the dealer into action as he hurriedly presses the button to lift the lid. Whether it is merely an illusion or an inherent attribute, the spectators perceive the lid's opening as excruciatingly slow. What should have been a mundane reveal becomes shrouded in an air of suspense, causing the onlookers to hold their breath in anticipation. 6. It is a 6. It was unclear who suddenly shouted, but it immediately rendered everyone tense. Joss initially wagered over $4,000 on the small, later adding more chips, amounting to at least $5,000. If the first die revealed a 6, as long as the subsequent 2 dice summed to more than 4, Joss's nearly $10,000 bet would be lost entirely. Remember, a casino is not a place for individuals like you to make quick fortunes. Even if no one notices, the tricks you employ are merely trifles. The King of Cards showed little interest in the latter 2 dice, casually adjusting his hat before turning away from the table. A true man does not glance back at an explosion, and a genuine gambling deity does not need to look back at the gaming table. He merely sought to impart a modest lesson to Joss. He was not a hero. More often, he was a thief, a pickpocket. Yet, as someone who had long navigated the casino scene, a person who had made poker an integral part of his being, he could not tolerate someone like Joss. Cheating is an art, not a means of amassing wealth. In the king's mind, he could already envision Joss's anguished expression, and he chuckled softly to himself, muttering, "Well, losing a few $1,000s can serve as a lesson for him." 611 small. The dealer's voice suddenly pierced the king's thoughts, and his nonchalant figure seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. This is impossible, he thought, and then he shouted, this cannot be. Do you know how to play do de. Gazing at the dice rolled by the dealer, the king found himself speechless. In other matters, he might not have been so agitated, but in the realm of gambling, he had never experienced failure. He had clearly heard the 3 dice in the cup, all landing on 6 under his touch, and after that, Joss made no further moves. He heard no other sounds from the cup. But why had it turned into 2 once? This was beyond his comprehension, for he knew there was no possibility of error on his part, which was the foundation of his unwavering confidence. Nevertheless, that absolute confidence was ruthlessly shattered. The king could only fixate on the 3 dice on the table, listening to the ignorant gamblers nearby, some snickering softly, others laughing openly. Wait. Seeing Joss about to leave with $20,000 in chips, the king swiftly blocked his path. Joss turned, meeting the king's gaze, eyes ablaze with the desire of a true master of gambling, yearning to challenge and defeat his opponent. Joss understood well that this was akin to a martial enthusiast who, upon encountering a formidable opponent, harbored an unwavering desire to engage in battle, willing to face death without a trace of regret. Undoubtedly, should he fail to satiate the challenger's thirst for competition, he might cling to him like a stubborn piece of gum. Faced with such tenacity from the man, Joss could only let out a helpless sigh. Help me. This person is trying to rob me. In the next moment, Joss raised his voice in a desperate wail. Instantly, the card king was taken aback, bewildered by the audacity of this individual. Wait. Don't shout. I merely wish to challenge you to a game of gambling, nothing more. Observing the crowd beginning to gather in the distance, the card king hastily signaled to the nearby security to resolve this troublesome situation. What a disgrace it would be for him to be apprehended in his own casino. He would never be able to show his face again. The prospect of a duel was utterly impossible. There would never be a confrontation. Joss promptly rejected the card king's proposal. Although he had drawn the card king out with this, he had never intended to engage in a contest. Joss was not foolish, lacking the skills of a card magician. He could only maintain his winning streak through his unique abilities. If it came to any other form of competition, victory would be as elusive as a mirage. You may choose the method of gambling. Regardless of wins or losses, you may take the money with you, as long as we can compete in a round. The card king said through gritted teeth, his focus clearly not on the money itself. For most ordinary Americans, $20,000 could equate to 10 months to a year's salary. However, for the card king and the casino owner, that sum was mere pocket change. What truly concerned him was the thought of losing in gambling skills. What a cunning gambler you are, able to take away winnings regardless. That money was mine to begin with. Of course, I can take it if I win. But what about you? Are you not planning to forfeit anything if you lose? Joss crossed his arms and laughed proudly, his bold and assertive demeanor momentarily unsettling the card king. But soon, irritation returned to the card king's expression as he sneered. Hmph. I have traversed the casino world for decades. The word lose does not exist in my vocabulary. My friend, your dictionary must be a counterfeit. You should promptly acquire a proper one. The card king choked on his words. If the Avengers were to witness this, they would merely acknowledge it as a normal occurrence. One would become accustomed to it. In any case, today, you would gamble whether you wanted to or not. Or else you would never leave with the money you earned through your tricks. I never said I wouldn't gamble. I clearly stated you need to wager something to establish a bet. Are you deliberately changing the subject because you lack funds? Joss cast a disdainful glance at the card king before taking a sip of the fine red wine he had ordered earlier. To flaunt what belongs to others in such a manner truly is exhilarating. Even without the aid of the Fly King, Joss's capacity for mockery has grown exponentially. A barrage of trash talk left the card emperor's forehead pulsating with veins, resembling a character from a typeface. Do not fret, should you emerge victorious. I shall grant you any request. Then bring down the sun for me. Although Joss felt an urge to retort, he realized his objective had been achieved and deemed it unnecessary to provoke further, thus he nodded in acquiescence. The casino staff acted swiftly, preparing a private room for the two at the card emperor's behest, inviting Joss and his companion inside. As stated, you may dictate the game. Let us settle this with a single round, shall we? The card emperor inquired, sitting opposite Joss and removing his hat with a nonchalant demeanor. This brief interlude allowed him to recalibrate his mindset. No matter how infuriating the opponent's words may be, once the game commenced, he intended to utterly vanquish this individual. The card emperor was convinced that his earlier misstep was but a fleeting lapse. This time, he would be earnest in his endeavors. Joss clapped his hands together, nodding in agreement. Very well, let us play do de. What in the world is that? The card emperor struggled to mimic Joss's pronunciation of the unfamiliar term, utterly bewildered by its meaning. How pretentious to call yourself the card emperor, yet be oblivious to do de. Joss's expression turned to one of disdain. Let me tell you, back in the day, I played this game with the likes of the gambling god and the saint of gamblers, and it was a fierce battle that darkened the skies and dimmed the sun. Joss's proclamation left the card emperor momentarily speechless, as he pondered the notion of a single hand effortlessly yielding a straight flush or reading the cards merely by the friction of fingers. Such mastery could hardly be deemed mere gambling skill. It bordered on the realm of superhuman abilities. But wait, I too possess extraordinary capabilities. Why do I lack such talents? Enough with the chatter, let us discuss the game at hand. As Joss reminisced about the gambling saint's devastating techniques against the gambling god, the card emperor could no longer contain his impatience. What do you mean by that? You claim to know nothing, yet question my choice of game. Joss regarded the card emperor with disdain, nearly provoking a fit of rage from him. What do you mean, I know nothing? You have mentioned nothing but do de jeu. I possess a wealth of knowledge about card games, far beyond mere hundreds. How about this? Suddenly, Joss interrupted the card emperor's racing thoughts. Let us each draw a card and compare our hands. Since I lack other options, this seems agreeable. If you can win, I shall concede. Joss, the newly anointed philosopher, suggested, I have grown weary of dice. Let us draw a single card and compare our sizes, shall we? The card emperor appeared momentarily taken aback by Joss's suggestion. In the realm of gambling duels, players typically engaged in the most complex of games to maximize opportunities for card exchanges. However, Joss's proposal significantly minimized the steps involved. With both players holding just a single card, the scope for maneuvering was indeed quite limited. Moreover, there existed a more pressing concern. The card emperor pondered for less than a second before inquiring. If that is the case, then both cards would be the same, correct? Yet, Joss anticipated the card emperor's thought and interjected, naturally, I have considered such a scenario, hence we can amend the rules slightly. As he spoke, Joss raised a finger towards the card emperor, declaring, first, if you can draw a high card, you win. Before his words had fully settled, he raised another finger, adding, second, you may manipulate the game at will. Should I approach the table once, it counts as my loss. Suddenly, it seemed a humorous notion struck Joss, and he grinned widely, exclaiming, third, we can continue this match until you explicitly concede defeat. Of course, this is limited to today. I have no inclination to spend the night with a man. After articulating these three rules, Joss did not even glance at the expressions on the faces of the card emperor and Gray, simply shrugging and stating, indeed, these three stipulations are constraints for me. But that is precisely what makes it interesting. So what do you say? Are you brave enough to accept? With Joss lowering his fingers, the card emperor remained silent for an extended moment, for the three conditions proposed were exceedingly peculiar and entirely advantageous to himself, leaving him utterly bewildered. Was Joss genuinely that formidable, or was he merely putting on a fade? During a brief interval while preparing the room, the card emperor had already dispatched casino personnel to inquire about Joss's background, initially without much hope. He was unexpectedly able to obtain Joss's information from the casino's network almost instantaneously. This was largely due to Joss's conspicuous performance over the past few days. And as a member of the Avengers, such basic information was inherently public, making it relatively easy to uncover. Yet, this revelation only added to the card emperor's confusion. In terms of combat prowess, this individual could dismantle the casino without doubt. However, based on his observations and the publicly available information regarding the Avengers, he had no discernible aptitude for gambling. No, even if he were indeed a hidden master of gambling techniques. What could he possibly achieve if he never even touched the table? Moreover, what did it mean that we could gamble freely until I declare defeat? Did he truly believe that my reputation as the card emperor was mere pretense? The card emperor had considered the possibility that Joss possessed some ability to alter the fabric of reality or an even more terrifying capacity concerning causality. Once a result was determined, it could not be changed. With a mere thought, he could transform a card into whatever value he desired. However, he soon dismissed this speculation. Anyone with a sound mind would recognize that if such a level of power truly existed, why would one engage in trivial games at a casino? Regrettably, the card emperor found himself on the verge of the correct answer, yet failed to grasp that his opponent was indeed employing the power of causality. After several moments of contemplation, he could not fathom what Joss was truly up to. However, faced with the clearly advantageous circumstances presented by his adversary, how could this challenger possibly decline? Resolute in his decision, the card emperor nodded and replied, very well, let it be as you say, my dear Gray. Please reveal the cards. Not at all, not at all. It's no trouble. Gray, the dealer for the two, responded with a smile as he waved his hand dismissively. He then produced an unopened deck of playing cards. After unsealing them, he placed them into the shuffling machine and dealt the cards, demonstrating his considerable expertise as a professional dealer. Given that most tasks in modern casinos are handled by machines, he need not manually engage with the process. The game rules between Joss and Gray were exceedingly simple. After dealing one card each, Gray, stepping in for Joss who preferred to keep his distance from the table, flipped over the card, a heart, with a value of 1. Maintaining his composure, Gray read the card displayed on the table, and both he and Joss cast their gazes towards the card Emperor on the opposite side. It seems that even in a game dictated purely by fortune, Lady Luck does not favor you. Upon receiving his card, the card Emperor swiftly exchanged it for a club. However, upon seeing Joss's card, he scoffed, lamenting the futility of his efforts. Enough of your prattle, let us see the cards. Yet, Joss appeared entirely unfazed by his derision, merely digging at his nose while urging the card Emperor to reveal his hand. In response to Joss's demeanor, the card Emperor slammed his hand on the table, flipping over his card with an air of arrogance. Hmph. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the grave. Allow me to show you my club. How is this possible? He exclaimed, astonished to find that the club, which had never left his possession, had somehow transformed. Both players' cards revealed a tie. While the card Emperor's thoughts remained a mystery to Gray, he calmly announced the results before shuffling the cards once more. The second round yielded another tie. Remarkably, a tie again, Gray remarked, slightly astonished, and proceeded to shuffle the cards again. The third round ended in yet another tie. Unbelievable, Gray murmured, his voice growing somewhat hoarse as he began shuffling once more. The 62nd round concluded with yet another tie, and Gray's fingers trembled as he continued to shuffle. In the 377th round, Gray monotonously stated the outcome once more before silently continuing to shuffle. Meanwhile, across the table, the card Emperor's expression grew increasingly haggard. Over the past 5 hours, he had exhausted every sleight of hand he had ever mastered, even resorting to his mutant abilities in secrecy. Yet not once had he succeeded in altering the outcome. No matter how he shuffled, the result remained persistently the same, a tie. Reflecting on Joss's side, he initially watched the Card King's performance with great interest, but soon became engrossed in his phone, completely neglecting the game. Eventually, it was Gray, an ordinary individual, who succumbed to fatigue first and cleverly excused himself under the pretense of needing to relieve himself. Joss, on the other hand, generously allowed the Card King to shuffle and deal the cards, an act that seemed almost like blatant cheating to a master of card tricks. Yet, despite such advantageous circumstances, he still could not secure a victory. After accepting the challenge, Joss pondered intently on how he could outsmart the Card King, a true god of gambling. In most games, lesser hands inevitably face defeat, rendering his seemingly innocent abilities ineffective. After spending considerable time chatting with the Card King, Joss finally conceived a foolproof strategy, or rather, a method that ensured he would not lose. It involved their current game, with a deck of cards containing 4 specific cards. If Joss designated himself and the Card King as the targets for their innocent abilities, their draws would be confined to these 4 cards. While he could not win, he ensured the Card King could not win either. However, this maneuver appeared profoundly enigmatic to both the Card King and Gray. Despite Joss having done nothing overt, he seemed to have an uncanny ability to control the game, causing those few cards to perpetually return to their hands like a persistent shadow. Although the explanation was fundamentally simple, the Card King and Gray found themselves ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion, much like an audience captivated by a magic show. Indeed, the adage cleverness can lead to folly rang true. Having witnessed countless gambling tricks, the more they contemplated, the further they strayed from the truth. After all, who would consider that someone with causal powers would engage in gambling merely to earn a few $1,000s? It was akin to using a star-extinguishing cannon to swat a mosquito. I concede, the Card King finally uttered after yet another stalemate. Had he merely been defeated a few times, he might not have felt such despair. However, after being repeatedly bested by Joss's inscrutable methods over hundreds of rounds, the confidence of this gambling deity crumbled entirely. Oh, we're done? I haven't even exhausted my stamina yet. Your resolve is lacking, my friend, Joss responded, finally lifting his gaze from his phone, somewhat displeased. The Card King nearly choked in frustration upon hearing Joss's words. At that moment, he realized that Joss's earlier rhetoric might have been a calculated ploy designed to lure him into making such a declaration. Yet, among gamblers, especially those of his caliber, the stakes of winning and losing weighed heavily. He could insist on the continuation of the game for the sake of victory, but he would inevitably accept the consequences of defeat. Having conceded defeat, I shall now adhere to your request and undertake a task, whatever it may be. With a long, resigned sigh, the Card Emperor solemnly nodded at Joss. In response, Joss, who had been waiting patiently, broke into a sly grin reminiscent of a fox, producing a flyer and placing it on the table, exclaiming, "Joining now. Wait, I misspoke. One moment, please. Have you heard of the Avengers?" The negotiations following the wager did not linger for long. The Card Emperor accepted his fate without hesitation and promptly joined the Avengers. In the Marvel Universe, such organizations are notoriously lenient, with many individuals simultaneously affiliated with several different groups. Moreover, most of these organizations impose few stringent requirements, convening only when absolutely necessary, making it even less likely for the Card Emperor to refuse. Having successfully recruited one member on his first attempt, Joss felt a palpable sense of satisfaction. Upon returning home, he began to contemplate who his next target should be. However, given that utilizing the hero locator system costs 1,000 points each time, he ultimately decided against using it again. After all, that amount could be likened to the cost of a tenfold lottery draw, no matter how frustrating the system might be. He was reluctant to squander points frivolously. The thrill of drawing cards, regardless of their utility, was undeniably enjoyable. Nevertheless, the city of Twisting Waste is not devoid of superheroes. Previously, Nick had remarked that the situation for Little Spider was rather precarious. This world is fraught with greater dangers than the previous one, as various threats and lunatics have converged. Yet, it is also more secure than before, given the congregation of superheroes. For instance, Little Spider's uncle is still alive today, primarily due to the fortuitous presence of Ghost Rider and Daredevil, who happened to be enjoying coffee nearby when he encountered a robber. The consequences for that robber were severe. He spent the latter half of his life relying on assistance for the simplest of tasks. However, this very circumstance led Peter Parker to misunderstand the relationship between power and responsibility, mistakenly believing that sheer strength equates to undeniable authority. While one could argue that this perspective holds some merit, it is evident that his mindset is ill-suited for a superhero. Fortunately, this also simplifies my search. As a member of the Avengers by default, seeking him will yield additional rewards. After a few moments of contemplation, Joss settled on his new target. Recalling the neighborhoods where Spider-Man frequently appeared, he teleported to the nearest location to commence his search. Finding Spider-Man was a minor concern, as he roamed the city daily. It was merely a matter of time before Joss would encounter him. The real challenge lay in persuading Spider-Man, whose character had not yet evolved from that of an ordinary person and had already taken a misguided path. To approach him directly with persuasion is undoubtedly futile, for I lack the eloquence of a silver-tongued orator. Even if I were to engage Peter Parker in a face-to-face conversation, it would likely end in discord. With a furrowed brow, Joss contemplated deeply. However, he recognized that confronting Peter Parker would inevitably result in a physical altercation, with Joss prevailing in strength. Well, after all, he cannot overpower me. Even if I were to misspeak, dare you to retaliate against me? Enlightened by this understanding, Joss felt a surge of confidence. Yet, he pondered that even if he lured the young Spider into the Avengers, his principles would likely undergo a significant transformation. In such a scenario, should he encounter Thanos or other superior beings, this wide-eyed youth might very well defect on the spot. It is troublesome that one cannot rely solely on logic to influence others. This presents quite a conundrum. As Joss mused with his head bowed, he suddenly felt something collide with his chest, causing him to momentarily falter. The individual who struck him was propelled backward. His exceptional physical condition made him feel a twinge of guilt, yet he found himself powerless to alter the outcome. After regaining his composure, Joss glanced up to discover that the one who had collided with him was a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. She wore a tattered jacket, standing at a height that barely reached his chin, yet her ample bosom was quite remarkable, even surpassing the size of his head. Alas, she still fell short of Captain America, Joss critically noted to himself. The girl had messy chestnut hair, suggesting her family circumstances were likely less than favorable. She might even hail from a slum. Perhaps due to her ample bosom cushioning her fall, she briefly dazed before springing back to her feet, glaring furiously at Joss. Do you not watch where you are walking? Joss had indeed been somewhat lost in thought. A typical person, upon witnessing a girl fall so pitifully, especially one as visually striking as she with her prominent features, would surely extend apologies. However, Joss found himself intrigued, observing her without offering a response. Although he had been distracted, his control over his body remained exceptional. A collision while walking was simply implausible. Even if she had not noticed him, he could have effortlessly sidestepped her. Yet, this incident had unfolded precisely because the girl had intentionally run into him. Is she a pickpocket? No, that cannot be. All my belongings are intact. Perhaps she has ulterior motives? At that moment, as Joss pondered, the girl glanced back over her shoulder, only to see several burly men in black approaching at a swift pace. Buddy, the goods are in your hands now. You must keep them safe. In a moment of panic laced with a hint of amusement, a figure patted Joss's chest before swiftly turning on their heel and fleeing, leaving Joss standing there with a complex expression. I have always been the one to ensnare others. Little did I expect to find myself caught in a trap. Although it was merely a fleeting gesture, Joss had already grasped the crux of the situation. It seemed the girl had pilfered something from the individuals behind her, and in her quest for a scapegoat, fortuitously encountered him. Stop him. That man is with her. One of the burly figures in black bellowed, pointing at Joss instantly. The group divided. One faction continued the pursuit of the girl, while the other charged toward Joss. Goodness. Are you all truly this foolish? Or is it merely a plot device? Joss mused, though he could comprehend their reasoning. After all, better to err on the side of caution. Even a 1% possibility that Joss was an accomplice warranted their vigilance. And if they happened to be mistaken? As long as they did not encounter any superheroes. What of it? A mere beating would be quite the benevolent act in this wretched world. Observing the fallen black-clad men around him, Joss remarked nonchalantly. Merely giving you a thrashing, I believe I have shown great kindness. Would you not agree? Indeed, yes. You are absolutely correct. You are exceedingly benevolent. The men nodded vigorously. Like chickens pecking at grain. Exactly. I am not unreasonable, Joss replied, satisfied, as he stowed away the jade dragon pot. Strangely enough, it had become increasingly effortless to strike someone with it. Now, enlighten me as to what transpired. Although I find you all rather disagreeable, I must clarify that my retaliation was prompted by your assault on me. However, I do not relish being a pawn in someone else's game. Wait, did he just say that out loud? He did it on purpose. This has nothing to do with it. The black-clad men lamented inwardly, but after weighing their options, they wisely opted for a more diplomatic approach. Yes, that is indeed the case, sir. The slanderous little vixen you mentioned stole from us. As he reached the pivotal point, the burly man faltered, clearly reluctant to divulge certain secrets. So it is true, Joss thought, having suspected as much earlier. It was somewhat irksome to realize he had been ensnared. He held no interest in the concealed information the men were reluctant to share, given their gangster attire. It was evident they were involved in illicit dealings, perhaps illegal substances or arms, or potentially perilous evidence. Given the girl's empty appearance, the latter seemed more probable. Enough. You lot can call the authorities on yourselves. I shall seek out that young lady for a chat. With a casual wave of his hand, Joss dismissed the group and turned to leave. Humph, Navi ye fool. Once you depart, we shall. What did you say? A large pot materialized instantaneously in Joss's hands, his eyes glinting with a fierce light as he cast a menacing glance at the group. You should head to the police station immediately, he declared. That's more like it. However, with your cooperation, how can I find a reason to give you a beating? Do you think you deserve it? With that, Joss swung the pot down with a swift motion. Damn it, what kind of ghastly creature have I provoked? The girl raced frantically through the alley, her safety airbags bouncing with her steps, drawing the attention of nearby vagrants. Yet, upon catching sight of the menacing figures behind her, they quickly recoiled, pulling their tattered garments over their heads, trying to blend into the shadows. This was the survival law of the slums. There was no helping one another. No semblance of camaraderie. Forget about rescuing her. Merely avoiding adding to her troubles was already a mark of kindness. Of course, some were likely paralyzed by the fear of getting hurt themselves, opting for inaction instead. Clutched in the girl's arms was an envelope, handed to her by someone who had offered $200 for her to steal. She had no idea what was inside. She lacked the time to look, and being illiterate rendered any reading futile. The only knowledge she possessed was that her life was in peril. Discarding the envelope would be of no use. For those pursuing her would not let her escape unscathed, potentially snuffing out her last chance at survival. After all, she was merely a street urchin. As long as she wasn't starving to death in the streets, no one would pay her any mind in this alley. Oh, but perhaps a few months later, someone might remember her, lamenting her disappearance. Curse it. If I had known, I would have demanded at least double the price. How could $300 suffice? If ordinary people were to hear her thoughts, they might be astonished, yet for someone like her, it was merely the norm. As she turned another corner, she found herself confronted by a dead end, eliciting a cacophony of sinister laughter from the men in dark clothing trailing her. Well, it seems there's no one else here, one of them sneered. Suddenly, an unsettling smile crept across the girl's face. I've been suffering from a severe cold and fever for almost 4 days, and it only seems to worsen. I'll rely on my backlog for now. No more double updates. From today onward, I shall be Joss. Hearing the girl's chilling laughter, the men in black felt a sense of foreboding, but reassured themselves with the thought of their numbers. Each of them had survived for years on the streets. If word of their retreat spread, it would be a loss of face. Don't be afraid of her. This little girl is just trying to intimidate us. If she were truly extraordinary, would she still need to run like this? One of the men, feeling he had struck a chord, shouted loudly, Exactly. It must be that way. Everyone, let us go. We're taking back what belongs to the boss, or none of us will leave here alive. Another figure, with a rather menacing demeanor, began to shout as well. The two of them, in a sort of unintentional harmony, belittled the girl's abilities while alluding to the threats posed by their leader. In an instant, the crowd hesitated no longer, adopting ferocious expressions as they charged toward the girl. Seize her. This girl isn't half bad. We can have some fun afterward. As one particularly repulsive man leapt at her with a grotesque grin, he was abruptly halted mid-air, as if struck by an unseen force, before crashing violently against the wall. His limbs contorted unnaturally, and his neck twisted at an odd angle, suggesting he would not survive. This sudden turn of events left the men in black momentarily stunned. While the girl's complexion paled considerably, having used her powers, she was now drenched in cold sweat. She was faltering. She was on the brink of collapse. The gangsters, now entrenched in their predicament, realized that if their opponent truly possessed such formidable strength, retreat would only lead to their demise. It was better to gamble boldly. As members of the underworld, they were never lacking in reckless courage, and their collective advance exuded a sense of intimidation. In contrast, the girl's telekinetic prowess, though seemingly impressive, exacted a staggering toll on her body. After dispatching 7 or 8 foes, she found herself unable to lift even a finger. Damn it, I still can't hold on. At that moment, she felt as if her body were encased in cement. Her mind racked with excruciating pain akin to countless needles swirling within. This was her first experience of overexerting her abilities to such an extent. Her body was on the verge of collapse, sustained only by sheer willpower. Had she not sought refuge in this narrow alley, where the gangsters dared not use firearms for fear of collateral damage, she would have already succumbed to death. How foolishly I overestimated my strength. I am not some extraordinary being after all. As the men in black closed in on her, she attempted to unleash another telekinetic attack, but this time, not a single ounce of power could be summoned. She crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated. Perhaps dying here wouldn't be so bad. I wouldn't have to scavenge for dinner anymore. As darkness began to envelop her, the girl felt no fear in those final moments. Let go of that girl. Suddenly, a commanding shout pierced the alley, sharpening the girl's fading vision. She witnessed the gangsters, as if struck by a heavy truck, being hurled into the air before crashing down one by one. Who was it? Was someone coming to rescue her? Could someone like her truly be saved? The agony in her mind clouded her thoughts, rendering her unable to comprehend her emotions, yet she distinctly sensed her anticipation to meet that person, the one rushing toward her. Though merely a fleeting moment, the young girl felt as if she had traversed an entire lifetime before finally catching sight of that familiar figure. His face, shrouded in shadow, remained indistinct, yet she could discern the smile gracing his lips as he uttered in a calm, yet commanding tone, "Let me handle this." Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself sprawled in an unfamiliar room, her gaze falling upon a ceiling she had never seen before. A wave of fear and embarrassment washed over her as she realized someone was touching her body. Due to the aftereffects of her abilities, her body remained limp, devoid of strength, leaving her at the mercy of the unknown hands gliding over her skin. The warmth emanating from them sent a jolt of panic through her. Abruptly, those hands exerted pressure, removing something from her person. "All right, this is your new hairstyle," Joss remarked, tossing the severed locks into the trash. He gazed at the girl with satisfaction. Upon his arrival, he had discovered that she was on the brink of exhaustion from overexerting her powers, a common occurrence among lower-tier mutants. Some mutants even lost their humanity and sanity due to their abilities. Her condition was relatively fortunate. However, discussing such matters seemed futile now, as her body could scarcely endure the toll her abilities had taken. Even immediate medical attention could not guarantee her survival. Thus, Joss took it upon himself to style her hair. As the apocalypse hairdressing technique unfolded, her genes were instantaneously activated and enhanced, even beginning to rejuvenate her frail form. Unlike the original complexities of Apocalypse's powers, this systematic enhancement process was far less painful. Despite the reduction in operational range, it provided greater stability, effectively having both the upper and lower limits of her abilities. "Why am I unscathed?" she wondered, astonished as she pushed herself up from the bed. To her surprise, the moment she exerted herself, she found herself suspended in midair. "What have you done to me?" she exclaimed, gazing in disbelief at her hands, her short, green-tinged curls swaying adorably as she moved. "What have I done? Just styled your hair, of course. By the way, I suggest you take your time acclimating to your newfound powers. Otherwise, you might encounter some mishaps," Joss replied, returning his scissors and comb to the system space. He then appraised his first creation, the Apocalypse hairdressing 4 horsemen. Compared to Apocalypse's gaudy aesthetic, this tremulous, tornado-like hairstyle is simply marvelous. This operation was motivated partly by a sudden impulse and partly by a plan that Joss had long conceived. The impulsive aspect was driven by the desire to save the girl's life, as well as recognition of her impressive abilities. After all, telekinesis, once enhanced, could indeed become a formidable force. Otherwise, even for a mere rescue, he could have taken her to the nearest hospital, leaving her fate to chance. The premeditated aspect stemmed from his ambition to establish a power of his own. Just as the Avengers needed to recruit allies, he too sought to cultivate his own influence. Even after joining the Avengers, Joss had no intention of becoming someone who frequently raced across the city to prevent minor traffic accidents. His initial enlistment was fueled by a combination of system tasks, a sense of belief, and, of course, financial incentives. Otherwise, at heart, Joss yearned for a life of freedom akin to that of Wolverine or Deadpool, unrestrained and spontaneous. To attain such a level of autonomy, possessing a requisite amount of strength and influence was indispensable. Even though Nick Fury was the nominal founder of sneered, he could not expect superheroes to engage in mundane tasks like helping the elderly cross the street. For routine missions, unless they piqued his interest, Joss felt free to disregard them. Much like Thor, who would dismiss reports of gang conflicts or brawls, Joss would simply shrug off such trivialities. Even beings as powerful as Doctor Strange often remained elusive, only revealing themselves when truly needed. This unspoken understanding was undoubtedly accepted by Nick Fury. Individuals like Tony Stark could hardly afford to waste their time on trivial matters such as street fights or bank robberies, unless, of course, it was a bank owned by him. Moreover, the individuals Joss envisioned as his subordinates were not the renowned heroes from the Marvel Universe. Many of them were fiercely independent and steadfast in their beliefs, and he was reluctant to impose upon their life paths. Black Widow didn't count. She was merely a tool without autonomy. Why do I feel like you're talking about me? Black Widow's head poked out from behind Joss, her brow furrowed as she regarded him. Not at all. Just go back to sleep, Joss replied, playfully pushing her back. Observing the girl, whose expression shifted from confusion to clarity and even fear, Joss hesitated to speak, feeling it might be inappropriate. Instead, he turned and made his way to sneered, seeking out Hawkeye. He casually retrieved a bag of northeastern rice from his system space and tossed it to him. Now you've tasted my rice, so we're even. He muttered to himself before vanishing once more, leaving a bewildered Hawkeye staring at the rice, unsure of how to express his gratitude. Upon returning to his small abode, Joss positioned a stool in front of the girl and began. I believe you must have sensed it too, haven't you? Previously, even when you exerted your full abilities, you possessed merely the strength of one eagle. However, it appears that your telekinetic prowess has now ascended to a minimum of 3 eagles. The young girl nodded, somewhat dazed. Although she struggled to comprehend the significance of 1 eagle versus 3, she understood that Joss was indeed referring to her own power. So, this phenomenon is called telekinesis? To be honest, I can't quite recall if that is indeed the correct term. It seems there is no customary practice here for naming such abilities. Nevertheless, I shall refer to it as such, Joss remarked with a hint of exasperation. Unlike the Japanese manga, where even the most casual attacks are bestowed with grandiose names, yes, I am referring to that particular dress. In the Marvel Universe, such a convention is virtually non-existent. This made it somewhat challenging for Joss to articulate his explanations. Perhaps the term is slightly misplaced, but the meaning remains intact. Well, that said, given your current circumstances, encountering formidable superhumans would not be of much benefit, as your street fighting experience is insufficient. Observing the spark in the girl's eyes, Joss felt compelled to douse her enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Even if her combat strength reached 3 eagles, in practical terms, Hawkeye could easily defeat her with one hand. In a life-or-death confrontation, she would likely be felled before she even perceived her opponent's location. After this discourse, the fervor in the girl's eyes diminished considerably, clearly indicating her awareness of the terrifying strength possessed by the warriors of this world. Well, to be frank, I am not particularly eloquent, so I shall be straightforward. I did not save you or grant you power out of charity. I have my eye on your abilities and hope to utilize them in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Joss decided against beating around the bush and delivered his intentions directly. He certainly lacked the art of verbal evasion, and the only relevant ability he possessed, 2 flowers blooming, served to gloss over certain unspeakable matters during conversations. Rather than approach the matter with subtlety, he opted for candidness. Of course, this is not mandatory. If you are unwilling, we can simply leave it at that, but any powers granted to you would naturally need to be rescinded. Joss extended his hand, openly declaring the potential outcome of refusal. He was not some cold-blooded maniac ready to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. However, he could not allow you to maintain his hairstyle. The girl shrugged and sighed. I wondered why you would go out of your way to save me. It seems it was merely for my physique. Despite being significantly shorter than Joss, she unintentionally displayed an exaggerated figure in her shrug, which elicited a vein to bulge on Joss's forehead. Well, given your earnest pleading, I will acquiesce, she declared, an air of arrogance on her face, which was quite perplexing considering she had just been rescued by Joss. Do not misunderstand. I only joined because I found it intriguing. The notion of saving me is utterly meaningless. What on earth is this textbook-level tsundere behavior? I must have stumbled upon a treasure. In an instant, Joss felt something explode within his mind. Yet, you are truly a good person. Despite my attempts to ensnare you, I never expected you would come to my aid. As she spoke, the girl seemed to lower her head, somewhat abashed. To Joss's surprise, he did not graciously accept the girl's praise nor utter any gallant words about not neglecting a fragile girl. Instead, he wore a sinister expression as he gazed at her. No, you are mistaken. I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grievance. Our collaboration has reached its conclusion. Now let us discuss your treachery against me. What do you intend to do? Witnessing Joss's rapid change of expression, the girl was startled and leaped 3 meters high from the bed, only to crash against the ceiling. Her sudden surge of strength was difficult to control. Had they been outside, Joss worried she might have soared into outer space. Hee. What are you doing? Joss sneered, then pointed at the girl's safety cushion and declared, I need not guess. This is it. The sudden outburst startled the girl. But before she could recover, what happened next filled her with even greater dread. Her safety cushion was deflating. What have you done? The girl cried out in a panicked wail as she experienced an unexpectedly expansive view and felt her clothes slacken drastically. Well, do you feel lighter? Your waist no longer aches, and your shoulders are free from strain. No need to thank me. I'd be a fool to thank you. Quickly return my assets. Apologies. But all sales are final, Joss replied with a businesslike demeanor, dismissing her request. I will kill you. That's impossible. You cannot. Joss raised his thumb, sporting a grin reminiscent of De Niro. In any case, from today onward, we are allies, though it seems a bit late. By the way, what is your name? After the girl's fury finally subsided, Joss remembered to ask the question he should have posed much earlier. Little Knife, a name I chose myself. I have no surname, although others prefer to call me bitch. As she said this, Nancy's gaze wandered, as if her name were a mere jest. Yet, Joss did not perceive a hint of jest in her eyes. Through their previous interactions, he had gleaned her background, an orphan raised in a slum. Thus lacking a surname was not surprising. As for her name, it likely was chosen for convenience's sake. Her past is far simpler than Lilith's, yet simultaneously more intricate. The simplicity lies in the fact that her experiences have never transcended this small patch of land, but the complexity arises from the stark contrast between her life and Lilith's, who leads a singular existence focused solely on receiving and executing tasks. In the slums, conflicts can erupt over a meal, and a mere $10 bill can incite a violent brawl among a group, illustrating the harsh realities of her upbringing. I am Joss, and I suppose my profession could be deemed that of a superhero. Joss scratched his head, feeling the awkwardness of the conversation, and decided to change the subject. Since you are now with me, you must adopt a heroic name. Let us call you the Trembling Tornado. Trembling Tornado? Indeed, Little Tornado. By the way, your attire is quite tattered. You should wear this first. As he spoke, Joss retrieved a fitted black robe with a high slit from the system's space. It was the very outfit worn by the S-class hero, Tornado of Terror, from the anime One Punch Man. Heaven knows why the system can conjure so many women-esque garments. I too am in despair. Am I expected to wear this? After providing a few more instructions for Tornado to quickly familiarize herself with her newfound powers and related matters, he picked up the envelope that had instigated today's events. How intriguing. It seems like a sleepyhead has stumbled upon a pillow, for I happen to be in need of a group of extras. The envelope contained a wealth of information, but Joss bypassed most of the data, focusing instead on the crucial sections. It was a report, a collection of materials, specifically referring to individuals akin to the knife wielders, or rather, now called Tornado. Beggars, fugitives, and smugglers, those who linger in lawless regions. The forgotten souls whose demise goes unnoticed were all targets. While the letter did not explicitly state the purpose behind the abductions, it was not difficult to infer. Despite the absence of key names, Joss, aided by the insights gleaned from the useless omniscient effect, eventually traced the origin of the letter after a brief period of contemplation. The Life Foundation, a deranged corporation from the film Venom, notorious for abducting numerous homeless individuals for experiments involving symbiotes. Although they might not operate overtly in this world, it does not imply they refrain from such actions. Today, Joss fortuitously seized the opportunity to uncover their clandestine dealings. Side quest discovered. We have discovered a Wildlife Foundation. Main quest. Destroy the Life Foundation, whether by physical or social means. No explosive demolition permitted. Failure penalty. Your appearance will transform into the Void Mask for 1 month. Optional Task 1. Release all symbiotes within the Life Foundation. Success reward. For every symbiote that survives, you shall receive 1,000 points of the Source of Recklessness. Optional Task 2. Remembering that you are a good person, expose the actions of the Life Foundation, revealing their true nature to the world. Success reward, 100. 0.000 points of the source of recklessness. But for each individual who dies directly due to your actions, you will lose 1,000 points. For each individual who dies indirectly because of you, you will lose 500 points. Optional Task 3. Your mother is calling you home for dinner, without intervening. Allow Black to defeat the riot. Success Reward. A further enhancement of the contract ritual, granting an opportunity to strengthen Black's abilities. To think there is a task specifically targeting Black. It is quite normal for the system to issue tasks upon discovering new opportunities for mischief. Yet the fact that a task has been tailored specifically for Black has caused Joss to raise an eyebrow. This is indeed the first time he has encountered such a situation. However, after a few contemplative moments, it seems there are no other issues at hand, leading Joss to ponder how to navigate this task. The primary task is manageable. Completing any optional task essentially counts as fulfilling the main objective. The real challenge, as expected, lies in the third optional task. In the cinematic narrative, Riot, who should have been the son of Venom, has instead transformed into the leader of the symbiotes, while Venom has become the weakest among them. This disparity is evident throughout their confrontations, with Riot consistently overpowering Venom, who struggles to inflict any significant damage. Nevertheless, the current Black has shown some growth compared to the original Venom, primarily developing assassination techniques tailored to his unique traits. However, these skills may prove insufficient when facing stronger foes among his kin. In the film, it seems the characters possess an innate ability to find their way automatically. In truth, even without the system's directive to confront the Life Foundation, this endeavor was already part of Joss's plan. Within Spider-Man's superhero journey, two pivotal moments stand out as profoundly significant. The first was the death of his uncle, a tragedy that prompted Peter Parker to deeply contemplate justice, power, and responsibility, laying the foundation for his enduring resolve as Spider-Man. The second pivotal moment undoubtedly pertains to the arrival of the symbiote Venom. Upon becoming bonded with Venom, Spider-Man's powers were significantly augmented. The darkness and violence within him broke free from their constraints, resulting in an unprecedented release of his desire for power. However, rather than succumbing to this newfound strength, Peter Parker gained a profound understanding of the importance of rationality in controlling oneself. After that, he resolutely began to reject the notion of merging with Venom once more, relying on his formidable willpower to strike the Bell Tower, producing a sonic wave that injured Venom and liberated him from its grasp, allowing him to reclaim his identity as Spider-Man. Two distinct characters, two separate experiences, yet both are indispensable elements in Peter Parker's journey to becoming the true Spider-Man. However, the current situation is rather delicate. The perpetrator who murdered Ben Parker is now incapacitated, reduced to a mere beggar, left to decay in some forsaken place. Venom Joss glanced sideways at the small black figure emerging from behind him, pilfering snacks. Even if this creature were to possess Peter Parker, the greatest threat it could possibly pose would likely be merely causing him to gain 20 pounds. Hence, the symbiote within the Life Foundation stands as the singular opportunity. Although it is not Venom itself, the overall effects should be somewhat similar. Joss's thoughts were rather straightforward. He intended to recreate those two plot lines himself. Unlike Nick Fury, who demands strict adherence to justice, Joss only needed to ensure that Spider-Man ultimately aligned with their cause. Of course, he had no intention of resorting to violence against Ben Parker. That would surely transform Spider-Man into the most malevolent incarnation of himself from a parallel universe. The entire plan essentially unfolds in three phases. The first step, inspired by the whirlwind, is to provide Peter Parker with an opportunity to heroically rescue his uncle, allowing him to experience the essence of being a good person. This necessitates a careful balance, ensuring that the power is neither overly potent to harm Ben Parker nor insufficient to prevent Peter from inflicting damage upon himself. After much contemplation, Joss realized he would have to undertake this task personally. However, he harbored no resistance to this notion. After sifting through the system space and expending several thousand points to draw from a tenfold pool, he successfully assembled the items he desired. A dark robe adorned with white, loose sleeves, a right arm tattooed with crimson eyes, and a few bundles of bandages. Thus a perfect scapegoat, Akatsuki, was born. With this, he need not worry about Peter Parker discovering that he was the one who struck him. Observing these items, Joss nodded in satisfaction. The second step involves placing a symbiote onto Peter Parker to ascertain whether he can control his desires under immense power. While Joss does not consider the yearning for power to be inherently wrong, a lack of self-control could indeed prove to be an unstable factor. Discovering this sooner rather than later would be preferable. The final step, which Joss referred to as the contingency plan, is quite simple. Should all previous endeavors fail, he would don the friendship breaker gauntlets and subdue Peter Parker, pummeling him for an afternoon, before inviting him to join the Avengers through the strength of their newfound camaraderie. However, this method is not only excessively ruthless, but it also necessitates the prerequisite of first establishing a friendship with the other party. With various troubles piling up, Joss is reluctant to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Well, that seems to be about it. Now everything is in place except for the address of the Life Foundation's base. Rubbing his temples, Joss was suddenly struck by a wave of headache. Why is it that in movies, everyone casually strolls around and effortlessly discovers those clearly hidden factories? Why do they all seem to have made an unspoken agreement? Meeting within mere minutes after their conversation? The Life Foundation only presents its company to the public, where the factory remains a complete mystery, let alone the secret laboratory conducting human experiments. Alas, it seems he must employ some genuine skills to unearth their location. Nevertheless, complaints aside, Joss has his own methods. After briefing Natasha, he decided to leave the small cabin that served as their base. "I am confident you will succeed," he said to the Black Widow with a charming smile. "I can't find it myself, but surely you can? Even if you can't, S.H.I.E.L.D. must have your records, right? Such a large factory, even if its address is concealed, would only deceive ordinary people to those in power. It would appear as conspicuous and mundane as any house by the roadside, provided they are unaware of what transpires within. However, under normal circumstances, even S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would not covertly infiltrate a large corporation's secret factory without any intelligence. On one hand, the repercussions of any mishap would be troublesome. On the other, they simply lack sufficient manpower to investigate whether the factory is producing inflatable companions or conducting human experiments. Natasha expressed no skepticism regarding Joss's claims about the Life Foundation. Companies that emerge with enigmatic ideologies often harbor issues. 6 out of 10 are problematic, albeit for varying reasons, making them worthy of close scrutiny. All right, this is all their information. I will report on the Life Foundation to Nick. Do you need backup? Well, backup is not necessary, but it would be helpful if you could keep an eye on this area. Just alert me if any troublesome characters arise, Joss replied, scratching his head. Cautiously, he nodded in agreement. After all, his future plans would revolve around Peter Parker, and encountering unexpected threats like a passing Red Tank or Magneto would truly be a headache. 88 successful infiltration. After acquiring the necessary information, Joss, disguised as Toby, swiftly arrived at the perimeter of the Life Foundation's factory, situated in a dense and sprawling forest. Despite the considerable distance, Joss opted not to drive, but instead chose to traverse the path on foot. After all, conventional vehicles are conspicuously noticeable, and the speed of ordinary cars on such roads could hardly rival the swiftness of his own legs. Was there already a patrol present from this point onward? Concealed among the treetops, Joss's gaze fixated on a small squad of guards passing below, silently calculating the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the notion of ambushing them. While it might slightly diminish the enemy's strength, the potential peril of alerting them far outweighed the meager advantage. Furthermore, one of the optional tasks required minimizing casualties. With 100,000 points at stake, each death incurred a deduction of 1,000 points, while non-personally inflicted deaths resulted in a 500-point penalty. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to keep the death toll under 200. Though the system did not explicitly state it, Joss had no doubt it could lead to negative scores. While it was somewhat vexing, Joss understood the rationale behind this. After all, eliminating every individual within the Life Foundation could inadvertently claim innocence. Yet, targeting one out of every few would surely leave some unscathed. It would be unjust to label them all as accomplices in human experimentation. Nevertheless, few among them could be deemed virtuous. Were it not for this restriction, Joss would not hesitate to deploy his miniature nuclear device, demonstrating to them what a single-soldier weapon truly entailed. Never mind, even if I refrain from action, those two should manage, he mused silently as he watched the squad of guards depart, before stealthily and swiftly making his way toward the Life Foundation's base. The two individuals he referred to were, of course, Cyclone and Blackie. Indeed, he had sent Blackie to accompany Cyclone. If he was to undertake this mission, he resolved to execute it to the best of his ability, aiming to complete all 3 optional tasks. The first 2 would not pose much difficulty if he remained attentive. Yet the last one presented a conundrum. After all, in terms of combat prowess, Blackie did not match the capabilities of Riot. Even after spending some time together, her form had indeed become impressive, yet her actual strength had seen no substantial enhancement, only a refinement of her attack methods. However, Joss could not extend assistance to her. Otherwise, given his current strength, defeating a Riot would be a rather effortless endeavor. Thus, the situation evolved into a pairing of Cyclone, who had just attained Eagle's power, and Blackie facing off against Riot, yielding a favorable chance of success without risking mission failure. Moreover, Cyclone needed a battle to acclimatize to her newfound strength and identity, making this mission particularly suitable for her. Yet, Despite the apparent strength of the duo, Blackie, as a former symbiote, retained glaring weaknesses even after her transformation. Sonic waves and flames remained her most formidable challenges. It is fortunate that the other party has not yet discovered her true identity. Otherwise, the ensuing events could very well resemble a tragic tale of despair. The presence of Tornado only exacerbates the situation, even if she were to confront a band of ruffians. It is uncertain whether she could emerge unscathed. Consequently, Joss has devised a plan prioritizing their survival. Even if the mission fails, he cannot allow these two to perish here. Regarding their safety, Joss harbors considerable confidence. After all, Eddie, even at the nascent stage of his integration, managed to escape this very place. If these two exert themselves in fleeing, the personnel of the Life Foundation would hardly be capable of hindering their escape. With no concerns weighing on his mind, Joss is keen to concentrate on his own mission. Exposing the Life Foundation and releasing the symbiotes may appear as two separate endeavors, yet they are fundamentally intertwined. By infiltrating and liberating all the symbiotes, regardless of success, the first task would be deemed accomplished. Furthermore, capturing footage of the symbiotes invading humanity within the Life Foundation and disseminating it would mark the successful completion of the second task. The process of breaching the Life Foundation's defenses is not particularly arduous. Perhaps it is due to overconfidence in his choice of location that he finds the security measures astonishingly inadequate. After all, if Eddie and a rather whimsical female researcher could infiltrate this establishment, it stands to reason that it would not pose a significant challenge. Whether it is a fear of electronic infiltration or some other reason, there are, astonishingly, no surveillance cameras present. Joss encounters virtually no obstacles as he makes his way into the central hall. Let me see, the laboratory should be in this direction. After pausing for a minute in the hall to memorize the layout of the nearby rooms, Joss is poised to proceed when suddenly, a disturbance occurs. Who goes there? A booming voice calls out from behind Joss, followed by the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. Turning around, he finds a slightly overweight security guard, his demeanor wary and alert. Joss narrows his eyes, a look of fury flashing across his face as he exclaims, "You don't even recognize me? What are you doing here?" His authoritative tone catches the guard off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless before he stammers, "Apologies, you must be the doctor, right?" "Indeed, I am the doctor," Joss replies, raising his chin with pride. Which doctor exactly?" "Sir, I need to verify your ID card." In an instant, Joss's ruse is exposed. The guard's previously uncertain expression hardens with resolve. However, just as the guard reaches for his ID, Joss transforms into a shadow, swiftly advancing behind him. One hand covers the guard's mouth, while the other plunges a dagger into his back. "Shoo, you are already dead." Having swiftly neutralized the unsuspecting guard, Joss surveys his surroundings before casually discarding the body into a nearby closet. Killing 47 has informed us that as long as the corpse is disposed of here, it shall remain undiscovered. Once he confirmed that no one else was in sight, Joss swiftly opened the laboratory that housed the symbiote and the abducted individuals, subsequently stepping inside. As the heavy door sealed behind him, a space imbued with a distinct sci-fi aesthetic unfolded before Joss. The laboratory, dominated by a dark palette, was illuminated by multicolored light strips that outlined various glass isolation chambers, evoking an aura of extraterrestrial technology. When he first encountered this scene in the Venom film, Joss found it rather amusing, akin to stepping into an actual spacecraft, exuding a surreal sense of science fiction. However, upon entering the space, he realized that the designer of this facility was undoubtedly unhinged. "Do you see how impractical your design is?" he mused. It resembled a sprawling nightclub. One could easily dance to the latest top hits here. As a villain, couldn't he be a tad more professional? Moreover, as the paramount and cutting-edge symbiote experimentation laboratory, it was astonishing that this place lacked basic security measures. No personnel, no surveillance cameras, and no traps. This was a disgrace for any villain. Dr. Drake ought to reconsider his choices. Nevertheless, Joss felt a sense of gratitude towards the situation, even considering giving a nod of approval. After all, in such a lax security environment, he could effortlessly carry out his mission without having to deal with a brigade of oblivious individuals. Unlike Eddie, who was somewhat deranged, Joss remained vigilant in this seemingly innocuous space, intending to avoid alarming anyone, simply recording the surroundings on his phone. Speaking of which, he wondered whether the battle suit he had entrusted to Tony was ready. While he was capturing footage with his outdated device, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction as he documented the laboratory's conditions, engaging in self-deprecating commentary. It wasn't long before Joss successfully compiled a dossier on the criminal activities of the Life Foundation. The records encompassed a myriad of individuals, living, deceased, parasitized, and the fallen symbiotes, all meticulously cataloged and subsequently dispatched to Natasha. In contrast to Eddie's foolish endeavor of relying on a news outlet to broadcast a report, Joss's strategy left no room for the Life Foundation to redeem itself. Who could wield more authority than an official announcement from the Avengers? Not even a minor organization like the Life Foundation could withstand such a revelation, let alone more formidable entities. The mere publication would incite suspicion, especially given the already dubious nature of the Life Foundation. With the task of unveiling the truth complete, Joss fell into contemplation. In this undertaking, exposing the Life Foundation's true nature was merely a supplementary objective. The true test lay in refraining from taking lives. If Joss were the type of person who goes with the flow and merely schemes the surface, it would pose no issue. Entering quietly to gather evidence and departing just as discreetly would suffice. However, he harbored ambitions far greater than a singular task. He aspired to encompass all three optional missions. How could he possibly withdraw at this juncture? Yet, the first and second tasks seemed inherently at odds. Once the symbiotes were released, it would inevitably result in substantial casualties, leaving little to no points remaining for the second task. To ensure the flawless execution of the second task, it appeared that refraining from disturbing these symbiotes would be the most prudent course of action. This predicament was rather troublesome. Gazing thoughtfully at the vibrantly colored symbiotes while stroking his chin, Joss found himself momentarily at a loss. However, he soon relaxed his furrowed brow. Indeed, the two tasks assigned by the system were clearly contradictory. Why should he become entangled in such dilemmas? As long as he could secure the maximum possible benefit, that would suffice. Despite lacking wisdom that transcends humanity, Joss possessed a commendable trait, a positive mindset. Having traversed through various experiences, how could his mentality falter? Fortune favors the bold, and he resolved to do his utmost. The outcome was not his burden to bear. Nevertheless, even as he reassured himself, a potentially viable plan began to take shape in Joss's mind. The hybrid, a superhero synthesized from the offspring of Venom in comic lore, differed from ordinary symbiotes in that this particular being was not only formidable, but also possessed a nurturing spirit. However, in the cinematic realm, it had yet to manifest even a single hair. Joss's concept was straightforward: to preemptively synthesize this powerful entity and let it lead the symbiote army into action, while he reaped the rewards from a safe distance. The ancient legends spoke of poisons and sorcery. Today, a brood of symbiotes would yield a hybrid. Whether or not this endeavor would succeed rested in the hands of fate. If successful, he would dine at Stark's abode tonight. If not, he would still find himself at Stark's table. Regardless, even if the hybrid did not come to fruition, as the primary mission neared completion, Joss could simply open the door, allowing the symbiotes to escape, and he would no longer fret over the minor discrepancies in points. With his course of action firmly established in his mind, he swiftly relocated all the hosts and symbiotes into the same room. The method of synthesis through serendipity was as straightforward as it was ruthless. Casting one last glance at the struggling symbiotes and their unfortunate hosts, Joss could only offer a silent eulogy for them in his heart before turning to leave the room. Once ordinary individuals were parasitized by symbiotes, their chances of survival dwindled to nearly nil. Their organs, tissues, and very essence were rapidly consumed by the symbiotes. Even if Joss were to extract all the symbiotes, the hosts would merely become lifeless husks. Thus, one could only pray that their sacrifices would give rise to that hero, granting this world another protector to safeguard individuals like themselves. The tedious sorrow did not linger long in Joss's mind. The fates of these individuals were inherently detached from his own concerns. He felt no lamentation over the futile notion of having saved them sooner. As long as he exerted his utmost effort, that sufficed. Once matters here concluded, he would need to clear the area, preparing a battleground for Little Black and her companions. Although he could not intervene in the conflict between Little Black and the riot, the system had never stated that Joss could not expel everyone present. Conveniently, the symbiotic entities behind him required time to merge, so Joss simply unsheathed the Mercy Greatsword, now reduced to the size of an ordinary backpack, and delivered a fearsome slash, heralding the commencement of battle. Oh, wait, that's not correct. The character portrayal is amiss. Just as he brandished the greatsword, he abruptly halted the forceful motion of his arms, sheathing the Mercy Greatsword once more and retrieving two steel shuriken from the system's space, one in each hand. Oh, he almost forgot he was in disguise. Drawing out the greatsword would surely raise suspicions. With a swift incantation, Black Wind Double Lowly, Joss activated his abilities. Despite the security measures of the Life Foundation being significantly flawed, his earlier actions of relocating all the symbiotes and their hosts to a single room had triggered an alarm. As he emerged from the room, a squad of armed soldiers had already encircled him. Drop your weapons. Place your hands on your head and kneel. A higher-ranking officer commanded loudly, but before he could finish, Joss pierced his shoulder with a shuriken. Batman had once imparted that regardless of the enemy's heinous nature, We must refrain from taking their life. However, we could break every bone in their body and sever their limbs, as long as they remained alive. In a mere 2 minutes and 40 seconds, the fully armed security team lay sprawled on the ground, none able to rise again. Temporarily incapacitated was preferable to a lifelong paralysis. Had Joss not been concerned about causing fatalities, he could have completed this feat in under 30 seconds. Life Foundation's security personnel might be deemed elite soldiers in the outside world, yet in the realm of true strength, they were scarcely more than expendable pawns. Joss's current prowess would allow him to compete among the notable Earth-level heroes of Marvel, easily placing him in the third tier. So dealing with these commonplace guards required little exertion. While these individuals posed no threat to him, he had not overlooked them. Calculating the time. Little Black and Tornado should be arriving shortly. He certainly did not wish for these soldiers to interfere with their battle. Unbeknownst to Joss, who had already departed the symbiote experimentation laboratory, among the barely alive hosts lay a man with paralyzed legs, whose injuries began to heal gradually after being merged with a symbiote, and his eyes suddenly sprang wide open. Had Ben Parker been present, he might have recognized that this individual was the very assailant who nearly took his life during a robbery one fateful day. This vicinity should be the place, right? Tornado hovered above the treetops, scrutinizing the map bestowed upon her by Joss. Upon hearing her inquiry, a diminutive black head emerged from her collarbone. Carefully examining the map before nodding and stating, I can't comprehend it, not a clue. Why then do you nod? Tornado was taken aback. Initially, when she heard Joss instructing them to undertake a mission, she had presumed that this little black entity was a concealed mastermind, but within mere moments of interaction, she realized he was merely a comical, reclusive figure. Moreover, why do you persist in hiding within my body? After stowing the map, Tornado continued her flight forward, her complaints continuing unabated. What can I do? I cannot fly, and traversing the ground would impede my pace significantly, replied the little black figure nonchalantly. Ugh, it feels utterly repugnant to have another being parasitically residing within oneself. If that concerns you, I can temporarily transform into a tentacled form. Joss mentioned that girls tend to appreciate that, didn't he? Please refrain from emulating his peculiar tendencies. Well then, do your best to fly. The little black figure smacked his lips, then poked half his head and 2 small hands out from behind Tornado, tossing fried chicken into his mouth and downing a gulp of cola. Previously, I favored raw meat, but I've now discovered that nothing compares to the joy of comfort food. Hey, I trust that the fat you're consuming won't ultimately end up on me. Tornado, having consumed nothing, already felt uncomfortably full. Do not dwell on it. I lack that capability, and even if I could help you accumulate fat on your chest, it would surely return again. The little black figure coldly interrupted Tornado's reverie. I wish to twist every limb of that creature known as Riot. For some inexplicable reason, Tornado's expression darkened. Although her speed was somewhat slower than Joss's, her aerial mobility allowed them to swiftly reach the perimeter of the Life Foundation. The originally meager defensive forces had been almost entirely drawn away by Joss, enabling the two to boldly soar over the walls without arousing suspicion, successfully infiltrating the premises. Wait, why are all the individuals here already lying down? Tornado stealthily peered through a window, only to find that the entire hall was devoid of any resistance. Not a single person was standing. It is likely that Fellow was responsible for this. Honestly, had he not claimed to be undertaking some task, even Riot would have left us nothing to contend with, having just begun to grasp her powers. Tornado once again felt the staggering strength that the formidable beings of this world possessed. Regarding that Riot, what connection do you have with it? I have heard that you are of the same kin, is that true? Observing the absence of danger, Tornado released her psychic grip, shattering the glass into countless fragments, and subsequently led Little Black into the interior. Yes, among our kind, she is the leader, while I am the most unsuccessful one. Once inside, Little Black leapt from Tornado's form, transforming into a petite dark-skinned girl, casting her gaze towards a distant point. She could sense the Riot was situated there. So, what did he mean when he claimed that the Riot should have been birthed by you? Who knows? He is riddled with inexplicable matters, the most baffling of which is his mind, perpetually uttering incomprehensible words. Indeed, someone is approaching. While engaged in casual conversation, Tornado suddenly perceived faint footsteps. Her right hand swiftly reached out, and a wall was forcibly removed from its position, revealing several guards behind it. Let us commence. Little Black pouted. Although she had undergone systematic transformation, her understanding of Joss's circumstances remained superficial, merely recognizing that he possessed an array of peculiar abilities. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, for I have long desired to experience the sensation of striking that lofty individual. Black fluid coalesced into dual blades within her hands, and her gaze was fixed upon the guards as she swiftly charged forward. The guards, startled, immediately commenced firing at her. However, The bullets merely passed through Little Black as if they were penetrating liquid. Even more bizarrely, the bullets aimed at Tornado inexplicably hovered in midair. Due to the majority of the forces having been neutralized by Joss, Little Black and her companion effortlessly located the hiding place of the riot. This character, who in the original work had actively engaged in battle, decisively chose to retreat after observing Joss's combat prowess from afar. In that moment, Joss had indeed seen it but opted not to disturb it, pretending to remain oblivious and quietly departing. What if the system's combat assessment was akin to that of the cornered beast? Simply glancing from 800 miles away could be construed as having engaged in combat, and that would spell failure for my mission. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold, and Little Black successfully confronted the riot. The battle proceeded without significant surprises. In terms of raw power, the riot could thoroughly overpower Little Black, and it excelled far beyond her in the ability to manipulate its body into weaponry. However, as one of those who had accompanied Joss the longest, Little Black had absorbed some rudimentary combat techniques from her experiences alongside him. Coupled with her non-Newtonian fluidic body structure, her movements could even surpass Joss's in efficiency, enabling her to withstand the disparity in strength. In ordinary circumstances, the two were merely evenly matched, and it would be quite challenging for the Little Black one to defeat the Rampage. However, once the Tornado entered the fray, this delicate equilibrium was effortlessly shattered. Even in the absence of the subsonic waves and flames that the symbiote feared most, the Rampage found itself in dire straits. Moreover, the host of the Rampage, Dr. Drake, possessed no remarkable attributes. One could only hope he would not hinder their efforts, as the Rampage could hardly expect assistance from him. The outcome was unsurprising. Both the Little Black one and the Tornado were acutely aware of each other's combat prowess. Neither of them exhibited reckless behavior, maintaining a steady and calculated approach, gradually overpowering the Rampage until its ultimate defeat. Venom, you traitor, you foolish trash, the lowest of the low. Do you even realize what you are doing? After being vanquished, the Rampage transformed into a massive, basketball-sized head, bellowing in fury. It had never anticipated being defeated by the very symbiote it had consistently looked down upon, the one it deemed the most useless. The Little Black one shrugged nonchalantly, gazing at the Rampage with indifference. Of course I know. I just took out the former boss. What are you trying to do? Are you attempting to aid humanity? And with that appearance, do you consider yourself human? The Rampage could not fathom that Venom no longer harbored a host within, and even if it racked its brain, it could not comprehend why this was the case. Being human? It didn't seem so bad. There were snacks to enjoy, comics to read, and it was far more entertaining than being cooped up with those sticky, foul creatures. Right? I've decided to go by Little Black now, so please refrain from calling me Venom. As the Little Black one casually toyed with its hair, a dagger swiftly plunged into Dr. Drake's chest. Simultaneously, the Tornado suspended the Rampage in midair, rendering it helpless to witness the demise of its host. Alright, I'm not particularly fond of infighting among kin, so whether you survive from here on depends on your own abilities. Once satisfied that Dr. Drake had perished, the Little Black one nodded in contentment and rose to its feet. The anti-human lunatic Dr. Drake deserved his fate, and the Rampage without a host was hardly worthy of consideration. However, since Joss had specifically instructed against eliminating the Rampage, and the Little Black one itself had no desire for intraspecies conflict, it refrained from delivering a fatal blow to the Rampage. Ugh, I'm so tired, the Tornado yawned, her figure accentuated by the tremorous robe that Joss had gifted her, outlining her form without a hint of curvature. You'd better get used to it. Being alongside that fellow has become quite ordinary. The Little Black one sighed and shrugged. Is attacking a large corporation's base considered ordinary? The Tornado's eyes widened in surprise, making her appear particularly adorable. Ordinarily, things are quite manageable, after all. He is a superhero and would not act recklessly. However, there are moments when he engages in rather subtle antics. Ultimately, my primary concern is the availability of delectable food. I wonder how you feel about it. As for me, I only accompany him out of boredom. Once I grow stronger, I shall simply give him a swift kick to send him on his way. Tornado, with her arms crossed defiantly, expressed her discontent. Observing her demeanor, Black merely chuckled awkwardly and chose to divert the conversation, instead scanning the vicinity for Joss's presence. In this battle, their coordination had undeniably improved, and Tornado had also learned to wield her burgeoning power with greater finesse. While the overall magnitude of her strength had not increased, she no longer exerted herself to the point of exhaustion with every use of her abilities. It was akin to possessing a bottle that could hold merely 100 milliliters. Previously, she would unleash her strength by removing the cap and pouring out its contents indiscriminately, regardless of how trivial the task might be. This approach drained her energy significantly, and even with enhancements, she could not sustain it for long. Part of this was due to her infrequent utilization of her powers. And another reason was the inferior quality of her bottle, which rendered precise control nearly impossible. However, following her enhancements, this bottle was fitted with the most advanced measurement and valve systems, allowing her to easily master her strength with minimal practice. In stark contrast to Tornado's significant advancements, Black remained largely unchanged. After all, reality does not conform to the gaming trope of leveling up through defeating monsters. Joss's achievements stemmed from a rather unreliable system. Observing others, such as Wolverine or Captain America, even those of more ancient origins exhibited negligible improvements in their powers, let alone any potential for qualitative transformation. As a symbiote, Black's innate strength had never been paramount. Her power was derived from her attachment to formidable hosts. Regrettably, after being modified by the system, she had evolved into an independent organism, a fully matured symbiote, requiring her to navigate her own path. While she had no issues controlling her physical strength, there remained room for tactical and combat refinement. However, a qualitative change seemed implausible. Why am I musing over such trivialities, I wonder? With a disdainful huff, Black dismissed the matter from her mind. Not far off, Joss, having completed his task, approached them, waving as he drew closer. So, you plan to transfer this entity to someone named Peter Parker? Tornado inquired, raising an eyebrow at the silvery chaos contained within the small glass tank. After they had defeated the chaos, Joss had procured a containment pod to secure it, subsequently leading the two back to this location. Black displayed little interest in the capture of the chaos, her reaction even less pronounced than Tornado's. Well, let me ponder the subsequent tasks for a moment. It will require considerable effort to recruit that individual into the Avengers. In the original narrative, Peter Parker essentially served as Stark's little admirer under normal circumstances. A word from Stark would suffice. However, the current Peter Parker has undergone significant transformations. While such methods may yield results, the fundamental issue of his lack of a sense of justice remains unresolved. Observing Joss lost in thought, Tornado and Black were careful not to disturb him. Each engrossed in their own endeavors, Joss began by reviewing his previous gains, noting that the main quest had awarded him 300 points. After all, there were not many threats within the Life Foundation that could endanger him. Most of these points were likely accrued due to his antics in synthesizing a super hybrid. Speaking of which, there had been no subsequent developments, leaving him uncertain whether hybrids could indeed come into existence. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Joss chose not to dwell on the matter too extensively, given that he had only received a little over 3,000 points. It was improbable that such a sum could yield a world-destroying evil overlord. Even if a new formidable entity were to arise, it would not be one positioned against him. Subsequently, combining tasks 1 and 2, Joss had amassed over 70,000 points. It appeared that the adversaries Black and Tornado had defeated during their journey were also credited to him. Despite his restraint, those ordinary individuals remained exceedingly vulnerable to his assaults. Resulting in such a tally, he noted he was still shy of 10,000 points needed to upgrade the system, so he decided to save them for now. After a brief survey, Joss opted not to use the points, choosing instead to store them once more. Among all these matters, Joss remained most focused on the final task's reward, which offered a unique opportunity to enhance Black. Originally conceived as an anti-hero in the Marvel Universe, the transformed Black was, in many ways, more intriguing than Joss himself. Unlike Joss, the Transmigrator, she had received her powers from the system as a being of this world. Although she currently displayed no extraordinary traits, this did grant her the potential to continue receiving system enhancements. Black, come here for a moment, Joss beckoned, placing his hands upon her shoulders, feigning a display of power. Even though she had accepted the system's power, she remained entirely oblivious to its intricacies. Joss, not wishing to reveal this enigmatic phenomenon, opted to mimic the earlier method he had used to enhance Tornado, hoping to mislead her. What are you doing? I'm quite busy, you know. I was just getting to an interesting part in that comic, Black said, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Joss's peculiar expression. Showing little curiosity. Chill, it will be over soon, he reassured her. Moments later, Joss accepted his reward within the system, and an invisible force surged through the magical connection between him and Black, flooding into her body. Wow, what is this power? A formidable power surged within my body, and as this energy coursed through me, the entity known as Hmph emitted a rather discordant groan. Enhancement in progress. Please select Enhancement Direction, Advanced Symbiote. A more powerful liquid form capable of splitting and solidifying into various weaponized limbs. Final form. God of Symbiotes, Super Tool. Able to transform into any weapon while possessing a portion of its power. Final form, Treasure Vault of Kings, Heroic Spirit Chloe, evolving into the form of Heroic Spirit Chloe, possessing a small fraction of heroic power. Final form, Unknown, Home Security Guard, parasitically residing within you, requiring a daily consumption of at least 10 bottles of sugary drinks. with excess fat accumulating on your body. Final form, ultimate recluse, the last option. Are you out of your mind? Perhaps the system had not been active for too long, prompting Joss to momentarily break his vow of silence regarding the system. How much longer must this endure? The expression on Xiao Hei's face grew increasingly strained, accompanied by a nasal hum that intermittently reminded Joss of his plight. Upon hearing Xiao Hei's voice, Joss swallowed hard and then earnestly asked, Xiao Hei, I must inquire, do you wish to become human or continue your existence as a symbiote? This question is of utmost importance. I need you to answer me now. Among the four choices, the last was clearly a nonsensical whim of the system, easily disregarded. The second option would transform Xiao Hei into a mere weapon, a notion Joss could never entertain. The system had previously suggested such a choice, which he had rejected, after spending several months with Xiao Hei. He was even less inclined to pursue that path. Regardless of the options presented, he desired Xiao Hei to make her own choice. For such matters that might alter her very essence could not be decided by his will alone. I enjoy being this way. I have long grown weary of living solely by parasitizing others. Surprisingly, Xiao Hei's response was delivered without hesitation. Very well, let us proceed as such. Although it was peculiar that Xiao Hei was so resolute, considering her rather unconventional nature in films, where she had unceremoniously turned against her kin. Perhaps her affection for humanity ran deep. Having received her answer, Joss decisively selected the option, and as his thought solidified, the system promptly initiated the enhancement for Xiao Hei. Commencing target enhancement, acquired inherent skill, pseudo-projection magic, effect, a projection magic based on the symbiote's inherent weaponization ability, capable of closely mimicking the appearance of noble phantasms. Though lacking any supernatural powers, it possesses extraordinary hardness, sharpness, and resilience. Acquired inherent skill, Eye of the Heart, deficient. Effect, enhances intuition and sixth sense, allowing instinctual responses for optimal actions in combat. However, it is easily distracted by food, leading to instances of wandering off to eat during battles. Acquiring the inherent skill of Kiss Magic. Effect, in the aspect of assaulting kisses, this symbiont exhibits exceptional compatibility with the Chloe template, significantly enhancing the efficiency of magical energy acquisition through mucosal contact. The enhancement of the little black entity did not endure for long, to an outsider's perspective. It seemed to conclude in an ephemeral moment. Nevertheless, an inexplicable surge of power manifested within the little black being. Only Joss understood that this power was what is known as magical energy. Contrary to his expectations, following this evolution, the little black entity retained its liquid symbiotic form. Although it bore the semblance of a human shape, its texture felt increasingly authentic. The previously liquid-like hair was now genuinely grown. However, apart from this, the little black entity did not undergo significant changes. This evolution appeared to be based on the little black entity and Chloe von Einsburn from the Fat Dog, bestowing upon it the ability to control magical energy, as well as 3 inherent skills possessed by the spirit itself. While there were discrepancies from the original version, and it did not acquire a class or a noble phantasm, the little black entity remained blissfully unaware of such matters, finding joy solely in the surge of its newfound power. It seems that regardless of who one is, there exists a simple, instinctual joy derived from biological essence. Observing the little black entity in good spirits, Joss, for once, refrained from scrutinizing it, and instead began to contemplate how to resolve the matter concerning the little spider while holding the box that contained the chaos. Oh, it is here that the old wretch, who caused me to suffer a spinal injury and was responsible for my capture as a test subject, resides. On the dimly lit street at night, a man clad in a hooded trench coat stood at the roadside, his eyes, concealed beneath the hood, fixed intently on a house across the street. Should either Ben Parker or Peter Parker behold his visage, they might recognize him as the robber they had encountered once before. It is precisely for this reason that you have come to meet me. My power, no, our power, now belongs to us. We are the whip, and we shall dominate the world. No, I harbor no interest in the world, you fool. I merely wish to eliminate him and his family. After which we shall seize a considerable fortune and retreat to a secluded place to indulge in leisure. Yes, I too find your mentioned pursuits intriguing. Are they referred to as women? Our symbiotic existence does not entail such troublesome distinctions. However, from your memories, it appears you indeed have a fondness for such things. Though alone, the hooded man incessantly murmured to himself, appearing as though engaged in dialogue with an unseen companion. Hey you, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a figure approached from a distance, seemingly a patrolling individual, who, upon noticing the hooded man standing there, felt a surge of caution and approached to investigate. I am waiting for food. The voice of the hooded man was deep. However, with each utterance, it transformed into a more shrill and piercing tone. culminating in a final word that erupted as a complete roar. The inquirer had scarcely turned away when a massive, blade-like object pierced through his body. Soon, the man beneath the hood revealed a monstrous, gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. "Oh my God, please, I beg you, do not treat me this way." The man's lung was punctured, and with each plea for mercy, blood erupted from his mouth, yet it was utterly futile. He could only watch helplessly as the grotesque mouth drew nearer, and then, crunch. Delectable. Now, let us indulge in more, much more. Damn it. What ghastly morsels have you forced upon me? No, wait, of course, this is how it should be. I shall consume that ancient wretch piece by piece. Ha ha ha. The hooded figure tore away his outer garments, transforming into a vast, dark orange symbiotic entity, lunging toward the house he had long since fixed his gaze upon. Outside that very residence, illuminated by the night's glow, the metallic letters of the name Parker glimmered on the doorplate. What is happening? May Parker gazed at her husband, who had suddenly brandished a gun, feeling somewhat bewildered. Shoo, May, retreat to the room. If there's an opportunity, make a run for it. I just saw a monster across the street, and it seems to be heading towards our house. Ben Parker gestured for May to hasten her retreat, gripping the old hunting rifle that had been in their home for years, though he understood that this antiquated weapon might not significantly affect the creature. Holding it provided a semblance of reassurance. Damn it, what is that creature? Why does it evoke such a sense of familiarity? Have I encountered it somewhere before? A profound unease settled within him. The recent turmoil in the city had left its scars on every ordinary citizen's heart. The prospect of facing such a menace darkened his mood. Strangely, where had it gone after dashing across the street? It had been some time. It should have arrived by now. Ben cautiously leaned out from the window to survey the situation, only to find the street utterly deserted, save for a headless corpse lying by the roadside. Are you searching for me, old man? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, accompanied by a cacophony of maniacal laughter, a gigantic figure emerged from the shadows, smashing through the window with a single punch, instantly pinning Ben to the ground. Bang! The hunting rifle fired a single shot before being wrenched from his grasp and twisted into a pretzel, the bullet hole barely affecting the colossal figure. Ha ha ha, old man. Do you remember me? The symbiotic substance on the face of the figure dispersed, revealing the silhouette of a familiar person, tightening Ben's chest in alarm. It's you? The events of that day remain vividly etched in my memory, instantly bringing to mind the identity of that individual. Indeed, it is you, wretch, who has caused my current plight. As retribution, I shall annihilate your entire family and relish in the act of devouring you piece by piece. Ha 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 ha. Is this truly the conclusion? Is everything to end thus? A wave of desolation washed over me. This person is nothing more than an irrational lunatic, now endowed with powers far beyond the reach of an ordinary individual like myself. Yet, I find a sliver of solace in the fact that my nephew, Peter Parker, is not at home, but rather out seeking justice. Much like many adolescents who believe they can discreetly watch their father's films at home. Do they truly think they conceal their actions well? No, in reality, they have long been aware. Peter, in his misguided confidence, believes he has successfully hidden his true identity. But his parents are not blind. They have surely discovered that he is the one who claims to be Spider-Man. Although he has been reminded countless times that with great power comes great responsibility, alas, Peter still engages in a futile contest of bravado, wielding his newfound abilities as though playing a game of heroism. Regrettably, I cannot accompany you any further. You must survive, May. As I watched the gaping maw of the whip dripping with saliva draw nearer, a profound despair enveloped me. In the confines of the bedroom, May clutched a lamp, an utterly inadequate weapon, yet it was her last bastion of hope. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since I instructed her to take refuge in the bedroom. Yet during this time, she had heard nothing from outside, the room cloaked in an eerie silence akin to a graveyard. May, my dear, where are you? Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered her reverie, prompting her to spring to her feet, instinctively responding to the call. Ben, I'm here. Are we safe now? Yet, as the words left her lips, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. It was I who had directed her to hide, so how could he be unaware of her whereabouts? Moreover, the monster's presence was still uncertain. Why would he call out so loudly, risking the attraction of the beast? Before her apprehensions could fully crystallize, I emerged from the shadows. Oh, Ben, thank goodness you're all right. I was so worried. May's heart momentarily eased, only to constrict again in an instant. The head that materialized from the darkness was indeed my visage, yet it was merely a disembodied head. What's wrong? This is your most beloved husband. Surely such an expression would sadden him. Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter of the whip echoed from outside, followed by a hand that shattered the wall, transforming into numerous tentacle-like appendages reaching for May. Get away from me. Suddenly, a furious roar interrupted the words of the whip. followed by a mass of webbing that swiftly ensnared the whip. Almost simultaneously, a youth clad in a red and blue suit leaped down from the sky, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at the whip. It was none other than Spider-Man, Peter Parker, who had finally returned. Strength, weight, speed, and destructive power. These are phrases often uttered by those who boast of their prowess, and a mere understanding of middle school physics reveals that these statements are not mere fabrications, but rather tangible truths. Peter Parker, descending from great heights, was brimming with energy, and coupled with his extraordinary strength, this kick was nothing short of cataclysmic. Even a concrete slab would shatter under its force. Though the whip was a liquid symbiotic entity, its core remained human, and there was no evading this strike. It collided forcefully against him, resulting in a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds akin to popping beans. It hurts. Damn you. The whip's body contorted into angles unimaginable for a human. Yet, beneath the dark orange symbiotic material, it swiftly regained its form. This spectacle left Spider-Man momentarily stunned, but it did not deter him from launching another assault. Useless, useless. Ha! In the face of Spider-Man's relentless barrage, the whip erupted into laughter, transforming its hands into blade-like appendages and slashing at Spider-Man, forcing him to retreat and evade, as long as its near-immortal nature remained unbroken. With attacks that could prove fatal upon contact, even against a mere pedestrian variant of the symbiote, the whip was far too formidable for Peter Parker in this moment. Damn it. Aunt May, where's Uncle Ben? We need to escape. In his desperation, Peter momentarily forgot to maintain his guise as Spider-Man, calling out for Aunt May directly. Oh, ISNT Uncle Ben right here? Before May could speak, the whip laughed heartily, pointing toward the distant, round head, causing Peter's eyes to widen in horror. You wretched fiend. Initially urging May to flee, upon witnessing Uncle Ben's lifeless form, Peter's vision turned crimson with rage. He unleashed his web shooters recklessly at the whip, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. However, all of this was futile. His strikes barely phased the whip, and the webs that proved effective against others had little impact here. The whip only grew more exhilarated, taunting Spider-Man while waiting for the perfect moment to inflict wounds upon him. The injuries were not grave, yet they were excruciatingly painful. Even in his naivety, Peter Parker realized that his adversary intended to toy with him until the very end. Damn it, I must escape, but what about Aunt May? Can I take her with me? How do I flee? What is this monster? Is Uncle Ben truly gone? The greater the crisis, the more Peter Parker's heart trembled in disarray. At this moment, he was merely a high school boy who had recently acquired extraordinary powers, utterly incapable of maintaining composure in the face of peril. A cacophony of chaotic thoughts overwhelmed his mind, rendering his limbs sluggish and unresponsive, leaving him bereft of any strategies to turn the tide. What has happened? My superhero, is this truly the extent of your abilities? It was fools like you who led me to this dire predicament. Reflecting upon it incites nothing but fury. Suddenly, the force of the whip increased, and Peter, caught off guard, felt a searing slash across his chest, leaving a gaping wound. As he coughed up blood, he could no longer muster the strength to remain upright. Collapsing onto the ground, his head defiantly held high, his eyes ablaze with fury. It is you, it is you. I should have seized you that day. In this moment, Peter recalled his adversary's identity, remembering how his desire for a minor act of revenge had allowed the foe to escape. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. No matter how he lamented, it would avail him nothing. I am pleased you recognized me in the end. That makes your demise all the more worthwhile. The whip cackled maniacally, revealing a grotesque visage within. The symbiote, having fused, had become imbued with the personality of its first host. Regardless of its original nature, it now reveled in bloodlust and madness. Peter seethed with rage, sorrowful over his own impotence, and worried about the torment Aunt May would endure should he perish. A tumult of emotions swirled within his mind, urging him to scream, to unleash his fury. Alas, he understood the futility of such actions. He would be better served contemplating how to confront the enemy before him. As one destined to become a superhero, Peter Parker undoubtedly possessed the foundational qualities of one, yet he found himself lacking in strength, unable to summon the necessary prowess to face his adversary. Would it truly end like this? As if ordained by fate or mere coincidence? Peter emitted a lament akin to that of Ben Parker. Your lunch is growing cold. Best hurry to claim it. Suddenly, a voice, foreign to the trio present and the symbiote, interjected, and Peter soon beheld a blazing sword materializing in his line of sight. Are you not going over? Natasha leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing Joss as he nodded toward a distant funeral. No, I am not particularly suited for such occasions, Joss replied, wrinkling his nose in refusal. In the distance, Peter and May, clad in black attire, wore expressions of profound sorrow as they watched the workers lower Ben into the earth, followed by the pastor commencing the prayers. Natasha shifted to a more comfortable stance and spoke again. I heard you were the one who saved them. Surely they would wish for you to join them? Let it be. If I had arrived a moment earlier, perhaps I could have saved him too, but alas. I was ultimately late. Observing Joss's demeanor, Natasha felt it inappropriate to utter another word. Joss's rise was akin to a comet, soaring to heights of power and renown that nearly eclipsed even her long-established status as a superhero in a matter of mere months. Throughout the battles on his path, whether she was aware of the details or not, Joss had never truly faced any significant setbacks. This could be discerned merely by gazing into his eyes. However, this time, Joss finally encountered the profound sorrow of being unable to save someone. As a superhero, such occurrences are inevitable, a lamentable fate that the future cannot escape. With a sigh, Natasha turned to make her way toward the funeral. The first time one takes a life, the first time witnessing a comrade perish before one's eyes, the first time failing to save someone. These are all hurdles that one must surmount to become a hero. No one can assist him in this journey. By the way, that young man greatly admires Stark. You might find it quite effortless to recruit him into the Avengers. After taking a few steps, Natasha heard Joss's voice behind her. Yet when she turned, she discovered he had already vanished from sight. Take good care of yourself, Natasha murmured, shaking her head and letting out another sigh. Back at home, Joss gazed out the window, yet his heart remained heavy with unrelieved turmoil. Although Natasha had surmised part of the truth, she remained unaware that the creature attacking Peter Parker and the others was, in fact, the symbiote whip he had unleashed. In other words, it could be said that Ben's demise was a consequence of Joss's own actions. Despite Joss's swift arrival at Peter Parker's residence upon realizing something was amiss, and his effortless defeat of the not-so-powerful symbiote whip, he could not alter the grim reality of Ben's death. Everything unfolded as Joss had once envisioned, with the threats posed by formidable foes and the terror of the symbiote compelling Peter Parker to truly become Spider-Man. Yet, all of this diverged dramatically from the script he had meticulously prepared, and even Ben Parker, who had narrowly escaped death, departed this world in a most abrupt manner. His state had been deteriorating over the past few days, primarily because he held himself entirely accountable for Ben's death. All his preparations had gone to waste. And by a cruel twist of fate, the robber had once again taken Ben Parker's life, as if the world line were collapsing, leading everything back to square one. The only distinction this time was Joss's intervention. Are you still troubled by that matter? Upon hearing Joss's return, Lilith emerged from her room. Lilith, do you think what I did was right or wrong? Joss's face revealed an uncommon vulnerability, as if he had found a lifeline in her presence. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers are either resplendent in their brilliance or willingly immerse themselves in darkness for the sake of justice. They make exceptional comrades, yet they are not qualified as psychological guides. Although Black has spent the most time with Joss, her perspective as a symbiote is ill-suited for counsel. Tornado has only known Joss for a few days, and her upbringing in the slums leaves her untroubled by such matters, rendering her an unsuitable conversational partner. Only Lilith, at this moment, can allow Joss to reveal his vulnerabilities. However, upon hearing Joss's words, she shook her head and said, I am sorry, but I cannot comprehend what you are saying. I was raised to be a killing machine and have never attempted to save anyone. Joss merely tugged at the corner of his mouth, letting out a resigned sigh. Yet, even during missions, I have always adhered to the notion of not harming anyone outside the target. Though it may seem foolish, it is enough to bring me some semblance of peace. Lilith took a seat opposite Joss, casually discussing seemingly irrelevant topics. Peace of mind. Yes, if what you do brings you peace, is that not sufficient? Lilith nodded and continued. No one can achieve perfection, nor can anyone possess complete control. You believe that releasing the symbiote led to that man's demise, but that was not your intention. Why burden yourself with guilt? Is it not the height of folly to refrain from action out of fear of harming others? Consider a worker who fabricates a screw. It may one day cause someone to contract tetanus. Would that worker choose not to produce screws because of that possibility? Perhaps her reasoning was somewhat strained. Yet Lilith's words pierced Joss's mind, allowing him to finally break free from the web of his own despair and draw a breath of relief. You are right. It was merely a coincidence, Joss sighed. Many things may seem simple in theory, and he could rationally understand them, yet emotionally, they remained difficult to accept. Lilith regarded Joss with a sidelong glance for a while, then quietly rose and retreated to her room. Just when Joss thought she was disinclined to engage further, Lilith's door swung open once more, accompanied by the sound of metal clattering to the floor. Lilith reappeared before Joss, clad in a black, form-fitting trench coat that accentuated her curves, her legs adorned with lethal blades that served as high heels, creating a rather intimidating appearance. However, from her abdomen upwards, she was completely exposed, save for a small iron plate covering her most intimate areas, rendering her provocative appearance an alluring contradiction to her fierce demeanor. How do I look? I am not very good at offering comfort, but you were quite eager to see me in this outfit last time, were you not? Lilith blushed, her gaze faltering as she looked at Joss. It may be hard for you to believe, but tomorrow I shall unveil my work. January has proven to be quite unfriendly to me. First, I was struck by an inexplicable skin ailment, and then a severe cold, which still lingers. Initially, I could manage 2 updates daily, but by the latter half of the month, I have barely managed to maintain a single update. This book was originally written merely for amusement, yet it has garnered a far more positive response than I anticipated. I am immensely grateful for your support. After the launch, I shall introduce more exhilarating twists, so let us embark on a thrilling journey within the Marvel Universe. Regarding the launch, it is not my first experience. However, previous attempts were met with unfortunate failures. I sincerely hope this time will not repeat such misfortunes. In any case, I plan to discreetly launch before the new year, squeezing every last bit of your red envelope money and year-end bonuses. Ahem. There will be a substantial update tomorrow, followed by a promotional event with clear and simple rules. For every 100 initial subscriptions, an additional chapter will be added. As for Ben Parker's situation, it has weighed heavily on Joss's heart for quite some time. He even delegated the task of persuading Spider-Man to join the Avengers to Stark. As for rewards, he has lost interest in contemplating them, which explains his absence from the funeral. Although he recognizes this may stem from his own sensitivity, Ben Parker was always destined to perish. His survival thus far has merely been a stroke of luck. The consequences of releasing the symbiote are beyond his personal desires. This situation resembles the classical dilemma of the trolley problem. On one track, 5 individuals are bound, and on another, a single person is tied. A speeding trolley approaches, and one must choose whether to pull the lever, diverting the trolley to the track with 1 individual, or do nothing and allow it to take the lives of 5. Normally, Joss would assert he would save the lone girl, yet the current circumstances have even left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Rationality ultimately falters in the face of emotion, which is part of what defines our humanity. At that moment, Lilith, in her own clumsy manner, sought to comfort Joss. The alluring dissolution of her attire, coupled with the faint blush on her otherwise expressionless face, caused Joss's inner turmoil to dissipate instantly. Is something wrong? Does it not look good? Lilith inquired softly, her gaze cast downward. No. It's absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Eggplant. I am ready to work immediately. Joss stammered, momentarily at a loss for words in the presence of Lilith's captivating appearance. As she herself stated, she may not be skilled at comforting others. Yet this very fact rendered her all the more endearing. Unfortunately, I cannot wear this wig. My own hair is too thick and it won't fit, she remarked, holding up a blue-purple wig as she gestured towards Joss. A wig, you say? Upon encountering the wig, Joss momentarily froze, but soon his thoughts crystallized, and the light in his eyes grew resolute. Lilith, if I were to offer you even greater power, would you accept it? At his words, Lilith initially appeared taken aback, but then she gently nodded and replied, You rescued me from the mire of the Hydra. Therefore, whatever you require, I shall comply. Not quite. Before she could finish, Joss abruptly interrupted her. It is not as you think. I have previously informed you that I am not your superior, and the Hydra is utterly vanquished. You need not heed anyone's commands any longer. However, Lilith, perhaps your initial impulse to save me stemmed from a momentary whim, or perhaps, as you stated, it was to find peace for yourself. Thus, what I am doing is merely a reflection of your own actions. Joss's gaze shifted from previous confusion to a direct focus on Lilith's face. Therefore, I beseech you, if possible, please assist me. Use your power to protect all that I cherish, both that which I possess now and that which I may acquire in the future. In that instant, Joss finally comprehended the turmoil that had plagued him for days. It was not merely the guilt of indirectly causing Ben's demise that troubled him, but rather the profound fear of being unable to safeguard what he held dear. Every individual possesses something they cherish. Even a traveler, having spent mere months in this world, can forge friendships and establish a life. His true dread lay in the potential shattering of those bonds. Listening to Joss's heartfelt words, Lilith remained silent for a moment, before suddenly breaking into a silent smile. Is that so? If that is the case, I assure you I shall wield this power to aid you and protect all that lies beyond your reach. Thank you. In that case, let us embrace this power. Joss also smiled as a faint glow emanated from his hands, brushing over Lilith's head. Every strand of hair touched by the light transformed into a lustrous blue-violet hue, while Lilith's presence surged, exuding an aura that was both formidable and imposing. Now there are 2 of the 4 horsemen. Should we ever depart from Earth or encounter troublesome matters, I need not worry about my home being compromised. Observing the rejuvenated Lilith, Joss felt his inner turmoil dissipate entirely. As her hair changed color, Lilith's appearance almost converged with that of the dissolved Lilith. Perhaps due to their prolonged contact, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, rendering her irresistibly adorable, prompting an overwhelming desire to embrace her. How utterly charming, Joss remarked, gazing at the enchanting Lilith. Did you just call me charming? Hearing his words, Lilith puffed her cheeks in playful protest, yet her demeanor was even more alluring than before. Side quest discovered. You should anticipate what is to come next. Quest requirement. Let us run towards home beneath the setting sun. Success reward. Do you really want a reward? Failure punishment. If you truly fail, you will lose 1,000 points as a token of the consequences. It is unclear what prompted the system to suddenly assert its presence. But Joss was initially oblivious to the implications, only to be propelled into a whirlwind of activity at breakneck speed. Clearing his throat, he acknowledged that his abilities had been enhanced, and he would need to adapt swiftly. Ignoring the notifications on the system panel, Joss calmly rose to leave, oblivious to the fleeting look of disappointment on Lilith's face behind him. Detected that the host has abandoned the mission. The task is about to fail. Let it fail. Then, I am no puppet of yours. Do you truly believe I will comply with every task presented? Joss scoffed disdainfully as he was teleported to the outskirts. What a coward. How dare you tarnish my reputation without reason? I simply do not wish to rush things. I am not Chum. Joss's eyes widened as he muttered incomprehensibly about following a sequence that pure love involves holding hands before kissing, filling the air with a light-hearted atmosphere. Hee, naive little virgin. Damn it. If you have the guts, come out and fight me. 97 has been born. Regardless of the events that transpired, time continues to march forward with unwavering calmness, unless, of course, one possesses the time stone, in which case one could engage in some mischievous exploits. A week had passed since the funeral of Parker. Although Joss continued his tasks, most ended in failure. Notably, he encountered Laura again, who had taken residence in the mutant school and showed no interest in joining the Avengers. Apart from that, the only significant development was Spider-Man finally joining the Avengers. As for Joss's envisioned hybrid symbiote, its status remained uncertain when SHIELD took over the Life Foundation. The laboratory was littered with corpses and dead symbiotes, leaving the outcome ambiguous. In addition to Spider-Man and the Kingpin, thanks to the technology provided by Tony Stark, an individual dubbed Super Backpack Guy also joined the Avengers, alleviating the personnel issue for the time being. However, Joss faced far graver concerns. Little Black is about to give birth. Although Joss had contemplated this possibility, the sudden announcement of Little Black's impending delivery was utterly shocking. Surely, no one would have dared to act behind my back. No, symbiotes do not reproduce like humans. Even if I had done something, this outcome should not have occurred. Joss sat in the living room, listening to the alluring yet distressing sounds emanating from the adjacent room, where Little Black seemed to be in a state of labor. His brow furrowed as he pondered the sudden urgency of Little Black's predicament, while simultaneously contemplating the nature of what might emerge from this unexpected event. However, the first question seemed rather inconsequential, for it was known that the Life Foundation had previously stimulated Venom's essence with some concoction, resulting in an unexpected quintuplet scenario. As for the second query, based on the narrative of the cinematic universe, most symbiotes transformed into Venom's kindred rather than progeny. Yet, the case of Carnage appeared to diverge from this norm. Previously, during his time at the Life Foundation's base, Joss had not encountered any Crimson symbiotes. After a moment of reflection, Joss surmised that this moment likely corresponded with the original Venom and Eddie's incarceration, a period during which Venom had given birth to the unfortunate Carnage. Upon confirming this, a plan began to form in Joss's mind. He resolved that he must seize Little Black at the earliest opportunity. However, Carnage was still in its nascent state, untainted by the madness of Cletus Kasady. Thus its potential for development remained exceptionally high. After ruminating for quite some time without arriving at a suitable method, Joss decided to set the matter aside. As the sounds from the neighboring room had ceased, with a creak that was somewhat unpleasant, Lilith emerged from the room. Glancing back inside where Little Black could still be seen gasping on the bed. What happened? Joss inquired, hastening toward Lilith. A spawn has been birthed, she replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Are you cursing or stating a fact? Joss asked, somewhat uncertain. Lilith appeared disinclined to engage in further discourse, presenting Joss with a blood-red, fleshy, egg-shaped object cradled in her hands. Indeed, it is an egg, Joss exclaimed, though he had never witnessed a symbiote producing a new entity before. He was uncertain whether this egg-like form represented a normal occurrence during the division of a symbiote or if it was a peculiar result of Little Black's modifications. Somewhat bemused, he accepted the vibrant egg from Lilith, noting that it appeared to have just been born, lacking even the instinct to parasitize, which allowed them to handle it with such ease. Detection of a unique symbiote. Carnage juvenile form. As Joss's fingers made contact with Carnage, an alert appeared in his mind. Calculating. Calculation complete. The following recommendations for handling Carnage are available. Option 1. Introduce a beautiful Carnage to this world. Allow Carnage to bond with you. Earning a fixed daily sum of 1,000 points of chaotic energy. If separated for more than 3 hours in a day, the energy will not be accrued. Permit Carnage to bond with any member of the Avengers, earning between 1,000 and 5,000 points of chaotic energy, depending on the target. Allow the entity of Carnage to inhabit its designated host, Cletus, and acquire 30,000 points of the source of demise. Option 2. Perhaps it will unveil a new realm. Completely eradicate Carnage to obtain 15,000 points of the source of demise. Transform Carnage. Consuming points according to the transformation template. Enhance an equipment using the form of Carnage, with point consumption varying based on the equipment. 2 plans, each with 3 options, seemingly offering vast choices. However, Joss sensed that the system must be laying a trap within. No, it is certain that a pitfall awaits. Setting aside option 2. Option 1 predominantly requires Carnage to parasitize those around him. Although he had contemplated this earlier, the sight of the tangible made Joss feel even more troubled, as the thought of this particular Carnage lingered in his mind as dangerous. While it has been stated that the nature of a symbiote aligns with its first host, in a certain universe within his memories, Carnage's initial host was Spider-Man, Peter Parker, who ultimately transformed into a cold-blooded murderer. Similarly, Riot, with a clear and brutal agenda since its arrival on Earth, also raises questions about its first host, an astronaut, who surely could not possess such a fanatical, anti-human disposition. How did such a character emerge? Even with a mere 1,000th of a chance, Joss was unwilling to risk allowing Carnage to parasitize him. Firstly, he lacked any need for this power. The current Carnage's ability to contend with him was uncertain, and even if it did, the benefits of such a symbiosis seemed minimal. Secondly, should it attach to those around him, he was far more concerned about their safety than about enhancement. Whether it be Lilith or the Avengers, he did not wish to witness any of them transform into bloodthirsty maniacs. As for crafting it into equipment, that too was a viable avenue. Yet Joss was not in dire need of gear at present. He certainly could not justify creating a spade or a jade pot as a set. Amidst his musings, he recalled that this was indeed the egg of Little Black. Perhaps it would be prudent to discuss this matter with her. Holding the fleshy egg, Joss turned to the recently roused Little Black. I'm utterly exhausted. Where's that thing I just birthed? Hurry up and stew it for me to replenish my strength. Upon hearing her words, Joss resolved not to inquire further into this absurdity. However, it was evident that in their original narrative, regardless of whether Carnage struck her or vice versa, both parties engaged in a deadly confrontation, entirely disregarding any semblance of familial ties. Furthermore, the ethical dilemma surrounding this purely sustenance-driven, in the literal sense, asexual reproduction, whether it should be considered a child or merely a clone, was indeed a perplexing matter worthy of extensive philosophical debate. Let it be for now. Perhaps it is best to set this issue aside for the moment. For the time being, unable to conceive a more suitable solution, Joss decided to make a trip to S.H.I.E.L.D. and returned with a preservation box. Though referred to as a preservation box, it was in fact one of the containers previously confiscated from the Life Foundation, specifically designed for housing symbiotes. This arrangement could temporarily be deemed a containment of the slaughter. After some contemplation, Joss realized it might still lack security. Thus, he cast a low-level illusion over the box, the same trick he had previously employed to deceive Apocalypse, rendering the area around the box seemingly empty. This completed the containment measures for the slaughter. To my astonishment, I found myself in possession of 2 symbiotes. The riot was manageable, merely a part of the hybrid, yet the slaughter was a significant figure in its own right. Now confined within the box, a rather peculiar sensation. With the issue of the slaughter resolved, matters concerning the Life Foundation appeared to reach a conclusion. As for Little Black, although Joss had contemplated taking her to visit Eddie in prison and informing him that she had assumed my form, he ultimately refrained from acting on that thought. Eddie, devoid of venom, was already in a dire predicament. It seemed unnecessary to subject him to further torment. Nonetheless, with the Life Foundation thoroughly eradicated, Eddie, wrongfully imprisoned due to their machinations, would not remain incarcerated for much longer. However, given his penchant for trouble without the capability to handle it, it was likely only a matter of time before he found himself ensnared in further complications. In recent days, Joss had not sought new recruits for the Avengers. Following the incident with Ben Parker, even though he had adjusted his mindset, he still felt a certain reluctance towards the task, preferring to refrain from further pursuits. On the other hand, joining the Avengers was not without its prerequisites. At the very least, one must possess a sense of justice. While it was not expected that one would sacrifice their life for others, A sense of responsibility to aid the weak was essential. Considering this criterion, despite the abundance of extraordinary individuals in the city, when excluding those already affiliated with organizations and the unequivocal lone wolves, the number of potential Avengers was quite limited. Although he had yet to secure any recruits, Joss could see the anticipated rewards on the system panel after having reached out to a few individuals. He soon realized that it would be more advantageous to devise a way to locate the Hulk and Thor. Of course, he had also entertained the notion that should these two remain elusive indefinitely, potentially even pushing them towards Thanos, he might acquire an astronomical amount of destructive power in one fell swoop. However, the consequences of such actions were all too evident, and it was clear that no favorable outcome awaited him. It was worth noting that after donning new gear, Thor had nearly forged a decisive conclusion with a single strike. His peak combat strength could very well rival that of Thanos within this universe. Furthermore, considering Hulk's limitless power fueled by sheer rage, there would be no need to reenact the events of Avengers: Infinity War. He could, if so inclined, hasten to ignite the Earth in a display for Thanos. But he would have to act swiftly to keep pace with the unfolding events. However, the task of recruiting new members has been overlooked, and neither the system nor the Avengers have assigned him any new responsibilities lately. Consequently, Joss is quite content to enjoy a few days of leisure, while Stark remains at home conducting research and Nick continues to oversee S.H.I.E.L.D. The other Avengers are busy pursuing leads on Bucky. Based on recent conversations between Joss and Steve, it appears they have traveled to Russia, engaging in combat with remnants of Hydra there, and it seems unlikely they will return anytime soon. Each day, Joss finds himself leaving home in the morning to perform good deeds, such as assisting lovely young women across the street or wandering through the slums in search of those in need of food. Do not misunderstand. He merely hopes to gather the remaining 2 enhancement slots, yet alas, he finds nothing. In the afternoons, he either strolls around Stark Tower or visits the casino to gamble a few rounds, not for profit, but merely to vex his opponents. Evenings are reserved for joyful moments spent with Lilith. Of course, there are occasional fools who, upon seeing Joss adorned with an array of gold and silver jewelry, approach him seeking trouble, only to be soundly dealt with by Joss in a fit of righteous indignation. However, this tactic has not lasted long, as the local thugs and lower-tier gangsters have become aware of a man who appears to be inviting theft with his ostentatious display, leading to a noticeable decline in criminal activity, transforming the city from Gotham into something resembling Metropolis. It seems the point system is indeed a significant trap. After several days of turmoil, Joss finally sighed and plopped down on a park bench. Although he had harbored concerns, the absence of incidents thus far had rendered them somewhat abstract. After testing the waters over the past few days, he has come to a disheartening conclusion. The acquisition of points from the system becomes increasingly challenging as time progresses. If this trend continues, will there come a day when I am utterly unable to earn points? While I often find this system rather absurd, the prospect of it becoming unusable is quite vexing. Though merely a conjecture, a sense of urgency has begun to creep into Joss's mind. This notion arises from the issues he has uncovered through his deliberate experimentation over the past few days. At least based on his recent tests, ordinary small-time thugs yield no points, as they pose no real threat. Even when he defeats groups of gang members, the points he receives are woefully limited. This mechanism is not unfamiliar to Joss. It resembles the dynamics in online games from his past life, where low-level players would find that monsters of level 10 do not grant experience or drop equipment. To put it positively, one might say it reflects an environmental shift. But in essence, it merely coerces players into engaging with higher-level monsters and more challenging dungeons, compelling them to spend more money when they are unable to succeed. The pressing question is, where can he possibly spend money now? Perhaps it would be easier to spend a life instead. The Hammer of Thor, despite the recognition of this issue, does not present a particularly grave crisis for Joss. It merely evokes a sense of discomfort. After all, when he eventually reaches a point where no amount of effort yields any rewards, it will signify that nothing in this world poses a threat to him. If he cannot perish, how can one label it as death? Just as ordinary individuals or petty criminals cannot offer any substantial rewards. For even if Joss were to lie on the ground and allow them to strike him all day, he would sustain little more than superficial injuries. Gang members might yield a modest return of points, perhaps in consideration of the firearms they wield. However, under normal circumstances, unless Joss were to act foolishly, he could easily evade gunfire by discerning the trajectory of bullets through the subtle shifts in muscle and the dilation of pupils. Even if he were to deliberately take a bullet, as long as it did not obliterate his brain, the chances of recovery from a gunshot wound to the heart remain plausible. Clearly, such scenarios do not align with the system's principle that danger begets greater rewards. Thus, these minimal threats to his life offer scant points. Presently, Joss finds himself in a rather precarious position, both superior and inferior to various tiers of combatants. In comparison to the likes of Hawkeye and Black Widow, his combat prowess vastly surpasses theirs, yet when pitted against true powerhouses, such as Wolverine in his prime, he may struggle to gain the upper hand. After all, while their fighting skills, strength, and agility may be on par, Wolverine possesses a unique resilience that complicates matters. In the Marvel Universe, individuals seem largely indifferent to the pursuit of personal power. Unlike the protagonists in Japanese anime, who consistently level up through battles, Marvel's characters rarely exhibit clear transformations in strength. For most, a sporadic workout, like hitting a punching bag or lifting weights, suffices as training. Within the narrative arcs of the first 3 Avengers films, the only characters who evidently evolved were Tony Stark and Thor. Tony continuously enhanced his energy systems and armor, showcasing new equipment and skills with each appearance. Thor, following the destruction of his hammer in Thor, Ragnarok, transformed into a self-generating powerhouse, and in Avengers, Infinity War, he acquired new gear, significantly boosting his overall strength. However, characters like Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff exhibited no discernible evolution in their abilities from their initial appearance to the moment Thanos extinguished their lives. Joss, on the other hand, harbors no desire to mirror their stagnant trajectory, debuting at the pinnacle, remaining there eternally, without any change in his capabilities. Armed with the confidence bestowed by his system and driven by a fervent desire for growth, he is far from content with the status quo. As Joss pondered, his phone suddenly emitted a rather subtle ringtone. Upon checking, he discovered a text message. What? That thing has actually appeared. Glancing at the message, Joss's expression transformed into one of astonishment. The message, though brief, conveyed that an unidentified extraterrestrial object had fallen to the ground in New Mexico. But it was not a meteorite. Rather, it resembled a hammer-like artificial object. Although SHIELD had already initiated an investigation in the area, the hammer could not be moved, prompting them to establish a temporary base for further study. With Steve and the others dispatched to Russia, and with the recent influx of new Avengers keeping Egghead occupied, they hoped that Joss could assess the situation. A hammer descending from the heavens, with the inability to be moved, this must surely be that object. Joss's expression shifted as he instantaneously teleported into SHIELD, slamming his hand on Nick Fury's desk and exclaiming, "I understand. This must be the project. What are you babbling about?" Nick Fury, startled by Joss's sudden appearance, nearly leapt from his chair. After a moment of regaining his composure, Nick felt grateful that he had not been engaged in playful antics with his secretary. For Joss's unpredictable arrivals were bound to induce a heart attack. Why can't you seek out something akin to that? A few levels of it should suffice to counter any issues, although those matters were inherently problematic. All right, if you have nothing better to do, just head over there. I'm busy here. Realizing that Joss was merely idling, Nick, feeling somewhat exasperated, chose to disregard him. It was frustrating. He was unable to reprimand him, and reasoning proved futile. Nick began to regret the moment he impulsively recruited Joss, only to soon reflect that had he not done so, the chaos Joss could have unleashed was unfathomable. He silently commended his own cleverness. Observing Nick Fury's overt eagerness to dismiss him, Joss smirked, unplugged his internet connection, and decisively departed from the SHIELD base. His visit was not solely born out of boredom. He also sought to glean information regarding Thor. However, he was acutely aware that it was improbable for him to know of Thor's existence, and he could not directly broach the topic. Moreover, with the God of Thunder's hammer having just landed, the uncertainty surrounding Thor's arrival and any potential contact with SHIELD remained. After spending a day at SHIELD, Joss at least confirmed that Nick and his colleagues had not yet discovered Thor's presence. Though Nick was cunning, he was relatively open with his own, refraining from engaging in underhanded tactics against his allies. The SHIELD has yet to establish contact with Thor, and it remains uncertain whether Loki has arrived on Earth. That mischievous mastermind possesses formidable capabilities. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Joss recognized that anyone associated with the God of Thunder is not to be underestimated. Even Loki, whose combat prowess appears minimal, possesses a physique that far surpasses that of a mere human, being a frost giant. Not to mention Thor, a member of the Asgardian pantheon, whose innate strength alone could easily overpower many of Earth's mightiest warriors. It seems prudent to approach any engagement with Thor with caution. Resolutely, Joss began to recall the plot of Thor. However, as he pondered, he remained oblivious to the fact that a girl clad in a skeletal armor-like coat had been observing him from a distance. Due to the absence of a teleportation point in New Mexico, Joss was compelled to travel there by plane. Lilith, having gained new powers, did not accompany him. And Little Black, having just laid eggs, was too weak to join. Nevertheless, Joss brought Tornado along to ensure she gained as much practical experience as possible. Although their time together was brief, he made good use of it by organizing key elements from the plot of Thor. Despite the significant divergence between this world and the original cinematic universe, Thor, as a newcomer to Earth, should still have some experiences that align with the original narrative. Upon further reflection, Joss realized that a thick shroud of mystery enveloped the series of events surrounding Thor and the Asgardians. The most perplexing aspect was the decision of Odin, the Allfather, to cast Thor's hammer down to Earth. Why would he send Thor here to undergo trials to become a superhero? Are there no other planets in the universe capable of imparting to Thor the concepts of heroism and justice? Is Earth truly the only place where these lessons can be learned? Moreover, the existence of Mjolnir itself is rather enigmatic. In the first film, Odin proclaimed the hammer to be a symbol of Thor's identity, suggesting that if Thor could not master his inner desires and strength, the hammer should be discarded, allowing anyone who could lift it to gain Thor's power. At first glance, this seemed straightforward. However, in the narrative of Thor, Ragnarok, Odin made a rather startling remark. Are you the god of hammers or the god of thunder? Upon encountering this line, Joss nearly erupted with laughter. What was this? A sudden reversal after years of promoting the hammer? How could anyone take this seriously? This cunning old man. Initially, he asserted that whoever could wield the hammer would obtain the power of Thor, only to later imply that Thor's strength was intrinsic, with the hammer merely functioning as a tool. If Joss had initially believed Odin was sending Thor to Earth for a trial by suffering, he soon realized that there was likely some ulterior motive at play. The nature of this scheme remains ambiguous. It is uncertain whether it targets the domain of the Asgardians, Earth, or perhaps a more elevated objective aimed at celestial beings of similar stature to him. This is beyond the purview of Joss. However, aside from this, another complication has emerged alongside Thor, the destroyer armor. One can only wonder how a civilization steeped in magic, such as the Asgardians, could conjure such a mechanical marvel. Yet its physical resilience is virtually unparalleled, even surpassing that of Iron Man's technological suit during the same period. Nevertheless, it remains unclear whether this was a deliberate design by Odin or an inherent flaw, for the destroyer armor exhibits a notably weak resistance to lightning. Joss recalls that when Thor first gained the recognition of Mjolnir, he dealt a devastating blow to the destroyer armor with his electrified hammer, rendering it utterly helpless. Contemplating his own sword of mercy, which also possesses the capacity to deliver high-voltage shocks, Joss muses that while it may not rival Thor's Pikachu-like prowess, it should still yield some effect. Logically, Joss could merely observe this unfolding incident, yet he knows all too well that the system will surely contrive some task for him. Thus, preparing for battle becomes an essential undertaking. Fortunately, with his sword of mercy in hand, Joss finds little to worry about regarding weaponry. However, he recalls that a few days prior, Tony had requested him to retrieve his suit from Stark Tower. On one hand, Joss has acquired the Infinite Suit, which boasts unrivaled quality and thickness. On the other, he is not particularly enamored with the form-fitting costumes commonly seen in American comics. This suit, however, stands apart. The upper half consists of several slender black bands, while the lower half features black trousers, all crafted from the finest Stark technology materials. Although Tony fails to comprehend Joss's rationale behind the design, he is nonetheless intrigued by the name Deep Dark Fantasy that Joss has chosen. The entirety of the suit is constructed from Stark's superior materials, akin to Iron Man's armor, albeit lacking some mechanical components. It not only safeguards the joints and addresses vulnerabilities in the Infinite Suit, but also allows for the inconspicuous carrying of 4 water bottles on his back, without hindering mobility. Initially, this was to mitigate the impact of a potential explosion of the water containers on the effectiveness of a desperate battle. But Joss later opted to replace 2 of the bottles with a mixture of stimulants, nutrients, and medical supplies, thus providing himself with a modicum of sustenance. However, this design inevitably reminds Joss of another individual, his neighbor, Mr. Bane. Well, he is unlikely to traverse the cosmos to accuse Joss of plagiarism regarding his concept, so it should be fine. In addition to finally acquiring the suit, Joss has also resolved a matter that has occupied his thoughts for quite some time: his title. Much like Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow, Joss had contemplated adopting a moniker for himself. However, the notion of bestowing a title upon oneself felt rather peculiar, and thus he had refrained from doing so. Yet, following a recent monumental battle and his subsequent endeavors in the city, he found that many had spontaneously begun to refer to him as that person. What an absurdity! Why on earth had this become my heroic appellation? Am I to be likened to a reincarnation of Voldemort? At this moment, Joss felt a twinge of regret. Had he known better, he would have heeded Nick's advice and chosen a simple, comprehensible name instead. Unfortunately, This was not a matter within his control. It had simply morphed into a colloquial term for him. Even if he were to devise a new heroic name now, people would still refer to him as that person. It seemed he would be forever shackled to this title. Nevertheless, while this was indeed a source of annoyance, it ultimately bore no significant impact on his life. With a sigh, Joss cast the matter aside and redirected his focus back to the system. Having refrained from lottery draws for an extended period to accumulate points for system upgrades, he finally amassed a total of 100,000 points. With nothing else demanding his attention, Joss resolved to upgrade the system and see what changes ensued. Without further ado, he pressed the upgrade button, instantly reducing his points to a mere fraction of their former quantity, while the system underwent a remarkable transformation. System upgrade complete. Host receives upgrade gift pack 1. Fusion function activated. Description: combine 5 abilities or items of the same level, mixable, into a higher level ability or item. Each fusion does not require the source of demise, but carries a 30% chance of yielding nothing. Storage function activated. Description: spend a certain number of points to store non-system items within the system space. Retrieval also requires expenditure of points. Pay-to-play function activated. Description: exchange real currency or precious metals for sources of demise. These points cannot be used for lotteries or system upgrades, but may be deducted for other additional services provided by the system. Voice announcer selection function activated. Description: tired of cold electronic voices? Spend points to select a preferred announcer. Choices include various voices such as mature women, young girls, uncles, elderly men, aliens, and little sprites. Bring home your adorable announcer for just 998 points. Next level requirements. Upgrade conditions not met. Please continue your efforts, host. Following the system's update, it seemed to have acquired an array of rather trivial functions, yet these were not the focal point of Joss's concern. He is not such a dull individual. Even in his previous life, he was the type who would prioritize performance over appearance. How could he possibly squander the funds for a tenfold draw on something as trivial as a broadcaster? Thus, after casually selecting a Daisuke broadcaster, he turned his attention to exploring other functionalities. Is there a problem? None, I presume. However, aside from this particular feature, the other 3 functionalities proved to be remarkably practical. As Joss increased his card drawing frequency, he accumulated at least 100 useless or redundant abilities, along with a plethora of miscellaneous items. The introduction of the fusion function is undoubtedly timely, should he manage to merge all these utterly worthless possessions. Even cards could be forcibly upgraded. Naturally, this notion exists merely in Joss's imagination. According to the 5-to-1 merging rule, synthesizing a high-level ability would require a staggering 125 items, translating to a whopping 120,000 points. This does not even account for the potential failures during the process, indicating that this ability can only serve as a supplementary means. Relying solely on it to transition from obscurity to prominence is rather unrealistic. Conversely, the storage function is akin to a sleepyhead encountering a pillow for Joss. Just like this journey, since he could not accompany the S.H.I.E.L.D. members, he had to board a commercial flight to New Mexico. Although the backing of S.H.I.E.L.D. allows him to bring formidable items like Mercy aboard the plane, it still presents numerous inconveniences. Being able to place tangible objects into the system's space undoubtedly saves him from a myriad of unnecessary troubles. While the fact that accessing this feature incurs points may seem a bit exasperating, Joss is hardly the type to be bothered by such minor tactics employed by the system. Moreover, the system thoughtfully offers premium services, which only adds to his vexation. Nevertheless, this feature is indeed a rare gem. Just the other day, Joss was fretting over the issue of exterminating larvae. Wouldn't he tossing them into the system solve the problem effortlessly? After all, those creatures have yet to develop intelligence, so there is no concern about fitting them in. Furthermore, if Joss were to acquire the Infinity Stones in the future, he could simply toss them into the system space. What could Thanos do then? Even if he could annihilate half the universe's life, what does that matter? What of the Avengers' storyline in the end? Can he breach the system? Given the nature of this system, such matters remain uncertain. In conclusion, as long as Joss is alive, Thanos shall not lay claim to anything within the system space. Even if he were to be outmatched or perish in battle, he would never relinquish the stones. How delightful. But wait, the time has yet to come. Victory is still uncertain. Casting aside the trivialities swirling in his mind, there remain numerous aspects of this system space yet to be explored, but that will require gradual experimentation. Perhaps due to the subtlety of the system's capabilities, Joss has developed a habit of maximizing any power he acquires. Even when presented with an unremarkable 45, he feels compelled to experiment with its potential as a cutting board. After reviewing the system upgrade project, he eagerly anticipates the unboxing phase. It must be noted that each gift package accompanying a system upgrade proves to be remarkably potent. Despite the system's usual tendencies, they consistently possess considerable practical value. Thus, Joss harbors significant expectations for this upgrade package. As the package is unveiled, a dazzling array of effects reminiscent of a web-based game illuminates the system interface, revealing an object before Joss. What on earth is this? Displayed on the system panel is a stone approximately 90 centimeters tall. The stone resembles a cylinder, wider at the base and tapering towards the top, seemingly lacking any extraordinary features, save for a blue object akin to a sword's hilt perched atop, which appears rather intriguing. Name: the sword in the stone yet to be drawn. Rarity. Effect 1. Curry Stick. Sealed. Unusable, converts all power released by the user into pure light. Effect 2. The stone. The stone encasing the sword is an embodiment of the planet's will and cannot be eradicated. Effect 3. Do not attempt to withdraw. When placed on the ground, it cannot be moved. Retrieval requires payment. Remark: the legendary Sword of Kings, wielded by the Knight King Arthur Pendragon, is regarded as the most powerful artifact and serves as a symbol of Arthur's might and nobility. However, as only Artoria is capable of drawing the sword, it has been excavated along with the stone. While it cannot be used as a sword, it would still inflict considerable damage when used as a bludgeon. Rubbing his eyes, Joss glanced back at the system interface, and upon confirming that the text remained unchanged, he could only sigh in exasperation. It is not the first day he has encountered this system. Would he voice his complaints? Certainly not. However, if one were to consider the effects described, could this not be viewed as a diminished version of Captain America's shield? While it lacks the ability to absorb all impact, the combination of effects 2 and 3 could instantaneously create a temporary invulnerable barrier when thrown to the ground, albeit at a cost each time, which is rather irksome. Moreover, beyond its use as a shield, Joss could feel its considerable weight. Should it be hurled, its sheer force might rival that of the Great Sword of Mercy. In a realm beyond the bounds of conventional understanding, several peculiar white creatures convened to discuss matters. Their appearance resembled that of superheroes ensnared by venom, donned in inverted armor. Their bodies adorned with crystalline formations, while their heads bore the semblance of skull masks. Despite their vibrant and striking colors, they evoke an even more sinister aura than the darkened superheroes infected by venom. The Venomous Clan, a tribe of parasitic symbiotes dwelling within a parallel universe. They exhibit greater strength and discipline than the ordinary venom symbiotes. While symbiotes like Venom seek a mutualistic relationship with their hosts, the venomous aspire to complete consumption, usurping their hosts and transforming their bodies into mere possessions. Furthermore, the corrosive capabilities of these symbiotes are terrifyingly formidable. Even Steve Rogers, the indomitable Captain America, is not immune to the fate of becoming a mindless venom warrior. The reason lies in the fact that the transformation induced by the venomous does not forcibly invade the host's body like typical venom symbiotes. Rather, it manifests as an image of the target's most beloved, compelling them to willingly accept the transformation. Once they embrace this illusory lover, they are irrevocably bound as slaves to the venomous. In this universe, even Thanos has succumbed to becoming a venom symbiote. Their existence is undeniably terrifying. Before this formidable group, a projection displayed a photograph of Joss, an individual observed by Doctor Strange, the one who eradicated Slaughter in his universe. A venomous symbiote, clad in a mechanical armor seamlessly integrated with its form, pointed at the projection, evidently a venom-infused Iron Man. Although the Avengers of this universe have been entirely consumed by the venomous, it does not hinder their collaboration. The existence of Slaughter poses a significant threat to us. Capturing him may reveal how he obliterated it, spoke the venomous Captain America solemnly. Let Gwen go. Her abilities are relatively modest, making her less likely to attract the attention of the suppressors in that world, suggested the venomous Black Widow. Her words met with no dissent. A commonality within the Venomous clan. After a thorough discussion, the decision was made, and Gwen, infected by the venomous, was swiftly transported to the universe where Joss resided. No one sensed the impending crisis from the parallel universe. Perhaps someone did, but they chose silence. Regardless, for the time being, Joss remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Why on earth did they assign me this task? This is utterly unreasonable, Gwen lamented as she sat aboard a plane en route to New Mexico, her frustrations spilling forth. The origins of this young girl are nothing short of extraordinary. If one were to seek a parallel to her experiences within this world, it would undoubtedly be found in the persona of Joss. The universe in which Gwen resides mirrors that of Joss's previous existence, where all tales of Marvel transpired solely within the realms of cinema and comic books. Yet, this whimsical girl possesses an undeniable vigor and an imaginative spirit, managing to transport herself into the Marvel universe, thereby becoming an autonomous traveler through dimensions. Unlike the majority of extraordinary beings within Marvel, she lacks any inherent powers. However, her knowledge of the events and characters within this universe is extensive. In terms of her grasp over the Marvel narrative, she might even surpass Joss, an experienced viewer. Whenever Gwen encounters various events in the Marvel realm, she consistently devises astonishingly creative and remarkably useful plans. However, her intellect often veers towards the eccentric, reminiscent of Deadpool, leading her to engage in antics that can be quite exasperating. This behavior can likely be attributed to the arrogance inherent in her role as a traveler, compounded by her own limitations, which render her susceptible to exploitation. In the realm of Venom, she has succumbed to the infection, becoming a member of the Venom family, thus rendering her extensive knowledge largely ineffectual. As a combatant, she does not possess much more prowess than an armed bystander, which ultimately led to her being dispatched to this locale to avoid attracting the attention of formidable entities like the Ancient One. Her mission is relatively simple: to transfer the Venom symbiote she carries onto Joss, a task that poses no combat-related challenges aside from the need to approach him. Why can't I remove this armor? If not, how am I supposed to apply makeup? She lamented, tugging at the helmet encasing her face, only to return empty-handed and filled with disappointment. It remains uncertain whether Venom exhibits particular difficulties with those who possess a less than stable mental state. While Deadpool was able to adeptly navigate the complexities of a symbiotic relationship, Gwen has never defied the commands of the Venom hive mind. However, she is quite resolute when it comes to betraying her allies. In a world populated by entities akin to Queen Ants and Soldier Ants, Gwen and Deadpool stand as anomalies. Nonetheless, even within the narrative of the Venom universe, the two are exceptional cases, making them poor references for dealing with the Venom symbiote. Yet, such matters are of little concern to Gwen at present. Her primary dilemma lies in how to approach Joss. The armor generated by the Venom symbiote does not easily blend into its host, leaving a conspicuous trace. Those infected by Venom are forever marked by their crystalline skull-like appearance, unable to conceal their identities. Fortunately, the inhabitants of this world are quite familiar with superheroes, and thus, Gwen's appearance elicits little reaction. Had she found herself elsewhere, her eccentric attire would undoubtedly have led to immediate apprehension. Having successfully boarded the aircraft, Gwen found herself devoid of any concrete plans. The presence of Joss was undeniably unlike any character she had encountered in her comic books, leaving her utterly ignorant of his preferences and habits. Consequently, the prospect of ambushing him became exceedingly troublesome. During the hours spent in transit, Gwen finally devised a strategy for herself. Step 1. Locate Joss. Step 2. Launch the symbiote. Step 3. Either abscond with Joss or make her escape. Well, in any case, good luck, Gwen. Joss is the one. As Joss's flight touched down, he did not endure the typical agonizing wait for clearance from the airport authorities. Rather, he and the Tornado disembarked ahead of the crowd and proceeded directly to the waiting vehicle of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents en route to the scene of the incident. However, the Tornado refrained from accompanying him, partly due to her reluctance to explain her identity and partly to afford her a moment to explore the city for practice. The site where Thor's hammer had fallen was situated in the suburbs, and with S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel already cordoning off the area, Joss encountered no delays on his journey, swiftly arriving at the temporary base. Upon entering the facility, Joss was promptly intercepted by a man who appeared notably serious and austere. The driver who had accompanied Joss to this location seemed to hold a lower rank than his counterpart, and, upon hearing the inquiry, offered a somewhat obsequious explanation. This is Mr. Joss, dispatched by Director Nick from headquarters. Relevant documents were sent this morning, but you may have missed them while in the laboratory. The driver's words flowed smoothly, as if to suggest that this was merely an unfortunate oversight. However, it was evident that the other party was well aware of Joss's arrival, particularly as he had been sent by Nick to address the situation. This display was likely intended to assert dominance over Joss. As anticipated, the stern man did not yield, raising his chin slightly and scoffing. Sent by Nick, you say? Another one of his so-called superheroes? Does he truly believe that these spandex-clad dilettantes can perform better than us seasoned scientists? Though the man's remarks were rather ungracious, there was a kernel of truth in his assertion. While superheroes often appear omnipotent, their involvement can frequently complicate matters further. For instance, tasking Wolverine with eliminating a target may pose no issue, yet assigning him the role of an educator would undoubtedly lead to chaos. A prime example of this is Deadpool's ill-fated attempt at persuasion, which, due to his irreverent tongue, escalated a minor conflict into a catastrophic war between humans and mutants, culminating in the need for a figure resembling a governor to journey from the future to avert such calamity. At this moment, the research task remained unchanged. These scientists were bustling about, and then Nick casually mentioned that Garth had taken over, bringing in someone whose purpose was utterly unclear. If it had been Tony Stark, that would have been one thing. Such a genius possesses a mind that ordinary researchers dare not fathom. For a mere glance from him could yield results that would take them a week to achieve. Yet who was this Joss? Who could possibly know? The serious man's anger stemmed not only from the sudden arrival of personnel from above, but also from his frustration at the involvement of an obscure individual like Joss. Perhaps other emotions swirled within him as well, all of which culminated in the current predicament. As the primary target of this conflict, Joss maintained a calm facade. But internally, he was a tempest of emotions, his muscles trembling with barely restrained tension. It had not been easy. After traversing through so many days, he finally encountered the traditional scenario of a time traveler, an opportunity for grandstanding and face-slapping. Moreover, his opponent was impressively formidable, launching an unrelenting verbal onslaught that would allow Joss, with a slight application of his wits, to transform the serious man's stance completely, executing a dramatic turnaround. Whether it was due to the inherent flaws of this world or his own peculiarities, or perhaps, most likely, the dysfunction of his system, Joss felt that his life post-transmigration had never been normal. From the initial tests to his first battle and the myriad of experiences that followed, each recollection seemed absurdly comical, devoid of the exhilarating thrill that one would expect from a time traveler. Yet today presented a rare opportunity, a splendid chance indeed. If it were any other subject, Joss might not have been able to interject, but the matter of Thor's hammer was one with which he was intimately familiar. Before his crossing, he had 3 figurines of it at home. How could he not be well acquainted? Should the topic arise, he could effortlessly regurgitate every function of the hammer, leaving the researchers, who had been perplexed for days, utterly astonished. Clearing his throat and preparing to adopt a sage-like demeanor, Joss was ready to speak. However, the S-H-I-E-L-D agent who had driven him interrupted, his tone a blend of admiration and reverence, his voice quivering slightly as he exclaimed, "Sir, he is that person." Upon hearing this, the serious man's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze towards Joss transforming into one of incredulity, as he incredulously queried, "What? You are that person?" The exclamation was far from subdued. Nearby S-H-I-E-L-D personnel, who had been hastily passing by, halted in their tracks, their eyes fixated on Joss with an intensity reminiscent of a butcher boy being eyed by a group of startled old ladies. "Did you hear that? He is that person. Of course, I am not deaf, and I have indeed met that individual. Oh my, I never anticipated that individual would arrive here. It seems that this time, the item is even more precious than we had imagined. Do not fret, since that person has come, there will be no issues." A cacophony of voices erupted within the makeshift base, and before long, news of that person's arrival spread throughout the entire establishment. Upon learning of Joss's identity, even the stern man exhibited a smile, shedding his earlier demeanor of deliberate provocation, humbly guiding Joss into the base. However, Joss remained utterly bewildered, greeting those nearby with a perplexed expression. "Why does it seem as though you all know me? Have I accomplished something noteworthy? Why has your attitude shifted so dramatically upon hearing that I am that person? No, prior to this, what on earth does that designation entail? Why do you all appear to comprehend this inexplicable title? Why do I seem to have transformed into a long-celebrated hero? Moreover, where are you taking me? While I yearn to impress, I possess no expertise in scientific research. What significance is there in being brought to behold Mjolnir?" When the stern man finally brought Joss before the legendary hammer, he remained in a state of confusion, standing beside Mjolnir. It felt as if countless wild horses were galloping through his mind, though he was undeniably intrigued to witness this fabled artifact. It was not under such a watchful crowd that he wished to do so. Heaven knows why these individuals hold such reverence for that person. Upon reflection, perhaps it is not so puzzling after all. This individual achieved the highest score in the history of S-H-I-E-L-D's rookie assessment, likely setting a benchmark for the future. On the same day, as a mere recruit, he saved numerous students and even instructors, single-handedly confronting adversaries that even the formidable Black Widow and Nick Fury, the agency's director, could not best. Shortly after formally joining S-H-I-E-L-D, he thwarted Hydra's plans against the Avengers and received an invitation to join their ranks. Hardly a few days of respite passed before he dismantled a family of vampires that posed a dire threat to humanity. Having accomplished so many significant feats, Joss's gaze extended beyond American soil, swiftly concluding a conflict on the Egyptian battlefield. Upon returning to America, he found himself amidst the calamity in Twist City, where his somewhat diminutive frame, compared to many superheroes, bore the brunt of the front line, vanquishing a beast capable of obliterating an entire city. It is no exaggeration to assert that, even when dispersed, These events would be enough for an ordinary individual to be hailed as a superhero. Yet, astonishingly, Joss bore the entirety of this burden alone. The more trivial or embarrassing aspects of his journey remained undisclosed, while the simplified details were reimagined by others, elevating Joss to a status akin to that of a divine savior. Truly, what an extraordinary transformation. However, in the face of such results, Joss felt no excitement whatsoever. Instead, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of embarrassment and frustration. At that moment, Joss finally grasped the reality that he was not merely pretending to be knowledgeable. He lacked any true understanding. Moreover, more troublesome than the questions posed was the fervent gaze cast upon him by those around. So intense, it was nearly unbearable. What did they mean by the cosmic debris' magnetic field emitting rays that could induce effects? These were concepts he had never encountered before. And what of the immutable spatial coordinates of the cosmic debris and the fluctuations in nearby energy? By the time he reached the end of their inquiries, Joss had completely surrendered. These researchers spoke in a language incomprehensible to him. Initially, Joss had hoped that the scant memories in his mind might prove useful, but it became evident that they were utterly insignificant. He knew from reading comics that this hammer possessed the power to unleash lightning. Yet the researchers were not interested in such trivialities. Their focus lay on understanding the formation of lightning, the source of energy, and the means of manipulation. Where was he to procure answers to such questions? While it was likely the system could provide this information, it would certainly cost him points. Ultimately, the research of the hammer bore little relevance to him. It was merely a futile expenditure of resources. In truth, Nick Fury had likely sent him here primarily to maintain order, to prevent any reckless intruders from attacking the temporary base, rather than to delve into the mysteries of the hammer. After all, he was not an expert in this field. It was absurd to expect him to study a hammer. Yet, these researchers regarded him as an omnipotent figure, their eager eyes fixed on him, hoping he might proffer some profound insights. Faced with their starry-eyed anticipation, Joss cleared his throat and decided to speak candidly. I am here solely to ensure the hammer remains safeguarded from theft. As for the research, I trust you will all exert your utmost efforts. Truly, that individual was deserving of admiration. Such an object was hardly worthy of their scrutiny. Nonsense. That individual clearly did not wish to compete with us lowly researchers for accolades. He would undoubtedly grasp the hammer's intricacies with but a glance. Silence might have been preferable. But as those words left his lips, astonishment rippled through the crowd, their speculative theories leaving Joss too intimidated to respond. Fortunately, despite their fervor, these individuals maintained a solid professional ethic. After the initial chaos subsided, they returned to their stations, diligently resuming their tasks. In truth, most of their work consisted merely of unceasingly observing the hammer, as it could not be moved, and with the tools at hand being insufficient. Their research relied on portable instruments. Once Joss found himself free from their incessant inquiries, he breathed a sigh of relief and took a closer look at the mighty hammer of Thor. Before him lay the hammer of Thor, an object that bore an uncanny resemblance to its cinematic counterpart, radiating a lustrous metallic sheen. The upper portion featured a hammerhead approximately the size of two clenched fists, while the lower half comprised a graspable handle with a strap designed to encircle the hand. One must admit, in terms of aesthetics, it did not exude an air of grandeur. It resembled the hammer used by the elderly gentleman residing below Joss's apartment, a tool more suited for mundane tasks than for heroic endeavors. Aside from its somewhat ornate patterns and the appealing metallic hue, it seemed unremarkable. Nevertheless, seizing a rare opportunity, Joss felt compelled to ascertain whether he could lift this formidable implement. Ensuring no one was watching, he extended his hand towards the slender handle. Truth be told, Joss held a keen interest in the hammer's certification mechanism. In the comics, countless individuals had lifted it, and even the neighboring giant had made a cameo, wielding it with ease. In the cinematic realm, Captain America had managed to shift it slightly, leaving Thor visibly astonished. This suggested that the hammer was not merely subject to a fingerprint authentication system, inaccessible to anyone other than Thor. However, if what Odin claimed were true, that only those possessing qualities of righteousness, goodness, and bravery could wield it, one might argue such a notion was rather exaggerated. After all, Odin himself had slain countless foes and toppled numerous kingdoms, making him arguably the least qualified to lift the hammer by his own standards. Moreover, the goddess of death, Hela, had not only lifted it, but had also crushed it, raising questions about whether her character could indeed be deemed worthy. Pondering this, Joss rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Suspecting he had stumbled upon a potential oversight, he leaned closer to the hammer, adopting a conspiratorial demeanor, and softly whispered, "Hey there, if you don't let me lift you, I'll melt you down and turn you into a toilet plug. Do you believe that?" After menacing the hammer with his threat, Joss felt satisfied and straightened up, gripping the handle firmly. "Hey, rise for me." With muscles clearly defined, Joss summoned an immense surge of strength from his wrist, capable of effortlessly lifting weights in the range of 5 to 600 kilograms. As the adage goes, one must strike when the hammer is unsuspecting. Yet when Joss exerted his strength, it was as if the hammer were welded to the ground, even if it were a solid block of iron. Joss believed he could twist it free, yet the hammer of Thor remained immovable. He sighed, having hoped there might be a charming hammer spirit within that could comprehend human speech. Alas, it appeared to possess a mechanical recognition system instead. Joss, unable to lift the hammer of Thor, found himself not overly disappointed. After all, he never believed himself to possess such protagonist-like strength that a divine artifact would simply acknowledge him upon his approach. However, the distinction between being unable to move and lacking the desire to do so is significant. A single failed attempt did not deter Joss from his aspirations. It is worth noting that the sword in the stone has a somewhat similar premise, yet the system extracted it through a specific method. Perhaps a similar approach could be employed here. Resolute in his decision, Joss took out the sword of mercy and struck the ground around the hammer thrice, carving a triangular excavation to unearth the mighty weapon. Initially, the task progressed smoothly, as the soil yielded to his strikes as effortlessly as tofu. However, disappointment soon followed. While the earth beneath the hammer could be displaced at will and the hammer itself would obey the laws of physics and fall, this did not allow for any alteration in the hammer's position through the mere removal of the surrounding soil. Indeed, the sword of victory and the sword of the covenant, known as the sword in the stone, had that stone serving more as a pedestal or sheath. Thus, one could easily take it along with the stone itself, highlighting a fundamental difference from the hammer of Thor. Contemplating this, Joss ultimately relinquished his attempts to lift the hammer, whether through conventional means or unorthodox methods. He surmised that the researchers here had likely explored most conceivable strategies, and the fact that none had succeeded in moving the hammer even a fraction underscored the rarity of its vulnerabilities. Consequently, Joss reached out and made contact with the hammer, subsequently storing it within the confines of his system space. What to do when faced with an insurmountable challenge? Naturally, one must overturn the table. The spatial position of the hammer would remain unaltered, correct? By directly placing it into the system space and later retrieving it. The hammer itself had not been moved an inch from a dynamics perspective. In truth, even without the aid of the system, Joss could surmise the nature of the hammer's recognition system. Ordinarily, as Odin had articulated, one must earn the hammer's acknowledgement by fulfilling certain specific traits. Yet beyond that, sheer strength could also allow one to wield it effortlessly. However, the magnitude of power required likely approaches that of a celestial being. Nevertheless, as Joss secured the hammer, the system notified him of acquiring 1,000 points of reckless origin, suggesting that his actions had drawn the attention of some entities. Judging by the points accrued, it seemed to indicate mere observation for the time being, devoid of any immediate peril. Although the decision to stow away the hammer was somewhat impulsive, Joss had no intention of discarding it casually, for entering and exiting such realms incurs a cost, does it not? Moreover, Joss harbored a certain intrigue regarding the power of Mjolnir. The automatic selection of a master was merely one of its characteristics. What truly captivated him was Odin's proclamation that whosoever wielded the hammer would gain the might of the thunder god. Although the old man later retracted his statement, suggesting that everything hinged on Thor's own capabilities and had nothing to do with the hammer, Joss was convinced that the reliance on the hammer to unleash lightning concealed some deeper mystery. While mastering the essence of lightning seemed implausible, given that it was likely tied to the physiology of the Aesir, exploring its functions of guidance, control, and assistance in the release of lightning promised substantial contributions to the scientific applications of energy. Among the Avengers, many wielded scientific prowess, aside from Iron Man, whose metallic form stood as a testament to technology. Hawkeye's arrows, the contents of a certain someone's backpack, and Black Panther's suit all relied on various technological foundations. Undoubtedly, should they succeed in analyzing the technology of Mjolnir and enhancing it, future battles would undoubtedly become less arduous. However, leaving a gap in the matter was not ideal. Although SHIELD might ultimately fail to make significant discoveries, it was unreasonable for Joss to leave empty-handed. Furthermore, Thor would eventually return for his hammer. Although he currently lacked the ability to wield it, it was certain that he would not linger in this place without it, given Thor's unpredictable nature. If he were to flee, one could scarcely predict where he might end up, complicating any future endeavors to reintegrate him into the Avengers. After a moment's contemplation, Joss decided to deepen the pit he had just excavated. He retrieved the sword in the stone from the system and inserted it into the ground, then covered it with soil, ensuring it appeared indistinguishable from before. While the color had changed, it could simply be a result of differing air conditions causing oxidation. Could it not? Regardless, no one would dare to pull it out. Who could assert that it was not a hammer concealed within? Satisfied with his work, Joss stood up and exchanged greetings with the personnel at the base before temporarily departing. Remaining there would be of no assistance. He might even be implicated in the anomaly surrounding Mjolnir. After all, Nick Fury had summoned him primarily to ensure the hammer's safety. And now it was secure enough that even if Thor awakened, he would be unable to retrieve it. Joss felt no concern whatsoever. Upon returning to the city and reuniting with Tornado, they found a modest inn to stay in. Tornado continued her practice in secluded areas, while Joss activated the fusion feature provided by the system, intending to reorganize the assortment of seemingly useless items he possessed. Before utilizing the fusion function, one must cleanse their visage. Although there were moments of considerable profit in the past, much was subsequently squandered. Nonetheless, Joss had extracted several hundred seemingly worthless items. Seizing the opportunity before Thor's arrival, he dispatched Mjolnir to the system for analysis and decryption. With the activation of the premium feature, he no longer needed to expend personal points. All was now substituted by premium points, allowing him to experiment with the fusion of abilities. As the morning slipped away, Joss stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the scenery outside, a faint smile playing upon his lips. System, what has become of your explosion rate? You promised a 25 chance of a drop, yet I find that I averaged 2 out of 3 attempts. After fusing hundreds of items, I am left with but 5. Bah. Even if such discrepancies arise, it is merely a reflection of your own misfortune. Do not attribute all blame to others. Joss chuckled to himself. He was unsure why the system's attitude seemed even more disdainful than before, yet hearing the scolding tone reminiscent of its Sundra character brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Once the irritation dissipated, he redirected his focus to the newly acquired abilities, observing them one by one. Charming smile, rarity. Effect, you can smile charmingly while speaking, without hindering your speech. When combined with the proud smile, triggers set effect. Nothing can impede your proud and charming smile. The charming smile, which could create a set effect when paired with the proud smile, although seemingly trivial, fulfilled a long-held desire of Joss's collector spirit. The set effect essentially allowed him to smile at will, whether underwater or in outer space, while engaged in any activity, be it conversing, coughing up blood, or dining. While he could not yet grasp its true significance, he made a mental note of this characteristic before examining the next item. Exile, rarity. Effect, as the name suggests, you can be exiled from your homeland. This acquisition gave Joss the impression of complementing his initial abilities. The term exile bore a striking resemblance to the concept of fighting against the odds. However, he remained uncertain about the precise interpretation of well. If missile silos could be considered wells, he mused about rewarding Thanos with a hefty sum upon their next encounter. As Joss shifted his gaze to the third empty slot, he was momentarily taken aback. This was a completely unfamiliar entity, a living being. Within his field of vision stood a humanoid creature clad in golden armor. Its helmet resembled that of a triceratops, and a hexagonal disc split in the middle, resembling wings, extended from its back. Its hands were adorned with enormous claw-like gauntlets, exuding an aura of ferocity. Name, Ultimate Body Combat Tyrannoman. Upon encountering this exhilarating phrase, Joss felt no stirrings within, merely a slight urge to chuckle. With a mere thought, the text magnified, revealing a few subsequent words. Worn by a goblin. Ah, I knew it would be something like this. If the system bestows a lackluster name upon a power, it may very well be a divine skill, or perhaps utterly worthless. Conversely, if the system assigns an unremarkable name to an ability, the outcome remains uncertain, fluctuating between strength and weakness depending on its development. However, when the system presents an item with an ostentatious name, one need not ponder. It is undoubtedly a dreadful trinket. The Master of Time serves as a cautionary tale in this regard. As for the goblin clad in the Tyrannoman attire, Joss chose to disregard that matter entirely. Nonetheless, the biological system panel diverged from that of abilities and items, featuring a rather detailed interface beneath the name. Description: this is a goblin obsessed with two-dimensional culture, having expended all its wealth to craft this armor, only to be evicted for failing to pay rent. Strength, weak. Agility, extremely slow. Intelligence, fairly adequate. Skill, pseudo-Gaia energy cannon, raises a goblin bomb and hurls it fiercely at an enemy. Equipment, self-made Tyrannoman battlesuit, offers decent defense, but little else. After meticulously reviewing the introduction, Joss finally grasped the entity's value, or, rather, its intended use. The living beings granted by the system do not evolve through combat like subordinates. Instead, they resemble summoned creatures that can be called forth when needed and unceremoniously returned to the system thereafter. However, given the goblin's attributes, it seems unlikely to serve any significant purpose. Its combat prowess is so feeble that it might not even best a goose. and its conspicuous appearance renders it ill-suited for reconnaissance. Ultimately, its utility remains a matter for future contemplation. Skipping past the Tyrannoman Goblin, the next ability took Joss by surprise, revealing an offensive capacity. Name: Power of the Blue Pill, Rarity. Effect: can be used on healthy male targets within a 10-meter radius, instantly provoking indescribable reactions in their bodies, causing them to involuntarily bend over. Note: I know what you're thinking, it works on oneself as well. While it may seem laughable at first glance, a deeper reflection reveals its rather exasperating potency. In the heat of battle, even the slightest miscalculation can sway the outcome. A moment's hesitation may spell the difference between life and death. Without further ado, let us contemplate the scene when Loki led an assault on the city of New York. Imagine him, fervently confronting the Avengers, exuding arrogance as he elaborates on his devious plans, only to suddenly bend down for some unforeseen reason. What a delightful image that evokes. Aside from Ultron's limitations, Joss couldn't help but feel that such a maneuver could effectively counteract most male beings, for indeed, few could maintain their composure and continue to fight under such circumstances. Chuckling to himself, Joss turned his attention to the final empty slot, where lay the last ability he had merged. Name: even more useless ability, Rarity. Effect: this is an ability even rarer in its uselessness than its predecessor. Joss felt the urge to retreat into silence. After finalizing the fusion, it wasn't long before he received word from the temporary base about a man with golden hair and a beard who had intruded, intending to do something with the hammer. However, he ultimately failed to lift the hammer and was temporarily subdued by agents of sneered, currently undergoing interrogation. Accompanying him were a woman and an elderly professor, undoubtedly Thor, his girlfriend, and her father. Due to the passage of time, Joss found it somewhat difficult to recall whether Thor had lost his divine powers or was captured for another reason, or if perhaps the timeline had undergone yet another alteration. Otherwise, given the Asgardian constitution, even without any extraordinary abilities, it would be a trivial matter for him to navigate through a throng of ordinary agents. Nonetheless, despite being aware of the presence of his adversary, Joss had no intention of meeting Thor just yet. The Thor of this moment was still unrefined, embodying a blend of arrogance and hubris. Any thought of recruiting him was far-fetched. Considering Thor's current temperament, coupled with Joss's penchant for mockery, a confrontation would surely culminate in chaos. In certain respects, Joss possessed a considerable degree of self-awareness. He had no desire to intervene in Thor's trials. Given Thor's muscular intellect and prevailing attitude, he needed to endure some hardship to ignite the flames of change within him. His premature departure was thus a strategic choice, meant to avoid an encounter with Thor. After all, despite his antics, he ultimately belonged to the righteous faction and would not resort to bloodshed among ordinary folk over a mere hammer. Moreover, his greatest adversary, the destroyer mech, was likely still en route, and although his troublesome companion, the mischievous Loki, had arrived, he had yet to make his presence known to the crowd. Should Thor's trial proceed without unforeseen complications, he would be capable of resolving matters independently. While Joss thrived on chaos, he was not inclined to ensnare others in his tumultuous escapades. Moreover, he had previously taken a brief survey of the power dynamics in New Mexico, ascertaining that no unexpected individuals or events would interfere with his plans. Thus, Thor's eventual integration into the Avengers was merely a matter of time. He could simply sit back and reap the rewards. As for his acquisition of Mjolnir, it was hardly of great consequence. The system was expected to provide results by the end of the day. When the time came, he would make a trip to the base to exchange it for Excalibur, which would not hinder Thor's usage in the slightest. However, one couldn't help but wonder where Bruce Banner was at this moment. Previously, it had been mentioned that he was pulled into a wormhole. Could it be that he had already arrived at the Grandmaster's arena? With Thor's arrival, Loki's assault could not be far behind. Joss made a decision to seek out Bruce Banner after concluding matters here, hoping to bring back the formidable strength of the original Avengers. Suddenly, a loud creak interrupted Joss's train of thought. Instinctively, he turned to the source of the sound. Tornado. You're back. Wait, who are you? Before he could finish his sentence, he realized that a girl clad in crystalline armor had entered, holding an unfamiliar object in her hand, which she threw in his direction. Despite his instinctive urge to evade, he had been too careless. She had approached him too closely before he realized it. At that moment, the object was merely half a meter away from him. There was no escaping it. Yet, in the next instant, Joss's tense body relaxed somewhat, judging by the newcomer's movements. The impact of the projectile did not seem significantly greater than that of an ordinary person. Considering the confined space, she likely refrained from using any devastating weaponry, lest she suffer the consequences herself. No problem, he reassured himself, adopting a defensive stance. The white, blob-like creature then enveloped his head like a bizarre facehugger. Joss. Hey. Joss. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet it felt as fleeting as a heartbeat. Joss's consciousness gradually returned. As he regained awareness, he heard a soft voice calling his name persistently, its tone sweet and melodic, yet tinged with a hint of caution, as if she feared being overheard. Is this a classroom? After the haze of confusion lifted, Joss realized he was indeed inside what appeared to be a classroom. How peculiar. Why am I here? Was I just asleep during class? He gently shook his head, feeling as though he had forgotten something significant. However, the girl behind him showed no signs of giving up, continuing to call his name with unwavering determination. Resolving to cast aside his distractions, he turned to face her. In a fleeting moment of reflection, Joss's heart was overwhelmed by an unspoken astonishment, leaving him breathless. Approximately 40 to 50 centimeters away, a young girl with long brown hair rested her chin on the table, gazing at him intently. Her hair, parted down the middle, framed a smooth and charming forehead, while her oval face was adorned with a pair of sparkling, doe-like eyes that remained fixed upon him. Despite having encountered her countless times before, the sight of her still stirred profound emotions within him. Have you finally chosen to look my way, Joss? She seemed to convey with her gentle smile, expressing a pure and captivating joy that caused Joss to blush involuntarily. Is there something you need, Takagi? After a moment of contemplation, Joss recalled her name and the innocent yet fervent feelings he harbored for her. This should be fine, right? Gwen observed the entranced Joss and murmured to herself, recognizing that he was now beholding the person he cherished most, destined to join their world under her guidance. Unfortunately, this moment of enchantment would soon be disrupted by external forces. Otherwise, it would have been effortless for her to draw him into her universe, sparing her the wait for the outcome. As she idly ignored the surroundings, Gwen casually reached for a packet of snacks on the table, indulging in them while enjoying the spectacle of Joss's reactions as if watching a film. Oblivious to the impending danger, Joss remained blissfully unaware that someone had crossed dimensions to seek trouble with him, despite having mentioned it just days prior. Gazing at the irresistibly charming Takagi, his heart raced with excitement, leaving him little capacity to notice the unsettling anomalies in the world around him. Joss, school is about to end. Shall we head home together? Takagi offered with a serene smile, extending the most ordinary of invitations. Joss hesitated for a moment before nodding. Sure. Should we go to your place or mine? Takagi's smile faltered slightly, evidently taken aback by his response. As an entity born from a parasitic symbiote, her character was intricately woven from Joss's essence. While she was adept at flirting, she lacked experience in handling such inquiries. Nevertheless, the symbiote was indeed a master of allure. With a shift in perspective, it could easily be dubbed a succubus. Although she was a newly formed entity, she quickly devised a strategy. Since her ultimate goal was to help Joss open his heart to her, she would seize this opportunity he had presented. A faint blush crept across Takagi's face, which she quickly masked with a facade of calm as she replied, Joss, you certainly are proactive today. In that case, let's go to your house after school. As if in perfect synchrony with her words, the school bell rang just as she finished speaking. Takagi stood up with a smile, turning her gaze towards Joss. Hey, you silly dog, what are we having for dinner tonight? Before Joss could respond, an impudent voice interjected into their conversation. Turning his head, Joss caught sight of a chestnut-colored swirl of hair just below his line of vision. Lowering his gaze further, he finally beheld the delicate yet striking face of a slender girl, her voluminous, slightly curled hair framing her features as she glared at him. Despite her undeniably charming appearance, the expression on her face was decidedly fierce, resembling that of a wild beast, discouraging any unwelcome approach. Joss's mind momentarily swirled with confusion before he managed to reply, It's Taiga. For dinner, let's have curry. Takagi is coming over to my house tonight as well. In response, Taiga let out a dismissive snort, retorting, What you choose to bring home is of no concern to me. I'm merely there for the food. Joss seemed unaffected by her brusque demeanor. Instead, he affectionately ruffled her hair. Initially, Taiga's expression was one of reluctance, yet she made no move to push his hand away, her cheeks flushing slightly as she allowed him to pet her. Come on, Takagi, let's head home. I still need to pick up some groceries on the way. Oh. Takagi nodded, her gaze lingering on Isaka Taiga, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Who is this person? Shouldn't it just be the one she loves most here? Isn't that me? Why has another person suddenly appeared? Who exactly is she? Is this situation normal, or is something amiss? Poor Shinya, who had never received the 9-year compulsory education, was unceremoniously thrust into the workforce by her heartless mother, the venomous Nest. Now, she was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Yet, as she watched Joss and Taiga exit the classroom, she hastily grabbed her bag and followed suit. Upon stepping outside, she noticed Joss conversing with another girl. Shinya, what brings you here? Joss inquired, eyeing the naturally curly-haired girl before him with a hint of curiosity. Today, Ilya and Miyu are coming over to play. You've met them before, Shinya replied coolly, though a subtle smile danced in her eyes as she regarded Joss. Ah, indeed. We've encountered them quite a few times. Joss scratched his head, quickly turning to introduce Takagi, who had just emerged from the door. Takagi, this is Shinya, who is currently staying at my house. Hello, Takagi stammered, raising her hand in a shaky wave, struggling to maintain her character's original demeanor. The current situation has utterly surpassed its comprehension. The mere fact that it can engage in conversation is a testament to its considerable effort. Greetings, teacher Tsukuyami. Oh, are we? They are all visiting my home. What, do you wish to join us? Hello, teacher Daoyan. Today we... Oh, you want to come too? That is perfectly fine. Just by traversing from the classroom to the academic office, the throng behind Xiao Si has astonishingly swelled, and at a glance, it appears as though he is on the verge of being dragged away for judgment. Meanwhile, our poison showgirl has completely surrendered. She is unsure whether other toxins behave similarly during their parasitic phases, but she recognizes that she can no longer manage the current predicament. Upon finally arriving at Xiao Si's residence, she observed him introducing the maid Ram, the bookish sprite Betty, and the temporary guest Xiao, among others. It dawned on her that this world was exhibiting signs of imminent collapse. She remained oblivious to the underlying principles and felt no need to understand them. However, it was indisputable that the sheer number of individuals in this realm was overwhelming. Wasn't it promised that one would only see their most beloved? Was it the innate talent bestowed by the mother nest that was flawed, or was there something amiss with this individual? It is merely a frail and helpless parasitic entity. Why must it be treated this way? At last, the parasitic entity could no longer contain itself, controlling Takagi to approach Xiao Si, who was reclining and resting after a meal, straddling him and locking eyes with him. Xiao Si, do you like me? Are you willing to merge with me? The poison abandoned its strategy and made a direct approach. It need not comprehend the unfolding events. As long as Xiao Si accepted it, everything would conclude. However, to its astonishment, upon uttering this question, Xiao Si's gaze was remarkably clear, and a confident yet serene smile graced his lips. Of course I like you, he declared, eliciting a surge of elation within the parasite. Just as it was about to seize the moment, Xiao Si continued, and everyone else, you are all my wings, he proclaimed loudly, facing a room full of legally recognized Lolas. And then, the world shattered. When Xiao Si opened his eyes, he found himself sprawled on the ground, a peculiar fleshy orb beside his head. Not far away, Tornado looked on anxiously, while the girl clad in crystalline armor was suspended in midair, immobilized by telekinesis. Are you all right? I returned just in time to see her here, along with that strange creature. However, she mentioned that if you were forcibly separated, you would suffer brain damage. Seeing Xiao Si awake, Tornado hurried over, poking and prodding him, fearful that he had sustained a head injury. Although Xiao Si often appeared somewhat daft, this was certainly not the time for such concerns. No, it's nothing, you need not worry. Who is concerned about you? I am merely apprehensive that my hard-earned benefactor might perish, leaving me to seek new means of sustenance. Your existence, whether in life or death, bears no significance to me. Observing Tornado's haughty demeanor as she turned her head away, Joss chose not to pursue the topic further, shaking off the lingering haze in his mind. Joss recalled the recent events with clarity, yet remained somewhat perplexed by the situation. However, he understood that this matter was undoubtedly intricate, and thus opted not to delve into it. Instead, he gestured toward the symbiotic poison entity beside him, indicating to Tornado, "Can you manipulate this creature with your telekinesis?" "Certainly," Tornado replied. Her telekinetic abilities had reached a commendable level, and controlling such an unconscious organism was a trivial task for her. With a swift motion, she grasped the gelatinous mass in midair. Once reassured that there was no threat from the entity, Joss took the opportunity to scrutinize it closely, only to uncover an issue. He was well acquainted with the narrative surrounding the poison universe, albeit not a prominent storyline. It held considerable intrigue for him. Consequently, he recognized the rotund, face-hugging poison symbiote immediately. Armed with this understanding, Joss reflected on the events that had transpired, and clarity dawned upon him. If, within that realm, he had accepted the affections of any individual, he would have transformed into a host for the poison, a lamentable puppet bereft of self-awareness. Alas, the poison's intricate schemes could never foresee that Joss was not so easily manipulated. It was evident that when Steve encountered such a scenario, the poison would undoubtedly assume the form of his former lover, Peggy Carter, in her youthful guise. Should this scenario unfold, it was clear that Steve would acquiesce to any request made by Peggy, thus alleviating the greatest regret of his life. Yet, how unfortunate for the poison to encounter me. Such crude tactics hold no sway over a person of resolute will like myself. Perched on a nearby chair, Joss detached a leg to wield as a makeshift club, striking the immobilized poison symbiote with a mischievous grin. The poison may mimic the beloved figures of others, but what of me, Joss, who accumulates wives with every season's new offerings? Can you truly transform into my favorite individual? I am at a loss as to who that might be myself. With so many wives to choose from, it must be said, such an anomaly poses an unprecedented challenge for the poison. Heaven help them. For the hive never prepared them for encountering someone like me. Thus, when the poison invaded Joss's body, its innate nature compelled it to embody every person Joss cherished, to the extent that it became indistinguishable from their true identities. It was akin to a single individual simultaneously imitating hundreds, each mimicry executed with remarkable fidelity due to its innate talent. The outcome led to an inadequacy in controlling such a complex illusion, resulting in a backlash that transformed him from a fleshy sphere into a botanical one. After confirming that the poison symbiote had completely lost consciousness, Joss confidently placed it within the confines of the system space. For the time being, it seemed that this entity was not dead. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. At the very least, it could serve as a companion for dreams, allowing for whimsical encounters with his wives, wouldn't it? Having dealt with the poison symbiote, Joss found himself somewhat troubled by the girl before him. He had come to realize that this maiden was none other than Poison Gwen, a figure of minor significance in the realm of the Venom universe. In the heat of battle, she could have been eliminated without hesitation. But given the current circumstances and Joss's disposition, he felt no inclination towards violence. However, having such a volatile presence nearby posed a dilemma. Failing to neutralize her was troublesome, and sending her back to her own universe was not a feasible option. After much contemplation, Joss decided to thoroughly search her belongings, subsequently teleporting back to Stark Tower to hand her over to Nick for safekeeping. After all, SHIELD was now a vast organization, and the most pressing Hydra crisis had been resolved. Nick Fury appeared to be somewhat at leisure lately, making it a perfect opportunity to assign him a task. Whatever fate awaited Gwen afterward was no longer Joss's concern. Whether she faced immediate execution, became an unmanageable entity, or even succumbed to Nick Fury's persuasive eloquence to join the Avengers was irrelevant. With the prominent figures in this universe still present, the Poison family would undoubtedly refrain from invasion in the short term. As long as Gwen remained here, they would grow increasingly apprehensive, with no fear of a massive assault. Once the matter of Gwen was settled, Joss took the opportunity to return to Stark Tower to consult Tony. The technology of Thor's hammer had been analyzed. Many elements derived from it were evidently inferior in comparison to the data obtained from the Infinity Gauntlet. Nonetheless, they would be a rare treasure for Stark. With this knowledge, he would no longer worry about foolish individuals attempting to seize the battery embedded in his chest. By mastering the user authentication capabilities of Thor's hammer, the Avengers' equipment would henceforth become exclusive weapons. Imagine the thrill of throwing a shield that no one could retrieve. In addition to this, the hammer's ability to channel the power of thunder captivated Tony's imagination. As he perused the data, visions of how to enhance his armor began to take shape in his mind. As Joss concluded his various tasks, Thor's trials reached their final stages. Although to Joss, these challenges seemed rather trivial, barely qualifying as true trials. Transporting Thor to Earth, stripping him of his divine powers, wealth, and authority, allows him to experience the life of an ordinary person, leading to a profound understanding of various aspects of existence, ultimately transforming him into a superhero. Really? Where did this metamorphosis script come from? This isn't just a Joss Whedon embellishment. Even in the realm of otherworldly narratives, the age-old tropes of mystical explorations and trials in enchanted forests have been thoroughly exhausted. Yet, while the critique is valid, it bears little relevance to Joss himself. After all, whether Odin, Thor's father, is merely seeking an excuse to gild his son, or Thor aspires to become a superhero for the sake of a woman, it remains their prerogative. As time passed, Joss decided to return to the temporary base to retrieve the sword from the stone. In a roundabout way, he discovered that this immovable object was, in fact, not the same as the previous hammer. At that moment, SHIELD's surveillance indicated that the destroyer armor had already arrived on Earth and had engaged in battle with Thor, resulting in an unequivocal defeat for the latter. Approximately half an hour after Joss replaced the hammer, a tempest brewed in the distant sky, with thunder rumbling and countless bolts of lightning swirling ominously. In a fantasy realm, this would surely suggest someone was undergoing a trial. With the thunder's roar, Thor's hammer, seemingly enchanted, defied gravity and broke through the ceiling of the temporary base, soaring away at an astonishing speed. Was the final battle about to commence? Gazing at the distant storm clouds, Joss nodded slightly and proceeded towards that direction with Tornado. Although he held little interest in the clash between Thor and the Destroyer, knowing that once Thor awakened, a single strike would suffice to vanquish it. Leaving no room for his intervention, He recognized the importance of establishing his presence before the battle concluded. This would undoubtedly ease his efforts in persuading Thor to join the Avengers. Moreover, a flicker of concern lingered within Joss regarding the conspicuous absence of Loki. This troublesome brother should be lurking nearby, observing Thor. However, with Loki's mastery of illusion, even if he stood before Joss, he would remain undetected. Thus, Joss maintained an air of normalcy, feigning ignorance of Loki's existence to avoid arousing suspicion in that cunning individual. Nevertheless, the symbiotic entity of venom was poised and ready. Should Loki dare to reveal himself, Joss would not hesitate to unleash it upon him. Although the symbiote seemed to have lost its parasitic abilities after recent events, system analysis suggested it could still ensnare individuals within the illusions of their beloved. After all, considering Loki's role as one of Thanos' vanguards, understanding his movements might provide a means to procure the Mind Stone from him in the future. However, according to the original storyline, it appears that he has yet to establish any connection with Thanos, leaving the true circumstances shrouded in uncertainty. Moreover, even if he were to encounter Loki, Joss would undoubtedly question his own ability to contend with him. Although he is inherently a spell-casting assassin, Loki, as a member of the Asgardian pantheon, can effortlessly lift objects weighing several tons, which is merely a fundamental skill for him. Even if he is not as formidable as his comic book counterpart, Joss would still find it somewhat challenging to face Loki, given his current strength. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Joss maintained a swift pace. After glancing at the storm clouds on the horizon, he turned to Tornado beside him and inquired, "Can we accelerate a bit? It seems the battle over there is nearing its conclusion. Why do you have so many opinions? And why must I use telekinesis to drag you along? Can't you run on your own?" Tornado exclaimed, clearly annoyed by Joss's request. It was already quite taxing to carry Joss through the air, and now she was further irritated by his words. "Once we arrive, I might need to join the fray, so conserving my energy is essential," Joss asserted firmly. Looking earnestly at Tornado, "Is this really just laziness?" Tornado questioned, her gaze skeptical. "All right, I confess, I am simply being lazy. So what?" Joss replied, puffing out his chest in a show of pride upon being unmasked. In response, Tornado unceremoniously tossed him to the ground. "Hey, I was wrong. Take me with you." Joss shouted helplessly as he watched Tornado vanish into the distance, his calls echoing in vain. Ultimately, he had no choice but to trudge forward on foot, his arms hanging dejectedly at his sides. Yet, as Tornado had pointed out, considering Joss's capabilities, if he had taken off running, his speed would not have differed much from her carrying both of them through the air. As he journeyed onward without incident, upon arriving at the battleground, he found it had just reached a fever pitch. By sheer misfortune, a vehicle was sent hurtling through the air by the destroyer's mechanized fist, heading straight towards Jane, Thor's temporary girlfriend. Jane, Thor, engaged in a fierce struggle with the destroyer, had no capacity to rescue her and let out a desperate cry. The first person he had met on Earth, and his first girlfriend, was on the verge of peril. Just then, the vehicle appeared to be halted midair, as if caught by an unseen force, unable to advance further. With a thunderous sound of metal being torn apart, the car was cleaved in two, and from the wreckage emerged a young man wielding a large sword. Not far above him, a petite girl, her expression cold, waved her hand dismissively, sending the two halves of the vehicle flying aside. "Hey there, big guy, leave this to us," Joss called to Thor, giving him a thumbs up. Neither he nor Tornado joined Thor in the battle. Instead, after saving Jane's life, the duo collaborated with SHIELD personnel to begin evacuating nearby civilians. "How does it feel to be a good Samaritan?" Joss teased, observing Tornado with her arms crossed, seemingly embracing the air. "Well, it's tolerable," Tornado replied, shrugging with an air of arrogance, though the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Undoubtedly, her current circumstances are vastly superior to the days of her previous existence in the impoverished slums, where meals were scarce. Furthermore, the sentiment derived from saving lives far exceeds the fleeting satisfaction of theft. As the respite came to an abrupt halt, the skirmish on the field remained devoid of any unforeseen developments. Following a severe beating, Thor decisively unleashed the might of the Thunder God, obliterating the destroyer mech with a single blow. The shattering of the mech signified the conclusion of Thor's trial, and at that opportune moment, Joss extended an invitation to him. Subsequent events unfolded with little turbulence. Thor was wholly immersed in his romance with Jane and had no intention of returning to Asgard anytime soon. Moreover, Joss had managed to bolster his rapport with Thor at a critical juncture, making his inclusion in the Avengers a foregone conclusion. Nevertheless, Joss felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as he gazed at the friendship gauntlet in his possession, having had no opportunity to wield it since acquiring it. He felt as though something essential was missing. Nonetheless, the situation here was resolved impeccably. Apart from the issues concerning the Poison family, there were no unexpected complications. marking this as Joss's most effortless mission in quite some time. Much of this could be attributed to the system not intervening. Joss had even harbored concerns that a sudden task might require him to confront the destroyer mech solo. After all, that entity was a product of celestial technology, a creation of the Asgardian pantheon. To face it alone would have been an insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, such a scenario did not materialize. Even though this mission concluded without peril, Joss harbored an unyielding thorn named Loki in his heart, one he felt utterly powerless to remove. However, this mindset was swiftly disrupted upon his return home, as the system promptly delivered a figurative slap to his face. In summary, I must invoke that spatial gateway. Joss slammed his palm onto Nick Fury's desk, his expression grave and demanding of no trivial responses. What are you trying to convey? What do you mean by in summary? Weren't you just back? Nick Fury gazed at Joss with a look of confusion. Come on, you are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. How can you be so oblivious? Joss replied, his face revealing disdain. Nick Fury nearly lost his cool, exclaiming, you suddenly appear and deliver such a statement. How am I supposed to know what you mean? You should recall the topic I previously broached, right? This city, indeed the entire world, is on the brink of a catastrophic disaster, and Thor's emergence is merely the harbinger of this calamity. At this juncture, Joss decided to resurrect his prior prophetic rhetoric. As I previously articulated, extraterrestrial monstrosities will invade Earth, wielding weaponry far surpassing human technology and accompanied by colossal Leviathan-like creatures. Meanwhile, we possess only a cadre of superheroes designed to combat mere mortals. Given Joss's words, Nick Fury's intellect allowed him to grasp the implications instantaneously. It is not to say that the Avengers of today lack strength, although, in comparison to certain entities, they may indeed fall short. They are generally capable of successfully and impeccably resolving most situations. However, this assessment is predicated on the assumption that their adversaries are merely human. Should the opponents truly be the colossal monsters as Joss has described, or even deities hailing from the celestial realms, the representatives of S.H.I.E.L.D. would find themselves utterly powerless. This is not a matter of undermining one's own stature to elevate another's, but rather a sober consideration of reality. The conventional weapons of humanity, missiles, firearms, and even more advanced laser technologies, are all designed with human adversaries in mind. Yet, a weapon capable of creating a gaping hole in a human body would be akin to a mere tickle when faced with beasts stretching dozens or even hundreds of meters in length. In such battles, only the truly formidable can be relied upon, such as Bruce Banner or the Hulk, as Joss refers to him. How can you be so certain that Professor Banner will join us, or that his strength is truly as formidable as you claim? Nick Fury asked, furrowing his brow, voicing his two most pressing concerns. I've seen it in films. No, I had some prior contact with Dr. Banner, and I even witnessed his transformation. Thus, those are matters I need not worry about. Observing Joss's earnest demeanor, Nick Fury chose not to dwell on this issue further and shifted to another topic. So, you mean to utilize the previously mentioned spatial gateway? Indeed, through a particular channel, I recently acquired Dr. Banner's spatial coordinates, a location exceedingly distant from Earth. Only by means of the spatial gateway can I reach it. The channel Joss referred to was, of course, the hero locator service provided by the system. And after expending 1,000 points, he had successfully pinpointed the Hulk's whereabouts. Unsurprisingly, it was within the intergalactic arena established by the Grandmaster, not the one involving Ultron. Originally, the Hulk was meant to be drawn into a wormhole during his battle with Ultron, yet now, due to unforeseen circumstances, he had arrived there prematurely. Had it not been for this anomaly, the Avengers of this universe might have been without the Hulk for an extended period. Regrettably, Joss was that anomaly. I understand what you're saying, but if you traverse through the spatial gateway, how will you return? Nick Fury inquired. I see. Initially, Nick Fury harbored some reservations. Aware that even a layman would recognize that once one traverses through a temporal gateway, returning is typically impossible. It seemed almost as if Joss were venturing forth to meet his demise. However, before he could voice these concerns, Nick Fury recalled Joss's remarkable teleportation abilities. Though there are certain limitations on where one can teleport, it is indeed a formidable skill. Yet, could he truly teleport to a location so distant that it necessitated the use of a temporal gateway to reach? A subtle layer of evaluation regarding Joss arose within Nick Fury's mind, and naturally, he held no objections to this operation. He nodded in agreement and began to arrange the related matters. The time portal was securely stored within the S.H.I.E.L.D. premises. However, the task of reversing its function to summon someone instead of teleporting to a designated target could only be entrusted to the genius, Tony. Presently, Tony harbored a favorable impression of Joss, the distinguished individual who frequently provided him with cutting-edge technological insights. Upon receiving the news, he promptly set aside his current tasks and devoted himself to the formidable challenge of modifying the time portal. After delegating everything, Joss glanced at the task displayed on his system panel, letting out a long, contemplative sigh. Side quest. An Avenger without a green ally is an inadequate Avenger. 112 Obadiah. Initially, Joss held a merely opportunistic attitude towards Hulk's situation. After all, he had speculated that Hulk was likely in the Grandmaster's arena, and unlike Thor, who belonged to a race of natural deities, venturing there would pose a significant risk to his life. However, the system was unforgiving. Shortly after his return home, it promptly issued a new quest. Quest requirement: retrieve Hulk before Loki leads the Chitauri invasion and persuade him to join the Avengers. Success reward: random item of above average level. Failure penalty: 40 irredeemable, non-compliant creatures of above average level. Despite the daunting prospect of the penalty, which sent shivers through Joss's nerves, he ultimately quelled the reckless desire for self-destruction. 40 creatures of substantial level were unlikely to be mere combat-driven goblins. Coupled with the system's occasional ability to alter causality, the emergence of a formidable monster among these 40 was a distinct possibility. Upon reflection, it would not even be those monsters causing a ruckus. The powerful Ancient One would surely intervene. In summary, while the failure penalty appeared to tantalize the instinct for self-sabotage, it presented a nearly fatal scenario. Possessing a profound understanding of the essence of daring without demise, Joss wisely opted against such short-sightedness and resolutely decided to seek Hulk in the Grandmaster's arena. Tony had already communicated that the modification of the time portal would take approximately 3 to 4 days, a relatively short duration. Furthermore, due to the constraints of teleportation, only Joss could make the journey. Even the likes of Black could not accompany him, had it not been for the system's spatial limitations. Even Joss's equipment would likely have to be left behind, forcing him to venture forth unarmed. With Tony's assurance secured, Joss refrained from incessantly pestering him like a bothersome client, instead seizing the opportunity to attend to various matters on Earth. Although he mentioned feeling quite at ease about returning home, the journey would undoubtedly take a couple of months, necessitating farewells to acquaintances. Furthermore, his equipment required thorough maintenance, as it was of utmost importance for combat. Thus, he decisively approached Tony, who wore an expression reminiscent of constipation, to discuss this matter. Observing Tony's reaction, Joss felt a twinge of confusion. It was peculiar. While he had stated he would not press Tony about the spatial gate, he had never claimed he wouldn't seek his assistance for other tasks. Please, don't burden me with trivialities like repairing equipment. Why not ask Pepper? You could go directly to Obadiah. His team is quite adept at handling your type of gear. Tony, accustomed to Joss's demeanor, merely gestured for him to seek assistance elsewhere. After all, his own tasks could easily escalate into a black hole capable of engulfing cities. Any rational individual would refrain from disturbing him in such circumstances. Joss shrugged nonchalantly. All right then, I suppose I'll reluctantly seek out Obadiah, whom you mentioned. Tony adjusted his goggles to regard Joss, seemingly bemused by his reaction, and inquired, "What's the matter?" Obadiah is one of the stalwarts of Stark Industries. You don't know him? Ah, yes, I do know him. I must have misheard just now. Please disregard it. Joss plastered a forced smile and waved his hand, hastily exiting the laboratory before Tony could pose any further questions. Goodness, what have I just heard? It's Obadiah, the ironmonger, Obadiah. Well, that is certainly not surprising. As one of the stalwarts of Stark Industries, his presence was entirely expected. But wait, why is this traitor still around? Wasn't he supposed to have met his demise after attempting to seize Tony's miniature arc reactor and the ownership of Stark Industries? Though it wasn't the first time Joss felt the movie plotlines were not entirely reliable, this instance was particularly vexing. Wait, upon further reflection, it might not be impossible. After all, according to previous accounts, this world's Tony had joined the Avengers quite early and had developed the second-generation armor much sooner than anticipated. After briefly recalling the timeline he was familiar with, Joss surmised that Obadiah had yet to be eliminated or lacked a compelling reason to act. From a moral standpoint, Stark Industries was now intertwined with the Avengers and SHIELD. If he acted rashly, the repercussions would extend far beyond just Tony Stark. From a perspective of self-interest, Tony had already developed new energy sources, rendering the original miniature arc reactor somewhat superfluous. Perhaps there are other considerations at play, but coincidentally, these factors have led Obadiah to remain patient, refraining from betraying Tony Stark thus far. Intriguingly, what exactly are you planning? Are you resigned to your fate? Or do you aspire to something grander? Joss rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a glimmer of interest illuminating his gaze. Regardless, the present moment presents an opportune juncture. Since Obadiah has yet to take action, and even Tony remains oblivious to Obadiah's ulterior motives, Joss might just seize the chance to engage in some intriguing endeavors. After all, Obadiah's ambitions do not seem to encompass lofty ideals, but rather revolve around wealth and power. Given the entanglement of Stark Industries with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, even if he possessed the capability to eliminate Tony, such assets would undeniably remain beyond his reach. Oh, but wait, his shareholder status is likely unchanged. Yet that is where it ends. However, to assert that he would be content to serve the Stark family for a lifetime is evidently implausible. Thanks to Tony's prior instructions, Joss easily arranged a meeting with Obadiah, a middle-aged man with a bald head and a prominent beard. Hello, Mr. Joss. I have heard your requests relayed by Tony. Please hand over the equipment you wish to maintain to my assistant. With a cheerful demeanor, Obadiah shook Joss's hand, proceeding directly to the matter at hand. Yet, Joss raised a hand, saying, "There's no rush. I would like to discuss a few matters with you first." Oh, I wonder what Mr. Joss wishes to discuss. Are you interested in eliminating Tony? Let us converse about it. Very well. What shall we discuss? How to dispose of Tony. Obadiah, perplexed, could not fathom the peculiar disposition of the young man before him. Though today marked their first encounter, he had perused Joss's background. As one of the most prominent figures within the Avengers, there were few in the city who were unaware of him. Yet, why would such an individual approach the matter of discussing the demise of Stark's sole heir with a tone akin to deciding between pizza or steak for dinner in the Stark family mansion? Upon reflection, it seemed rather exhilarating, didn't it? No, wait. I am currently a senior figure and major shareholder of Stark Industries. Obadiah gazed at the young man before him, his eyes wide with astonishment, but he quickly masked it, adopting an expression of profound indignation. Observing Joss's audacious demeanor, Obadiah felt utterly bewildered, unable to ascertain Joss's true intentions. Initially, he suspected that his own position had been compromised, yet Joss did not strike him as someone seeking to leverage this situation against him. Subsequently, he presumed that Joss shared his sentiments, and in his euphoric state, began to contemplate ways to manipulate Joss into charging into battle while he reaped the benefits. However, at that very moment, he realized that this line of reasoning was fundamentally flawed. The extent of Joss's connection to Stark Industries was merely the substantial remuneration he received each month. Let us untangle this relationship. If Joss were to truly eliminate Tony, regardless of whether anyone discovered his involvement, the restructuring of Stark Industries would inevitably alter its association with the Avengers. To put it plainly, engaging in such an unmerited scheme within Stark Industries could not possibly continue. In other words, irrespective of the perspective one adopts, Joss's actions would yield no advantage for himself. Thus, from that instant, Obadiah became convinced that his counterpart was deceiving him. Perhaps they had already gathered some clues and were merely toying with him. And should he slip up, it would spell disaster. With this notion firmly entrenched in his mind, Obadiah's performance grew increasingly resolute, no matter what Joss uttered. He feigned the demeanor of an exemplary employee. "Mr. Joss, are you jesting?" "No, even if it were a jest, your words are utterly outrageous." Obadiah, whose countenance already exuded authority, now bore an expression of fury reminiscent of Yuri, as if he might unleash some peculiar energy at any moment. Joss, nonchalantly shrugging, replied, "What? Don't tell me you lack interest. Or perhaps you realize that even if Tony were to perish, you would not inherit Stark Industries, thus abandoning this notion?" With a resounding thud, Obadiah slammed his fist upon the table, the veins on his forehead pulsing as he growled under his breath. "Do not push your luck. Are you aware of what you are saying? Even if you are a member of the Avengers, you cannot insult Stark Industries in this manner. Nor can you denigrate Tony Stark. Oh, go ahead and report me. Go and confront him. Tell him I intend to eliminate him, and see if he believes you." Joss replied with an air of nonchalance, meticulously grooming his nails, entirely dismissive of the irate Obadiah. At this proclamation, Obadiah froze. For it was undeniable that Joss spoke the truth. Even if he had recorded the exchange, what would it matter if he presented it to Tony? Would a rational individual openly jest about assassinating someone in such a flamboyant manner? Clearly, Joss was merely jesting, and Obadiah, you old fool, are rather dim-witted. Indeed, there was no doubt that regardless of Tony's response, he would likely harbor such thoughts. However, this contemplation only served to bewilder Obadiah further. So, what exactly was Joss aiming to achieve? Hadn't he come to repair the equipment? Why had this devolved into a theatrical performance of sorts? Obadiah's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation, yet he chose not to delve into Joss's intentions. He resolved to report the matter to Tony, after which it would no longer concern him. Indeed, it could even serve as a furrowed for his own schemes. With his mind somewhat settled, Obadiah swiftly devised a rough plan and fixed a serious gaze upon Joss, preparing to speak. Suddenly, With a swift motion, Joss slammed a circular object resembling a pocket watch onto the table, abruptly stifling Obadiah's words. All right, enough of the jesting. Do you want a micronuclear battery? It's a firm offer, yes or no? This was the very nuclear battery that Tony had tucked within the sword he crafted for Joss. At the sight of this object, Obadiah's eyes widened in astonishment. Joss's words barely registered as all his thoughts were consumed by the presence of this singular item. A micronuclear battery, something he had long yearned for, now lay before him so openly. As the saying goes, one must embrace their youth, and indeed, every man harbors dreams of grandeur. What had he labored over, schemed, and planned for? Was it merely to monopolize Stark Industries? No, it was to command a colossal robot. Otherwise, why did he not simply eliminate Stark outright in the films, but instead aim to seize the micronuclear battery to pilot the machine against him? Though Joss perceived these individuals as foolish, fixating solely on operating robots, the potential applications of such advanced technology were boundless. Utilize this to replace the profits generated by nuclear power plants, and you would be defying the heavens. In any case, as you can see, I am willing to share the theoretical technology of the micronuclear battery with you, but the stipulation is that I receive 50% of all profits. How you and Tony divide the remaining 50% is for you to negotiate. Obadiah's expression softened, momentarily forgetting his earlier performance. I will discuss this with Tony. To him, this is merely a useless scrap. He won't mind us profiting from it. Upon hearing Joss's promise, Obadiah's facade finally crumbled, and he nodded vigorously at the micronuclear battery on the table. Then we shall be partners from this moment forth. Mr. Joss, what is that you possess? Oh, this. No need to worry, it's merely a boxing glove. Joss leisurely donned the friendship punching glove, then approached Obadiah with a smile. Having exchanged blows, they were now friends. Although, initially, one of the conditions for Joss's inclusion in the Avengers involved a substantial monetary contribution from Tony, which, while a significant sum for an ordinary person, was but a trivial amount for Tony. With the acquisition of this sum, Joss found himself sufficiently equipped for both ordinary expenses and even a more lavish lifestyle. However, ever since the system allowed for monetary investments, he realized that his finances had become somewhat strained, prompting him to seek lucrative opportunities. Although he was oblivious to Tony Stark's rationale, it perplexed him that Stark had not capitalized on the potential of the miniature nuclear batteries he could effortlessly produce. To Joss, the creation of these batteries, crafted from mere scraps within a cave, was devoid of challenge and held no intrinsic value, making Stark's secrecy seem utterly illogical. Yet, considering Stark's character, one could argue that he simply overlooked it. Indeed, with a plethora of pressing matters to attend to, this seemingly trivial invention would naturally lack his attention. Perhaps, after weighing the cost-effectiveness, he deemed its worth inferior to other innovations and relegated it to the back of a cabinet. Regardless of the actual circumstances, the current state of affairs was clear. Stark was indifferent to the miniature nuclear batteries, which fortuitously opened a profitable avenue for Joss. Moreover, the two pieces of cutting-edge technology Joss had previously offered were undoubtedly of greater value than the miniature batteries, and his proposed compensation was practically negligible. Thus, negotiating with Stark on this matter posed no significant challenge. However, if Joss were to undertake the project himself, he would find himself unable to pursue anything else in the future, even with assistance. Establishing his own company and getting it on track within a year would be a monumental achievement for him. Yet, if he were to neglect his own potential and engage in a mundane existence for a few years, who could predict the calamities that might befall him? Wasting years could render him irrelevant to the impending tribulations posed by creatures like the Chitauri, Ultron, and Thanos. After all, would even a fortune suffice against a mere snap of the fingers? Therefore, relinquishing his advantages to pursue a mundane existence was evidently imprudent. Joss required a partner to assist him in cultivating his endeavors. Initially, he had intended to address this matter upon his return from the Grandmaster's arena, but upon encountering Obadiah, who, despite his potential for greatness, found himself thwarted by the shifting tides of fate, Joss's thoughts began to shift. Did Obadiah lack for funds? Perhaps not. But his ambition continually sought greater wealth and elevated status. As a stalwart of Stark Industries, Obadiah's business acumen was unquestionable, and his aspirations were equally formidable. Had he possessed the extraordinary intellect of the Stark lineage, he undoubtedly would have achieved remarkable feats. Alas, he now resembled those students who, just a few points shy of excellence, would forever trail behind Tony Stark's formidable legacy. However, with the establishment of the Avengers and the emergence of S.H.I.E.L.D., Obadiah's ambitions became increasingly difficult to realize, to the point where he might not even be able to operate his large robot in the end. At this moment, the arrival of Joss presented him with an opportunity, a chance to carve out his own path. Although the mini-nuclear battery was a creation of Tony Stark, the The counterfeit had proven more potent than the original. The concept of inferior currency driving out superior currency was no mere jest. As long as Tony remained indifferent to the matter, Obadiah could ascend to one peak after another on this path. It can be said that what Obadiah had once painstakingly planned to acquire was now delivered directly to his doorstep by Joss, an unparalleled service indeed. However, faced with such a formidable character, Joss was not naive enough to believe him solely based on a few casual words and promises. Thus, he chose to forge a bond through the friendship-breaking fist, establishing a deep camaraderie between them. The conditions for invoking this technique were rather intricate. It required a certain level of cooperation, essentially positioning them as allies, yet their relationship leaned towards a complex dynamic of both friend and foe. Nevertheless, the effects after its use were unmistakable. At this moment, Obadiah, sporting an array of bruises, was casually linking arms with Joss, appearing as if they had been close friends for decades. Although the friendship-breaking fist was initiated through mutual combat, Joss, adorned in 6 divine garments, dueled against a level 1 repairman who had been offline for 40 minutes, resulting in no harm to him whatsoever. Regardless, this visit to Stark Tower had unexpectedly yielded a treasure for Joss. With Obadiah's assistance, he could unlock many functions within the system. Of course, with a person like Obadiah, even if they became friends, he would still betray Joss if sufficient profit was at stake. However, such concerns were not ones to dwell on at the moment. After all, in comparison to Tony Stark, Obadiah offered certain advantages in collaboration that Tony could not provide. Firstly, Joss expressed absolute disinterest in the company's enterprises. As long as payments were made on time, he had no concern for the company's assets, reputation, or social connections. This complete hands-off approach might be beneficial for some, yet troublesome for others. If Joss remained so detached from company affairs, Obadiah would undoubtedly seek ways to expand his own interests and covet what belonged to Joss. When that time came, Joss's other advantage would come into play. He could render Obadiah unrecognizable. This assertion was not made lightly. Unlike the delicate upper-class individuals like Tony Stark, Joss had no qualms about employing violent means. When a person endowed with extraordinary power humbles themselves, squatting daily in a corner to assault others, or casually visiting their homes to deliver a beating, and even charging headlong into a barrage of private armed forces to do so, Obadiah undoubtedly comprehends the essence of true strength, one that permits unrestrained indulgence. With such a dual assurance in place, Joss is naturally unconcerned about any potential disturbances from the opposition, confidently entrusting all responsibilities to Obadiah. "Hey, Tony, I have something to tell you." Just as Tony, with a serious expression, was calibrating the energy data of the time portal, a sudden exclamation from the otherwise tranquil laboratory startled him, causing his hand to tremble perilously close to triggering an explosion of the time portal. "If you need anything, consult my assistant Pepper. Otherwise, as long as you're not planning to blow up Stark Tower, do as you please." That was his essence. After Joss smiled and relayed Tony's words to Pepper, he successfully transferred a sum from Stark Industries' accounts to establish his own company. Subsequently, to prevent Tony from becoming overly elated and seeking to personally express gratitude, Joss entrusted his battle suit and the Sword of Mercy to Obadiah for maintenance before decisively departing from Stark Tower. With the remaining time, he decided to bid farewell to everyone, as it was uncertain when he would return. Steve and the others were still in the Bear Country, but it was rumored they would return shortly. Whether they could coincide with Joss's departure was uncertain. Nevertheless, this group was not one for theatrics. And since Joss's departure did not signify a permanent absence, he felt a simple farewell note would suffice. Apart from the Avengers, Joss did not have many acquaintances. Laura was currently at the mutant school run by the Professor and was not to be disturbed, while his relationship with the King of Cards was merely one of gambling. Lacking the depth of friendship, upon reflection, he realized that only a few individuals truly warranted a farewell. In fact, even the ever-impulsive Black wasn't a necessity. She was the first to learn of his plans, and thereafter, her primary concern was what to eat during this time. Joss found himself utterly at a loss with such an increasingly carefree individual. Once those matters were settled, Joss made his way to the room where he had previously encountered Tornado, conducting modifications for her. Since Tornado lacked a permanent residence, this space served as a temporary refuge, facilitating Joss's ability to contact her. Upon his arrival, he was fortunate not to stumble upon her in a state of undress. Instead, he found her attempting to prepare a meal using telekinesis, a method of fine control training. However, upon noticing Joss, Tornado panicked and inadvertently caused the core of the induction cooker to explode, igniting sparks throughout the entire circuit. Fortunately, Joss acted swiftly, promptly shutting off the main switch, while Tornado hastily employed her telekinesis to compress the affected items into a compact mass, thus averting further peril. "TSK. Why couldn't you have given a heads up when it first occurred?" Tornado lamented, surveying the chaotic kitchen. It is clearly your own lack of composure that caused the panic when an unexpected incident arose. If a mistake were to happen during battle due to my sudden appearance, it could lead to grave consequences. In the face of such accusations, Joss shamelessly attempted to deflect blame. Is that so? But even if it were, it has nothing to do with your abrupt intrusion into my space. Tornado, initially taken aback by the confrontation, suddenly seized upon the crux of the matter. Joss paused slightly before decisively responding. Actually, that is indeed the case. He then succinctly explained his impending departure. Therefore, in a few days, I will be heading to a distant location and shall not return for a while. Tornado gazed at Joss with a vacant expression, acknowledging his words, yet questioning their relevance to his earlier statements. TSK, why are we still fixating on such trivial matters in this situation? Realizing his attempt to divert the conversation had failed, Joss's demeanor slumped like a wilting pumpkin. Never mind, such matters are of no consequence. Tornado flung herself onto the sofa, resting her hands behind her head as she casually regarded Joss. Ultimately, where you are going is of no concern to me, right? Yes, indeed. It has nothing to do with you. However, should you encounter any troubles afterward, you may seek assistance from a person named Tony Stark. Or perhaps from these individuals as well. Joss produced a slip of paper, inscribing the names and contact details of several potential allies. After all, while some information may not be critical, it is still deemed confidential, making online transmission rather inappropriate. Of course, the details shared with Tornado pertain to publicly known secrets among superheroes, such as the fact that Stark Tower serves as the Avengers' headquarters, and did not involve any significant confidential matters. Tornado, manipulating her telekinesis, retrieved the note, glanced at it, and then regarded Joss with evident annoyance, exclaiming, "Ugh. What trouble could I possibly encounter? And why are you becoming increasingly meddlesome? You are rather bothersome, you know?" Joss merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, not overly perturbed by Tornado's demeanor. After all, she had previously been a girl from the slums, and for her, establishing trust and emotional bonds between individuals was no simple feat. Even though their relationship had somewhat improved, it resembled the act of keeping a wild cat indoors, where the fact that it refrained from scratching was already a notable advancement. Fine, it's merely a handful of matters. Additionally, regarding Lilith and Little Black, whom I mentioned before, should you require assistance, you may seek their help as well. However, if they find themselves in trouble, do lend a hand in watching over them. All right, I understand. You may leave now. You've completely ruined the dishes. I still need to go out and buy something to eat. Tornado reclined on the sofa, turning her body toward the backrest, casting a dismissive wave at Joss with a face that bore no trace of sympathy. Fine, I shall take my leave then. Observing Tornado's utter lack of desire for conversation, Joss could only shrug and depart. Once the sounds from the room faded into silence, Tornado maintained her position, lost in thought for a good 15 minutes before finally murmuring to herself, "You must return safely." Her delicate, pale hand pressed against her chest, where her heart raced with an unsettling rhythm, radiating a disquieting emotion. Damn it, why do I care so much about his well-being? If he doesn't return, wouldn't our previous agreement become null and void? Suddenly seized by an inexplicable surge of anger, Tornado flicked her wrist, using telekinesis to lift the chaotic remnants of the electric stove, preparing to smash it onto the ground in a fit of rage. Yet, just as it was about to make contact with the floor, she halted the momentum, casting a gentle sigh at the disarrayed kitchen. After attending to Tornado's matters, Joss, who was supposed to head straight home, found himself lost in contemplation, eventually settling down on a park bench to ponder seriously. Although he felt he had been acting quite prudently lately, which was a stretch, and believed he hadn't offended anyone, was that even possible? A lingering concern gnawed at him. What if someone posed a threat to those he left behind? Despite the presence of the Avengers guarding him, they were not his personal protectors. How could they possibly safeguard Lilith and others around the clock? System, can you provide equipment for individuals other than myself? Consultation fee, 10 points, deducted. 10 points deducted. Available. Joss felt a twinge of frustration, realizing he had been duped again. After all, it was merely a question. What I meant was, what are the channels for acquiring such items? Consultation fee, 10 points, understood. Deduct it quickly. 10 points deducted. The host can obtain items through a lottery system. I already knew that. I meant besides that. Ugh. Consultation fee, 10 points, enough. You don't need to remind me each time, just deduct it. Joss expressed his weariness. After a period of not communicating with the system, he had just begun to regain his composure, only to exhaust his resources in one go today. 100 points of premium currency have been deducted. You can spend premium currency to purchase relevant design blueprints. The technology usable is limited to the host's current knowledge, while production and materials are to be resolved by the host. I see, it resembles the infinite pants I possess. Yet this time, there are no steps for production and materials? Wait, how much did you just deduct? 200 points of premium currency have been deducted. Just deducted 100 points of premium currency. This does not require your response. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Furthermore, why has the price suddenly increased? 500 points of premium currency have been deducted. Yes. It was intentional. 1,000 points of premium currency have been deducted. Why? Because I can. Premium currency is not the same as ordinary points. It requires a $10 recharge to exchange for 1 point, which means that through this exchange, Joss has inexplicably lost over $10,000. Although this money was pilfered from Tony's pocket, once it reaches his hands, it becomes his own, and Joss is pained by the loss. After some back and forth, he finally managed to halt the system's unsolicited deductions, subsequently spending 40,000 premium points to exchange for 3 sets of equipment blueprints, along with a series of supplementary gear. The first set is prepared for Tornado, resembling the original version of the Shuddering Tornado, a snug, high-slit vacuum gown. Name, Shuddering Gown, Blueprint. Level. Effect 1. Telekinetic Torrent. Enhances the wearer's telekinetic abilities and mental strength by 30-80. Effect 2. Wall of Telekinesis. Although it does not provide actual physical defense, it can condense the wearer's unconsciously emitted energy into a telekinetic wall for protection, and can actively infuse energy to activate this effect. Effect 3. Absolute Defense. Despite being a vacuum, it offers perfect defense that prevents any exposure from any angle. Accompanying it are dozens of blades or pointed objects of various shapes. Name, Blade 23, Blueprint. Level. Effect. A weapon structure extremely suitable for mental manipulation. Comprising 23 differently shaped blades, adaptable to most situations. Currently, Tornado is not yet a true master of telekinesis. Her power suffices against minor adversaries, but falls short when confronted with genuine strong opponents. These 2 pieces of equipment enhance her combat prowess from both offensive and defensive perspectives. The concepts for the remaining 2 sets are largely similar, aimed at bolstering defense while providing her with greater offensive capabilities. Lilith was bestowed with the name, Dissolution Lilith Battle Suit, Design Blueprint. Level. Effect 1. Sinful Ballet. Enhances the power and balance of her legs by 30-50, providing a slight automatic correction effect when executing kicks. Effect 2. Dissolution Virus. Unlike true relics, it merely releases a highly corrosive venom from the armor, which has no effect on the wearer. Effect 3. Type. Although it consists solely of triangular metal plates affixed to her, it is a divine technique that ensures they will never fall off, regardless of the intensity of movement. Considering that Lilith is inherently accustomed to close-quarters combat, and given that this battlesuit features legs composed of incredibly formidable blades, Joss made a custom defensive gear for her. Name, Replica Neighbor's Arm Guards, Design Blueprint. Level. Effect. Upon wearing, it generates a protective shield around the body, unlike the original Guardian Silver bracelets. It does not harbor divine power, but instead utilizes micro-batteries as its energy source. Although the creation of such an item might pose a challenge for most, Joss firmly believes that our Tony Stark will undoubtedly manage it. Furthermore, the ever-quirky Xiaohong was not forgotten by Joss, despite her playful demeanor. She has been his companion for the longest time, and thus deserves a gift as well. Name, Chloe Von Einsburn Combat Suit Symbiotic Enhanced Version, Design Blueprint. Level. Effect 1. Powerful Configuration. The symbiote achieves greater effectiveness when the body is materialized, with specific results determined by the transformation target. Effect 2. Life Storage. The battlesuit can store life energy, allowing survival even in the absence of any parasitic host, thanks to the vitality contained within the suit. Effect 3. Assimilation. The battlesuit can assimilate with the symbiotic material, transforming into either a liquid state or weaponized form, adapting accordingly. In comparison to the items bestowed upon the others, Xiaohong's equipment significantly enhances her inherent capabilities, offering her newfound agility and strategic options in combat, which is particularly advantageous given her aversion to direct confrontation. Rather than selecting equipment for her, Joss opted for a compendium, an illustrated guide encompassing everything from mundane melee weapons to the shield of Captain America and Thor's hammer. With this guide in her possession, Xiaohong can fully exploit the symbiote's ability to transmute into weaponry. However, the current offerings within this guide are limited. It is continuously refined and expanded based on Joss's experiences, resulting in a modest selection of available equipment. Although the system has indicated that a complete relic compendium exists, which would be most suitable for Xiaohong, it remains out of reach for now. Yet, that object could only be acquired through a lottery, and knowing the system's tendencies, even if one were to obtain it, there would likely be pitfalls involved. Thus, I opted to purchase it directly. Once the 3 of us had equipped ourselves completely, I contemplated that seeking out Tony would likely result in him blasting me away with his energy cannon. Consequently, I decided to stow everything away and embarked on my journey home. Upon reaching the doorstep of my residence, I found myself momentarily silent, unable to push open the door. After addressing the prior trivial matters, only one farewell remained, that of the girl who had evoked a profound sense of conflict within me, Lilith. From our very first encounter, our relationship had been anything but tranquil. She was a lethal assassin trained by Hydra, while I was her intended target. Yet, when I nearly met my demise due to an unforeseen accident, she selflessly intervened to save my life. This illogical scenario lingered in my thoughts, ultimately leading me to aid her in return. Since that day, Lilith had taken up temporary residence in my home, and our rapport evolved into something akin to that of landlord and tenant. Until that pivotal day, her myriad efforts to console my despondent spirit had inadvertently drawn us closer. It was also on that day, during a crucial moment, that the protagonist typically experiences a turning point. However, I, being somewhat cowardly, chose to slip away. Afterward, our encounters became tinged with a certain awkwardness, primarily stemming from my own discomfort. Lilith's demeanor remained perpetually frosty, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. Nevertheless, I reasoned that avoidance was futile. We would inevitably cross paths again. Resolutely, I steeled myself, akin to facing the gallows, and finally pushed open the door, only to find Lilith sitting expressionless on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Although I often observed her watching comedic shows, her expression remained as unyielding as a porcelain doll, her lips betraying no hint of emotion. Had she attended a live performance, the entertainers would undoubtedly have been disheartened. Upon hearing the door creak open, Lilith glanced over, offering a slight nod as a form of greeting. Noticing the absence of Little Black, I felt a sense of relief. That carefree creature would certainly have relished mocking me. "May I have a word?" I inquired as I sat beside Lilith, struggling to find the right words, ultimately managing to utter a rather dry statement. Lilith switched off the television and turned to me, her expression as placid as ever, her gaze steady. It's like this," I began, reiterating the explanation I had provided multiple times before. "In a few days, I will be embarking on a journey." I proceeded to clarify the purpose of my impending trip to Lilith. After Joss's lengthy discourse concluded, Lilith displayed no curiosity regarding matters such as Hulk or alien worlds. Instead, she gazed intently into Joss's eyes and inquired, "Is there danger?" "Well, to some extent, yes, but for me, it isn't a significant issue. Particularly the question of how to return. That is something I can easily resolve," Joss replied. Upon hearing this, Lilith nodded, refraining from further probing into the matter. Once Joss had made a decision, she chose not to interfere. While it might seem somewhat callous, her focus on the core issue of safety revealed that she was not as cold as she appeared. However, Lilith's silence left Joss uncertain about how to continue the conversation, prompting him to share some of his arrangements with her. "Before I leave, I will ask Tony Stark to customize a few sets of equipment for you all. Although Tornado and Black are capable of protecting themselves in this city, they must be cautious not to provoke anything too perilous." Among the trio, Joss felt the most at ease with Lilith, as a former Hydra assassin. Her perceptiveness and adaptability were unparalleled. Although Tornado had navigated the treachery of the slums since childhood, her experiences remained relatively low tier, leaving her vulnerable to inadvertently attracting the attention of significant figures. As for Black, despite her appearance as a beautiful young girl, her playful essence was undeniable, and truthfully, she was Joss's greatest concern. "Have you finished?" Upon the conclusion of Joss's lengthy explanations, Lilith's expression remained frosty as she softly inquired. After Joss recalled everything and confirmed he hadn't overlooked anything, he nodded and said, "Yes, that should be about it." At the moment Joss nodded, Lilith suddenly lunged forward, pressing her hands on his shoulders and straddling him. "Lilith? What's wrong?" Joss was taken aback by this unexpected assault and asked in confusion. "Shoo, don't move around too much. You possess considerable strength, and if you flail about, I might get hurt." Her words immediately stilled Joss's instinctive struggles. Although her face bore no discernible expression, the warm breath that brushed against his ear with each of Lilith's words sent waves of unbearable stimulation through him. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Joss swallowed hard, his voice faltering. "What do you think?" "It's simply about finishing what we left undone that day. You are about to venture into a perilous place, aren't you? While I trust you will return, that may be a long time from now." As Lilith whispered softly, a hint of crimson tinged her calm cheeks. "Therefore, this time, you shall not escape." Gently, Lilith's teeth grazed Joss's ear. "Do not underestimate others." Joss smirked, his arms enveloping Lilith, and with a swift motion, he flipped their positions, revealing an expression brimming with aggression. "Regardless of what you say, I shall not cease, you know." Beneath the moonlight, a faint glow illuminated Joss's room. Gazing at the Lilith in his embrace, Joss gently pressed his lips against hers, gradually closing his eyes. "It is not yet time for slumber." Suddenly, Lilith's voice echoed in Joss's ear. Hey, isn't it about time? Joss, observing the ever-enthusiastic Lilith, felt his cheeks involuntarily twitch. The night is still long, indeed. I truly cannot endure any longer. That was already the 17th time. Joss's hands trembled slightly. Did we not agree that no matter what was said, we would not stop? Lilith's voice remained as lively as ever. Help! Save me! Sokka! On an endless plain formed from heaps of refuse, clusters of individuals rummaged through the garbage in search of useful items. Above them, countless spatial doors swung open, with hundreds of ships every second casting down a multitude of debris, including not only discarded materials, but also household waste, corpses, and radioactive refuse. Sokka is the name of this peculiar realm, existing within the crevices of a space tunnel. Rather than a planet, it resembles a colossal garbage dump for the entire universe. In a nondescript spot, or rather, every inch of this place was equally inconspicuous. A small spatial door flickered, and an unremarkable youth arrived in this vast wasteland. Oh, so this is Sokka? The air here is truly, cough cough, ugh. What an abhorrent place. Why does the air reek so foully? This newcomer to Sokka is none other than Joss from Earth. After bidding farewell to everyone and spending several days with Lilith, sometimes enduring 10, sometimes 20 encounters, he finally received word from Tony that all was prepared. The transmission process was seamless, and Joss arrived in Sokka with ease. Although the setting differed from the hellish amalgamation depicted in the comics, the environment here remains equally dreadful. Watching it on screen did not convey the reality, but imagining the stench of a trash can left under the scorching sun for a day reveals the true severity of this universe's refuse-ridden realm. Not to mention the toxic waters and radioactive substances that would infect anyone who merely passed by. The nauseating odor alone is sufficient to suffocate most ordinary individuals. Even though Joss's physique is resilient enough to disregard such trivialities, as a person of sound mind and body, he certainly does not relish such a repulsive environment. It appears that I must first devise a means to reach the vicinity of the arena ruled by the High Celestial Sovereign. In the film, it is the only urban locale depicted. I remain uncertain of the nature of other regions. Logically, in such an expansive world, there must exist more than a singular city. However, under the farcical governance and administrative incompetence of the High Celestial Sovereign, even his city resembles a town of the most desolate order. Other areas are likely in even worse condition. Yet, the question remains, how does one traverse to that location? Although the ability of the omniscient seer could theoretically assist in deducing a destination, without a single clue, extracting anything of worth from the astronomical amounts of irrelevant information would confound even someone as astute as Joss suddenly. A piercing scream shattered Joss's reverie. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a ragtag assembly of individuals, clad in tattered clothing and brandishing an assortment of weapons, or rather, refuse, approaching him. Joss found himself more vexed by their assessment of him than by the fact that these extraterrestrial beings spoke English. It is worth noting that in his effort to minimize all burdens during transportation, Joss had stowed away all his possessions in the system's spatial realm, leaving himself with but a single, rudimentary outfit purchased for $5 at a roadside shop. However, in comparison to these individuals adorned with various scraps, Joss came to realize that his attire could indeed be regarded as high-end. Hey kid, I advise you not to make any sudden moves. There are 11 of us here, and if you wish to avoid demise, you'd best relinquish all your belongings and accompany us. One among them, presumably the leader, shouted from a distance of about 7 or 8 meters. Ah, how fortuitous. I happen to be in need of a few guides, Joss retorted, crossing his arms with a haughty smile before launching into attack. This sudden turn of events startled the assailants, who clearly did not anticipate that Joss would dare to strike amidst such overwhelming odds. Yet, these individuals, akin to desperate rogues, lived amidst this refuse and had little regard for death. They shrieked and raised their weapons, charging at Joss unfazed by their assault. Joss propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch that felled the nearest robber. Pivoting on his right foot, he executed a wide, sweeping kick that sent another adversary flying several meters into a heap of refuse, their fate uncertain. Though Joss had made a significant impact, he raised an eyebrow in contemplation. The strength of these individuals contradicted their appearance, despite being a gaunt assembly of emaciated refugees. Their speed and the force with which they struck revealed an extraordinary constitution. In the realm of the Aseri divine race, even the simplest of individuals, be it a humble cook or a restroom attendant, possess a physique far surpassing that of ordinary humanity, endowed with strength and endurance that are truly remarkable. It is evident that the inhabitants of Sakaar are not mere mortals. Such a reality is a natural consequence, given the harsh environment of Sakaar. Any race of ordinary constitution would have long succumbed to the toxic elements permeating the air, leaving no opportunity to exist here as mere brigands. In the fleeting moments during which Joss instilled fear in these individuals, he contemplated, yet refrained from retrieving any equipment from his system. This restraint was a strategic choice, aimed at preserving some aces up his sleeve and deliberately constraining his own power to a manageable threshold. After all, this world harbors the High Celestial, a being theoretically akin to a cosmic elder. Although his portrayal in cinematic narratives is rather unimpressive, the absence of a display of combat prowess renders him a source of considerable trepidation for Joss. While Joss leans towards the belief that the High Celestial's might is not overwhelmingly potent, merely a figure of authority, akin to a bureaucratic overseer, should his strength align with that depicted in comics, or even a fraction of it, it would pose an exceptionally grave threat to Joss. It is acknowledged that within the realm of true high-tier combatants, they may be subject to being toyed with, yet for Joss, they are not adversaries he can currently afford to challenge. Despite the Sakarans exhibiting a significantly enhanced physical capability compared to the average Earthling, even the emaciated scavengers, driven by hunger, possess combat prowess that could easily overpower elite soldiers. However, they are not contending with an ordinary Earthling, even without resorting to his equipment or extraordinary abilities. Joss's formidable physicality alone would suffice to subdue them all. Moreover, Joss possesses more than just a couple of trump cards, including the Chaos Serum he previously utilized, which not only augments physical capabilities but also offers additional benefits. Unfortunately, Joss has encountered adversaries that rendered his true potential somewhat obscured, either those he could easily overpower without the serum or those whose combined strength surpassed his own. As a first-tier capability of the Chaos Serum, one can manifest several tendrils from his body, each possessing a strength not exceeding that of a single arm. Currently, Joss can lift between 500 to 800 pounds with one arm, meaning each tendril could wield around 100 pounds of force, sufficient to subdue most ordinary individuals. When paired with sharp implements, the threat posed by these tendrils would escalate. However, due to the mental and concentrative exertion required to control them, Joss finds that maintaining 2 tendrils is the optimal configuration for his current condition. At this moment, although Joss did not intend to wield the merciful greatsword, he had extracted a considerable number of ordinary weapons from the system space. After casually selecting a few blades to strap onto his back, Joss was ready to unleash a flurry of four-sword strikes. Moreover, he possessed remarkable resistance to physical attacks, should he choose. He could transform the outermost layer of his body into a slime-like viscous state, significantly diminishing the impact of blows and slashes. In summary, Joss faced the assault of a dozen scavenger robbers with little trepidation, swiftly regaining control of the situation within mere minutes. "I see you." "Yes, you, the leader here, correct? Do you know the way to the arena?" Joss inquired nonchalantly, standing before the commanding scavenger. "The arena? Yes, I know that place." The man initially appeared taken aback, but soon began nodding vigorously in affirmation. As the core of Sokka, or perhaps the only location of interest to the High Celestial, the inhabitants of this area would undoubtedly be familiar with its whereabouts. After all, whether one stumbled upon valuable items, typically referring to high-tech products, or competent gladiators, the only place to exchange them for wealth or sustenance was indeed that arena. It was, after all, the sole bastion of civilization within the entirety of Sokka. Although it sounded bizarre and grotesque, such an unusual social structure could only have been conceived by a cosmic elder like the High Celestial, unperturbed by conventional norms. "Very well. Lead me there. The rest need not accompany us." "Everyone disperse," he waved dismissively, attempting to shoo away the remaining scavengers. However, he soon realized they stood frozen in place, seemingly reluctant to part from their leader. Raising an eyebrow, Joss recalled that he had just soundly defeated them, rendering them temporarily immobile. "Ahem, never mind them. Take me there now." He cared little for their fate. Since they had dared to assault him, they had forfeited the right to his concern. Furthermore, few of the residents here could claim to be blameless, for today it was his strength that ensured his safety. Had an ordinary person, an accidental intruder, found themselves in this predicament, their outcome would likely be far less favorable. Perhaps, as often stated, those who are pitiable must possess qualities that evoke disdain. However, despite the scavenger's grim existence, Joss had no inclination to extend a helping hand. He felt no particular affinity for Sokka and had no desire to lead this motley crew of miscreants in a rebellion against the High Celestial's regime. On one hand, he lacked the time. On the other, the cost-to-benefit ratio was decidedly unfavorable. Regardless of the High Celestial's true power, his army and warriors were each capable of taking on 100 foes. Even the likes of Hulk were currently among his gladiators. The combat prowess of ordinary Sokka scavengers, no matter how numerous when gathered, would crumble under a single charge from the opponent, leading to their utter annihilation. However, despite the assertions made, the prospect of extracting the Hulk presents a considerable challenge, as the Grandmaster himself is a formidable obstacle. Joss has meticulously contemplated this undertaking, and in truth, there are only two significant hurdles. The first is how to approach the Hulk. In the film, Thor could easily get close to him, but that was due to his combat prowess being so formidable that it commanded the Grandmaster's full attention. In essence, Thor and the Hulk are of the same caliber, thus naturally drawing them together. Of course, there may be some clandestine machinations at play from Loki, as the brotherly obsessive figure somehow found his way to the Grandmaster's side. A situation that reeks of intrigue. Returning to Joss, attempting to confront the Hulk through brute force would be exceedingly imprudent. Even in the arena, he may not be able to contend with the bizarre array of alien species, and facing the current Hulk, who revels in combat, would undoubtedly lead to his demise. This implies that an alternative route to approach the Hulk must be found, and before that, a strategy to engage the Grandmaster is essential. After all, proximity to the Grandmaster would facilitate access to the Hulk, with the former being the primary barrier. Yet, beyond that lies the true conundrum: how to revert the Hulk back to Bruce Banner. This thought brought a pang of headache to Joss. The Hulk and Bruce Banner are fundamentally distinct personas. The current Hulk has yet to encounter the Avengers and is a terrifying creature prone to explosive rage. Who knows how that peculiar entity managed to persuade such a monster? It is certain that if Joss were to engage him in conversation, it would likely result in an immediate rampage. These two dilemmas represent the most pressing concerns at hand. As for how to return once the Hulk becomes Bruce Banner, that aspect is the simplest, given Joss's unparalleled teleportation abilities. To approach the Grandmaster, find a way to persuade the Hulk, and do so without resorting to combat, Joss pondered deeply, his expression sharpening with resolve. If that is the case, then the only path forward is to become an idol. On Sakaar, the idol is legendary. Ilson felt a surge of anxiety. He was merely a joyful and ordinary scavenger, leading a life of hunting mutated fish and robbing passers-by. Due to his race, his appearance was rather effeminate, resembling a female figure to most humanoid species. Typically, individuals like him would struggle to survive in such a place. Yet through cleverness and resourcefulness, he managed to carve out a small niche, securing enough resources to ensure his survival. However, on this day, as he ventured out with his gang to hunt, or perhaps to engage in some mischief, they encountered a man adorned with tentacles. In the desolate realm of Sakaar, such beings were hardly extraordinary. He had witnessed creatures entirely composed of tentacles before. The primary issue lies in the fact that the man managed to subdue both him and his companions entirely. It is noteworthy that they considered themselves the tyrants of this region, each adorned in armor crafted from discarded steel and equipped with rare, rust-free weapons, nearly rivaling the gear of low-tier gladiators. Yet, these accoutrements proved utterly futile against that man, who, armed with merely 4 blades, vanquished them all and rendered them his captives. Thus far, however, his captor merely requested to be escorted to the urban district, refraining from any further actions, which afforded Ilson a modicum of relief. Although he remained perplexed by the man's seemingly nonsensical ramblings about becoming an idol to save the earth, Ilson harbored no interest in such matters. His sole desire was to swiftly rid himself of this calamity and return to his former position of authority. By the way, you mentioned your name is Ilson, correct? You have aspirations of becoming an idol, don't you? Suddenly, the devilish voice echoed in Ilson's ear. Although Joss's idea of launching an idol project seemed impulsive, upon deeper reflection, he realized it might indeed hold potential. What is in dire scarcity on Sokka? For ordinary individuals, it is clean drinking water. For the high dignitaries, it is engaging entertainment. This individual had become so bored that he could derive enjoyment from watching 2 muscular men spar, highlighting the tedium of his mental existence. Were it not for the underdeveloped mobile gaming scene in this world and Joss's own lack of leisure time, he would undoubtedly transform those idle, affluent collectors and dignitaries into cash-spending swine. This notion appears rather promising. No matter how adept a collector may be, can they truly amass every single one of the 5 treasures and their heroic spirits? Given the collector's pallor, it is evident that their chances of drawing favorable cards are not particularly high. Contemplating this, he realized he might have stumbled upon a lucrative venture even more profitable than nuclear energy. Well, this is something I can pursue upon my return to Earth. For now, I must first resolve matters here. The plan to transform them into cash-spending swine may be challenging to implement, but establishing an idol group on Sokka seems comparatively feasible. After all, this place is home to a diverse array of individuals, and their robust physical attributes ensure that mastering specific songs and dances poses little difficulty. Furthermore, given Sokka's unique circumstances, many can be easily deceived with but 2 buns. For the high dignitaries, whose entertainment standards remain entrenched in the medieval era, the impact of a modern information surge is indeed an exciting prospect. However, since the idol project was set in motion, Joss's gaze had already fixed upon Ilson. Despite his disheveled appearance, the man possessed undeniable looks. With a bit of grooming, he could undoubtedly transform into a top-tier feminine idol. In this day and age, embracing a feminine persona as an idol is entirely acceptable, is it not? In this age where even zombies can ascend to idol status, it seems that anything else would surely pose no issue. As long as it possesses a certain charm, this planet, or indeed this world, has yet to witness the phenomenon of idol culture. Thus the definition remains at the whim of the esteemed Lord Xiao, does it not? Moreover, whether it pertains to attire, equipment, or recruiting talent, each aspect demands substantial effort. Ilsen, being a local adept, undoubtedly possesses a deeper understanding of various avenues within Sokka than Xiao Si, and this could save considerable time compared to embarking on a personal exploration. Thus, from the moment Xiao Si formulated this plan, he had no intention of allowing Ilsen to return. Pardon me, sir, but what exactly does this idol project entail? Ilsen, sensing the chilling gaze of Xiao Si, felt a tightening in his chest. Surely this man harbored some ulterior motives? After a brief contemplation, Xiao Si replied succinctly. In essence, it involves singing and dancing, then waiting for others to shower you with money. Pardon? Ilsen gaped at Xiao Si, his expression one of utter disbelief. Although Sokka lacked any semblance of singing or dancing, he had encountered similar relics among the discarded debris that had drifted here, possessing at least a modicum of understanding. Yet, could such frivolity truly yield profit? Surely, this tentacled individual had lost his wits. Money is what? It is sustenance, clean water, and weapons that ensure survival. Who would part with their riches simply for the act of singing and dancing? Ilsen would wager that even the most foolish denizens of Sokka, those whose minds had been scorched by the irradiated waters of the lake, would scoff at such a farce. However, what others choose to pursue is of no concern to him, nor does he bear any obligation to offer counsel. Thus, he resolutely shook his head. No, sir. I would prefer to return to my companions. In an instant, a gleam of a blade flashed through the air, and Ilsen realized that his disheveled bangs had been transformed into a neat fringe. The chilling sensation of the blade gliding along his brow lingered on his face as the severed strands lay scattered upon the ground. What did you just say? I believe I didn't quite catch that. Xiao Si inquired with a cheerful smile directed at Ilsen. I said, sir, your idea is truly splendid. It is bound to become a sensation across all of Sokka. Please, allow me to be a part of it. Ah, splendid. This is your own decision to join, and certainly not me coercing you, correct? Xiao Si, pleased, sheathed his knife and patted Ilsen on the shoulder. In any case, the immediate task at hand is to secure a place to reside, after which I shall gradually elaborate on the details. Should we succeed, we shall amass the wealth of all of Sokka, or perhaps even riches from other planets will find their way into our grasp. Sir, do you think this place will suffice? In a grand chamber, Ilsen stood with utmost respect, adopting an elaborate, aristocratic butler posture that he had somehow learned from an unknown source as he addressed Xiao Si. Quite satisfactory. Xiao Si surveyed the surroundings and nodded affirmatively. This location has become quite a commendable refuge in the realm of Sokka. Although Sokka boasts vast expanses with sparse populations, there exists no fervent speculation in real estate. The expenditure required to acquire such a property merely consists of a few provisions and commonplace weapons extracted from the system. After all, aside from a handful of individuals who remain here due to crimes committed on other planets or various other reasons, the majority merely come to witness the gladiatorial arenas presided over by the High Lord and do not intend to reside here long-term. Thus, the issue of housing prices is hardly relevant. In blunt terms, should the property prices soar excessively, Joss could simply gather his companions and construct a dwelling in a vacant area, for the High Lord would show no interest in such trivial matters, and the local ruffians could hardly pose a threat to him. He is truly free to act as he pleases. Very well. Henceforth you shall procure the items listed on this sheet for me, and you may keep any surplus for your own use. With that, Joss casually tossed a bag of Sokka's universal currency to Ilsen, a sum he had previously obtained by exchanging some weapons during his acquisition of the property. In this low-cost world of Sokka, such funds could sustain one for decades without issue. Yes, my lord. I shall return promptly, Ilsen exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of wealth he had never encountered in his life, before swiftly darting out. Joss harbored no concerns regarding Ilsen's potential flight. If Ilsen's mind was in any semblance of order, he would realize that remaining by Joss's side would afford him a life hundreds of times better than he had previously known, without the constant peril of losing his head over daily struggles. Moreover, another assurance of Ilsen's return lay in the fact that Joss had forcibly administered a 3-corpse brain pill to him. After explaining the effects of this substance and the grim fate of having one's brain consumed by insects upon death, Ilsen's loyalty had notably increased. Though it was merely a mild stimulant, Joss believed it served as a sufficient deterrent, with the promise of a life of luxury ahead. Juxtaposed against the horrific demise of being devoured by vermin, the method of wielding both carrot and stick proves effective across various realms. What Ilson was tasked with procuring included essential furniture and the majority of props necessary for idle activities. However, considerations regarding attire could wait until later, for the core aspects of the idol plan had yet to be finalized. As for the selection of idols, candidates must undoubtedly be recruited locally in Sokka, though Joss mused that this should not consume too much time. Tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table, he contemplated, indeed, a public audition would be the most prudent approach. Public auditions and personally scouring the streets for talent each possess their distinct advantages. The former entails substantial financial investment and the arduous task of sifting through a multitude to uncover a few gems, while the latter, though devoid of such monetary concerns, is time-consuming and reliant on sheer luck to discover the right individuals. However, considering that Joss was not lacking in funds for hosting the auditions, and with his chaotic physique capable of enduring even Lilith's assaults, he naturally opted for a more cost-effective approach. Once clarity dawned upon him, Joss's hands were far from idle. Seizing the opportunity before Ilson's return, he retrieved paper and pen from the system space and began to meticulously draft the audition plan. With a book, one may write extensively. Without one, brevity ensues. As a fledgling planner, Joss dedicated an entire day to this endeavor, drawing inspiration from idol-themed shows he had previously watched. It was only upon Ilson's return with all the necessary items that he finally conceived a plan that appeared reasonably viable. This would be the method of the auditions for the legendary idols of Sokka. Gazing at the words inscribed on the paper, Joss nodded in satisfaction. Given that Sokka lacked traditional forms of song and dance entertainment, he did not anticipate finding candidates skilled in those arts during the auditions. Thus, after a slight shift in perspective, he established that the first round of auditions would consist of one-on-one combat. Indeed, in this era, an idol who could not defeat 10 opponents would surely be deemed inadequate, would they not? Though this notion may seem peculiar, it aligns perfectly with the atmosphere of Sokka. Regardless of their status as idols, a delicate girl devoid of any combat skills would be exceedingly vulnerable in such a perilous place. While Joss aspired to form an idol group, this was merely a step towards executing his ultimate plan, not a quest to ensnare a group of individuals in need of protection. Furthermore, if a candidate demonstrated sufficient combat prowess, it would indicate a commendable level of physical control, making the subsequent training for dance coordination far less daunting than for an ordinary idol. Of course, prior to this initial round of auditions, there remained a more fundamental criterion, an evaluation of attractiveness and physique. Those who did not meet these standards would be ineligible to participate in even the first round of combat auditions. After all, without such stipulations, who could predict the caliber of candidates Joss might ultimately attract? What? You inquire about gender and race. If one is charming, do such aspects truly matter? Would anyone really be dissuaded from loving an elven archer simply due to her non-human heritage? Ahem, perhaps I have wandered into peculiar territory. Nevertheless, the first step of the auditions has been firmly established, and the next consideration is how to promote the event. After a moment of contemplation, Joss turned to Ilson, who was seated in the corner, lost in thought, and said, "Ilson, go fetch your subordinates." What? Why bring them here? Those fellows have no talent for singing or dancing. Ilson exclaimed, leaping up like a startled rabbit, hastily attempting to justify his reluctance. It remains unclear whether his objections stemmed from a desire to shield his companions from Joss's influence or from a wish to prevent them from sharing in his resources and accommodation. They need not engage in such matters. If bringing them here proves too troublesome, you may find acquaintances in the city to handle this task. In any case, I require you to inform as many individuals as possible about this within 3 days. As he spoke, Joss handed a sheet of densely written paper to Ilson. However, upon reading a few lines, Ilson's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might leap from their sockets. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ilson's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. He then suspected that perhaps his eyesight was failing him, quickly rubbing his eyes and meticulously rereading each word. Yet, his astonishment morphed into bewilderment, ultimately erupting into a scream. "My lord, how can you do this? Such a thing has never been heard of in Sarka." "Indeed, it has not been heard of in Sarka, for this is my creation." Joss, indifferent to Ilson's reaction, merely nodded and returned to contemplating the subsequent selection process. No, my lord, this is absolutely abnormal. Your intent here is to recruit laborers, is it not?" Ilson, with a look of utter dismay, scrutinized the paper in his hands, gesticulating animatedly. The text was straightforward, merely stating that a recruitment would take place in 3 days, and those who participated in the initial selection would receive a whole loaf of bread, with even greater rewards awaiting those who advanced beyond that. Such a meager offering, a mere morsel of bread, should suffice to entice individuals to toil at the Radiant Lake for you. How can such exorbitant rewards be promised? Fearing Joss might doubt his concerns, Ilson waved his slender fingers before him. The delicate nature of those fingers only reinforced Joss's conviction that his decision was indeed the right one. With a slight sigh, Joss felt no inclination to explain himself. Recognizing that this stemmed from a fundamental difference in worldview, aside from resorting to coercion, Ilson would need to adapt gradually. Enough. I have entrusted you with a task. Not to entertain your doubts. Execute my instructions, and your reward shall be ample. But, my lord, enough with the buts. Get out now, or I shall lose my temper. Joss had little patience for such incessant prattle, finding it as irritating as the dim-witted relatives he had encountered during his time back home, who could only press him about marriage. Seeing Joss's resolute demeanor, Ilson could only sigh and turn to leave. Wait. Just as Ilson was about to exit, Joss's voice rang out once more. My lord, have you finally reconsidered? That is irrelevant. From this day forth, do not address me as my lord. Call me producer. Understood? Henceforth, refrain from using the name Ilson in public. Your stage name shall henceforth be Lientai Astolfo Hideyoshi. Additionally, do remember to cleanse yourself properly before engaging in your tasks. After a series of instructions, Joss seemed apprehensive that this loquacious individual would continue his incessant chatter, and thus, he promptly ushered him out the door, unceremoniously tossing him outside. Gazing at the now closed door, Ilson felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Had he spent more time with Joss, he might have come to understand that this unsettling sensation could be aptly described as a vexation. While he felt a twinge of regret for the things he had to part with, they were, after all, not his possessions, and there was no need for him to become overly agitated. However, Joss's actions could certainly invite unwarranted troubles. Despite not having heard the adage, wealth should not be flaunted, his years as a scavenger had imparted a keen awareness of such matters. If Joss were to publicize this information, it was uncertain how many would come seeking to audition for some idol, but he could be certain that a multitude would arrive with intentions of robbery. Was this confidence in his own abilities? No, even he could not single-handedly confront such a throng. Moreover, if such news were to spread, it might provoke even the more formidable gangs to take action. Although he had witnessed Joss's prowess, it was important to remember that the latter was still human and not invulnerable. Should they encounter a stronger gang or warriors, the likelihood of fatal consequences loomed large. Ilson was beset with worry, not out of unwavering loyalty to Joss, but because Joss had mentioned that the 3-corpse brain god pill he had ingested would lead to his demise if the antidote was not taken periodically. Should Joss meet an untimely end, Ilson would inevitably follow him to the grave. Yet, if he chose not to adhere to Joss's directives, the outcome would remain the same. Contemplating this conundrum only served to deepen Ilson's turmoil, prompting him to depart with a heavy heart to attend to his duties. As news of Joss's Sokka Idol Project addition spread, it wasn't long before even the most remote scavengers caught wind of it. Regardless, Ilson, as a local power broker, could execute plans with far greater efficacy than Joss. This was largely due to the exceedingly generous terms Joss had offered, which were nearly akin to the benefits of fighting in the Colosseum of the High Celestial. Moreover, it was not a perilous path of life and death. For those teetering on the brink of despair, the allure of a full meal outweighed any apprehensions of potential traps or dangers that might lurk within. Consequently, once this news disseminated, it spread with alarming rapidity, akin to the proliferation of cancer cells, multiplying at a geometrically frightening rate. Initially, those who shared the news may have done so with a hint of ridicule, for based on their past experiences, no one would be foolish enough to engage in such folly on Sokka. However, when an entire street, a whole neighborhood, an entire city is abuzz with the same discourse, people begin to sense that something is amiss. An increasing number of individuals began to converge upon this location, among them figures that Ilson had once glimpsed from afar, who had now arrived in full battle regalia. Everyone understood that as long as they did not flaunt themselves before the High Celestial, he would remain indifferent to their actions, thus emboldening the gathering crowd to act with increasing impunity. Excuse me, am I correct in saying that the site of that plan is located here? A burly man with hair radiating an eerie green luminescence inquired, peering at a map. Indeed, I verified it beforehand. The address points to this location. Is there a problem? Replied an unattractive and odd-looking woman beside him, nodding affirmatively. Surrounding them were dozens of scavengers, and others nearby instinctively kept their distance, for this group was notoriously infamous in the vicinity. Ha, my dear, why must we wait for this so-called start time? If we were to eliminate him now, wouldn't that prevent anyone from competing with us for the spoils? The green-haired giant sneered, gesturing with his hand in a mock decapitation motion towards his cohorts. 1, 2, 3. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already fallen? The leader, this green-haired behemoth, was quite the notorious figure in this area. Though his name bore no resemblance to any earthly language, if one were to approximate, it might sound somewhat like Sakura. Sakura commanded a following 4 times greater than Ilsen's, boasting an impressive 50 men. In stark contrast to Ilsen's ragtag, unarmed followers. Sakura's minions were clad in relatively well-fitted armor, each wielding at least a bladed weapon, with several brandishing laser firearms acquired from the gladiatorial guards. Such a gang constituted a formidable force within the harsh realm of Saka. After all, more numbers meant greater consumption. And those capable of sustaining such a multitude were certainly no ordinary individuals. Sakura relied on his strength and his swift, ruthless nature. He often seized the initiative, charging forth while others hesitated, snatching the choicest morsels for himself. His green hair, devoid of any special significance in either Saka or the United States, was merely a byproduct of radiation contamination, yet it had evolved into his personal emblem. Thus, he was known as the green-haired Mad Wolf Sakura, though those who had suffered at his hands preferred to label him as the green-furred Mad Dog. Beside him stood his wife, Vaniyu, who also served as the second-in-command of their gang. It was said that her race was renowned for its breathtaking beauty, yet she was an exception, possessing a visage so unappealing that it was unbearable to behold. Consequently, her family had cast her aside to Saka, a veritable wasteland, to be discarded like refuse. But despite her age and unattractiveness, her malicious intellect surpassed that of ordinary people. However, upon reflection, this is quite normal. In a place like Saka, those who dare to fight fiercely are certainly not few. If one were to follow in the footsteps of someone like So, they would likely meet a fate as mere cannon fodder, long forgotten by time. The gang's ability to reach such a level is undeniably attributed to her cunning methods. As this group emerged, a sense of panic swept over some solitary scavengers, while others displayed a glint of greed in their eyes, stealthily trailing behind, hoping to profit from the chaos. Regardless of their previous opinions of So, once they took action, everyone began to stir. For the commotion stemming from the so-called Saka Idol project was simply too great. Despite having encountered immense wealth before, such as that possessed by the esteemed High Lord, the remnants left in the gladiatorial arena were even more extravagant. However, unlike the lofty High Lord, this was merely an obscure figure, never before heard of, which incited an overwhelming wave of greed among the onlookers. In the distance, Ilsen and his subordinates witnessed this scene. After exchanging terrified glances, 3 of them fled into the wilderness without a backward glance. Faced with such a terrifying adversary, even merely being discovered working under Joss would lead to dire consequences. In Saka, where life is as disposable as grass, no one would suspect that the preceding character was intentionally misspelled. Watching the 3 escape, others were also tempted to leave. Yet upon glancing back at their leader, who remained rooted in place, even beginning to head towards Joss's dwelling, they exchanged looks, each harboring different thoughts, but ultimately choosing to stay. "Boss Ilsen, what should we do now?" inquired a one-eyed man, approaching Ilsen and speaking in hushed tones. Ilsen's expression darkened as he replied without turning. "From now on, refer to me as Astolfo. We will take a detour and return swiftly to inform the producer. If we can weather this storm, he should comprehend the nature of Saka, and we can discuss further actions thereafter." Having resolved to follow Joss, Ilsen felt it imperative to alert his boss to flee swiftly, avoiding any confrontation with these lunatics. "Oh, who do we have here? Is that not the lovely Ilsen?" Just as Ilsen was conversing with his subordinates, an incongruous voice suddenly interjected, startling them into turning around, only to find So had approached them unbeknownst to them. "Oh, I see. So you are working for that individual. How delightful. Why not leave me instead?" Amidst casual banter, a massive axe, nearly half the size of Ilsen, was brought down beside him, as So's henchmen coldly encircled the group. Undoubtedly, if he dared to utter a single word of dissent, he and his companions would meet a bloody end without any chance of survival. Suahi showed no interest in his response. As long as he could prevent him from alerting Xiao Si, that was sufficient. After throwing a few casual jibes, he ordered his subordinates to restrain Ilsen and the others, then burst into laughter as they continued towards Xiao's residence. "Damn it, I have warned him against such actions. Not only will he perish, but I will also meet my demise here." Ilsen seethed with indignation, yet his anger bore no fruit, for the circumstances were overwhelmingly against them. With their small group of 7 or 8 unarmed men, how could they possibly resist Suahi and his band of desperate rogues? The journey back to Xiao's residence was not lengthy. Despite Ilsen's wish for the road to stretch into eternity, they arrived at their destination in merely a few minutes. Upon seeing the newly renovated house, Suahi and his companions erupted into fervent cheers, stirring excitement among a group of scavengers lurking behind them. In stark contrast, Ilsen and his companions wore expressions of despair. Their purpose here had vanished, and they would soon find themselves as captives of Suhi. destined for a grim fate, either death or sale. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, someone's voice broke the fervor, drawing everyone's attention towards the house in the distance. Outside, a seemingly frail yet handsome young man was scribbling in a notebook, while several tentacles busily hung individuals on nearby iron racks, as if they were garments drying in the sun. The young man soon sensed the commotion and slowly raised his head to gaze at the leading Si, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Haha, you must be Xiao Si, right?" Suahi laughed heartily, resting his great axe on his shoulder as he looked at Xiao. "Brother, do you need more men?" Suahi entered with an imposing presence, swiftly acknowledging Xiao as his elder brother. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. Ilsen had never imagined Xiao possessed such extraordinary influence, and the few subordinates who had only come due to Ilsen were equally awestruck. Yet, no one noticed that Xiao was even more bewildered. "What the hell? I've never drawn such a powerful aura from my system. Why is this seemingly formidable character suddenly bowing down to me? Am I some sort of lucky charm now?" Among those present, a few understood the underlying dynamics. Suahi's wife was one of them. Although Suahi was a fearsome figure, the most crucial trait of a dog was discernment, and he recognized that those being tormented by Xiao belonged to the most formidable gang in the vicinity. The group invariably operates in threes, marked by their white insignia. They exhibit an aggressive demeanor, either dispatching their opponents or meeting their own demise in the process, rendering them a rather troublesome lot. Yet, against all odds, this gang, once presumed doomed to self-destruction, has not only survived but thrived, amassing a considerable following and evolving into a formidable force. Curiously, this very cohort found themselves at the mercy of Joss, who effortlessly bested them. So, reflecting upon the strength of his own gang, which holds a respectable position in this region, knew that provoking Joss would spell disaster, leading to their swift obliteration. Consequently, he capitulated, much to the astonishment of his companions and even Joss, who appeared momentarily bewildered. However, Joss, recognizing the potential of this newly acquired labor force, promptly summoned them, distributing tasks after rewarding each with a potion, effectively putting them to work. At that moment, manpower was in short supply, and even with Urson and his crew pledging their allegiance, the demands remained overwhelming. Thus, So's arrival with an entourage was akin to a long-awaited remedy for Joss's predicament. Once So's group was managed, Joss's recruitment plan could finally commence as scheduled. With the presence of numerous security personnel and the sight of the suspended troublemakers writhing in the air, an unprecedented order emerged, rivaling even the grandest arenas of Sokka. As the selection process unfolded, applicants approached Joss, including a timid young girl who stood before him. Joss raised an eyebrow, noting her unremarkable appearance. Yet her voice possessed an endearing charm, prompting him to grant her entry without hesitation. "What a jest! If such a delicate creature can enter, why can't I?" protested a disgruntled individual who had previously been rejected, raising his voice despite the throng of security around him. Joss turned his gaze towards the scruffy, muscle-bound man, whose appearance was marred by remnants of his own nasal discharge, and felt a twitch of annoyance. Initially, the absence of stringent criteria was intended to encourage participation. Yet this approach was proving less than ideal. Aware that failing to provide an explanation would lead to discontent and murmurs among the crowd, Joss decided to address the situation. "Look in a mirror. Do you possess the charm she has?" he retorted, pointing at Urson. Rough men dreaming of stardom should at least strive for a semblance of cuteness before aspiring to be idols. With that, he decisively silenced the man, recognizing that if the criteria leaned towards attractiveness, perhaps hunting was a more fitting pursuit for him. Greetings, I have come to participate in this event. Here, take this. It is your bread." Next, after dispatching the burly man, new applicants continued to surge in like an unrelenting tide, prompting Joss to quickly turn his attention back to his duties. As more and more rejected candidates spread the word, those waiting outside began to comprehend that the selection criteria for this so-called Idoru favored young and adorable girls. There were even rumors suggesting that as long as one was charming, it mattered not whether they were female or even human. Yet thanks to this, most individuals who were painfully aware of their shortcomings began to leave the line, thus lightening Joss's workload considerably. However, they did not depart entirely. On one hand, they sought to explore other opportunities, while on the other, they were curious about what this Idoru phenomenon truly entailed. "Hey, is this the registration point for that Idoru thing? I heard if you sign up, there's food to be had." Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the table before Joss looking up. He was met with the sight of a girl with hair as fiery as a flame. "Wait, is your hair on fire, miss?" Upon closer inspection, Joss realized that it wasn't simply red hair. She had genuine sparks flying from her forehead. "Ugh, it's just how I was born. It's not a big deal." "Is it? What about this bread?" Before that, may I ask if you have any relatives named Shauna or Hades?" "Huh, who are they?" The girl furrowed her brow, displaying a look of utter confusion. Never mind, it's not important. Here is your bread, go on in. Joss had long grown accustomed to the fact that his references often fell on deaf ears. He tossed a piece of bread to her and waved her through the registration. The influx of applicants persisted from dawn until dusk, and even with a substantial number realizing their futility and leaving, Joss found himself burning the midnight oil to scrutinize every individual, ultimately selecting several hundred suitable candidates. During this period, even the bread supplied by the system fell short, compelling Joss to allocate some funds to procure additional loaves from the local arena. With that, he managed to stabilize the situation. Those who passed the first round rejoiced, while the unsuccessful candidates shook their heads, resigned to forget this dreamlike experience and return to their daily lives. Such is the cruel, yet hopeful brilliance of Idoru. Soon to shimmer on the planet Sokka. In Joss's previous life, he had encountered many tales of traversers participating in examinations, often facing disdain from others before unexpectedly showcasing their prowess. Essential to such narratives, besides the protagonist, were invariably the antagonists eager to provoke and the fickle onlookers. It is precisely such individuals who play either a pivotal or negligible role in the rise of various protagonists, ultimately serving as stepping stones along the path of legend. Yet, amidst these narratives, only a scant few, if any, have noticed the existence of one who ought to hold significant importance: the judges. This is precisely the role that Joss is currently undertaking. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I cannot shake the feeling that I have subtly transformed into a mere backdrop for others. However, it must be acknowledged that the Sokka Idol project does not directly involve me, so I must acclimate to this position sooner rather than later. As thoughts flitted through my mind, I observed that the hundreds who had successfully registered had already assembled in a hall reminiscent of a grand stadium. This was the day following the conclusion of registrations. Although I had spent the previous night tirelessly reviewing applications, Joss found himself unperturbed by fatigue, even after 2 or 3 sleepless nights, and thus commenced the first round of selections without delay. It is worth noting that while Joss began with the notion that any cute entity would suffice, in the end, an astonishing 99% of those selected were humanoid females. While this outcome aligns with typical expectations, one cannot help but ponder what constitutes that elusive 1%. I believe you have already heard that our inaugural selection involves a contest of combat prowess. Once all participants had gathered, Joss cleared his throat and began to announce the rules. Despite the mention of combat, the audience displayed no signs of panic. Those who manage to survive in a place like Sokka are likely not strangers to such challenges, and thus, they remained remarkably composed in response to Joss's words. Of course, while the term combat was used, it did not imply that they were to engage in life-and-death struggles. The subsequent tasks would bear little resemblance to actual fighting. However, Joss's next statement surprised the crowd, leaving them increasingly bewildered about this so-called idol project. Undeterred by their reactions, Joss continued to articulate the rules. The primary aim of this selection process was to eliminate candidates who were entirely unsuitable, while simultaneously identifying the most exceptional among them. Therefore, the essence of the competition was not solely about victory or defeat, but also involved assessing each individual's performance. To claim that Joss's set of rules was particularly sophisticated would be an exaggeration. At its core, it was merely a borrowed format from an unknown tale. Nevertheless, this method of evaluation, combining scoring with outcomes, was particularly fitting for this assembly of martial artists and aspiring idols. Thus it was directly implemented. Attention! During the competition, any actions that could endanger the opponent's life are strictly prohibited, as are the use of weapons, and any individuals causing disability or disfigurement will be immediately disqualified. This rule must not be overlooked, as the intention is to witness a thrilling spectacle rather than a grotesque display akin to a brutal fighting game. Moreover, regardless of whether you are eliminated or advance in this competition, all who have registered may remain to work for me. Trust me, this is undoubtedly a far more effortless and lucrative endeavor than scavenging or becoming a gladiator. Following this, having established further details of the rules, Joss, having indulged his organizer's cravings, concluded his speech. With a grand gesture, he summoned members of the So and Ilson gangs, who presented a variety of outfits, subsequently distributing them to each contestant. "What is this?" inquired a girl with sun-kissed skin, gazing quizzically at the item in her hands. "This is battle attire," Joss replied, his expression unchanged as he regarded the garment. "So, does that mean we must wear this to fight?" asked another girl, her appearance suggesting she had not slept well, her eyes vacant. "Indeed, this is a prerequisite for becoming an idol. It is the first test," Joss affirmed with a decisive nod. "May I ask, what exactly is this battle attire?" Joss gave a thumbs up to the questioner, flashing a grin as he replied, "Bikini armor, the same as that of the Dragon Lady." Oh, is this what is known as an idol? I think I am beginning to understand Lord Joss's aspirations. remarked a man positioned around the periphery with a camera, his expression one of awe as he focused intently on the center. No, no, no. It is said they are not yet idols. They are merely idol trainees. However, this only heightens the anticipation. Another individual, also recording the scene, appeared relatively composed, though his hands trembled uncontrollably as if eager to wield something. Regardless, it was likely that his footage would be rendered useless. Yet, one could hardly blame these two, for everyone present, regardless of age or gender, was captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them. Hundreds of beautiful young women, each with diverse physiques, donned nearly harmonious bikini armor that seemed to shift with every movement. Engaged in combat in pairs at the center, the subtle contours of their forms, the blend of violence and beauty in their struggles, the glistening sheen of their skin, those fortunate enough to have witnessed the high arena's gladiatorial battles felt a profound sense of disbelief at their prior experiences. However, unlike those who pretended to be diligently working while surreptitiously stealing glances, Joss unabashedly gazed at the alluring scene before him. Clearly, the urgency that had driven him to produce such an abundance of bikini armor overnight was to indulge his own desires. Not only was he watching, but he also ensured that it was being recorded for future enjoyment. No, rather it could serve as promotional material. After all, true idols require time to cultivate. And before that, Joss needed to present something to attract the attention of the seconds and even the high arena. What could possibly be more captivating than the scene before him? After a series of matches concluded, the figure who ascended the stage next caught Joss's eye. She was a remarkably powerful young woman with sun-kissed skin. Quinn. Among those who had left a profound impression on Joss, the fiery-haired girl ranked high. And this sun-kissed maiden was no exception. Her name, phonetically akin to Quinn in English, accompanied her striking sunburn marks, and her beauty undoubtedly placed her among the top 5 contenders in this cohort. Perhaps due to her ethnicity, Quinn stood impressively tall, estimated to be around 1.7 to 1.8 meters, yet her proportions were perfectly balanced, evoking no sense of oddity. Of course, as someone memorable to Joss, she was undeniably a girl whose physique was remarkably flat, reminiscent of a climbing surface. At this moment, Quinn and her opponent stood on opposite sides of the arena, ready to commence battle at the sound of a signal. Suddenly, a girl from the audience below exclaimed in astonishment, as if she had uncovered something extraordinary. Wait, are you that Quinn? Upon hearing this exclamation, Joss's heart skipped a beat. This scenario felt eerily familiar. What? Is she the Quinn who had never suffered defeat in the arena of the great heavenly sovereign? Indeed, had she not departed later, who knows what fate would have befallen the likes of Ma Mian and the Thunder God, not to mention the potential reshuffling of the position of the Lord of Sokka. Good heavens, were those rumors truly authentic? However, before he could voice his thoughts, the girls resting beside the arena erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps, all casting mixed glances of envy and awe towards Quinn. Wow, is this for real? Girl, you're in for it. Joss's cheeks twitched with recognition. He was familiar with this trope. It was the quintessential template of the overpowered protagonist. On one side of the duel stood a nondescript contender, while the other radiated charisma, almost as if adorned with special effects. Before the fight even commenced, a throng of admirers erupted with fervent praise, only for the seemingly favored one to subsequently face an unexpected defeat. And now, Quinn found herself cast in the role of the unfortunate contender. Yet, if this were a Marvel universe, perhaps such a fate was not a certainty? Joss muttered to himself, oscillating between self-reassurance and an attempt to absolve Quinn. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Joss's gaze shifted to the other competitor on stage, only to find an utterly unremarkable girl. It wasn't that her appearance lacked appeal. Rather, it hovered around the average mark, perhaps even less memorable than those with slight imperfections. Whoa, what is this textbook protagonist aura? What does it mean to be a protagonist? It is precisely those individuals adorned with a plethora of mundane and unremarkable descriptors who revel in the art of hubris, masquerading as the underdog while secretly wielding formidable strength. Alas, it seems you are destined to lose this round. Casting a glance towards Quinn, one could perceive a hint of pity in their gaze. Faced with the ostentatious prowess of a character reminiscent of a dragon soaring through the skies, one must ponder how victory could ever be attained. The reference here is certainly not to the flying dragon of a vessel, so let us not misconstrue that. Unbeknownst to anyone, during that fleeting moment, Joss had conjured an array of imaginary scenarios in his mind, while the two combatants on stage remained blissfully unaware of Joss's unfounded musings. Oh, so you are the renowned Quinn? Inquired the maiden standing upon the arena, her tone laden with caution. Indeed, that is I, Quinn replied, arms crossed in defiance, nodding with an air of arrogance. I have heard numerous legends regarding your exploits. Today, I shall ascertain their veracity. The girl appeared unfazed by the gasps surrounding her. instead exuding an even greater fervor for battle. Is that so? Quinn lifted her eyelids slightly, stifling a yawn as if her opponent were utterly inconsequential. How dare you underestimate me? The girl, incensed by Quinn's demeanor, let out a fierce cry and launched herself into the fray. Upon witnessing her advance, Quinn merely flicked her hand dismissively, akin to swatting a fly. Yet, this seemingly trivial gesture instilled a profound sense of trepidation in the girl, as if she had stumbled upon a harrowing battlefield. What did she just do? Uncertain, yet observing her adversary's palpable fear, one could only conclude that Quinn possessed a terrifying technique capable of inflicting demise upon contact. It was no wonder Quinn merely waved her hand in a nonchalant manner. After all, the rules prohibited fatality. Had she truly engaged in combat, the outcome would have been dire. Who would have imagined that such a formidable individual would adhere to the rules? Listening to the murmurs nearby, the girl clenched her teeth and attempted to strike in various ways. However, each time, Quinn merely waved her hand in her direction, as if dismissing her earnest efforts as inconsequential. Yet, paralyzed by the dread of her opponent's overwhelming ability, the girl hesitated to approach Quinn. After several tense minutes, she ultimately conceded defeat. I won. Truly, Lady Quinn is the mightiest. Is that not merely stating the obvious? How could Lady Quinn ever lose? As the genuine admiration of the surrounding maidens echoed in her ears, Quinn displayed little arrogance, offering only a slight nod before descending from the arena. Making way for the next contenders, Joss, gripping his thigh tightly, remained stoic as he observed the ensuing match, yet his mind incessantly echoed. What on earth did I just witness? What transpired moments ago? Are we even watching the same battle? Due to his inability to leave the arena, Joss decided to summon the living combat dinosaur goblin he had previously acquired to stealthily follow Quinn and observe her actions. This seemingly inconsequential goblin proved to be quite agile, returning after completing 2 rounds of combat, brandishing a mobile phone of unknown origin to show Joss a video it had just recorded. Ah, you startled me. That person was terrifying. I merely intended to wave a hand in greeting. Why did she suddenly attack? What does she truly want? One moment she charges forward. The next she retreats. My muscles are so tense I can scarcely move. Quinn's murmured soliloquy, uttered as she crouched in a corner, was entirely captured on tape. After contemplating for a few moments, Joss finally arrived at a decision. Never mind. The second match commenced. Although the first selection round had attracted a multitude of participants, each battle concluded within 5 minutes, allowing for swift progression. Among the competitors, several stood out, including the fiery-haired girl who had previously engaged in conversation with Joss, showcasing her remarkable abilities. After a thorough evaluation and the disqualification of several rule-breaking contestants, the initial selection round unexpectedly reduced the total number of participants to under 100, eliminating nearly 3/4 of the competitors. However, this figure still fell short of Joss's expectations. He had envisioned an idol group comprising fewer than 10 members for his inaugural production endeavor. The rationale was simple. Fewer members would facilitate easier coordination across various aspects, be it practice, performance, or even logistics such as security and accommodations. The workload for Joss would multiply with each additional person. Nonetheless, the first round of auditions had indeed been physically demanding. Thus, a day's respite was granted before the second selection commenced, affording Joss the opportunity to prepare the remaining essentials. As for the eliminated contestants, Joss arranged alternative roles for them based on their preferences, or he allowed them to remain. After all, the endeavor of idol creation was merely the first step in his grander scheme. Having perused various narratives of entertainment invading other worlds, Joss was not oblivious to the chance to carve out a broader future for himself. It seemed evident that Thanos would eventually pose a significant threat, but that calamity was still years away. Once Thanos was dealt with, Joss would have decades, possibly centuries, of life ahead of him, particularly considering the longevity granted by the super soldier serum. He was determined not to settle for a tranquil existence. However, as of now, those grand ambitions were merely figments of his imagination, lacking any tangible foundation or preparation. Nevertheless, the presence of these young women holds significant utility, as the tasks ahead, whether concerning attire or lighting, demand a considerable workforce. Furthermore, their shared femininity facilitates many aspects of the endeavor, rendering their contributions far superior to those of the rougher male counterparts. After a night of silence, the following morning, Joss escorted the young women who had successfully passed the initial selection round into a room that had been hastily transformed into a concert venue by So and his team overnight. At last, the atmosphere appeared to be returning to a semblance of normalcy. Observing the meticulously arranged stage, Joss felt a palpable sense of relief, accompanied by a nonsensical exclamation. The second round of selections was devoid of any peculiarities. It simply involved presenting a segment of song and dance for the candidates to view. after which each would take to the stage to perform. The chosen piece was undoubtedly one of the most recognizable, a veritable sensation. Gokuraku Jodo, pure land of ultimate bliss. What? You claim this is merely an otaku dance? It lacks the authenticity of an idol performance? In the realm of Sokka, Joss stood as the singular embodiment of an idol, with the ultimate interpretative authority resting solely with him. As the music began to play, Joss, of course, was absent from the stage. Instead, the enchanting Ilsa, clad in a charming garment reminiscent of a kimono, graced the platform. Her ethereal attire, adorned with delicate embroidery of butterflies and blossoms, revealed one slender arm and shoulder, while her long, fair legs stood poised upon the stage. An innate appreciation for beauty resides within all, and despite the chaotic turmoil of Sokka, the sight of Ilsa elicited gasps of admiration from the gathered young women. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As a cascade of lights descended, Ilsa's appearance became even more resplendent, instantly captivating every gaze. Though Sokka might resemble a vast wasteland, seemingly echoing the remnants of a bygone medieval civilization, it paradoxically housed treasures amidst its refuse, thanks to a confluence of debris from countless planets. To jest, if Joss were a protagonist in a modern urban narrative, he could easily unearth a trove of discarded marvels from this very locale, with an 80% likelihood that such finds would astonish the world as groundbreaking technology. The vibrant lights and various stage props were undoubtedly the fruits of Joss's recent endeavors, acquired through similar channels, alongside an array of musical instruments. Though he had never before engaged with such instruments, Joss found the task simplified after dedicating a brief moment to discern the sounds produced by each one. Ultimately, music hinges upon the coordination of mind and body. With his superhuman reflexes and hand-eye coordination, Joss could forcibly produce the original melody without needing to grasp the intricacies of musical theory, akin to a mere playback function. As for the dance, that responsibility naturally fell to Ilsa, entrusted with the elegance of movement. It must be said that Urson truly possesses remarkable talent in this regard. Even though Joss could almost perfectly replicate the enchanting dance of the Pure Land, due to factors such as physique, philosophy, and demeanor, he could not evoke the original beauty through his performance. However, Urson managed to rectify that subtle sense of incongruity. This was primarily due to the limited time. Urson had only practiced once or twice before stepping onto the stage. Although he had barely memorized the movements, the transitions remained somewhat stiff, failing to achieve a natural fluidity. Nevertheless, this was precisely suitable for the audience, who had never witnessed such performances, as it prepared them for their impending turn on stage. The routine was brief, and upon its conclusion, Urson's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Yet, gazing at the enthralled young women in the audience, he felt a sense of fulfillment he had never experienced before. Is this the essence of being an idol? Such an extraordinary existence. To attain such prominence on Sakura, one could only achieve it by becoming the champion of the gladiatorial arena. Yet, what had he done? Merely danced for a moment and sung for a while. And it had culminated in this. A profound sense of accomplishment filled Urson's heart, far surpassing the satisfaction of having a hearty meal, wielding a formidable weapon, or vanquishing rival factions. His reaction was not his alone. The young women below were equally moved, their eyes shimmering with indescribable brilliance. Joss, observing quietly from the side, merely smiled softly before retrieving his notebook to continue sketching and writing. This was merely the beginning. One day, he would ensure that those hailing from distant planets, who had come specifically to witness the gladiatorial events, would recognize that idols were the true figures worthy of their admiration. As the contestants officially commenced their performances, Joss gathered the previously eliminated young women and staff, assigning them the role of the initial audience. This endeavor served not only to facilitate their voting for their favorite contestants, but also to allow the performers a glimpse of the circumstances they would soon face. The stage's intimidation factor is beyond the imagination of many. Even this group of formidable individuals from Sakura, who would dare to wield spaceship engines as weapons, felt a tremor of apprehension when confronted with the throngs of spectators below. The once self-assured young women, upon stepping onto the stage, found themselves either singing out of tune or exhibiting rigid, awkward movements, appearing utterly ludicrous. Undoubtedly, if these individuals did not present a more dazzling performance, they would be eliminated without hesitation. Though somewhat harsh, this was the reality. This idol selection process merely distilled this cruelty into a concentrated demonstration. In the end, if one cannot navigate through a relatively small gathering, predominantly composed of acquaintances who have spent several days together, it is improbable that one would excel in a concert attended by hundreds or thousands of strangers. Although the audience's votes carry significant weight, this is not some trivial reality show. Joss does not afford anyone the opportunity to peddle sob stories. The performance commences directly upon stepping on stage. After all, Who among the residents of a place like Saka could claim to be more unfortunate than another? Thus, this will be a pure test of ability. Originally intended to be a trio performance, Joss opted to showcase the dance of only one participant. While this decision resulted in a lack of coordination, it nevertheless illuminated each contestant's prowess. As one by one, the competitors exited the stage, plagued by nerves or other factors leading to their lackluster performances. Murmurs began to arise questioning the fairness of Joss's arrangements. Yet, the entrance of a young girl ignited the atmosphere instantaneously. Power. This was the most palpable sensation. It transcended the general notion of strength. Her movements, expressions, and aura were imbued with an exhilarating potency. Nina, the red-haired girl, was among the most outstanding performers from the initial selection. Her rendition of Extreme Bliss transformed the stage into a pre-battle dance, exuding sheer magnificence. Not to mention her two prominent attributes, which elicited envy and admiration from many of the other girls, adding an enchanting flair to her already powerful performance. It embodied the ultimate harmony of rigidity and delicacy. With each motion, her flowing red hair scattered countless sparks, accentuating her striking presence. She was a girl adorned with her own special effects. Indeed, she was a talent, having transformed the original dance into something uniquely her own. Joss observed her performance with keen interest, yet remained non-committal regarding her alterations. Such modifications were undoubtedly visually captivating, but in a collaborative setting, allowing her this level of freedom would be unfeasible. Regardless, her innate talent could not be overshadowed, even before her performance concluded. Nina's name was indelibly marked as competent in Joss's mind. Once Nina exited the stage, a girl with flowing azure hair and a peculiar mask covering half of her face, reminiscent of a female version of Laser Eye or perhaps a celestial maiden, took her place. Joss glanced at his notes, noting that the girl's name consisted of merely a single letter, resembling something akin to an English character. Despite her lack of remarkable performance in previous battles, she had nevertheless progressed to the second round. As she stood on stage, she initially failed to capture much attention. However, the instant the music began to play, a profound transformation occurred. The sound resonated. It was a flawless rendition. No, it was a performance that eclipsed even the grace and melody Joss had previously showcased, as if this moment had been meticulously crafted solely for her. Adorable, delicate, and resplendent. No array of superlatives seems sufficient to encapsulate the grace of her dance. Accompanied by a voice that resonates like celestial music, she captivates the hearts of all who hear her the moment she begins to sing. As the dance concludes, mere minutes feel like mere seconds, leaving the audience unaware that they have witnessed her performance in its entirety. Such is the mark of true genius, to attain such heights with but a single viewing. Even Joss, who had been indulging in self-deprecating humor moments before, found herself momentarily speechless, only regaining her composure when the next contestant took the stage. Were this not Saka, but rather a more civilized and ordinary planet, the young girl would undoubtedly have ascended to the status of one of the world's most beloved stars long ago. The awe she inspired lingered until another legendary figure, the highly anticipated Quinn, graced the stage, effectively overshadowing her brilliance. Joss was equally intrigued by Quinn, who appeared formidable yet was, in truth, rather timid. She quickly adjusted her mindset to observe closely. After all, while one might rely on imagination in combat, dancing is an entirely different affair. Should Quinn become paralyzed with nervousness at the sight of others, Joss would find herself powerless, regardless of her admiration for the girl. Wait a moment. Based on the earlier developments, it wouldn't evolve into a narrative where Lady Quinn's lightning-fast dance was so extraordinary that it ended in the blink of an eye, would it? Joss's gaze sharpened as she felt she had uncovered the truth. Fortunately, such a scenario did not transpire. Quinn's performance was, by all accounts, conventional. While it lacked any particularly striking moments, it was undeniably solid. With further practice, she could undoubtedly evolve into an endearing and flawless idol. Her haughty and dismissive demeanor suggested she regarded the audience with indifference, though Joss suspected it was more a result of intimidation from the spectators. Yet this did not diminish her immense popularity. In any case, Quinn's respectable performance, coupled with her substantial fan base, ensured her success in the selection process was a foregone conclusion. After Quinn exited the stage, many others continued to shine brightly, with applause and cheers resonating throughout the room, piquing the curiosity of those unable to enter. Suddenly, after one contestant departed, an unusual sound echoed from the stage, prompting the audience to turn their attention. A girl with an impassive expression began to glide slowly toward the center of the stage. Yet, rather than focusing on her cold, stunning visage, the crowd collectively gazed downward, gasping in astonishment. To their surprise, this girl was seated in a wheelchair.